touring so much in the summers, I told myself I'm going to dedicate myself to him for baseball. Smells in the house. I'm like a refugee in my own house, man. I feel like a refugee in my own goddamn house. Your girl doesn't cook? No. She just said, and we talked about this yesterday. Strawberries.
And she cooks strawberries. What does that mean? That makes no sense. That doesn't make sense. Fat people are like, fuck. I can't imagine eating fruit.
She cooks strawberries.
Shab's just so dumb that I can't imagine him eating any fruit or vegetables, really.
Yeah.
And I think we've seen him eat a banana or talk about it. Wasn't he like, there's one clip where he just randomly was like, can I get a banana or something like that? I just don't believe that he eats fruit. That's my conspiracy. Yeah. Look it up. Find the clip.
All right, so this next one's posted by All I Do Is Lie to You. It says, Barn Door says he's going into business with Aaron Rodgers. And the little tag right there, I don't know if you saw that, Axe J.
Uh-oh.
Let's see here.
Yeah, why don't we invite him on? Comedian, former MMA fighter.
It looks like this guy does not want to talk to him. He's like, let's avoid, we can't, let's just have him on.
It looks like, not only does he not want to talk with him, but it looks like someone forced him to wear that hoodie. There's like, do I have to? They're like, yes, you do. You have to sell the merch.
Like, my podcast is going downhill. I've abandoned my podcast.
Sell the merch.
Sell the merch.
That's a good one.
Brandon Schwab. Yeah. The Aaron Rodgers thing. You were just hanging out with Aaron Rodgers. Yeah, that's my boy. Okay. Oh, so the drug thing, is that what you were doing? No, I was out there just to go to dinner with him and Aubrey Marcus, who started on it.
Okay.
I'm really close with Aubrey. I've known Aubrey for like 12 years.
So I did want to ask about that.
Yeah, so we have a project we're starting, the three of us together, and then I was out there for that, but they're like, hey, come to this conference. I didn't know what I was getting into, but it's pretty cool.
Okay, awesome.
So, wait, he's there with the guy from On It, and they're going into business with Aaron Rodgers?
Yeah.
Well, they agree on the vaccine stuff.
Yeah.
So, starting a successful business, one of the things you want to do with like-minded people.
Yeah.
Same cultural values.
I mean, big picture, dude, I cannot wait for Aaron Rodgers to go on T-Fat Kid.
Yeah, there's going to be some good clips there.
Oh, yeah.
For sure.
And I hope we see Aaron Rodgers become homeless.
I don't think so. More than likely, it'll be like Shab and Callan, like, so when you got canceled by the media, right? Because they're all like, and then Shab's like, you got a big dick. I know this guy has a big dick. It's all the classics.
I mean, honestly, I'm shadow banned, so I understand where you're coming from.
Yeah, there you go. Yeah, the media is like making up lies about us based off everything that we said and did.
But you know how, like, people, you could visually see that they're homeless, but they're trying their best to, like, keep the relationship public and nice. You know what I mean? Like, Howie Mandel, for instance, we know he's homeless. He doesn't really say anything.
Yeah, he just rips on him.
Yeah, he just rips on him.
Yeah.
I can't wait.
He's the only one brave enough to bring up the mangina to his face, so that was pretty funny.
Yeah.
He does his homework. If you have Howie Mandel on, he's going to, if he came on here, he'd make fun of your pubes and my teeth.
We'll be out of business, though, if they start 10 minutes shop with him and Aaron Rodgers.
Oh, Howie Mandel and Aaron Rodgers?
No, Brendan Schaub and Aaron Rodgers, dude.
They're going to do 10 minutes of shop. Like, Schaub's going to do 10 minutes of shop?
Yeah, dude. That's the way that in our business.
That'd be amazing.
Okay, so this one's posted by Toronto Rapture. It's called This Is Tough Listening, B.
If Donald Trump goes to prison, what happens to America?
What a great start. I feel like getting a glass of wine and, like, sniffing it, like, taking a sip. Lighting candle. This is like,
baby.
If Donald Trump, like, what could possibly come next?
What's the over-under on mentioning penis, dude?
Yeah, you have to guess. Like, is America gay then? Or no? I don't know. I have no idea.
Okay, so let's make a bet right now. I think I'm willing to bet that he doesn't mention penis. If you're willing to bet that he does.
I don't. Yeah, I think he's going to mention penis. Yeah.
All right, here we go.
Now remember, over 70 million people voted for him. And do you think people, I think he definitely played a part in the January 6th riots? That was nothing good. If you lock up a former sitting president, so let's go through it. Hold on, Pete. Oh yeah, you know history. You're the best person to ask this. You know history.
So good.
Oh my god.
So he's so stupid that like all the said words, you don't even hear them really. He's like, I'm a set president. Hold on, B. You're the one to ask about this, but I'm gonna say it.
I like how he acts as if Brian has the problem of cutting him off. You know?
Yeah. Good point.
Can you go through the list of dictators that imprisoned their constituents, that imprisoned other people that were running against them? If you want to go through the list
In
of
those
former
shoes.
world leaders in prison, former presidents,
It hurts every
it will.
point. Those shoes hurt every potential point you can make.
Yeah.
It's just impossible to take him seriously, as usual, with what he's dressed in.
He's making those New Balances look like fucking Jordans, dude.
The New Balances look like, it looks like a suit. Someone's wearing a full suit. That. I mean, the way Brian's dressed is kind of ridiculous, too. He has on like a mafia, whatchamacallit, jumpsuit, but also jeans, maybe.
Ankle socks.
Ankle socks. But, I mean, it's fine. It's not that weird. But just, that is wild.
Yeah.
The right side of the screen is out of control.
Scared the shit out of you. If you go through that list,
Yeah, I'd say the difference here is that there are a lot of Republicans in power who won't admit it, but they would love to see Donald Trump
100%.
blocked out of the race.
I think Biden will win if not. I'm sorry, not Biden. He had a chance to win Trump. I think DeSantis can win if he goes. If I become president, I will pardon Trump because then he gets the Trump supporters. That'd be his biggest ally move.
He's kind of said that. He's already hinted at that.
He needs to be very
But
clear.
the problem is DeSantis is not going to be Trump in the primaries.
Not a chance.
Oh, no dick mentions, dude.
Well, I don't know. Does it count that when he said dictator, it makes it sound like he said dictator?
Oh.
Get in there. I don't know.
Well, you comment below. Let us know.
Different.
But yeah, I don't even know. So this is a tough listening.
Ron DeSantis, he comes on the mic. He has like a big press conference. And he's like, I want to announce that I have a new part of my campaign. From now on, my campaign's gonna be different. And then Schaub comes out and gives him advice. That's what he wants advice from.
That's like, remember how Donald Trump had that video grabbing by the pussy? There's going to be like some clip of Robert DeSantis listening to T-Fat-K. They're like, oh, we cannot have this man be president.
When you're famous, they just let you say anything. Eat it, mine. John, who is John?
All right, so this next one's posted by All I Do Is Lie to You. It's called How About Now, Papa? So it looks like it's a long time ago. What is it, circa 2016, 17?
That does look like a long time.
I've already seen this clip, and he definitely, I get a very Addies vibe.
Well, this is Baba dressed in like that GIF the GIF where he's like swinging the bat.
Yeah.
It's that sense of not knowing the unknown is so scary.
It's a screaming Addies.
So, but in comedy, I can kind of control it. I know if I work my ass off, that I'm gonna be able. I know what's gonna hit. I have a few tricks I know that can hit. If I'm in a tough spot, I know I can get the crowd back. And also, if I bomb, cool. I'll go over to the comedy store, or the Improv, and do something else and redeem myself.
Isn't the crowd looking at him? No.
Not really. Funny's funny. Black, white, Asian, Mexican. Funny's funny.
Right.
Nothing. I can't say what comedy's done is this crowd, man. But you think it's the crowd?
This is probably something he said to like I see him as the guy being like the crowd. He is adding up. You're right. This is the side effects of Adderall. Yeah, sure. No breath in between thoughts.
I feel bad when I watch it because maybe he did kick the addiction or whatever, but addiction. But this does give him very like I'm high on Addies, got a baddie, waiting, had my drug.
Can't wait to text Mark.
Yeah.
Can't wait to text the baddie.
Just got a fresh shipment of dick juice. Boom. You know what I mean? I got Mark on socials, responded to DMs.
Hey guys, our socials.
And this is what you get. This is probably like the peak of him being completely fucking ignorant to everything else around him.
Yeah, zero self-awareness.
Yeah.
It's not crap. It's material, bro. They paid money to laugh. Not only did they pay money to laugh there, they're also full of booze. Yeah. You can't make them laugh. You're screwed. Now, fuck my life.
But yeah, any thoughts on that?
I mean, just very obvious Adderall usage there is what comes out to me. Yeah, I have nothing else to say.
I just want to say, hey, Papa, I'm proud of you if you're off the Addies. You know what I mean?
Oh yeah, get off that.
Get off the Addies. Like,
You need to stay around, Papa.
he should just have that clip as a favorite on his photo app. Just watch it and be like, I don't need Addies today.
Yeah, he should be watching it and be like, never again. It should haunt him. I mean, it's funny to watch him like that, but for his health, for your health, Papa. Don't, whatever you're taking in that clip, stop it.
Yeah.
This Happy Hippo doesn't affect him like this.
Kratom is not good either, dude. I want to reinforce that idea. All right, this next one's called David's Bait, Not a Numbers Guy, posted by Siphon Filter. We're still looking for a shared throat slitter, dude. Where the fuck is it?
We're all ready to go on this?
You said that with a tinge of jealousy in your voice.
I am very jealous of it.
Yeah.
Just 26 million followers.
How many do you have?
I'm not like a numbers guy.
Certified homeless. Got him. Not much we can say about that one.
No, it's very well. Very good delivery from David Spade there.
And good catch by Siphon Filter. I didn't even know that. I didn't know Papa was on Lights Out.
Cats are everywhere, baby.
All right, this next one's posted by All I Do Is Lie to You. We gotta acknowledge the fact that we're watching a lot of All I Do Is Lie to You clips, dude.
Yeah, so good. A lot of work ethic. That white boy that works too much.
Yeah. You don't matter, but this clip is called "That Time Papa Lost Containment." I mean, on his Buffalo Bills / NFL nerd.
Trying to hang Sean Corkle.
So wait, where did you play college ball?
University of Colorado, CU.
Oh, okay. And then you got drafted by the Bills?
I signed as a free agent to the Buffalo Bills, and then I went to training camp with the Buffalo Bills, pulled a hamstring, they put me on IR, and went back home for rehab. They released me, and then I had other offers like the Dolphins, the Jets, and I think what people realize about the NFL is like once you see how the hot dog is made, I know shit, dude.
You can't see it, but off screen he's going like this.
Yeah, one thing I don't get, I don't know if some people have probably said this already, but it's impressive to do UFC. It's impressive to like win fights in the Ultimate Fighter.
Yeah.
I don't know why he has to. It's also impressive to play college football.
Yeah.
Why lie about the other stuff? It's just not. It's not worth it.
And I do want to address, there was one comment on the last video, because we don't post and ghost, we read the comments, Pete.
Oh, yeah.
There was one comment about, like, yeah, I'm down with the show and all this, but I can't make fun of him in his UFC career because he was top 10 and all this stuff. And I completely agree with that. I've said it before on the show. I don't know if they've seen that before, but I hate making fun of his UFC career. The NFL stuff is funny because he was never in the fucking NFL, dude. You know?
I guess it's kind of funny to see somebody get knocked out, especially the way he did when he was like,
Yeah, but
like, I mean, I don't. It's terrible because it might be brain damage, but it is funny. I'm not gonna sit here and lie.
But yeah, the constant using of that clip though is like, come on, dude.
They do kind of use it a lot.
Yeah. But I'm here for it, dude. I'm a clerk at PF Chang's, whatever they're called. I'm a hostess, dude. All right, so this one's posted by All I Do Is Lie to You, dude. He's killing it on the chase. It's called Diddler calls out a mispronunciation, and Papa mirrors Diddler. Here we go.
Some people had pets when I was a kid, those sugar gliders. They're like little chipmunks that can fly. Insane, man. They're like little chipmunks that can fly.
Sorry.
Chipmunk. My son says chipmunks. Chipmunk, but you said chipmunk. No, I didn't, dude. You used to say that. I asked you. I said, I'm sorry, what? What shit? And you said Chickmunk. Oh no, dude, chickmunks. Those are the females with big tits.
Wait.
Flies. I know. But a chipmunk. Okay, time to let you go.
I like how he emphasizes the second, like, nobody brought monk, and he's like, chipmunk.
Yeah. I mean, it's so much worse when because it would just be funny, like him saying that word wrong. They can do like a banter about it. It's kind of funny already. But when he says chick moves, like, you know, chicks with big hooters. It's like, fucking moron.
Oh, alright, wait. Let him fuck you. Let him fuck you.
Let's not make any sudden moves.
Otherwise, no thanks, you're gonna die.
You gotta let him finish. He's gonna rip everybody's face off.
I mean, indeed. What do you think about that one?
Well, hilarious way to pronounce chipmunks. And he's in his wheelhouse, you know, because he's talking about sugar gliders, and he's an animals guy. I love Shop on animals. Yeah, very funny. I almost wish that Diddler had interrupted him with the chipmunks thing, because then we could have heard whatever thought was coming about the sugar gliders. Maybe we would have got another darn servant. You never know. Shop will go anywhere with animals. Never makes any sense.
Well, the last clip I think is just for you, Papa. But this one is the second to last clip. All I do is lie to you yet again. It's called Barn Door is insistent about spoiling the Schwarzenegger documentary. Chip contains hardly any of the details. Here goes.
So then the day he's going to announce he's going to have Jay Leno, and Jay Leno assumed he was, you know, I don't want to know what they're going to talk about. I want to be surprised at the natural reaction. But we all assume.
You're yelling at me right now because I want to see this stuff.
I'm saying Jay Leno is just assumed that
You give me all the training points that I want to see.
he becomes a comfort, Brian.
I know, but I want to see these. Can you not give me every
The detail?
Yeah, I'm watching the documentary.
I know this.
I know, but I want to see it.
Yeah. The bottom line is we got to do a podcast and talk about stuff. So the bottom line is he becomes governor. Spoiler. Spoiler
McGee over here.
He's so dumb. He's like, listen, I understand that you want to watch it. You don't want the spoilers, but we have a podcast, and I have to spoil it. That's the bottom line. I'm going to tell you what happens. Brian's like, you please don't. He's like, no, I am. It's like a Will Ferrell character right now.
Can you not go through that? Like, I know.
I'm not going to give you any of this stuff.
I know the story.
I know. Relax. We got a podcast, but
You're going through
I'm talking like detail, Ryan. No, I'm not. He becomes governor, which we all fucking know. If you don't, run yourself into the wall. So he becomes governor, right? And when he's governor, how do you realize what it entails?
Run yourself into a wall.
The clip is title is right. It doesn't reveal anything. And the shoes.
It should have said and the shoes at the end of the title. What do you think about that? Have you seen that documentary?
Yeah, it's pretty good.
Is there like stuff to spoil?
Not really.
I'm on Papa's side. I'm like,
I know most of the stuff already if you're an Arnold head.
oh, okay. Are you?
Yeah, I mean, I didn't finish this book, but I read a good amount of it, so I got an idea. I wish I had finished it. Just, I'm busy. Kids get busy. Yeah, I read it, and they also, it's hard to read all that. I read two of his books, parts of them.
All right, so this is the last clip. Dude, all I do is lie to you has been the majority of the clips today. It's called Happy Papa's Day from Papa. Let's see.
What's up, fam? Happy Father's Day to all the real ones out there. Shout out to my boys. Busting with the kids always.
Busting with the kids always? What does that mean? I don't know. He's busting with his kids.
I have no idea what that means.
Wait, let's see if we can get better context here.
Boys, busting with the kids always. The dad merch. Happy Father's Day, fellas. Where's our month? One day? For dads, one day? Okay. Tracks. One day, we can't get a month. Okay, everybody else get a month. We can't get a month.
Is there a Women's Month? Women Empowerment Month?
There's a Women's Month, probably, but I don't think there's a Mom's Month. Is there?
Yeah, I don't think so.
There's also a Mother's Day. That's one of the most equivalent holidays for me. Mother and Father's Day. Not sure you can make the argument there. He's just going to steal some day he heard somewhere.
Yeah. It's definitely in reference to Pride Month. I don't think it's in reference to Black History Month.
We don't get a month like the gays, like Ryan gets. Got him.
Can you get a month for the dads out there? Okay, that's cool. We'll just take that.
I've abandoned my month.
Happy Father's Day, fellas. Just announced Covina, California. Your boy's there. Last weekend in June, so July 1st, Thursday, Friday, Saturday. New club. It's a little theater that they converted into a comedy venue. So come get you some Covina. Let's do it. Take it at thickboy.com right now. Happy Father's Day, though. All the real dads out there.
Covina, great place. Not really the same as Ireland, England, Scotland, all those European, the O2. I don't think you're going to find an O2 in Covina. Great place, never been. All right, that's the show. Thanks for tuning in. Have a good week. Later. Would you change if I asked you to change? Would you free if you saw the colors? Would you cry if you saw my stand out? It does make would you if I tried my best? Would you laugh? Oh, I hate down. And would you die for your massacre? Please don't I can feel I will bring the All right, welcome back to 10 Minutes of Shop. Wow, we're in our new studio. We got a new setup. It's going to be a lot better. We're going to put stuff up and all that. Also, we have a new producer, Daniel Jimenez. Gerardo left the show, but we have, thankfully, Daniel was one of the best in the game. Yeah, just a little redacted bit to start it.
I just want to say Gerardo's amazing too.
Yeah, this is Gerardo, in case you're in case you can't tell. If you're so redacted, you don't know. But anyway, as always, join the Patreon, join the Discord if you want to. Both of those. Discord's free. Spotify, everything's on Spotify now. Like and subscribe, rate and review if you can. Thanks everybody who's on the live. That's a new thing we just did. The live's crazy. We got a bunch of new subscribers. Some days are weird. We're gonna start doing that. But anyways, that's not why you're here. What you're here for is to watch 10 Minutes of Shop. So start the chin clip now.
All right, Jen. Our first clip is posted by Brenda in Scab. Right? Brenda in Scab for Prez. It's called Humble Beginnings.
For the people that are negative or on forums and are pretty troll accounts. I feel those people the same view a homeless guy critiquing my art or critiquing my set or critiquing a podcast. They do not matter. Because someone, the person who would go out of the way to create that account or to live in their mom's basement or whatever job they're working, cannot.
Dude, what's the matter with living in your mom's basement?
Nothing, B.
That's awesome.
Doesn't count. Yeah. You're just, that's something that if you love your family, maybe stay there, maybe you're working on going somewhere else, saving up money. The thing that gets me, though, is doesn't matter. Right after saying he's like a homeless guy, they don't matter. And that's like the beginning of everything that line. But I don't think he really, to stand up for Chakra, I don't really think he means that. I think his redacted brain, he's trying to say something else. I don't think he literally doesn't care about homeless people. I could be wrong. But it sounds really bad when he does that. Like, I can't imagine a worse thing that he could say. Yeah, talking about this guy, these people that have no home and no job, and they're struggling, maybe they can't eat, they have no money to eat or have a place to live. He's like, they don't matter. That's so ridiculous. All because you're so mad about comments, which you don't apparently read. Yeah. You're so mad about these comments, but you don't read them, and now you're saying homeless people don't matter, and you don't care about cat profiles. Nice. Nice.
Let's finish it off.
Even fathom the amount of work it takes to pull off something, whether it's a set or a good podcast or a business or merchandise, or it's just
Also saying that you don't care while also sounding like you're about to cry.
Yeah, you don't care, but you're talking about it for a long time and saying the same things over and over again. Yeah. You care.
Yeah.
Hey, Brendan Schaub, you care, mate. You care. You blocked us.
not matter. And I hope my son, I hope other people, they start to discredit those people even more. Almost the type of person that were to go on YouTube and not leave a negative message, to even create an account to be that way.
Is he enlisting his son to fight YouTube commenters and Reddit people?
I guess.
He's raising his two kids so that one day they can find out where the Reddit people live. Visit the mods' homes.
10 minutes of tweeties.
Us too. But at some point, Tiger and Boston are going to find these people. That's why he's having them do jujitsu. Yeah. He's gonna find people like Ryan Joseph and share throat splitter and keep them busy.
The thing is, I don't associate with those people. I don't know those people. It does not matter to me. People who let that affect their mood or their life. It's mind-boggling. It's crazy to me. You care. It'd be the same as if a cat created a profile. That's a good example.
Come on, Chin. Sell yourself out, Pete. You gotta be honest with these people. You don't need yes men. Brendan's got too many. That's the one knock on Chin. He's a yes man. He's never telling Brendan how it is. You should be telling him how it is. 7 days a week.
Maybe he meant that's a good example for you.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. You should talk about that.
Anyways.
Okay, even a homeless guy. The homeless guy was just creating a profile and talking shit. It doesn't matter. They're all the same.
What is that? Did he have a bad interaction with a homeless guy that day?
Probably, dude.
The homeless guy made fun of his pants. Remember, the homeless guy did make fun of his pants in that old video?
Yeah.
The homeless guy's like, hey, your pants or whatever. And then Shop goes, hey, you don't have a house. Pause for laughter. He really does have a problem with homeless guys. I take back what I said earlier.
Yeah.
He does not like homeless people.
All right, let's go to the next clip. This one's called This Lying POS Redact, still claiming to be Bill's alumni. It's posted by Mitchy Slick _LBC.
Oh, yeah. And shout out to Sean McCorkle. I saw him tweeting about that. He's like, you were never in the NFL at all.
Yeah.
Just a bald face.
Yeah. I think we'll get to that later, too. I think I have that pulled out. Ready?
Was that like an apology or retraction?
No, sir. No. And then the team is on the Bills. Bills won. But we played that. He played it,
That'd be funny if he was talking about Blackfish and he's like Blackfish, and the documentary like, guy's been there, right? Yeah. Blackfish, he worked there.
Or he's like, killer whale right here, right?
Big Jay Ogerson over here. He forgets who he is. He starts saying he's another comedian. Oh, sorry, it's my CT flaring up. I thought it was Dan Soder for a minute. Sorry, guys.
If I told you I was in the NFL, would you believe me? All right, let's go to the next one. This was posted by some excerpts from the Grunkening of the Zombie, posted by All I Do Is Lie to You.
one of the reasons I'm not touring so much in the summer is I told myself I'm going to dedicate myself to him for baseball. You got a dad who knows how you do. I can get you pretty far, and then the rest can be on you. But all you have to do is commit. I go, all your buddies, this is what's going to happen. This is what happened with me. In the summer, your buddies are going, like you told me, they're going to Fiji, they're going to Paris, they're watching YouTube and playing video games. You're going to be working. It's not fun. I'm telling you right now, it's not fun, but boy, is it worth it. I said, if that's what you want, I'll show you the blueprint. But I'm telling you, man, it's work, dude. It's fucking work, buddy. And it's not going to be cool. It's not going to be cool. Your friends are going to want to do this. You're not going to be able to do that. Your friends are going to want to eat this. You're not going to be able to eat that. Little cross his dad. It's like, he's only right.
What kind of lessons do you think he's going to teach his son? It's like, first of all, 8 inches. Yeah. But I mean, the thing is, Job is saying this. It's not necessarily bad advice. Work hard, practice instead of playing video games or watching YouTube. I guess he's saying be in the gym or whatever, so he can be a great athlete. But when you look at Job and what he's done, is that what you want?
Yeah.
He's like a laughing stock.
But also, to keep in mind, those who can't do teach. So,
Right, exactly. Good point.
So I'm hoping that his son becomes like the Michael Jordan of baseball. That would be awesome. What? No, Michael Jordan of basketball, but for baseball.
Oh, yeah.
Oh my God.
That's a hard one because Michael Jordan played.
Yeah, I realize that. I don't know who's
more
more
confusing.
Yeah.
I was really confused.
Comment below.
Yeah, both of us there about that. It's like, okay, Michael Jordan of baseball being like really good or bad? Because he's like,
No. I'm saying like a really good baseball player.
Daniel Jimenez is, this is a trial period for him. So we'll see. We'll see how it goes.
All right, let's see the rest of this clip.
Ice and salmon. Good way to bring the NFL. Oh, it's a disaster. Sacrifice now, and live like a king later.
Sacrifice.
All your friends are going to be doing all the shit. We're not going to be doing that. It's a disaster. And then he's like, oh, yeah, that's what I wanted. Because that bad kid he was kind of not doing great. And he goes, again. I was like, I like that. And I didn't say anything because I'm not like, again. I'm like, whatever you want to trophies, go. I'm like, it's not your own skill fun. But if this is what you want, it's this. Every single thing. It's a disaster. And so I told him, when I was yours, I was obsessed with football. Only thing I remember was football. Saturday Night Live. Outside that, it's football. I was obsessed with it because my dad told me that's what I want to do with my life. I was obsessed with it. That's all. If you want, I was an expert in football. I was like, that's what it takes. It's a disaster.
There's so many lies in this. Like, he said, only thing that matters is football and Saturday Night Live. You have to throw that. He's been saying that he wants to be a comedian forever. But what about the comic books?
Yeah.
And that takes some time. You spent a lot of time selling comic books to old men and kids that came to your house. You were a marketing genius back then. When did the marketing thing take in, right? You're thinking about that stuff.
Yeah, but he's trying to be an example for his son. So I think that's cool. And I hope him the best as far as like teaching your son baseball. Gerardo would probably say that. With me, Daniel Jimenez, I think that Shop should really focus on teaching his son baseball and then giving us some classic The Room type comedy every once in a while,
Yeah, well, I hope that his kids aren't like me or you because they're going to, like, if they are, they're going to say, fuck soccer practice or baseball practice, and they'll end up with a podcast making fun of some comedians.
Really, dude. Oops. He loves Bryce Harper. How
that poor guy to talk shit. He's going to end up
hating football. This can't end well for the little dude. Oh, so Gronk's kid. Okay.
They're making the comparison, I guess. But I mean, in this one, I think Shop's just saying he wants his son to work hard and train.
Yeah.
Not bad, but it's funny.
Yeah, broken clock is right twice a day, and I think it's cool for him to want to spend more time with his kid. Now, keep in mind, granted, he's not addressing whatsoever that he's canceling his European tour, which is kind of ridiculous.
Yeah, I'd like to know why. Yeah, what's going on? Unless it's like some serious family drama, which I hope not. Yeah, wish the best for Bob.
Yeah. We've stated multiple times that we want Bob to make more money. We want him to create more content. Yeah, and we love him.
We love the content.
Yes. All right, let's go to the next one. We love him. We love him.
I isolate that.
This is posted by Siphon Filterer. It's called Papa Chooses Not to Correct Jelly Roll Over the Length of Gringo Poppy.
Oh, yeah. This is a guy that we saw a few times, Jelly Roll. We didn't know who he was.
Yeah.
Now I actually know who he is. He's like a country singer or something.
Well, let's see.
will say watching your set develop is something I got to do where I watched you in the pandemic come with new material to Zane. He's like 2020 pandemic.
Yes, sir.
And then I watched Gringo Poppy, and of course I'd seen you right before that back in Nashville. And it was still from 2020 to 2021 or whatever, late 21, 22, whenever I seen you. Totally different set almost. There was like maybe 2 or 3 things that made it the first 45 minutes I've seen. And then even from that to you finalizing the product and going, this is what I'm putting out was still like, there was fucking, I think it was like a 41-minute special. It was a little bit over 40 minutes and 30-something minutes. And there were still like 20-something minutes.
Not enough.
Oh my God.
It's hard for me to take somebody seriously when they're saying anything complimentary about the Gringo Pop. It's just, it makes me think that guy's a moron. That being said, Jelly Roll, from what I've seen of him, he's kind of like this self-help, broken childhood, had a rough start of it, but made it better. And he's like, talks to guys in prison. So keep in mind, he's talking to people that are murderers and assaulters, and it's like the lowest of low, and saying, hey man, like, I know it's real tough right now, but one day, it's got to make it right with the Lord. Get better, start treating people right, treat yourself right. And all that. So he's talking to the worst of the worst. So the Brendan Shaw, Gringo Poppy, in comparison to like a murderer, he's told like a murderer, there's still hope for you. Or somebody with nothing, nothing to their name, living in some trailer park town, just they're addicted to drugs and they're trying to get sober. He's like, you have a good heart. People love you. You don't know it. So when he talks to Shop, it's like it's just a stand-up special. That's what's going on there.
I don't agree with what he says, but no, the special made us laugh very hard.
However many minutes it is doesn't matter. Whether Shab was able to memorize 25 minutes of saying Mexicans eat hot Cheetos, impressive.
Wait a minute, the time does matter. For Shab not to be like, that was 24 minutes. Like, there's no part of Shab that wants to accept the redactedness that he presents to everyone. No part of him is like, oh, no. Like, I couldn't do that, or whatever. He's never going to correct somebody.
Oh, I see. That's not what I meant. I meant, like, it's just not impressive at all, however many. But the clip is hilarious because he doesn't correct him and Shop's an idiot. But also, on the side note, it's like, it doesn't matter. It could be 5 minutes. Like, it's terrible. There could be 100 minutes.
And you remember early on when the Gringo Puppy came out, he said that they filmed an hour and that he was going to drop clips from the rest of it for social media.
Damn, I want to get that footage.
I know, dude.
I'd almost rather, what would you rather find? The footage that they cut out or the roommate?
Oh, that's hard. If you were to tell me, like, do you want to find the footage that they cut out or the Holy Grail, I would still choose the footage. You know what I mean?
Oh, yeah, that's easy, B.
But the roommate, that's another one.
For me, I still want the footage because the footage is probably, if it's worse than the Gringo Poppy, that's dicey.
But there's like a fine line of like good comedy, right? Because the Gringo Puppy's amazing. It's true. It's because of how bad it is. But if it's worse than that, then you're kind of like, oh, this is just bad. But the
I don't know, though. That's the thing. It's like that you don't know. It's like one of these deep questions in life that you don't know.
But we also don't know what happened with the roommate.
That's true. That's another thing. Yeah, that's true.
Very true. Well, let's go to the next clip. Let us know what you think in the comments. This is posted by Andy I12. It's called "The Weasel Makes His Escape."
Maybe the screen grab is funny.
Oh, if you have to jet, don't feel obligated to use
Mole roasted.
I want to say first off, Brendan is a terrible person publicly, but he does seem like a cool guy if you know him and he's, you're hanging out with him, watching a fight with him.
Yeah, maybe, yeah. I mean, I know people that have met him that said they were nice to them and he's like really friendly. Yeah.
Just wanted to say that.
You would agree. Gerardo wants to produce food truck. That's why he was almost off. My name's Danny.
I've never been in the Diablo game before. This looks fantastic.
It's out already? Is it scary? Those are the graphics?
These are the no, that's just
all right, brother. Yeah, how we get set. I get it. You put your face on. Yeah.
I'll show everybody. Everybody's asked by the ball.
How dare you? Great, man. You win so much. Yeah, we'll break down the main event. It was just a good time. Come on. Buster's like no slice pizza. Oh, you did? Okay, love you,
It's just a funny way of leaving. Yeah, I gotta go. See, I don't know anything about this. He's been filming the whole time. They've been watching the fight. Yeah, I didn't do very good. It's still going on right now.
All right, well, let's get to the next clip because this kind of connects to that other one. Posted again by Andy I-12. It's called Thick Boy Providing Guests with the Finest Cuisine. So he's leaving, right? We just left off here.
You left the gordita.
You left the gordita.
Thanks, bud.
He doesn't go back. Montez gets you, dude.
Montez wins.
Later, bro.
Hell yeah, dude. Imagine you're Montez. It's a gordita that Polly Shore left. Best day of your life. You know you need that gordita 7 days a week.
Yeah, if I told you I was hungry, would you believe me?
Yeah, what if we left Cheetos?
Oh, yeah.
Oh,
Yeah. The Mexican would have came in and threw them all over the place.
that's why not enough Mexicans in this food. We have a lot more food options.
Shout out Pauly Shore.
Gordita. Say gordita. So it's Taco Bell Mexicans, they wouldn't be.
Oh, you're right.
Right.
But speaking of which, I'm not going to talk about after this, dude. Let's do it. Okay. All right, so this was posted by Minimum Sky 2305. It's called Prom is Intrigue. I know this one's long.
Dude, he botched a word like a different way this time.
And the problem with judges the way they do, you know it's gonna be a problem because the problem is if they're better writers. That's my biggest problem. It should be. I don't have a problem with AI taking jobs. I'm problem with, and part of the problem is because. Yeah, that's the problem. Even at NBA, I'm like, what? No problem.
Why did the Jim say we
I didn't think we got no problems. Let's talk about how I think part of the problem too is no problem. Just go to the The only problem with that is let's award. Hell yeah. So Amanda's interesting because
It's interesting about it too, not that this
interesting fight. See that go decision.
I like so faster.
Yeah, what's interesting about him too is when he first came to MMA Master. Interesting. I mean, but Kobe, isn't it interesting that interesting?
It's so weird. Like, I feel like half the time he's saying interesting correctly, and the other half the time he is fucking it up royal.
Is that a problem?
Yeah, a problem with it. Yeah.
Hello, British Shop, that's my problem.
No, but you know what's interesting?
Also, here's what's interesting.
I think that this is a very interesting conversation.
What's interesting too is I've done a good game on the ground.
Interesting. I don't think. Yeah, interesting. So that's cool.
Especially for casuals, they're like, we're gonna do it. I was about to say, you talk about casuals just because they need the narrative. Punch in the face. Nah, man, those titles. But Amanda's interesting because with trauma, and eventually it fills up with like fluid. He's killed on the mic. I can't hear my baby. He's killed on the mic. It fills up with like fluid. Because with trauma, and eventually it fills up with like fluid.
Eventually seems like something like it's an app for going to concerts. Oh, did you get the tickets from Eventually? Yeah, we got good seats. Eventually has the best prices on tickets at the Greek.
Oh my God, here we go.
DC's killed on the mic. I can't hear my baby.
Oh my God. He finds a new way to kill me every time. DC is killing it. I can't hear him though. And how's he killing him? That is a mind bender. Mind bender from Shop. Amazing.
I don't know what to do without him. I love Polly.
This is the Minimum Sky special, do the hands.
He's good at that.
I've never met him.
Yeah, he's always good at that.
Talk more about the concert. You saw the comedy Mothership? Yeah, I guess I have to build back. Wow. There doesn't come a narrative because
Oh my gosh.
I didn't realize there was a minimalist guy that was doing those bits.
Yeah.
He's great with the hands, and he's great with the using the same words over and over again. And I guess if it's him that does every time, it is. I can't remember.
The hands is definitely no time.
So very good. That is something that you can do to anybody, right?
Oh, yeah.
Facet, because interesting is a word that's used. I remember to call myself. I remember the stand-up video I had that the guy isolated all the crazies.
Oh yeah.
Dude, that hurt. That hurt a little bit. I can't. After that, I can't talk. It was funny. I laughed. I was like, damn, that is really getting me. That's really crazy. Yeah, I did do it too much. It's kind of like pointing at a fault.
Yeah.
But you're gonna use words over and over, especially a word like interesting.
When you're talking about fights,
Yeah, that's a. It's not very descriptive. So maybe you should be more descriptive. But that or problem. But he keeps saying both wrong. Problem. But yeah, it's hilarious to watch. If you did that to anybody, it would be pretty funny. But it's just funnier with the way this guy does it. And it was shot. And then the food thing. That when I watch that, I get embarrassed. Yeah, thinking about like the. You know when you do stupid stuff with your hand, and then there's no paper towel. It's like, of course there's no paper towel left. Of course there's no paper towel left. Shop in the shoppers.
this new setup is perfect for like a food truck diary if you want to do it.
You know, we got the table.
Yeah.
I mean, that is something that I said that we do the cookie thing. I didn't have enough time to. I didn't have enough time to get a cookie and hot sauce. I literally have that now. We could do later. I could walk away, get the cookie, and do that.
And put sauce on it.
But we're not gonna do that. Gotta do that this time. I think that'll be like a live thing, probably.
Yeah.
Or maybe-
Oh, there we go.
Yeah. So that'll probably be a live thing.
All right, well, let's go to the next. Stop talking numbers, B. The next clip is posted by Taylor Swift. It's called An Old Dish of Chris Bungard and Paul Craig discussing Papa's Euro tour. Quote, no way, how can that sell?
Hey, real quick, I think like somebody watching it, like they're looking at to us like, you don't have a cookie and hot sauce in your house. I beg the difference.
You're good.
As you see, very good shops coming across. You're not going to see many shops. How can I sell?
It's like Scott and CEO, dude. Sorry, I don't want to talk about
Yeah, so shout out to all the UK and the Scottish and the Irish listeners.
Oh, yeah, you're probably loving this right now. See this here.
This is going to be hard for us to translate in our own heads.
We'll see. Yeah.
Well, I scheduled a few times in. I think it was fun. It was quite hard to. Where's this fucking go to? No, I don't know what it is. No, it's a smaller one. We must check with Michael Jake, see what it says. Show's pretty good. That's why I'm kind of old.
The other shot of those two guys, legit, it looks like it's like us. You're following the other guy. Yeah, like that is literally, this is the Scottish version of Tito's. We just need a third guy. Miguel. That kind of looks like Miguel. Hilarious.
Well, Michael Biscuit, just kidding. Michael Biscuit sold out as your KFC figure fans for that. Hey, Preston. I mean, so I'm in the shop one. I've not been wrong yet. So here's a CV invasion. No, nice. That's a great video. Well, Michael Biscuit, everything has Pally Michael Biscuit away there. So that's a different film, man. So I remember in the show one time at the Comedy Store. As I was going inside, he came outside, right? Was also on the ground waiting to go in, and he came out the door that the runners are gonna stood to the side of the road. Always phone out looking about. This kid was clearly kidding on, he was on the phone just to be recognised. And people were up in the shop, and I was just like, yeah, he's a player.
Oh, wait.
He's a what?
Wait, clearly on his phone just to get recognized.
I heard that.
I understood that part.
But what is he like? He said he's clearly on his phone to get recognized, and then he said he's a partner. Let's see what he said.
Well, anyway, he's talking about people like that.
I don't know what he's saying, but you can tell it's a diss because he's a anyway. If you put anyway at the end, it's like a Scottish guy. They're a shit. Anyway. Anyway, I'm saying he's an idiot.
You're listening.
Job, and I was just like, he's a player. Anyway,
He's high. Oh, that's probably not what it is, but that's funny. If you're Scottish, let us know.
Yeah, that's an insult. I'm gonna start using that in LA.
He's a pie.
Yeah, you know, Brett. Brendan. He's a buddy.
I was trying to get inside. I saw Brendan Schaub coming in and he was food. And he's clearly just doing it. He recognized that, didn't he? Oh, but no, not hitting it. It's like English.
Yeah.
I can't help hitting it. It's so fun to say that. I can't help but do it.
All right, let's see the rest of this.
He's like talking to like people like, I got food. Yeah, sure, man. The food was every hope. I think food was just a bit of nice nuts. Just fight.
Just like, hi, man. That guy is certified homeless.
Yeah. Yeah.
Pretty funny. So, you had a big douchebag there. Oh, look, it's famous Brendan Schaub coming out. Everybody trying to take a picture with him. Like a donkey.
You know, it's like roast battles that has like kind of like went and done roast battle Austin, roast battle Florida. You know, I wish there was like 10 minutes of Schaub in Scotland and 10 minutes of Schaub in New York.
Oh, yeah, that would be dope. Yeah. If you're in Ireland or Scotland or Denmark, someone could be from Denmark. And say, I don't know how to say it. They said that we're Hygelig. What does that mean? Hygelig? It means like comfy or something. Or fun to be around. It sounds like comfy. So,
everyone in Denmark's like,
they're like, idiot. They just made up a word. Got him.
All right, let's go to the next one. This one's posted by Trundle Toboggan with 2 G's. It's called Theo Dropping Hints. And, he had our views on this. We got in a little bit of an argument about this earlier.
Yeah, we argued about this.
Let's see what happens.
We just gotta love each other. I know it's fucking hard. It is. People, you're like, damn, I know. It's hard to love Rodney. It's like, Brenda's out here. You're right. It's dicey.
Okay, so you want to say your side of the argument?
I have another side to add to it, but I'm saying that this is probably another one of those clips that's edited by Changs to make it look. It's very funny. I laughed. I enjoyed it. But it's edited. Because now I watch again. I don't even think it says Brendan. I think it said Brenda.
Yeah, but they're saying that he's been
saying like, but I think he's like, Brenda's out here. I do not think that
he meant Brendan Schaub.
Maybe it's subconscious because I think it's edited. I'm guessing. I'm also like, we got so hard on that one clip that now I don't trust anything.
Okay, so you're used to getting got, so I understand the trauma response here. But in my opinion, I agree with you in that I don't think he's talking about Brendan. I think he's just using names and saying that. Right. But the weird part about it, what I want to say is that it's weird. I don't think it's edited at all. I disagree with you on that.
It might. I mean, you know more about editing than me. Your balls deep in it.
It sounds like he was talking that he said Brenda and Dicey in the same sentence. So you can say that he's dropping hints or whatever. Maybe he's subconsciously dropping hints. Yeah. But I think he's literally said Brenda and Dicey in the same sentence.
It's possible. I'm also realizing now that it's redacted. I didn't realize Brenda. That's like what Changs calls him all the time. Yeah. That went right over my head.
Username is Brendan is a hack. Red Man talks shop performing at his club, Sunset Strip ATX.
Everyone in the chat room, good. How's it going? Brian, you fucking Brian shopping.
First of all, Red Man needs to get a new camera, dude. This camera's not doing him any favors.
Yeah,
but I doubt he cares too, though.
No, he's rich.
Yeah.
So
they're asking if he'll ever let Shop perform at his club, right?
I mean, I wouldn't be against it. Brendan probably sells tickets, and I'm in it for the money. No, I mean, sure. There's not many people I wouldn't book. If they can sell tickets, they sell tickets. That's how I look at it, And,
it makes me wish that John Lovitz had a webcam back when he owned his comedy club. And you would talk to the fans.
Would the Lovitz Comedy Club still be around?
Yeah.
If we had webcams back then.
If you guys didn't know, out here in Universal Studios, there used to be a comedy club owned by John Lovitz, and it closed, and it was like a punchline for a while.
Yeah, it closed right when I got here, I think. Yeah. It didn't last very long. Thank you.
Brendan's not a joke thief, or he's not doing anything like that.
Okay, so Dicey.
Yeah, I'm not sure about that.
Yeah,
A Bud Light joke seemed like it was stolen.
If he said that, though, and then he had somebody come out with fajitas, that would be hilarious.
Oh, yeah, Thief or Sutherland? He doesn't steal? Okay.
I know of him, but I like Brendan. He's a nice guy, so nothing against Brendan, but yeah, I'm sure he would sell that shit out. So if he wanted to, definitely go there. I feel like he could probably do a bigger place than my place.
Oh.
I mean, saying that Brendan Schaub doesn't steal jokes is like saying that Joe Rogan doesn't slang dick.
Yeah, he's like a dick.
That's a lie.
Yeah. Also, too, I want to say that I have respect for Redman. He's probably a terrible person, but he's a sick-ass producer.
Oh, yeah, Rogan.
Oh, yeah. Let's go to the next one. This one's called Papa Confirms Skankfest, posted by Trevor Farted. Great name, dude. Great name. Never seen that one before.
Oh, I'm doing Skankfest there.
Oh, you do?
Oh,
Oh, that's gonna be something. Do you think that that indicates they know about the shop hate?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
I think it almost like dawned on him because when your friend, it's like a friend telling you an achievement, and you're supposed to be happy about it. So at first there's, oh wow, and there's like, wow.
The mixture is permitted wine because the
Oh, jeez. Oh, really?
Are you doing it this year?
I'm gonna be there too.
Thank God.
Thank God. Make sure. Where's Brian?
Kelly canceled 2 days ago, and he goes, "Oh, dude, I messed up. I have a dinner."
Paradise. Oh, that's weird. Dicey.
You say that?
No, he was saying that Brian's on the shit list.
Oh, shit.
Yeah. And they're taking a week off of Fighter the Kid, which I think is a clip we're going to get to later in this episode. Let's go to this clip. It's posted by Siphon Filter. Play the chin clip. It's called Papa Cries in His Car on the Way to Film T-Fat K, which might be the saddest title we've ever
I've seen this one.
I've been busy, but I'll cry in my car on the way here sometimes.
Oh my God, dude, I love this guy's reaction. This guy down here,
I missed it.
watch, when he said, I cry in my car, watch his face, dude, he laughs.
Here sometimes. You're what?
He smiles, he's like,
It's like a knowing smile, like, yeah, me too.
he's like, yeah, I heard about that.
I don't get paid enough to do that.
They don't pay me at all. This is the flappers of podcasting right now, dude.
Really?
It's really hard on the way here. Get all the shit we got to deal with. Are you kidding me, dude? Excuse me. Excuse me. That's my table right
Oh, wait. Hey, sunshine under above the clouds.
All right, let's go. These people only knew.
Nobody wants to hear two rich guys complain about how hard their life is. About how much money they have. You know, your employees wish you were numbers guys and you paid them. We heard from Mark, you didn't pay.
Yeah.
You owe people money, man.
Yeah, do you cry before or after trying to fit in your car? I mean, that's crazy.
That being said, I don't want them to be sad, and I hope they're not sad about anything we're doing.
Yeah,
I mean, we don't count, we don't matter.
I mean, we love them.
That's true. And also, two homeless guys like ourselves, they don't really think about us.
Yeah.
Who would care when someone without a house? What they think?
I mean, we're in your mom's basement right now.
Yeah, I mean, my mom, yes, we're in her basement in California. She's in California now. Somehow.
All right, well, let's go to the next one.
She's great. I've never met her.
This is posted by Highlight Numerous, and the clip is called Think 'em Be.
3 hours, I feel first time I need to call me. He goes, man, that's the longest I ever talked to another human being, man. He goes, I haven't talked to my therapist that long. He goes, as a matter of fact, I've talked to my mom for 3 hours, man. He said, what are you talking about? I'm like, well, Rosie's the best ever do it. You don't realize it. He's like, well, how long is that? Just running. Yeah, he's the best in the game because there's never dead air. He'll have something. You might not have a clue about it. He's just like, oh,
Yeah, I mean, we talked about Russia and their Ukraine.
Oh, yeah.
We like went into everything. So that was cool.
I love that stuff.
Big fan of war.
We talked about Russia and Ukraine. I love that stuff, dude.
There's a famous clip of him. It's another from the Carl Bassett companion episodes where he's like, "Oh, those Ukrainians are dead, right?"
Oh, yeah, I remember that.
In that fight, yeah, there's a punch there.
Get him and I, at my heart. You know what I mean? Because what he's done for comedy, what he's done for these people, and the comics, it's just and I know he got a lot of it from my mom, and he kind of feels her, and he's connected to her. So when I'm with him, I don't want to say I feel like I'm with my mom, but I feel like they're, like we're all like.
Feels like your mom on TRT.
Yeah, exactly. You know what I mean? It's just.
epic bomb. I thought you were talking about Zelensky for a second. Oh, he's just done so much for comedy. Another comedian. One of the 1,000 that can do it. Hopefully he's doing okay.
It's like, it's just, he cares is what makes me do, and that makes me,
and there's nobody who loves comedy more than comics and giving back and what he's built out there is it's insane, man.
So, I don't know when I'm there,
Special place, special people. Austin's booming, huh? Austin's booming. Did you ever move out there, Paul? You're in Vegas, too.
I see you have a place out there for like 6 months. You're a walker,
right? You've done Wise Guys. You're like right across the street from there, too.
No, I moved out of Vegas.
Yeah, Austin's different, but
yeah, that group's kind of blockbuster, but oh my god, dude, Brendan just doesn't, he just goes, dude.
yeah.
That was what I was gonna say.
Mom on TRT riffs.
Yeah. I wish I could have a conversation with Brendan without any of this like knowledge of us doing a show or anything. Just see what he says, you know what I mean?
Probably just very friendly. Yeah. When he meets me, he obviously wants people to notice him. A Scottish guy who's like, he's on his phone. You see him every time. He's like, he's on his phone. He's like, yeah. And I told him, I'm Brendan Shaw from the podcast, The Fighter and the Kid. Just like, what is that, you?
All right, let's go to the next one. This one's called Things Are Different Now B, posted by Modern Chaotic. First of all, thanks all the chefs that have to watch these episodes, dude.
When Shaw goes to a new town, he's like, I'm Brendan Shaw. I have a big podcast called The Fighter and the Kid, and I'm new in town. Mulaney Shaw.
Yeah, Mulaney Shaw.
I haven't done Vancouver or Toronto in a hot second. I gotta get up there. Vancouver's fantastic. I want to go. Let's do it. Yeah, I'll plan it. I'll plan it. We'll bring the crew up there. My crew, I think you made it. Yeah. Take a little break from all.
Hilarious. I want the CT to flare up so hard that he's like, I haven't been to Toronto and Canada in a hot Carl. Hot Carl.
Oh, okay, so this is the one we were talking about earlier. It's called Hey McCorkle, be cool, man, be cool. And it's the tweet that he put out saying, hey, Brendan Shaw, I was going to do a Scottish accent, that's why I stopped. Hey, Brendan Shaw, one last time, you did not play in the NFL, you did not go to the combine, you were not drafted, you did not sign a contract, not even for the practice squad, you were a walk-on, barely got on the field in college for a shitty team, let it go, stop lying.
I love it because Sean is so funny. He tweets like he texts. He says like a Sean text. It's like a hilarious diatribe. He told me about some like AI script that he made with Sean. He's like, I told him this, and then it's like talking to him in real life.
Okay, so this one is another tweet from Sean McCorkle that says, Brendan Shaw comparing himself to Matt Mitrione when it comes to their football careers is like me comparing my mom's football career to Matt's. Matt played 6 years in the NFL for 3 different teams for millions of dollars. My mom and Shaw both played for 0 years for 0 teams for $0.
Oh man,
I'm a little, redacted. Matt Mitrione is a football player.
Matt Mitrione's a UFC guy, but I guess what Sean is saying that he played in the NFL for a while.
Oh, okay.
I think Matt was on that season, right? I think he was on the shop season because they're heavyweights.
Yeah.
And I know they fought. Well, that's like a funny guy too.
All right, let's go to the next one. It's so hard to do like the tweet post in here because it's kind of like not video. It's funnier for us to react to videos.
Yeah, true.
This one's posted by Dilute Power. It's called Theo's just gotta go handle some shit. I think that's in reference to Theo leaving Cats. So let's see what this is about.
He's really one of the 1,000 that can do it. Yeah, they're not crowd shots like that in Dave Schaub's European tour shows, if you know what I mean. Yeah, okay, that's kids.
Okay, so let's go to the next one. This was posted by Light B. It's called Polly About to Get Gadooshed.
Look at the comments or no? Because I know there's going to be some bad comments about us right now.
You don't need that in your life, Doug. You don't want that, man.
So we don't go to the comments?
You can if you want.
Gee, Jan,
I can do the good comments.
if you want.
Oh, Jittery T.
I'm seeking good.
That was a big
Yeah, a couple.
When you say it like that, meaning there's probably some really bad ones. You have to change where you go. Well, I can read the good ones. She does. Tell us what's really happening. She does. There's a few good ones I can read. You know what?
It just repeats the same thing. Yeah, he wants to cut off hair just to say the same thing.
Yeah, he's got to interrupt me.
Also, too, it's like, dude, you guys should just be so happy that people are tuning into your stuff at all. You know what I mean?
Any offense.
Even if it's like hate.
Yeah.
Like, aren't you comedians? Aren't you supposed to be like outwit these people?
Riff, yeah, riff. We'd love to see you try and riff with people.
Yeah.
They won't do that. The AMA scarred him so much that he's like, I'm never reading another comment.
But that's what's so infuriating, because you can tell that Shop still feels the way that he does in the first clip we watched today. The one where he's talking about how he thinks all homeless. Yeah. Bro, there's no growth whatsoever.
No, he doesn't get it. He says we get it, but he doesn't.
You don't get it.
That's the irony.
Yeah. Anyways, that makes me so upset. It's like, even if they're hating on you, dude, just read the comment.
Yeah, and then Chin, like we said earlier, is a yes man. He's like, I can read the good comment.
Yeah.
One.
One. And it's you.
Yeah, it's like me saying I love it.
Let's see.
Jordan Wolfson says, love you, Paul.
That's the good comment, dude. Oh my god.
Oh, man.
In Brendan's mind, he's like, that's a bad comment. It's about me.
It's not about me.
Yeah.
See, Lovason. Just alert, Paulie's a man. Like the way, love.
Oh my gosh. That's infuriating, man. It's like, I think Eric Griffin feels the same way, because I've tuned into Eric Griffin's lives. He goes live on Twitch, he games and stuff like that. And I'm on Twitch too, so I like seeing like Dan Cook or Eric Griffin. And dude, they engage with people regardless of if it's good or bad. You know what I mean? If you're doing stand-up for a live audience, you don't know if there's good or bad people that are going to heckle. Either way, if you want to include it in your show, you fucking say it. You know what I mean? Anyways, yeah, I don't know how you feel about this, but it's infuriating. If they're comics, you should be able to handle any situation.
I agree, it would be interesting. I mean, you don't need to read every bad comment.
Yeah.
You know, you can ignore a lot of it.
Yeah,
A lot of it is probably just morons or trolls or whatever. But yeah, that's a fair point.
And I think it's more indicative of Brendan's ability, not of Montez or Paulie's. You know what I mean? I feel like they can handle it, but Brendan's the overlord, and he's like, no, we're not reading comments.
Oh yeah, I mean, Montez is a good comedian. He's a good stand-up, so I'm sure he's got some, some singers ready.
So infuriating, dude. Alrighty, let's see. This one's posted by Siphon Filter. It's called Paulie's Best Bit in the Last 20 Years.
In the 80s, I was in, Brendan's not here right now. He would fuck up this whole episode. Like, hey, like, what about the puss? You know what I mean? Look at my ear, bro. Check out my ear, dude. We're gonna party in Vegas.
It's a great British impersonation. That's spot on.
Yeah.
That's a great old dish right there.
Yes.
There's some Howie Mandel vibes there.
Yeah, I forgot I had already seen that one.
It's good though.
Yeah. I mean, he's spitting facts, let's be honest. Alright, let's go to the next one. This one's posted by Thunderlips187. It's called Lies and Hate and Bitterness. Oh my. Okay, what's this about?
Hey, let me ask you this, show, because there's a
One hater lies about his accomplishments while hating on a champion.
the successful guys who played football, whatever you see, you have Brock Lesnar, Mitrione, myself, and then Greg Hardy. I think the biggest one is Greg Hardy because he had the best NFL career out of all of us, right? I had a cappuccino with Buffalo Bills. Mitrione played 6 years. Wasn't really like a starter. He had some play. Brock Lesnar just went to training camps. He Brock are similar training camps. I hate what people do. If you could get, John Jones NFL, he wouldn't make it. You would get through high school football. Yeah. It's a difference than being a high-level wrestler. It has nothing to do with athleticism. But you have to be crazy athletic to be a world champion. Those guys are they couldn't sniff NFL. What's going on? I'm going to take the transition. I'm going to tell you what's going on in the transition from these guys. So you got, as you say, you played in the NFL. With other players, look at Brock Lesnar. Yeah. didn't sniff the NFL.
Yeah, that's also about football is those intangible skills that take a long time to develop. So, like, I don't think he played in college, right? He played in high school. Brock Lesnar, he's a wrestler.
He's a wrestler.
Yeah. So, yeah.
I like how they keep reminding you. Yeah, this is very good text work here.
It's guys, and there's just those details that make all
But
that.
I'm saying he's athletic. Didn't sniff the NFL.
All right. It just says this. You get angry when you watch that. You're like, why are you saying this?
Yeah.
You didn't play at all.
And wouldn't it be funnier? I don't even know how to make Brendan funnier, first of all. But wouldn't it be more entertaining, at least, to have his true perspective on it and like talk about how he wanted to be a fucking football player, dude?
Yeah, I don't know. Maybe like a resurrection version of it, where he's like, I didn't play any football. I was on this like semi-pro team, and my roommates, I ate his food, and he told me not to do that, so I threw him through a window. Yeah. I was a psychopath at the time. Really wasn't a real human being. But years of therapy that made me play today, so thank you. Thank him.
Oh my god! All right, well, I've seen this clip a couple times this last week, and I don't know if it makes sense, but I did want to watch it on the show because it has so many likes. Or it has so many Netflix, rather. Right. It's called Dicey Redact. Or no, posted by Dicey Redact. It's called Hate, Hate, Hate. And it's the first shot is a screen grab saying Theo live tweeting during the UCF. Still, LOL. Brendan always bashing how he live tweets during the fights. Let's see.
I celebrate with the Theo boys. Why would they stop that? Why know that? The other great night, why did you my one deal? I don't know. Why is he all the way to that? They said, here's the thing. Deal. We're going to give tons of girl the front row tickets. You're going to be in the back, okay? We can't have you next to Trump.
And then he's next to Trump.
And he's wrong twice because he looked like he was in the front there, right?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I mean, I think that's why it doesn't really make sense to me. I think they're saying that was a way earlier fight companion where he's saying like he's on the front, and now he is in the front, and he is next to Trump. So, okay. Tia just had to handle some things. All right, this next one's posted by All I Do Is Lie to You. It's called The Summer Off of Touring Excuses Are Starting to Appear.
All right, let's go, B. Let's see. I love the excuses.
Yeah. Well, people mention this one a lot in our live.
There's one of the reasons I'm not touring so much in the summer is I told myself I'm going to dedicate myself for baseball. That's pretty wild and easy to understand. And I told him, and I was trying to make like a really safety clips.
So he's canceling. Oh, yeah, he's got to throw it in there. He's canceling his European tour because he wants his son to get a baseball.
Which is commendable.
Yeah, real Field of Dreams moment. Yeah, playing catch.
And it's coming from the world's notorious liar.
Yeah, it's coming from a trusted source for sure.
Yeah.
Yes, I was honest with him. I said, I'm committing myself this summer to you, man. It's you and me, buddy. You're waking up with me. I'm running with him in the mornings at 7. Running with the hills with him in the mornings. We're doing all the shit. I told him, I said, it's going to be work, man.
Yeah, he calls his son.
I told him I'm going to keep you busy.
Design so this so let me give you an example of this. Let's say, for example, So let's say you have fat, limited fat. Right, or Caleb, I guess you call it. Right, that gets mixed in with porridge. I know the ingredients do not sound appetizing at all. Right, but you're hungry. You're a bacher, right? So what happens? So you have the prohibited item, the Caleb, that gets mixed in with porridge. Now, the fat itself is actually extant, it's in existence, and it's mixed in with the porridge. If over the course of eating the volume of a half a loaf of the porridge, you would end up consuming a kizayis of Caleb. So that is how the emotion is, right? But ultimately, again, you would get malchus for that. You get malchus for that. Rashi says, "Lo b'olam avapi she'ein kizayis choiser ne'achot." Even though, of course, the chiddush over here is that you're not consuming a kizayis of a prohibited item at once. Gavon gonna shabak elasa, which is chida okla achidon or elikidiakilas pas, mitzdarefes achilaso beloke. So we'll say the chiddush over here is as follows. In general, we assume that in order to be chayiv for prohibited consumption, you have to eat a kizayis of prohibited item. The chiddush over here is, if you eat a kizayis, even if the kizayis spans over an amount of time, as long as it is not longer than what we call kidei achilas pras. So if you eat a kizayis of prohibited item over a span of kidei achilas pras, the time that it takes to eat a half a loaf, ultimately that act of prohibited eating condenses, consolidates, forms a shear of Isser, and you are prohibited. I will say, now by the way, this is not just if it's mixed out. Give me an example of this. Let's say a person has a kizayis of chaz, right? So normally again you say, when you chayiv eating kizayis of chaz, you put a kizayis of chaz in your mouth, you're chayiv. What happens if you eat a kizayis of chaz over a prolonged amount of time? Are you liable for that? Now, certainly, on one record, not good, right? Not good, and don't do it. The shaila is there liability? Would you get malchus for that? So what's the answer? It depends how long the span of time was. If the span of time is what we call kidei achilas pras, the amount of time that it takes to go ahead and eat a half a loaf, then ultimately the act of eating is considered to be one cohesive act of eating, and you are liable. If the act of eating goes on for longer, then the independent acts of eating do not connect with each other, and there is no shear of prohibition. So most of this is a big thing. So by the way, what is the shear of kidei achilas pras? What's the shear? It's anywhere essentially from 3 minutes to 9 minutes. Right? So again, for example, if you were to eat the kizayis of chazar, let's say again, within 6 minutes, even though again you're taking your time with that kizayis of chazar, right? Halacha l'maisa, that is considered to be one act of achila, and there's liability. But for example, if you were to eat a kizayis of chazar over 20 minutes, everyone would agree it's obviously awesome. You're not allowed to do it, but you would not get malchus for that. Because why? What's the logic behind that? Because since you're spanning it over such a long amount of time, that act of eating does not go ahead and essentially count as one cohesive act of consumption. Okay, so kosher tamar b'ashal, zero kidei achilas pras. What's on the base? Kamo v'lama b'ashal. Interestingly enough, what happens if you have a mixture? And what happens? All you have is flavor, but you have no actual substance of Isser. Now, what's that case? If you look at Rashi, so let's say, for example, you have a piece of chaylev. Chaylev is forbidden fat. So your chaylev falls into your chicken soup. So what's going to happen when chaylev falls into kosher chicken? So what's going to happen? It dissolves. So now what you can have is you can have time, you can have flavor. But there is actual no substance. What's the halacha? Asr, that is asr. Ultimately, again, you don't get malchus for that. In riba tam mufgam, mutter. But ultimately, it's very interesting now. In riba tam mufgam, now if halacha l'maisa, again, the additional infusion, for example, let's say the chaylev or something else, it is a negative taste infusion. Ultimately, again, it is mutter. It is mutter. Rashi says, "Hariba kula masher she'af api shenifka ma'mos taba'acher." In all this is in Rabbi says "Safagam mutter." It's interesting enough. Rabbi says the Rosh is very interesting. But if let's say again the prohibited item falls in, and the prohibited item provides a negative taste infusion to the mixture, then ultimately the resulting mixture is going to be mutter. One second. The lema in nasan tam mutter. Why do we say the in riba? The in riba means if it adds a negative taste infusion. Why don't you just say if it provides negative taste infusion, then the resulting mixture is mutter? So we'll say, watch this. Hakamash malon. The afagat the ika mila achrenaisa ipagma ba'adei, because it teaches us that even if the resulting negative flavor is the result of other factors. Now, when can resulting negative flavor? When can resulting negative flavor be the result of other factors? When no seasoning, no additives. That's still called no same dam with gam. This is ridiculously exciting. Right, so let's say, watch this. What does that show? The halacha follows the second version of Reish Lakish. What's the second version of Reish Lakish? But let's see, when you have a mixture, how do you judge? Is it no say calm with gam or not? Is it a negative taste infusion or a negative taste infusion? What is that based on? That is based on the totality of the resulting mixture. So, back in the day, does this mixture taste good or taste bad? If the answer is bad, even if the reason it's bad is why? Why? No one put in the seasoning. No one put in the seasoning. So Lamaisa again, but you say they said, look at that seasoning, and it's like with the primary ingredient, it doesn't make a difference. We judge the mixture based on what it is right in front of us now. And if at the end of the day the resulting mixture is not objectively good, then ultimately again, it's mutter. Even if the reason it's not good is because you don't have the seasoning in it, that is still called no same kam with gam, like the second version of Reish Lakish. They will say, and that it's a fascinating yisod, because essentially, which also makes a lot of sense. What the halacha is essentially saying is, when you look at the mixture, how do we judge it? What's in front of you right now? We can't start with cheshbonos. Well, if it did have enough salt, it would be good. If it had a little less pepper, it would be good. No. Right now, here's the mixture. It's right in front of us. Look at what it is, and ultimately, again, judge it based on what it is. I will say, and there's a tremendous musahas on this. In life, you have to operate with the circumstances you have in front of you. Right? They will say, how often do we go into your life and think to ourselves, oh, if only my life was like this, right? If only I had more money, less money. I guess no one says less money, right? More stuff, less stuff. I had better health. I had this. I had a better shalom bias. I had better, right? If all the things were better, how much more I would accomplish? We'll say, you're right. Maybe you're right. Maybe you're wrong. But it doesn't matter. That's not how life works. At the end of the day, the way life works is take the circumstances you have in front of you and go with it. How does halacha look at the mixture? Don't tell me more salt, less salt, more added. What is it right now? Take the mixture you got and decide. Is it no same time with gam? Is it no same time with shiva? In life, take the mixture you got, take the life you got, take the circumstances you have. Don't spend your time wondering what if or what could have or what should have. Take the mixture you have and ultimately maximize it. Take the life mixture you have and utilize it to accomplish great things. Incredible. Let's get back there. Said the Gemara. From all of them we can learn. No say down with Kamotar. And we'll say, Kahana says, here's the good news. Bottom line, right? Is it seems to be everyone agrees with the principle that no say down with Gam is mutter. Right? That whenever you have a prohibited item that gets mixed in with a permitted item, the resulting mixture ultimately again is going to, and again, the taste infusion is detrimental. The detrimental taste infusion, everyone agrees that the resulting mixture is mutter. So So interestingly enough, Abaye says you're right. All the positions we've seen right now, just interestingly enough, Reish Lakish Amru Ka'amar. Let's say, if you notice, by the way, when Reish Lakish quotes this, Reish Lakish says Amru. They said, which means, interestingly enough, the Leilo Sirale. Reish Lakish is not espousing his own opinion, rather Reish Lakish is quoting the opinion of others. Now that's interesting. Why is that interesting? Mechal de'ika lemandam or nosim tam nifgam aser. Excuse me. Mechal de'ika lemandam or nosim gam iser. To which the Gemara says. So what makes it sound like is that maybe there is an opinion that holds that no same tam with gam is awesome. Right? Up until now, we've been operating with the principle that everyone agrees no same tam with gam is mutter. That's whenever ultimately again the taste infusion it has a negative effect, the resulting mixture is going to be mutter. The fact that Reish Lakish espouses this as the opinion of others leads him to say it's not his opinion. Well, it's not his opinion. That is an opinion that holds no same time with God is usher, then you have a mixture, and the resulting taste infusion is detrimental, that the mixture is still going to be usher to Shimon says, yeah. Amazing enough, there isn't anything like that. They're going to watch this. He's guys about what's what I know. Echonos in Hamilton, Echonos in Hamilton, also, David Rabbi Meir. Wow. So what goes to Brisa? Rabbi Meir says, when you have a mixture of a prohibited item and a permitted item, whether the prohibited item is a positive taste infusion or a negative taste infusion, the resulting mixture is also. Wow, that's right there. But sure, Shimon says no. The shvach asur or the gam of motor. Shimon says if it's beneficial, it's asur. But if the resulting taste infusion is detrimental, then ultimately again it is going to be motor. Okay, so let's analyze. So we'll say, what's the shot? Where did Rabbi Meir get this from? My time Rabbi. So we'll say, so first of all, this is mind blowing, right? Because this totally just this. I feel like my life has just been turned upside down, right? Because my whole life, meaning for the last 40 minutes, right? My whole life, last 40 minutes, I always assume that everyone agrees, no saying tam with gam is mutter. That if it is a negative taste infusion, let's stop translating it because you understand what it means. If it's a negative taste infusion, no saying tam with gam, that it's always going to be mutter. Now suddenly again, I found Rabbi Meir. And Meir holds, no saying tam with gam, ultimately again is going to be asur. Right, so according to Meir, really, anytime you have a mixture of something prohibited into something permitted, the resulting mixture is going to be asur. It's going to be asur. Whether it's positive taste, negative taste, it's going to be asur. It's not even worse right there. Where do you get that from? Like David Rabbi, it's very interesting. Gamar, so it's very interesting that remember all of the laws of kashrus, or essentially like the laws of like taste infusions, are learned out from the episode of Midyan. Because really inclined circles to war with Midyan is right, and what happens? They take all of the possessions of Midyan, including like the pots. So that's when the Torah gives us the laws of Hechsher Kalim. That when the Jews got the pots of Midyan, they had to kasher the pots. Now, why do you have to kasher the pot? Why is that necessary? And the answer is why? Because there's taste infusion, right? Because again, there's videos, there's absorptions. So ultimately, again, all of the laws of kashrus, as we know it, all the laws of kashrus, right, are learned out ultimately again from Midyan. So this is very interesting. So Mary says like this: Lav no same time with Gampu, how can I be Loshna? So this is very interesting. Now, when the Jews got the pots from Midyan, they had absorptions. What was the status of those absorptions? What was the absorptions? There were no status down. In other words, don't say there wasn't any positive absorptions over there. In other words, anything that was, what was the concern? The concern is the Jew is going to take the pots from Midyan, he's going to make his challah. What's going to happen? Right? The Midianite made his hazard in there. So when he's untrapped, right, he's taking out the wheels, the absorptions. There's nothing in there that's going to be detrimental, that's going to be beneficial to the food. It's going to be detrimental. Yet you see that the Torah still went ahead and prohibited it. From here you see that even no sin come with gum is going to be asur. How can I be Loshna? So that's what we made. What did Rabbi Shimon say about this? No asur Torah elo kidera basyoma the low with gum. So I'll say, interestingly enough, no, you're right. Gemara says, so Rabbi Shimon will say to this, when Moshe commanded the Jews to go ahead and kasher the pots from the Midianites, what were they concerned about? Pots which were used within the last 24 hours. So they'll say the halacha is like this. The general assumption is when you use a pot and you're cooking it, there are absorptions in the pot. Those absorptions only remain active or only remain active and beneficial for 24 hours. No. After 24 hours, the assumption is the absorptions are there, but they're dormant and detrimental. So therefore, interesting enough, Rabbi Shimon would say, no, Moshe Rabbeinu was concerned that again, there were pots that were used by the Midianites for the last 24 hours, and therefore again, there were active absorptions. So therefore, it would have been what? It would have been no same time, the shvach would have been beneficial. Says the Ida, and they would respond to that. Innovazione mi asciugano palma pulta. So ultimately again, so the response that he said again, even in innovation, right? Even in the fact that we last 24 hours, by definition, the absorptions are never fully beneficial. By definition, absorptions in general, when they operate, ultimately again, is that they are always detrimental in some way. I will say, by the way, I just want to point out this idea, simply, there's lots to unpack here. This idea about having absorptions, right? But the absorptions only being really active for 24 hours is incredibly important. I'll give you a good example of this. Like if let's say you have an inflation pot, and you cooked pasta.
It's like, whoa. But what do you think? Oh, we already talked about it a little bit, huh? Yeah, but we didn't know that. Or I didn't know that that's the reason he was given. Yeah, I didn't see that, but yeah, now that makes sense. So he planned out a whole European tour, got all the shows ready, in all those places, and then he remembered he had forgotten that his son plays baseball. He's going to be there to tell his son, hey, practice harder. That's how bad at baseball his son's actually. Dicey. All right, so this one's posted by Dicey Redact. It's called the Euro Trip, and it has the tagline of pain narrative. Let's see.
I know some guys who I think are really funny. They can be great. I think they would be great stand-ups. But obviously, like, it's different. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I don't understand that aspect.
You know how your friend's like really athletic? You're like, dude, I'm picking him first when we play basketball, and he's fucking terrible. That's how it's like, and everyone thinks they're funny. Everybody. There's a difference between professional funny, like entertaining a crowd, like in Philly, who doesn't want to be entertained and they're drunk and they're rowdy, converting them to having a good time, and then at the barbecue with your family and friend, and you're the funny guy. You know what I'm saying?
Okay, so that's what I'm saying.
That's different animal.
Brendan has been neither of them. Also, is he having like a stroke and he's starting to think he's Bill Burr somehow? Like, you gotta do that. That's what Bill Burr did. You have never turned a negative crowd positive. It's never once happened. Oh, unless it's a crowd full of chicks, then they're happy to see you because they're like, here we go, yeah, more things in it. We can watch this live. I love that people are like, we went to the show. It's like, that's hilarious. I want to do that.
I do too, so bad. Let's see.
But going into the crowd in Philly, it was like, they're drunk and they're like, make me laugh, motherfucker, which I love. Well, it's like, so what do you do to develop that? Like,
how dare they talk about Bill Burr's Philly moment?
Yeah,
That's, you know they're referencing that.
I mean, all I can think about is Shab. Maybe he wants a drunk crowd because the drunk is like the only way people would be like, hey, this is kind of funny because they're so drunk.
Yeah.
You know, they've had a lot to drink.
Yeah, when you get drunk, you can become a little more homophobic. So Sean is like, he's doing it down. Like,
oh, yeah, he starts linking his lips. Like, the homophobia is almost there. So has like another Bud Light in their hand. Yes. I almost got them right where I want them.
Yeah.
At the point where alcohol poisoning may turn off their brain.
And also, I think what has really helped me out is a practice.
You're saying practice.
Like, just getting up, like,
It's on my practice.
like, for me, I was thrown to the fucking sharks right away because a lot of them are
So isn't it thrown to the wolves? Okay, thrown to the sharks. Yeah, thrown to the sharks, dog.
like stage times at the comedy store. So you're talking about the mecca of comedy.
Yeah, how did you get there so fast? Because your relationships?
That, and then also the way I get
That's the only reason.
Yeah, there's no other reason. Also, Papa's Mess Match here, this guy's interrupting a lot.
Oh, yeah.
It's like two idiots talking to each other. No offense to that guy. Oh, wait. Offense. So really do. He beats me.
comedies. Brian Callen, myself, and Brad's a successful comic before me selling 7 tickets, whatever. But
why? The only people in your corner, you throw things at them like on earwaves, dude. Talking shit about men on earwaves.
Successful.
Success.
I guess successful.
Selling 7 tickets. You heard what I said, right?
No, I gotta rewind that.
He said Brian Callen was successful before beating him, selling 7 tickets, but yeah, that's what I'm saying.
like selling what? 7 tickets. You wouldn't sound like a psychic. Anyway,
You want to sell it so you can walk.
That's what that guy Weed said. The guy that Brendan didn't pay at first.
Yeah.
He said that like Brendan would take any opportunity to shit on Callen.
Yeah.
Like anything he could do, and the poster's like, hey, can you take Brian for stupid?
Oh my God. And then this is a screen grab of his tour and then canceled next to it. Pre-sale code is
That was my first set. Were you nervous? Super nervous because I'm such a comedy nerd and I know like the legacy there and like I knew like I'd get some pushback like getting to the comedy store that fast, stuff like that.
almost said puss. Almost said puss. Walk me drug in.
That's never bothered me. But it went well, but it didn't go great, but it went good enough where it didn't like scare me away from it. So I was go, if I work on this, let's do it. And so then I'd go home, I'd do my sit in the mirror a million times, and I'd get up at the Laugh Factory at the Comedy Store, and then when I'm a year or 2 years in comedy, I'm getting pushed in there, and I have to follow Joey Diaz and Mark Baird and Joe Rogan and Farrell Kreischer and Tom Segura, the best. Oh, I'm just watching a bunch of puke coming out of French
Dude, can you imagine doing the Mr. Whole Foods thing a million times in the mirror?
No.
There's no way that's true.
And also, it's not true. Like, if you were truly like dedicated to what you're doing and doing it in the mirror and whatnot, you wouldn't be laughing at your own jokes. It would be kind of like tiresome to you. You would just be performing your material, and also it would be so much better if you were doing it.
He literally didn't try very hard. That's part of the problem. Like when we were watching the live, I brought it up again. He didn't have his jokes memorized.
Yeah.
That's why he's stopping and being like, Dallas, you're great. Because he doesn't know what to say next.
Yeah. Also, too, I feel for Brendan because maybe he was going through some sort of addiction with Adderall and whatnot at the time. And all of that needs to go out the window with your addiction. You need to be honest about what was happening and, like, why it was so bad. But he'll never do that.
No, he doesn't see a therapist.
Yeah. Anyways, I'll stop. Okay, so this is the last clip for today because I thought it was the diciest.
Okay.
It's posted by All I Do Is Lie to You. It's called Liz is out of town next week, so Brenda is bailing on both eps of TFATK, and Papa says he and Rinks announcing a theater run soon. Why are you laughing so hard?
I was laughing because All I Do Is Lie to You. I think we've done clips from this person before, but that's just such a funny name for the Shopverse.
Yeah.
It's just hitting me now.
All right, well, you haven't seen this clip?
No.
Let's see.
Can we take a little break? Yes. Take a little break real quick. Your brain needs a break. Yep, for sure. And I'm taking a break. You're taking a break next week. I'm taking a break next week. The Fine Kid is going dark next week. There will be no episodes. Brian is in Jerusalem. I'm going to Israel, dude. And Jordan. I'm hitting the Middle East. He's fighting a good fight. Yeah, I'm going to do some stuff. I'm going to walk in. We can't talk about it. We can't talk about it. Stuff you do. We can't talk about it. It's a secret. The Fine Kid is off next week, so stay tuned. And we will be back the following week with some more fun podcasts. Oh, yeah. We got some big news coming from me and Brian, little theater around here. We'll have announcements for you. Next close one, Shop and Friends Festing, July 28th. One show only 8 p.m. And then I'll be around at Laugh Factory Saturday. We're doing sets all next week in LA.
Yeah, there you go. What do you think? I want to hear Cooney's thoughts on this.
So when he said Israel, my redacted brain was like, oh man, he's going to go to Israel and get some like assassins to take us out.
Yeah.
That's why Brian's going over there. Just kidding. We don't count or don't matter. And then going dark, Brandon not being around for a week. I don't know. I actually don't have any thoughts on that. What do you think?
Well, first of all, my thoughts on it is not addressing the Euro tour cancel whatsoever, right?
Yeah, that is rejected.
I mean, he's supposed to be in Europe right now as we speak. And there's that one post in Chang's about this one guy who can't wait in Belfast, can't wait to go see Brendan tonight. And the title was like, is somebody else going to tell him or whatever?
Hey, Seamus, got some bad news for you. What's up? Oh, I'm sure it's fine as long as it's not that Brendan Child's not coming. If it's not that, then I don't really care.
Yeah.
Oh man, well, are you sitting down? Yes, I am. The tour is canceled for Brendan Child. Oh my god, that's the worst news. How many system troubles? Maybe too far. But I mean that's not real.
But it's just unbelievable. Like, even with Shop being the way he is, unbelievable that he just does not address it whatsoever. There was another post in Chang's when I was going through the clips to see which ones we were going to watch for today, talking about how unheard of this is. Like, he's canceling a European tour, canceling it and going dark on it, and then not addressing it when you have a podcast weekly where you talk about these sort of things about comedy and whatnot.
Maybe he's on Australian time. He's going to do it 7 days from now.
Yeah.
That's the only thing I can think of, because you're right. I didn't even think about that. That is crazy to not say it all. And they have a big announcement. What's the big announcement? The theater run is the big announcement.
And that same post is talking about how, why would any other theater want to work with him if he's just going to cancel randomly? You know what I mean?
Right. Yeah.
And not even, like, give the fans any sort of, closure on why he canceled the show.
And then there hasn't really been much on socials about people being like, oh, I'm so mad. He got canceled because nobody bought any tickets. He's really not acting like a marketing genius right now. I don't know. But maybe just not talking about it as a strategy?
Yeah.
If you don't talk about something enough, it goes away.
I mean, there's so many excuses you can use, especially being international. You could say, if you just want to make something up like Brendan does, you can say that you don't have a passport or something, but then that makes you look more redacted, I guess.
Well, you know, he has learned nothing as usual. He said his strategy, this is kind of his constant strategy, though, is it not?
Yeah.
I mean, he said nothing really about Tank, other than at one point he's a show dog. That's not really a thing. I guess he didn't even try. He's like, I tried lies. Lies don't work, so I'm just going to say nothing.
Oh, my God, yeah.
All right, tune in next week.
All right, later, y'all.
12 months went by and he did not have a solution. He did not convert. He's considered to be
Been trying to ask you. Must be a hater between us. A drug in my head, drug at the door, drug in my bed. What? Me too. I tried. If you don't, I will shoot it
All in my brain, saying things that end up in change. I'm a dumb man, and I don't know why. Felt me when my grandma died. Tired of things, need it now. Don't know if round gon' stick around. Is it happy or if it's free? Whatever it is, hey girl, jump off with me. Sometimes I feel the fear rejected steps are calling you down from the page. And I can't help the backseat without any change. That could be out there. Walking these floors seem to be the place that I get relief. I'm starting to think that I should want to be behind my truck. Whatever PFJ brings, I'll be there. In my truck, zero brain cells. Whatever PFJ brings, I'll be there. I'll be
Yeah, they can hear us now.
Oh, wow. Live time ever.
Dude, live channel. We should just do a DVD commentary of our songs.
This was a Gerardo pick for the song. Gerardo picks most of the songs. We don't want to give them too much information on the process there.
No.
But yeah, I think that Muddy Waters, very good choice.
We got to go back into the Muddy Waters archives to get another one.
This is cool. We get to read what people are saying. I feel like one of those like whatever podcast clips, you know, where they're like so and so chimed in. Thank you for your donation. Although there's no donation.
Nobody's gonna donate.
We're not numbers guys.
Join our Patreon.
The adders.
Are you ready to start? Here we go. Let's get going. Oh, look at that. Brendan's not even in the shot. There you go. Boom. What's up, y'all?
As always.
Look at that. And then also, we're saying Gerardo got cadooshed.
No, Gerardo's still here.
The conditioning has not happened yet. Welcome back to 10 Minutes Shot. Go ahead and do your little spiel.
Welcome back to 10 Minutes Shop. If you're watching right now, you know what to do. Like and subscribe. Join the Patreon if you want to. Everything is on Spotify. Rate and review. But that's not why you're here.
No. Also, John, I like how you're on the Raccoon Sweeties episode. You were like, if we get 100 reviews on Apple Podcasts, then I'll stay. Bro, only one person reviewed.
I mean, I was just pulling random things out. I was like, if you give us enough Patreon stuff, you'll stay. If you do rate and review my own podcast, Raccoon Tweeters, or our own podcast, you stay on. We'll stay on.
Look at one person, but leave a review so Gerardo will stay. 5%.
Nothing about Gerardo, but it's a review, so that counts.
That counts.
Doesn't count me.
Don't leave. I'm barely watching. Do Apple Podcasts wouldn't allow me to review. Gerardo too busy coaching baseball this summer to 5.
Is that a dig on how you're dressed?
Oh, yeah.
Going out, is that a... Who is Fellface? Just General Fellface. Thank him.
Gerardo be looking like Saddam Hussein if he just got captured. That's a pretty good one.
Oh, yeah, he just came out of the hole. You're like, is it, what day is it? Is Gringo Poppy? aired yet?
Is that a time machine? Well,
Where are you, B?
damn, 2 a.m.
Where's the 2 a.m.? Is that what,
That's
Ireland or
basically
something?
something, yeah.
The continent or the state? I don't know.
So I want to ask you, what's some? Because we read the comments, dude. You know, we're not too big to read, not read comments like Reddit shop. What's some usernames that you remember every time you read comments and videos?
But that's good. I remember Ricky Bobby 420. Oh, I didn't know he was in Europe, though. That's cool. Yeah, Ricky Bobby, I think he said that you leaving was like the worst day in his life, maybe.
Oh, okay.
Or something like that. Let's see, who else I read? Still not sure.
There you go.
Looking through new names, I like seeing Luscious.
Well, what about the ones that we always know? Drone Adventure?
Drone Adventure.
Yeah. Oh, that Diego Maradona guy?
Diego Maradona. He gets pinned tweets often.
Yes.
He's got some pretty big like comments.
Gerardo is balls deep in Matt Carter's been here commenting for a while. He actually put a comment in and he got redacted. I don't even know what it said.
Oh, I want to shout somebody out. Whoever wrote Gerardo is playing 2D chess. Yeah, that was pretty good. That was a good dig on you.
Boner alert!
Boner alert!
What up, Bapa's Dakota Lone Wolf? I'm gonna be thinking about this 7 days a week.
Yeah, I mean, nobody matters, but I obviously recognize Highlights Don is commenting quite a bit.
Yes.
Truth Piper.
There's also what's that one chick?
Alice.
Alice and the other one. What was her name?
Alice is relatively new.
What's the other girl that we're not sure that's her?
Oh yeah, Uchi.
Uchi.
Wow, where's Uchi?
Where's Uchi?
Are you not on the live? Uchi light you up, B.
Gerardo should get a job at Flappers. That'd be an ultimate betrayal if I got a job at Flappers.
You want to make minimum wage?
Yeah.
I should pay.
I should just run their socials and then cancel Brendan for their socials.
Yeah.
Oh, Highlight Anon, shout out, dude.
Yeah, shout out to you.
Oh, tons more Cowboys always in here.
Yeah. Recognize that.
But yeah, well, you want to tell the people what we're going to be doing today?
Yeah, so, we still have the timer, but reveal, the timer's going to be a little bit longer today, because today we're going to rewatch the Gringo Poppy Live.
Yeah, dude, we were meaning to do this on the anniversary of it dropping, which was April, but, we don't matter, so let's go ahead and get it started, yeah?
Yeah, I hope there's some ladies in the crowd tonight.
That people are like, fuck that. People are like, well, without any more ado, we got the Gringo Poppy here.
Best intro song ever.
Yeah. I wish I was in that crowd, dude.
This was back during the special time, Bar, Derek posted, Chappelle, Usan Ahmad. You guys never met him. Great people. Derek and Usan are nice guys.
Yes. Oh, shit. First of all, what do you think of his fit? I try to dress like that on a daily basis.
The all black thing, I can't. That's something that helps him bigger. So that's common sense. He's a thick guy.
I mean, he needs some tater shots once a week.
I wear black all the time.
Why does Papa look like he have a humpback?
Yeah, maybe athletic injuries. He's always racing people. So maybe there's a back injury somewhere there. I don't know.
Yeah. And also the hair's on point. Like, we all know that he's growing his hair out right now.
Yeah, the hair is always a little dicey.
Yeah. But no hat?
Yeah, he does. He's always like the two specials that he had. He had on the slick back, the Showtime one, which we also watched. We watched the Showtime special. I got blasted. I got confused immediately. I had friends back home trying to flip the video. Remember that?
Yeah.
Back out. And YouTube was like, if you do this again, your whole account is going to get confused. So we stopped.
Join the Patreon. We're going to do it. I'm not leaving, so you can join the Patreon. And I'm going to be only on the Patreon.
Spoiler alert. Spoiler alert, McGee over here. There's a new producer, but I think you'd be surprised at who it is. we have a surprise in store for you, but we're not going to talk about that too much.
No.
We're going to watch the movie.
But we will watch, I think you'd be surprised, on the Patreon coming up soon. And yeah, slow-mo's on because look how many comments people are putting, dude.
Oh, man. Yeah. Oh, yeah, Art and Pat, I'm probably not saying that right, but Evelyn, O2 loves him. He's balls deep in Gerard. That guy's all, even when everyone was writing, like, I don't understand why Gerardo left, he was like, fuck you. Gerardo rules. His explanation is perfect.
Yeah. One of my favorite comments was, Gerardo, it doesn't make any sense, but yeah, I just leave hateful comments on the chat box. It just doesn't make sense.
Don't do that. Don't leave hateful. I'm not going to hateful comments anywhere.
No.
When you comment on flappers, it's hilarious. You can comment on stuff if you want. We don't matter. We're not going to tell you what to do. But yes, leave the hate out of it.
Yeah, no hate.
Friendly.
No hate. But that comment, I could feel the vigor. Anyways, almost said another word. Ready? What's up, Donna? Look at you guys.
Say the words if you know them, folks.
The amount of times I heard you say that is so funny.
I really got close to memorizing the first 5 minutes. I know I say I'll do something. Don't you hate people that say they'll do something and they don't do it?
Well, it's a lot to take in. You know what I mean? You're not only trying to memorize the first 5 minutes, you want to memorize the highlights. So the highlights are just 26 minutes long. You know what I mean? You want to memorize the whole thing.
Yeah, well, I want to memorize the whole thing, but here's the thing, though. It's not just memorization, because Baba, as you all know, has a very specific delivery of these words, those sounds. So I want to mimic that too. There's a few people that have done the bit already. It was on Tim Heidegger's podcast, he did it. And then also, very well done, Liman, the video where he wears the Kim Jong-un mask. If you don't know that, check that out. It's great.
That's a good pair of eyes on it. Best eye.
Yeah,
That looks like Kim Jong-un.
very good. Liman has the best brains, for sure. All right. That's right, DJ Doug has lots of us.
Oh, dude. We got some ladies in the crowds, and I've heard this hot take a couple times. Mr. Lenny Gambino, you'd be surprised greater than Gringo Poppy. Do you believe that?
Say what again? I'm sorry.
You'd be surprised the first special is better than the second.
Maybe, but in my heart, Gringo Poppy is number 1. It's the one I had the most fun watching. Now, the intro to I Think You Should Be Surprised is pretty
Dude.
The
intro for You're Surprised was with the Gringo Poppy. That's the ultimate special of all time.
When he's a homeless person and a woman, pretty good. He also is working at the food truck. You get to see the growth of Papa. He doesn't just, he builds up to just surprise you. There's a homeless person. There's him as a woman. He's working at a food truck. For sure.
All right, let's go.
That's what I specialize in.
Nice.
Real codfish.
Oh, how long does it take for him to say cock? Do you have that?
I don't mind it though. I'm the bro with.
Yeah.
Original name, special name. You guys stayed up and threw down Mr. Whole Foods, isn't it?
Oh, dude, the best dicey of all time.
The first one, right?
Yeah.
Was he doing that before? Probably. But I wasn't being balls deep in chains at that point, so I really didn't have.
The best are strange fucking dicey.
Why? Yeah. What does this have to do with dicey?
Yeah.
It's really not. Yeah.
North Korea with the beach right there, dude.
Yeah, dude.
What do we got? Dicey. He said the thing. My life will be okay now. Gerardo's staying and stuttering. But if I leave, I will leave if you guys don't leave more comments.
If I said Gerardo would leave, tell him to stay.
All right, I don't know how to keep up with the comments or these good ones. The origins of dicey. Is this the origin? I don't think this is the origin.
I don't know if anybody knows the origins of dicey.
Yeah.
Hap, I haven't seen Hap around. Shout out to Ivan. Ivan is the one who gave me the idea for Bob with the Bob.
Oh, yes.
He's probably the only listener that's picked a song. I mean, people have suggested songs, and maybe it's gotten into our head.
Yeah.
Flat out, I took that suggestion.
He said dicey for a while. Okay.
Well, there you you go. Thank you, Daniel.
Is Whitney special worse than Gringo Poppy?
No, dude.
Oh,
It is not. I mean, you can debate. I mean, I haven't seen it, but nothing is worse than the Gringo Poppy.
I want to start doing that though. I want to watch Razzle Dazzle. I want to watch Whitney Cummings jokes. But you can't do this because they're behind a paywall on regular YouTube.
Right.
But we can do it on Patreon.
No, we could do it on Patreon, and then don't tell them that we did.
Yeah, we'll get confused hard. We don't matter. All right, let's go. Look at that face. The dice. The fucking hand. I want to watch this. So happy. It's the best quality. I don't know what's happening.
I love you, Texas.
How drunk do you think he got for like?
I
You're
can't
filming
tell
a
if he's
special?
always drunk.
Yeah.
So probably. But what were you saying?
I love you, Texas. You know what I mean?
He's nervous to do it. And so he's like coming out, like pretending to be really happy.
Yeah.
Oh, I can't believe I'm in Texas. In LA, all they do is make fun of me for my speech impediment. I don't know.
There's always one guy. No fucking way, bro.
Here we go. Here we go, dude.
Get with the nacho and nacho cheese, Daddy.
I want to get that tatted on me somewhere, dude.
Like that, like the names or like the words. Oh no, his face.
Yeah.
I want the words. Nacho on nacho cheese. Then you know if somebody knows what that reference is, they're homeless as
Yeah. That's when your pictures on Tinder is the fucking just the tattoo of the Gringo Poppy.
Don't do that. We're not saying to get the tattoo of Gringo Poppy on your arm. I know there's some people out there that
However,
don't have the best brain.
it will attract some baddies.
Yeah, you might get mad.
Run that, Mr. Whole Food.
That mic here, dude. That mic.
Hit him with the Whole Foods. Then the knee tap. Dude, he really needs an artist. He didn't just hit you with a good joke. He has a knee tap.
Honestly, he could have just walked off the stage after that.
It's pretty good.
Yeah. Just like, all right, that's it. All right, later, Dallas. Dude, that's so great. Emo Squad.
There we go.
Yeah. Let's not forget the Addy. He hit the shuck and jive. What does that mean?
It's good to be here. We didn't give the introduction shop. There's some ladies in the crowd tonight.
I was in line at Mr. Whole Foods. I was looking at I thought eating the right.
Know how you get when you got nacho cheese and nacho cheese when you're waiting in line.
Oh, dude, that's the goal for Timo's, dude. Let's get 100,000 subs, and then do that thing here, dude. The talk shit on British shops.
I would love to.
Yeah.
I would love that to interview Dice. That's like the dream. That's one of the goals.
Yeah.
It'd be great to have on, of course, Annie.
Oh my God, Annie.
Don't really know her. Great woman. Never met.
Yeah. Amazing woman, never met her.
Would you guys like it if we had Annie on?
Of course they do.
I know, but I'm just trying to engage.
Yeah. That's like Kanye West going on stage to be like, y'all want me to sing a song? And the crowd's like, of course we do. They want, dude, I've heard a couple comments like this. Try Donald J. Shop.
Right. Listen, the special was 25 minutes long. 25 minutes long. Okay? The longest special. A lot of people are saying it's really good. I never did anything wrong. I never made any jokes about chili round. Okay.
I mean, I may have, but people keep telling me I didn't, but I may have. And if I did, it would have been funny.
Pico de gallo, and you do that. My wife, I never said that she's Taco Bell Mexican. Okay? I said that she was born in California. She is of Mexican heritage.
Yeah.
I was.
Rogan is watching. Oh shit, Rogan's watching.
Oh yeah?
Bro.
You plan on the Rogan, do you? Is he watching?
Joe Rogan, what's up, dude? I wish we had a
Oh yeah, we would fuck
the shit out of that still.
Joe Rogan's watching. I'm sorry, we don't have the stool to up. Only 1,000 can do it.
Cooney unironically has the best Trump voice.
I don't know. That's what we did. So.
Dude, Daniel Day Shop. You know, I was staying up the other night trying to find when we create Daniel Day Shop, but it's kind of like a slow burn because we did it in the New Year's episode. Yeah. But we didn't really hit the Daniel Day until the later episode.
I want to apologize that we haven't watched more clips and watched more movies. Like we watched the movie again. I haven't. You have? Okay, well, Jarno has. Once I do that, I will have more Daniel Day Shop to do. But at the moment, I need to get back on the dice train. Yeah, there will be blood. So there will be more blood. There will be more shop.
Oh yeah, that's true too. Thank you, Adam. This stream is in memory of Tank.
Oh yes.
Shout out. Cheers.
Cheers to Tank.
Brings a tear.
R.I.P. He's a show dog now, or he's dead. Who knows?
But yeah, dude, no, it's crazy. I didn't know Rogan would be watching that. I should have dressed nicer. Let's go. Ready?
Yeah, whatever you want to do, man. Whatever you want to do, brother. It's all back to the shop. I'm not going to do that. It's all that marketing.
So marketing being
That's vouching wrong because they're not a marketing genius. That's really where he went wrong. They needed to have the guys from Air. The Jordan shoe guy.
Yeah.
That's what.
Oh, yeah.
So they should have sold it.
Kel. What's his name? That guy from Cleveland, Kel? Oh, no, that's not him. Chris Tucker. Who was that?
Oh, Chris Tucker.
Oh, God, that's a shot right there. Oh, cut that part out, dude. Let's cut that part out.
Let's see if you get shit on a little bit. Okay, live chat, certified homeless. Well, I guess not if they're making fun of it.
Oh, my God, dude. Fauci's never been a numbers guy.
Exactly true. Yeah. It's not really been a numbers. Definitely wasn't a numbers guy when it came to mass.
He was when it came to AIDS. HIV.
Really trying to get vaccinated.
He's a great guy.
Yeah, Christmas, you buy a dozen donuts to get vaccinated.
Oh, we'll start this part over because I forgot. I want to bring this up also, dude. Your impersonation of Fauci. I sometimes thinking about it in my car. I told you this already. Were you talking about that you want to go back to your mansion with the most vaccinated women?
Oh yeah. I can't even remember how I've lost it. That was so long ago. The most vaccinated women. That's who I'm interested in.
I get done with work. I go back to my house. The most vaccinated women around me.
That's the difference. It's like a change where it's like virtually identical.
Yeah.
If you put my Fauci next to technically, it's virtually identical. That's true.
Oh, with some of the hottest vaccinated women of all time in my house.
One of the sleeper for my favorite part. And yes, you're right. Matt and Shane are watching.
My favorite. What the fuck? Why the hell? Anyways.
Yeah, hi Shane. My favorite part of the Gringo Poppy is when he's about to come up. It's when he's talking to his mom. He's like, Mom, you can get vaccinated. She's all like, I wasn't, but you know I love donuts. I don't know what it is about that. Yeah, that's like my favorite. Yeah, it might be my favorite. Like, I wasn't. Does your mom talk like that? Why does she talk like that?
But you know I love donuts.
Yeah, but you know I love donuts. Why would your mom say that? It doesn't sound like a mom thing to say.
Yeah, that's also not a stereotype. You know, Shop loves stereotypes. I never heard a stereotype where moms love donuts.
Moms or Mexicans.
Yeah.
And
Taco Bell.
Fuck that. Because he's saying his mom's fat. That's a Shop goes out and he's like, my mom is fat. I might have heard of her. Papa John.
Let's see.
Really trying to get it for get vaccinated. Yes, go to Christmas and buy a dozen donuts, get vaccinated.
His eyes get weird when he says that. His eyes get a little like drunky and like crossy. His eyes almost cross.
Get vaccinated.
This is the problem: is that you need to watch yourself do stand up. I'm guilty of this myself. Whenever I'm like watching myself.
Yeah.
He clearly doesn't because no one would like really this. I think perfect.
Yeah. I mean, I would, but bad luck. It was meant to be fun. Same thing with humping a stool. It's like, if it's a good deal,
fair enough. Yes.
That's a Rogan quote more than my thoughts. Okay.
The guy that got like 80 likes from shitting on Bird. He commented again on the last video. just shitting on Bird again. He didn't get as many, but I was like, does he know? Did he watch again? Probably.
He probably did it at work. He left the comment.
He
left the comment shitting on Bert at work. Saw how many likes he got home and kissed his wife for the first time in like 3 weeks. You know what I mean? And then she's like, "You're in a good," you know that moment in the movie. "You're in a good mood today. What happened?" I can't tell you, babe.
I can't reveal his whole stuff. He should do his own 10 minutes of Bert on the comments.
Dude, that would be awesome. That's our first
Start your own.
Our first sponsor. We're sponsored by 10 Minutes of Bert by this other fool that owned us in the comments section.
Yeah, I think he's a fan. I don't think he really. Yeah. He's mad that we said Bert's cool, but I think he can get over it. I can't call him.
All right, here we go. Fat people are like, "Oh yeah,
the walk, drug walk." So fat people, sound off in the comments. Are you ever like, "Hell yes"? You start walking towards the donut shop. A little bit of swag in your step.
oh, fat people,
Bring donut for the back seat. I don't know. It doesn't sound like something.
Oh my god, that makes sense. Hell
Somebody
yeah,
said
bro.
folk show. Hey, don't hate it.
Oh, hell yeah. We don't matter. Ally Anon, shout out. That makes sense. Hell yeah.
I called my mom when we came out.
At what point do you think the manager of the club walked into the green room like while shots on stage? But what are we doing? I wonder if they care.
Yeah.
Because this can't, as we've talked about before, it cannot be a good look. The Arlington Improv or whatever it is. The Arlington. I mean, this is forever stained, and they let him do this backdrop too. I know. We're gonna get a documentary about this soon.
Yeah.
I mean, not soon, but someday. Yeah. If I can be involved, I'd like to be. But actually, John wanted to make like a real movie. JT of Chad Goes Deep. He wanted to. He's kind of serious. He wanted to make a movie where people play. I was like, well, keep people involved. I want to either play something or write it or do the production of it.
Dude, I would love to play the guy that got really skinny. You know his name? Yeah. What's his name? George?
The guy that Sean said he looks like he's melting.
Yes. I would love to play that guy.
Makes fun of his dead mom.
Bro. Or who else do you think? I could play Joey Diaz for sure.
Joey.
Yeah, Joe. 5 minutes in the fucking belly when we gotta suck my dick.
Yeah, don't downgrade yourself. Stars. Eat another star,
Goody could play Burr. That's good. But where do those intersect, Bill Burr and
well, on the AMA, I can't remember whether it was Sean's AMA or one of them. I think Sean might have hinted that Burr does not like Sean.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. And Burr's in that universe. He's probably been on pod with him.
Let's be honest, Sean just goes sometimes.
Yeah, Sean just he'll like Jumpy, but you never know. Sean's got it's a great story too.
Ringo Poppy ages like cheese. That's very true. Doesn't cheese only age for so long? And it goes bad.
Goody plays Walsh plays Goody. That's pretty good, Bob.
That's amazing.
That is pretty good. Get some, I'll put on a wig for play B-hole. Certified homeless.
Oh, Goody just needs to wear a wig and he can pick the lead 7 times over.
Oh, really, dude? Oops.
Oh, man. No. I mean, your impression is really good.
I'd have to get like in better shape, you know, and work on my body movements a little bit.
I saw what's called my homie your son Cruz, I think Davin plays in here. Shout out to that guy.
Oh, nice.
Gerardo plays BGL. I'm all right. It would be funny though if we did a little what's it called, sketch where I'm lifting the car.
That would be funny. You have to maybe black out your face. That would help you say.
Yeah, Miguel can play BGL. Blur the face.
If you've been watching long enough to know Miguel is, you're truly a team.
Oh yeah, you're really homeless, or you're a real raccoon. Yeah, do it with the car.
can't sell to them. Now, why can't you sell to them?
You know, I'm on the news, he's sweaty as shit. He's on all the major broadcasts. Like, holy shit!
You know, does anybody know who he's talking about? Because I do. I remember his actual name. What? John Africa. John Africa was the first person to get the vaccine. And he got all fucked up. He was like, oh, what is he? You're just going to say it soon. I can't remember. He's like, oh, man, I took the vaccine. I don't feel good, man. I don't feel good, man. I think I'm going to explode.
I got it done. I got the Johnson, bro. I don't feel good, bro. I'm sweating, bro.
Wing. Oh, man. Wow. That didn't happen. That'd be a strong ticket, especially if the field's not looking too good.
Who the fuck is John Africa? My first time seeing this in my house.
Shut up, hater.
No, that's not how we call it. No, yeah,
that was
he's
good.
a fan of my own podcast.
Oh, good.
Raccoon's Cats, that's a good name of podcast. That's Brains Beat. Right. I love you guys. We love you, Steven.
I got you, Steven.
Our president of Costa Rica. Okay, this is really
Steven was the one who did the red bar thing. That's the red bar comment.
Oh.
I'm gonna lay low for a little bit of
He really thought this. Like, he got vaccinated. When you not get vaccinated.
I know.
It doesn't make sense.
Yeah, I'm vaccinated. But remember that moron that got vaccinated?
Just say you got vaccinated and then do like, I don't know how many minutes of this is part of the routine, maybe 10 minutes of it, just about how stupid it is. Bad.
Yeah. Don't make sense.
Like, they need to hire some just high-paid actor. Just blast them all over the news. They just say, it's fun. Get them on there. Just put them all over the news.
Oh, my God.
Like, yeah, dude, I got the Johnson Johnson. I feel pretty good. I feel great, actually.
Especially if you talk.
Yeah, it is. I also love this part. I also too. It's like you can never. You want to hear laughter after it because it's how culty it is now. Because it would be amazing if they just fucking had like like those memes that make the audio clip like crazy. Like, it was just like it just killed when he says like, big down to here. Just explosion at the Arlington Comedy Factory.
This producer talked me. I don't know that. But I was just thinking about, do you know the names of the two black guys that watched this?
Trust My Opinion or something like that?
Yeah, those guys are really funny. Check them out if you haven't seen it. Great guys, never met them. Neither one of them are one of our guys. But they watch it and they talk about how there's laugh track. They're like, oh, let's laugh track. And then at the end, they say things we can't say.
Yeah.
But that is very, like, yo, and they get up and they're like, they have to walk.
Yeah.
Kind of like he does in the special because they're so shocked. And then the other guy's like, he keeps pulling his head, taking off his hat.
He's trash, bro! He's trash! Oh, we just hit 1,000 views, dude. Give it up.
Oh, wow. Numbers, guys.
Yeah. All right, let's go.
Even better.
Even better. Down to here, dude.
If you have an actor with a big dick, you can convince people to get a vaccine? What?
This Blake actually used the laugh track. Exactly, dude.
Yeah, thank you for playing.
Yes. Oh my God, dude. Well, what I want you to do is watch the guy on your bottom left-hand side of the screen. You love this joke. The guy in yellow. He's like, clap, hard, boom.
Thanks.
Yeah.
I mean, we talk about Trump's advice. These are this guy.
R.I.P. to that guy.
Not in this
His next special Mystery Science Theater style. What is that?
you know, like the TV show with the little like robot movies, they make fun of them, bad movies, I think.
Also, it's a show.
Yeah, it was a TV show. We were kids, and then they brought it back with Jonah Ray. I haven't watched a lot of it, so I don't really know. I may have just watched all of it. Oh, show, but I think that's what it is. But a good show for this one. Can you like us talking about shows on there like now?
Quinn fucked up the audio, dude.
Oh no! Chin clip it.
Chin clip it. A line of brothers. Roll the chin clip.
Dallas, man.
Yeah, as comedians, as comedians, we all know that feeling.
Being back in Dallas?
No, when you do a joke and you're like, address the crowd. Because it didn't do that well.
That's what you think?
Yes.
Because I'd have to watch it again, even though let's watch it one more time.
Yeah. That laugh is not big. And also the audio cut right there.
Possible?
Yes.
But I still think the same thing I thought the first time I watched it. I really think he's forgetting what he's going to say.
Oh.
Yeah, so he's just like, when he does that, or when he's thinking about the next bit, he goes back to this, like, Dallas. Almost as if somebody told him, like, you know, he's not a very good comedian, you start on a new job. And so it's like, hey, you know, if you forget how to do something, just put the person on hold.
Yeah.
His version of putting them on hold is like, just talk about the city for a little bit. Okay, a lot of ladies are here tonight. Okay. It's not usually this many ladies in the crowd tonight. You can do that for like 4 minutes. Don't worry, it's like, if I were to say how hot they were, it'd be dicey, because I might be gay. Oh, we're not there yet. Oh, yeah.
Ladies in the crowd. Hell yeah. There's one guy.
Me too. Cheers.
He uses Dallas in every city.
Yeah. His CT flares up. He's like in Ohio. He's like, I love you, Dallas. Oh, sorry, guys. That's my CT flaring up. Because CT flares up. Just every once in a while. Oops. Oh, sorry about that, guys. I forgot I was in Iceland. I thought we were in Dallas.
If you find Texan ladies got a big old hog for me to suck.
That'd be funny if you said that in Ireland. How are you doing, Texan ladies? They're like, well, of course you told me. That's terrible. Oh, I can't.
I heard you on the CDs.
Somebody said I had a good Northern Ireland accent.
And somebody from Ireland, right?
Yeah, a few people.
Shout out to them. Join the
It takes
Discord.
me a minute to warm up for that, but yeah, if he was in Scotland, he's like, oh, it's great to be back where JFK was shot. Oh my God. That's the worst joke I've ever seen in a while.
Shout out the Mavericks.
We really. My Scottish sounds like this. All right.
Yeah, thank you. I put a mask. It's fantastic. It's not like
This guy looks like that one, that guy in the middle. Tripping on something, dude.
Nice to talk about North Korea. Right, sitting there and got tickets for giveaway. Maybe This guy's talking about North Korea mass. Right?
What?
I don't understand it better.
What's the Timo's Euros tour? We actually had to cancel ours.
Yeah, we had to cancel our European tour because the team messed up. Strict COVID protocols.
Hey, we're going to spend more time with our kids.
Honestly, though, you know, if you guys really want us to get to Europe, then you gotta subscribe.
You got to join the Patreon.
We're a bit far from getting to Europe because we are a day off of almost losing the producer of the show. So you need to subscribe and review and rate and all that stuff. I'll go to Europe. I'd love to. I'm trying to get global entry right now.
Oh, yeah.
It's hard to get an interview for that shit. But that's boring. But yeah, I mean, if you want us to do that, then you gotta help us out. Help me help you.
Commentary redacted right there, dude.
Oh,
Andrew Jackson says you gotta train the zombies to be the best baseball players ever.
yeah. Back now. I can't go through the line.
Hell yeah, dude. Best joke ever.
Oh hell yeah, dude! Chris Dietrich. Fucking bird haters out here. Looking for more likes on the live chat, huh? Getting into 100. Getting into it in any facet. This guy hates bird in any facet.
I wish we could interview him.
I know.
Be like, how did it feel when you owned in the comment section?
Start a show, Bob.
Yeah.
Alright, I'm talking.
Don't leave Gerardo. Fuck bird.
Don't encourage Dietrich.
Bird Chrysler. Bird's not that bad. Oh, Chase, don't do it, dude. We
Yeah,
credit
you, Chase.
Yeah, dude.
Listen, it might just be me and you.
Why do people keep saying Todd? People keep putting Todd in the chat. Yeah. I'm trying to read the long comments. What the fuck? What is this 10 minutes of Tom live? Is it like regular 10 minutes of Tom is also?
He's not even a real person, do you? What do you think about the eyes?
Whitney Cummings went on Barstool Sports, KFC Radio specifically, and she had some stuff to say about Brendan Schaub. So I'm going to play this, and I'm going to give you my thoughts on it, because everyone's just turning on this guy. Alright, so let's go ahead and check out what Whitney Cummings had to say about Brendan.
Here's what I'll say. I mean, look, I'm not 25. I'm not one of these girls that's like, I've got all these standards. Like, by the time you get older, you start going like, you know what? I've done every version of this. A guy that is like too hygienic and like obsessed with their appearance and like that. That's unattractive too. A guy that has like the exfoliant and like, you know, I mean, I dated a guy in this phenomenal, I think, who had like concealer for zits and like, you know, like shit that was like his name might rhyme with Brendan's Schaub, but here's the thing. I just, you know what, the guy that's self-obsessed and like a malignant narcissist, that's gross too, you know, like, the Bachelor that was on my podcast recently, from the last season, Katie Thurston's her name, and, you know, the Bachelor, I guess those people, they meet and they get engaged after like knowing each other a month, so she's finding out all these things, and I'm like, what's the weirdest thing you've found out since?
I popped out for, you know, popped out of inside. So what's that? So what is this? What is this? She shut the road that has this conversation. Simply trying to get along so beautiful. So what is this? So perhaps Shisha represent
I wanted to get with her that, you know, she was so protected by people that I think protected her a little way too much. And I think if she knew some of that protection, she would have been upset, I think.
represent just all the vices, all the desires, all the lusts.
Whitney Cummings went on Barstool Sports, KFC Radio specifically, and she had some stuff to say about Brendan Schaub. Papa. So I'm going to play this, and I'm going to give you my thoughts on it, because Everyone's just turning on this guy. Alright, so let's go ahead and check out what Whitney Cummings had to say about Brandon.
But here's the thing, I'm actually also, but here's what I'll say. I mean, look, I'm not 25, I'm not one of these girls that's like, I've got all these standards, like, by the time you get older, you start going like, you know what, I've done every version of this. A guy that is like too hygienic and like obsessed with their appearance and like that, that's unattractive too. A guy that has like the exfoliant and like, you know, I mean, I dated a guy in LA thing who had like concealer for zits and like, you know, like shit that was like his name might rhyme with Brendan Snob. But here's the thing, I just, you don't want the guy that's self-obsessed and like a malignant narcissist. That's gross too, you know, like the Bachelorette was on my podcast recently, a girl from the last season, Katie Thurston's her name, and you know, the Bachelor, I guess those people, they meet and they get engaged after like knowing each other a month, so she's finding out all these things, and I'm like, what's the weirdest thing you've found out since? And she went, I walked in on him showering, and he was cleaning his asshole, he was squatting on the ground, you know, like a picture position, cleaning his ass. What? Yeah, but think about it, I saw...
That's enough of your babbling, Cummings. Brendan Chums uses pimple concealer? But, you know, Whitney Cummings didn't want to talk. I mean, God knows how much work that woman had done to her. But why does everyone love trashing Brendan Chums so much? And these are supposed to be all his colleagues and friends, and she used to date Brendan, and constantly Brendan just keeps getting thrown under the bus. What do we do here? I don't know. Get the dislike for him. Well, I do get it, but I just love the fact that everyone loves trashing this guy and everyone loves hearing him get trashed. Like when she said that, the KFC radio guys are like, yeah, it's going to be Brendan Chums. But let me know your thoughts in the comments.
Ultimately, get along.
It turns out Bobby Lee's wife and Annie have talked about Brendan Schaub being a creep before. So I'm going to go ahead and play this to give you my thoughts on it. But when they drop even more info about just what a creep Brendan Schaub is.
It's weird though, like I remember seeing this one guy who like cheats on his fucking girl all the time. And he's on you, guys, yeah, slid into my DMs, like slid into my DMs. Yes, and like honestly, you need to reevaluate your life. I mean, we've had a couple conversations and it just never went there. These comedians don't want me. It's not just the comedians, Esther. We're glad you're here today. We wanted to tell you. But anyway, so I see this guy with his like family, and at the mall, and I felt so guilty. What mall was it? Century City. Yeah. But it was just like I felt like my face was like hot when I met him, and it wasn't like I had nothing. I've only rejected this person's advances. I've never like seen him hook up with anyone else. I just know from the way he talks to me that he talks to everyone else like this. And it was just so, I mean, I was just bright red. I pulled it off. I made some joke about, the rich guy. That's what I'm saying. It's like that secondhand, like, embarrassment, or that secondhand guilt that shouldn't be guilt, but it's there because you just happen to be, like, the object of their, like, you know what I mean? It's weird, though. Like, I remember seeing this one guy who, like,
they're talking about this as if they were in Vietnam together and sharing their war stories of Brendan Schaub just hitting on them. But what a scummy thing to do, trying to hit on Bobby Lee's wife. I mean, this chick, she's single, but like everyone, all of them know you're married, and they all know your wife. By the way, did you catch Dave mention which wall? If you ever follow Brendan Schaub's wife on Instagram, oh, she loves going to that Century City Mall. But, yeah, this was older clip, by the way. So they've discussed this before, and they're talking about Brendan Schaub. Damn, Papa. But let me know your thoughts in the comments. Brendan Schaub's assistant, or producer, or whatever she is, went on Just Kidding News, and she admitted something pretty shocking. So let's go ahead and check this out. Then I'm going to give you my thoughts on it. But when I heard this, I found it to be pretty incredible.
I started being on camera, a lot of it was my boss had heard that people like the sound of me laughing at a joke. And so they would put a mic so they could hear me laugh. And I thought that basically everything, like, you saw stuff, like, it feels good. I think I liked hearing a girl giggling at a whole high cast because it kind of broke up the monotony of, like, these dudes making raunchy jokes. And the more I was on camera, the more then the attention was on me. And people then, like, found a new target to find something wrong with. Yeah, that's what always happens. It always happens without fail. And I learned to deal with it better as I continue to do the job. It's definitely something I didn't understand was going to be like a huge part of working on social media. What happens here all the time? The other pretty nice. You know what they're mean? They're fucking nice. Yeah, I know they're bad too. Yeah. They're all fire the kids. That's all fire the kids. They're a bunch of piranhas. Yeah. I felt that. Actually. Like aggressive, but in a way where like I get it. I just wish that they would be able to date it the way they dish it. It's like that. Like if you're on like a comedy podcast, like audience, and you're trying to like give someone shit, you should be able to take the shit back. After I tell someone like boyfriend, they're like you're trying to ruin a relationship. It's like, well, he thought he was the comment. And like his girlfriend doesn't matter if she is matter. If she is, she is. Like, who the fuck cares? It's not that deep. They're trying to in their relationship, they have a child together. It's like, okay, well, how do you tell none of these fuckers actually have a relationship? I want to account now. So everyone I know has another account. And nobody wants to fucking admit it. I think it's because like I work in the comedy scene. I say most people don't like the big comedians don't have burner accounts, but the people who work for them usually have burner accounts. So like it's either to like look up comments on accounts and see like, oh, like why don't these people like me engagement wise, like what's happening, like how do they help? Yeah, so like what happens is they'll go to Reddit to see what people are saying and then try to adjust the show to that, but they don't want like this employee going on someone's like Instagram story and seeing that much shit on the show. Like everyone has a brother account, nobody knows why.
So she just admitted everyone she knows has a burner account and makes their employees have burner accounts to read comments and read Reddit. So Brendan Schaub has burner accounts, and he makes her and probably Chin have burner accounts so they can read comments and read what they put on, like the Funner the Kid subreddit. She just admitted that. This assistant's always getting Brendan Schaub in trouble. Remember when she trashed Joe Rogan? I did a video about it, got 300,000 views, and she didn't do an episode of her podcast for like 3 months. And now she's back and admitting that Brendan Schaub has burner accounts, reads comments, and checks subreddit, which we all know. But I mean, I wonder why what is she doing, like a press run? Why she got like 15 G's in her hand? It's not a little off about this assistant. I think she really doesn't like working with Brendan, because to go on a show and say, yeah, everyone I know has burner accounts. Everyone I know. Really? Brendan Schaub. Incredible. But let me know your thoughts in the comments. Brendan Schaub's failed whiskey business is officially over. I think fairly obvious by, if you go to the Facebook page, the last post was November 28th, 2021. But apparently you can buy at A to Z Liquors. So let's try and order some. Just go ahead, order some Tiger Thick Whiskey. And, no, you can't buy it. It's gone. It's officially over. He's no longer selling whiskey. Another failed business. I'm pretty sure just bankrolled by his father. But how many businesses can a man fail at? It's the whiskey one. His studio thing he started. That's a obvious failure. Sick Boy Studios. I do YouTube for a living. He's not making nearly enough money to be able to pay everybody decent. It's not what he was making when he had the Showtime deals and stuff. And now, lo and behold, his wife is starting an interior decorating business. She claims with her dad and her brother, but I mean, that's going to be a complete failure. But he's just blowing daddy's money. But apparently the whiskey was terrible, according to that one reviewer. But I mean, the whiskey business, Brendan Schaub is no longer in it, and that's probably why he's trying to sue people, maybe get some extra money. Let me know your thoughts in the comments. Brendan Schaub has been caught in another lie. So Brendan has been claiming he's headlining this upcoming festival with such other acts as Tim Dillon. Well, the Fighter and the Kid subreddit did some investigating and found out he has been lying. So they emailed the place, hey, I'm thinking of coming to the festival, but just need to confirm something. Is Brendan Schaub headlining? Because he says on all podcasts and his Twitter that he is headlining, but you guys don't have him listed as a headliner. Unsure which tickets I need to purchase to see him. Do I need to buy the headliner/star tickets or the satellite? Thanks. They email back. Hello, Brendan Schaub is a satellite performer for the Moon Tower Comedy Festival and is indeed not a headlining performer. You can purchase individual tickets or you can buy a satellite badge, whichever you prefer. Please be advised that badge holders are given priority entry to all satellite shows. If you purchase an individual ticket in the space that's filled up with badge holders, you will be eligible for a full refund. So, Brendan Schaub, once again, lying just to make himself seem bigger. And this is another instance of a dumb lie to tell. It's like when he says, oh, all my shows are sold out, and they're not even close to sold out. Well, then people will not go and buy tickets to your show if you just say they're sold out. And like this, you're saying you're headlining, you're not headlining. Henceforth, people will not be able to buy the right tickets to see you. It's so weird, man. The ego on this man is hilarious. And then the fact that he has this lie and make himself seem bigger and better, pathetic. But let me know your thoughts in the comments.
But at the end of the day, it's consequential. So because it's inconsequential, how could rents my start it's flash that's inconsequential.
Bobby Lee's girlfriend got the whole truck walk thing started with Brendan Schaub on her podcast.
over with Andy Lederman when they exposed that a comedian would want chicks to walk him to his truck, and they said they felt so bad because they knew his chick. Well, it seems like she's just at war with Brendan Schaub now. Let's check out this Instagram post that they posted from their official Instagram site. Apparently they're going to be doing a live show March 13th. So they have fully gone in with the drug log thing and the fighter and the kids subreddit, and they are now just overly trashing Brendan Schaub and making fun of him. Wow. So, people during all those videos were like, well, they never came out and said his name. They know everyone thinks it's Brendan Schaub, nor have they come out and said that it's not Brendan Schaub. And then playing the jokes that it is Brendan Schaub, because it is. Because Brendan Schaub likes to walk chicks in a truck. Oh my God, this guy is a joke of comedians. I mean, it's suing me, someone, so, you know, my God. But let me know your thoughts in the comments. Brendan Schaub's wife talked about me on her Instagram. Shout out to the person in my comments who let me know this. So let's see what she had to say and if she's going to trash me or not. So this guy puts, I'm a huge fan of Brendan and you. I was super pissed on YouTube last night, trying to watch some of his older fights. Why would you be trying to watch old Brendan Schaub fights? Apparently, some asshole started a page that bashes you guys, basically saying Brendan is a cheater, etc. It's gross. The whole eating thing is gross. And just want to give you guys a shout out. Love the podcast and what you guys do to keep your heads up high. Damn. Brendan Schaub's wife, I'm sure the person who started this hate page is super Did you put supper? Is supper successful in shape, handsome / pretty, rich, and ambitious? She nailed me perfectly. So they had all the time in the world to go out of their way and make a tribute page on people they probably wish they were. But thank you for the love and support. XL. And then she put wish. Again, she meant that instead of with, so I guess she really did mean supper instead of super. First of all, she didn't address the allegation that Brendan Schaub's cheating, because of course he does. Is she trying to rip me off? I'm the person who says, are you 40 and white and failed at life? You don't get to do that to me, sweetie. And what's this? I wish I was Brendan Schaub. No, I like being me, but being Brendan Schaub's awesome. And you get the fog locks, the chicks. Your dumb wife stays at home. And you're out on the road. And get to harass other comedians' wives and try to sleep with them. And then all the wives talk about how your husband tries to pick up on them. To have them walk to the truck. And they all feel so bad for you because your man's just out there slinging it. You know, like Rogan, Dana White. Oh, that's it. But, yeah.
So she's in Vegas still partying, I would assume. And Brendan, well, next time he goes on the road, he's gonna be trying to slap some new chicks. But I don't know. Great guy, never met him. Let me know your thoughts in the comments.
Essentially, he reaches by working on continents or by giving them like United Locals, I guess.
Brendan Schaub is on the warpath with the lawsuits. I would know something about this, but Bobby Lee's girlfriend and Annie Lederman have just revealed that he is threatening to sue them behind the scenes. Let's check it out. That'll give you my thoughts on it.
Judge, go ahead. I actually do want to come out. There's been a lot of a certain walk and a certain vehicle. And I want to say the initials are BS, but he did pass away recently in a hotel room, so I don't want to out him. Yes, it was a comedian with the initials BS that wanted me to walk into his truck, but he has passed in Florida. Yes, may his soul rest. Good person. He's a good person. Oh boy. Well, I don't think we've ever addressed this on our show, but I think we cut that out when we talked about it, did we? We did. Okay, let's get juicy with it. So, Dumois is a celebrity, gossip account, and maybe about a month ago, they posted something about our show, and we know it was about our show because it had the word bloodbath in it, and it had it had a little bit about the other bloodbath show. Nobody talks about that. And never did give us a name. Yeah, I know. Give us a fucking name. So this post on the gossip site said this popular podcast, which we're hey girl, thanks for calling us popular. And it said that we had a lot of controversy behind the scenes and tension. We were part of a big scandal, and that the tension you were feeling was real amongst us. Any tension. But that scandal that they were referring to had nothing to do with the three of us, and it was because potentially we were being threatened, a lawsuit, and I'm scared to even say that out loud. I just won't say the name. We won't. Yeah, but someone was behind the scenes threatening to sue us. We never want to address certain either rumors or things like that. But genuinely, from the bottom of my heart, if someone were to just point blank ask me even the craziest question, I have nothing to hide. Ask me. I'm not threatened by it, so the threats are actually threats. Whatever the threat is that we don't want to talk about because we don't want to add to, because even the thing that started it all was really just an anonymous anecdote. That person who's threatened us, I'll say this. You think you have a one over me? I fucking dare you, motherfucker. I dare you. Let it out of your chest, because that is actually not a real threat. You think you're threatening me, but it's kind of, the information's already out there, you little bitch. Can't confirm. Yeah. She confirmed. It's just also, I just want to say this, my currency is not money. My currency and where I see value power is in jokes. So I'm rich and you're broke, bitch. So come after me. You got nothing on me, you funny piece of shit. Come for me, I dare you.
So, damn. Well, that pretty much just outs everything. They were talking about Brendan Schaub, definitely. Kind of walk up to the truck. And this is the reason why Brendan Schaub has gotten so sue happy. And the sues behind the scenes has threatened to sue them. Now, Brendan Schaub suing YouTubers for frivolous things like copyright infringement. That's one thing that nobody really will ultimately care about, especially in the comedy community. However, threatening to sue another comedian's girlfriend for just telling a story and never confirming that it was you, but never denying everyone knew who they were talking about. But to be threatened behind the scenes
a lawsuit over that. Wow, what an embarrassment. And the most embarrassing thing, by the way, now, is not even Brendan Schaub. It's all the people behind Brendan Schaub. It's the Brian Callens, the Sam Tripoli's, the Joe Rogans. Your boy is out here suing people for making fun of him and telling stories about him, and they didn't even confirm it was him. And this man is supposed to be a comedian. No, he's a rich kid playing comedian with daddy's money. So pathetic. And these girls just tell a funny story, never confirm it's him. And Annie Lederman even said on an episode a while back, I won't reply to your "walk me to my truck" comments. And that's probably when they first got threatened with the little lawsuit. So Brendan Schaub is a coward who likes to do things behind the scenes, sue people and threaten lawsuits. I wonder how that conversation went. Just to threaten a lawsuit. Like he probably had his lawyer send him a letter saying, "Shut up or we'll sue you." What an awkward thing to do. And if Brendan Schaub is in such an open relationship with his wife that everyone seems to claim, dude, it's fine, his wife doesn't care, then why all the lawsuits? I just find it hilarious that this dude behind the scenes is threatening to sue another comedian's wife or girlfriend. And another comedian. Annie Lederman is just a comedian. He's threatening to sue another comedian for telling a story where she never said it was him. Although in this video, she pretty much just did confirm that his initials are PS. But we all knew it was him. And it's an easy thing to know. Oh, the idiots on those videos I made when they were like, they never said his name. How do you know what they're talking about? It's like, dude, do you know what 2 + 2 is? Do you know what that equals? Can you see the forest through the trees? Can you figure things out? But it's obviously we're talking about Brendan Schaub. And obviously this man is behind the scenes trying to sue people. I guess going after YouTubers, but after other comedians and stuff too? Wow, that is pretty big matzo ball there. I wonder if, like, now that this news has come out, if it'll cause, like, a rift within the comedy community. Like, if you're Bobby Lee and Brendan Schaub threatens to sue your girlfriend, you can't, like, mess with Brendan Schaub anymore to, like, be cool with him. And, like, Bobby Lee has his comedian dudes, like Santino and stuff. So, but let me know your thoughts in the comments. Bobby Lee's girlfriend has pretty much declared war on Brendan Schaub, and the trashing has not stopped, and this is evidenced by their latest Instagram post. So let's go ahead and check it out. That is them. Just talking about Brendan Schaub, and with the homeless cat gift and the I can't talk thing, they have declared podcast war essentially, with Brendan Schaub basically daring him to sue them. As you know, Brendan Schaub, they exposed that Brendan Schaub has threatened behind the scenes to sue them, but it seems like they want him to bring it. Will Brendan Schaub bring it? We do know he does like to sue people to make fun of him, but let me know your thoughts in the comments.
other words, he's not Jewish, he's Gentile, but I happen to mess that up. Because he's not up, there's no problem.
I just watched Brendan Schaub's new special that he released on YouTube, The Gringo Pop. So I think we have to talk about Brendan Schaub's first special. You'd be surprised. And as atrocious as that special was, there was at least one bit in it that was actually kind of funny. I think they even animated that bit and put it out as just a YouTube video. Now, by that metric, this new special is even worse than the first one. My God, this was terrible. You know it's bad when you have to say, hey, that was 20 times from a less than half-hour special. This was, let me sum up what the special was. Mexican food is spicy and makes you go to the bathroom. These were jokes George Lopez was telling, a lot funnier when George Lopez was an open micer. This was terrible. This was shockingly bad. It was hardly any laughter from the crowd. There were no laughs breaks, by the way. It was just atrocious. It was terrible. He's not good. As stand-up comedy, Brendan Schaub is not funny. I just argue at stand-up comedy podcasting and everything else, but my God, what a terrible special. He tried ripping on his wife a bunch. By the way, in case you didn't know, Mexicans, a lot of them can fit in a car. I'm saying the most basic level jokes that open micers tell. It was honestly just terrible. I like how when I first clicked on it, I went down to the comments like a minute after the video had been uploaded. There are other people. There's been so much growth from the first. It's like this. You can't even have watched it. Joe Matarese left the comment. I was like, I'm sorry, but your first special was better. And like I said, technically it was, but they both stink. But this is even worse. I blame Andrew Schultz for this, by the way. Remember, Andrew Schultz said he approved this special before Sean went up and did it. So, Andrew Schultz, I'm going to have to put some of the blame on you for this abominable trash. No wonder why Chappelle's leaving. The friggin' funner than the kid. First of all, the first special was Showtime. A theater. This is a comedy club with 50 people in it. Abominable. But let me know your thoughts in the comments.
Incredible. So therefore, it looks like, a lot of the mics, so what you see over here is that there was able to send this on Yarno, if even on your dollar just like because this guy on Yarno was not practicing.
Brendan Schaub released his latest comedy special on YouTube. I believe only because YouTube hit the dislike button months ago, because if it was visible, there was no way he would have released that on YouTube. However, you can still see the dislike through various web browser extensions. And we have the numbers. And remember, the public can't see these numbers, but internally, Brendan Schaub and his crew know these numbers. And this isn't just the haters, this is just general opinion. So, when the special was at 265,000 views, it had 17,000 likes and 33,000 dislikes. Now, I believe the likes, when I checked this morning, are now up to 19,000. So the dislikes are probably way up too. So he is being ratioed on his own video of his comedy special. Twice as many people are disliking than liking. And they're disliking without anyone even being able to see the dislike button. That's how much they disliked it. Like now when I watch a YouTube video I don't like, I'm not bothered getting the dislike, but like, I'm gonna see it. Who cares? But I mean, it was a terrible special. I think it was worse than the first one. I like how Joe Rogan admitted that he wished he could have talked Brendan Schaub out of doing the first special, but he already talked about him fighting and didn't want to do that. But a massive failure for Brendan Schaub. But let me know your thoughts in the comments. Brendan Schaub went out flagrant to promote his god-awful comedy special, The Gringo Poppy. And they asked him about the truck walk and the lawsuit. So let's go ahead and check out his answers for the first time he's ever really addressed this. So let's go ahead and see what Brendan Schaub had to say. What's with the Trash Tuesday beef? When are we going to settle the Trash Tuesday beef? It's settled as far as, did you try to hold any letter into your truck? No, it doesn't make sense. No. Okay, great follow-up. Why did it not make sense? It's her perspective. For it to get back to me, it has to get out of control. I have nothing but love for her. I have no idea, what her issue is. That's fine. That's her narrative. That's how she feels. Yeah, good. I get it. Yeah. As far as Kalila goes, me and her had a long conversation on the phone. It was very good, man. Yeah. No one's suing anybody. These narratives online, it's like a fucking soap show. They want this drama. There's no drama. Like Bobby Lee is one of my closest friends. Me and Bobby talk about this. No one's been more supportive when I started than Bobby Lee did. Right. Besides Rogan and Cal and DeLitt, nobody's been more supportive. So when it comes to Kalila, I didn't have her number, Bobby. I go, look, send me your girl's number. So I called her and we just had a conversation, for over an hour. Me and her are good, man. Dude, when you talk about the secret sauce, Kalila is the secret sauce of Tiger Belly, the Trash Tuesday. She's such a smart fucking girl. No issues. As far as suing goes, it's a miscommunication. You see the clip that they put out? It looked like they were very angry. Yeah. But and I told her, always come to me. Yeah. If you want to know, come to me. And they said that you had some dirt on her or something like that. No dirt. I don't know. So we don't know each other that way. They're making this up or what? Yeah, but when it comes to Kalila, it's I don't know. Again, I don't subscribe to social media. So if she's getting that news and she subscribes to it, I would be upset too. That's why I told her. See, I'm I get it. So me and her straight up had a conversation. But see, this is the problem with you being so detached from anything that happens online, is you don't get to correct narratives about you in real time. This is probably the first time you've ever addressed what they said. Well, but who else is gonna? You have 14 different platforms. You can just go on there. That's wild. That's not true. I'm not saying anything. There's no lawsuit. I called her up and squashed everything's good. Instead of they put it out there and then never address what is out there, and now everybody just believes what has been said by them is real. You could do that, or you can just call Kalila direct like I did. No, that's squashed between you two, but the people that have seen it. They haven't seen it get squashed. So they just believe that thing that they've digested is still real. Sure, and that comes with, celebrity and all that shit. So it's some stuff you don't have to tell the public. You know what I'm saying? Me and Kalila are cool. Bobby's one of my closest friends, man. So it's with that stuff, and you gotta realize when I was coming to comedy, and again, I get all of it. When you have this, you drive a truck, I don't believe a word this guy has said or any of this. By the way, if you and Bobby Kalila are cool, why aren't you doing Tiger Belly? Why does that Stevie Weeby guy no longer work on King of the Stick? I like, by the way, also how he didn't necessarily deny walking anyone to the truck. He used to say that's their perspective, the way Andy Peterman saw it. But, I mean, come on, we all know this dude tried to walk into the truck, which I personally don't care about. It's just hilarious. The lawsuit stuff, yes, he threatened this behind the scenes. That's what they said, is suing YouTubers for they're making fun of them. This is just. Look how scared he was. Look how petrified he was. They brought it up. And they're laughing at him. Because they all got like the Fighter and the Kids subreddit. They all see my video. There's been a joke. You know, the special was trash. By the way, he's doing a promo run for a YouTube special. He went on Rogan. The thing is still not even at 500,000 views. A complete and utter failure. Massively downloaded. Way more dislikes than likes. And you can see it with that Chrome extension that still shows the dislikes. So, I mean, this is the promo run, and finally addressing stuff. I wonder if Bobby Lee's girlfriend is Andy Peterman are now on this because he's basically saying, oh, it's all cool now and everything. And kind of challenging their story, but very interesting, Papa. Let me know your thoughts in the comments. Susan Schaub's assistant, Kat, is quitting the Fighter Indicated the King of the State podcast. He talked about it by Andrew Schultz. I'm going to play this back to it to give you my thoughts, but we'll see if we believe what Brendan Schaub has to say here, because I got my own theory on what's really happening.
Is it true that Kat really makes tons of money on OnlyFans? Yeah, she's quitting Fighter and the Kids because of it. She makes so much money, yeah. Yeah. Well, wait, how much is she making on OnlyFans? It depends. That's a lot of money to you guys. I think figure show with you. I don't know. I got your doing well. He showed up in those shoes. I don't know. I thought you were watching fight insult. He did great insult. Great ideas. I'm on OnlyFans right now. How dare he try to shit on us? No. I mean, that's a lot of money. All right, what do you guys do? No matter who you are. I'll tell you right now. She makes over $100,000 a month. What? And she was still working? Oh, the feet that crazy? Her feet, her body, like she's a pretty girl. Yeah. I thought the feet was the thing. It started with just the feet, and then, you gotta get that in what they want. And she'll cook it. No. I think just like lingerie type of shit. She has a band, but, she does her thing. She's crushing it. She's a caveman. I was like, I get it. Good for you, guys. I got it.
Now, here's what's really going on here. He can't afford to pay her anymore because he's fired Shrimp. He's running out of money on that crap network. Big boy. You have to remember, he no longer has any more deals to that Showtime money, to that partnership deals anymore. So he's just relying on. Is it true that his YouTube views, if he was just a guy with a YouTube channel, he's making a lot of money. But he has staff, he has to pay managers, he has to pay co-hosts, Brian Cowan, all this type of stuff. So this dude really, I think, is going to run out of money. But he's got daddy's money. He can ultimately use no problem with it. But it seems like she's getting out of there. But I wonder how that's going to work, because the only reason why people follow her on OnlyFans is because they're Fighter and the Kids are King of the State fans. But her numbers obviously going to dip significantly if she's no longer on those shows promoting. Although you could argue she never really promoted it on there. Anyway, I like how she got mad at Rogan, but it's really Brendan Schaub who keeps saying she makes $100,000 a month there. But I don't know, crazy. Let me know your thoughts.
Why are you so afraid? Because this is the problem. To his defense, when Shaw had a problem with me never even saying his name, and by the way, I neither confirm or deny that that's to this day that story was about him. Well, you guys said his initials was BS. And then Annie said it was Bob Back on the live show. Oh, and then one of the things that really gave it away is that you guys said that he's not very funny as a comedian. And then you guys started laughing. But I know that's like a meme about him. I know you think he's funny, but there's like a meme that everyone's like,
He's a dork all over. He's not funny. He's not funny.
So I actually couldn't say,
You never said anything.
I never said it was assumed. I didn't think that it would escalate the way that it did. I also didn't realize that Bobby would take the brunt of the punishment because nothing,
He didn't do anything. I didn't do it.
Well, punish. Listen, this is what like I was saying. There's a whole bunch of behind the scenes shit. Well, punish. Did Rogan start working his shit behind the scenes against them? Like I said, that Rogan was punished.
Anything.
Right.
Here's my problem with just even this in general, okay? And we're already talking about it, right? What I'm saying to you is that I have nothing to do with any of it. I don't even know what the fuck that thing is about. Like, you know, like being put right a little bit. Not was I not put in the middle of it. I was being screamed at and bullied.
It was like a get your bitch in line moment.
Yeah, oh my god, it was worse than that. It was way worse.
Oh shit! He called that nigga and said, get your bitch in line? After he tried to fuck you, you're a bitch.
Wow. And my point is that now my fear is the results of whatever this is now going to be.
There's no results because
There is a result.
I can call Sean right now and we could be like all is squared away and everything is fine because we've already talked about it. The promise was that he would never talk about it again, and the next day he went on Flagrant 2 and then talked about it, even though it was in a complimentary way.
In a complimentary way.
I don't feel like we said anything bad about him either. The point is, was there a text alluding to possibly suing people? Yes, there was. Did it freak me out and did it make me think, oh shit, like such a small thing to do? But was there a lot of misunderstanding from his team and us? Yeah, but we talked it through. But the truth is the truth. And, you know, it's all squared away.
So, you guys,
By the way, after this, it's not squared away. He just restarted it. Thinking was their plan.
I'm just going to get this clear. So you guys were talking about there was this comedian that people assumed was in and was trying to pick up all you girls, kind of
Yeah, right.
those sleeves, whatever, right?
Yeah.
So he calls you. And this Bobby, get your woman in line? I mean, what kind of fucking animal does that? That's fucked up. Why did they call you? He had your number, right? I would assume. He was your podcast.
Yeah.
Fucking podcast. What the fuck is that shit? It was not just him. There was a whole barrage. It was
Rogan, Callan. That's what I'm saying. And this is why these niggas are so afraid of Brendan Schaub. It's not just Brendan Schaub. It's Joe Rogan too. That's why Brendan Schaub gets to be the piece of shit he is. Because you're gonna get the Rogan check. And Rogan said, hey, ended your boy Carl Mencia. You want me to end you? Callan, Dalia, Triple E went show up at your fucking house. Like you did with Red Bar, that's not the
phone call with other podcasters. And it was, they blocked you, bro. They blocked me. They threatened my career. They called me a coward, a pussy. You've always been a pussy. And they said they would expose me. They said that all these things. And I was in Oklahoma shooting at a show. And I was at dinner, and I was by myself. And it was very traumatic for me. And it was based on whatever they did on the live. Now imagine now what's going to happen with now this. It's good you said that.
By the way, fuck Sam Triple E. I never want to hear an excuse ever again. Brendan Schaub's a nice guy. No, he's not. They called this nigga, threatened his career. Look, Bobby Lee has his own thing going. How can you threaten Bobby Lee's career? But the fact that they fixed it. And like I said, you have to remember, his career was threatened. He was Carlos Mencia's boy. Rogan ended that. Rogan was so involved in this shit. Wow.
they threatened this nigga's career, and they really can't affect it. He does his own podcast, his own stand-up. He doesn't really go on their podcast and shit. They don't really. He doesn't have Billy Eyes or fucking Calvin Eyes. Them guys, they're like completely separate. But they were like, you know what they were probably threatening? We'll get your management, your agents fired, get rid of you or something. I think it's good that you're saying that because it's like yes, you can stand up for yourself. Yeah, I love these guys all the time. But to be clear, they did it there. It's very unacceptable.
When that happened, he called me like shell-shocked and crying, at which point I said, give me his number.
Hey, Bobby, you're the best man, the man that has feelings. Like, what the fuck are we talking about?
He's like being spoken
You think you want somebody that can't feel anything?
Say that again for people back.
We love men that can cry.
So, to be clear, that was the height of the chaos was when that happened, at which point I said,
I'm so sorry.
Yeah.
So fucked up.
Well, to both of you, also not having like the balls to talk to you. He has the balls to go around and fight people, but like, why does he gotta make
You didn't know what was going on when it was on. What do you guys talk about?
he didn't know what was happening.
I don't know. Number one, I don't. You were okay. First of all, they were like, we have evidence on something, right? So they, right? They go, we have 50 pages.
So they said 300 pages.
Whatever of evidence. I can't even read, bro. How the fuck that guy freaking 300 pages? I'm illiterate. Are you kidding me?
This is where I think there's a disconnect between the information he's being fed by his team. I don't think it's all him. Like, he's just like, I have 300 pages of proof that of an IP address that's leaked. Bobby's even linked to Bobby's computer. I was like, do you realize how tech stupid Bobby is? He has to still talk on his iPad.
by that he is Asian.
Saying that, and basically that we've launched an attack on him for the past 5-6 years. And I told Brendan, I was like, Brendan, with all due respect, like, you're not an afterthought for us. Like, why would we as a company just dedicate 5-6 years to this harassment on Reddit when my sweet lover...
Because a lot of people hate Brendan. There's like a whole movement.
So yeah, he's trying to fight.
Is that on you guys?
Yes, and so now we're at a point where it's like, well,
You said that he has proof that for the last 5 or 6 years that I've been on Reddit. You mean, okay,
But Baba doesn't check social media. That's only Blockbuster and Netflix.
I've been spending my time. First of all, number one, I don't own a computer. I don't even know how to find one, really. Number two, I don't know how to get on Reddit. I've asked them how do you get on it. What is it? You know, I'm just not tech savvy in that way. You know, it's shameful. You know, shameful. You're what are you like 50? Yeah. So, but you are the best looking 50 by the way. You think you are so useful. You're just going to stop by. So he was going, you're doing this. We can trace the URL back to your house, and you're the leader of this Reddit group. I'm like, bro, first of all, if you look at, from what I hear, if you look at Reddit, there are pages about me as well. I don't read it. I tell you something. Yeah. As someone who's been in technology my whole life, people who don't know fucking anything about technology say that shit. Yeah.
But I think
it's impossible to get that.
Right.
He doesn't have it.
When anybody does that,
But I think
against you.
But Ethan, I think that I'll defend him in this scenario by saying I think his team is giving him a lot of wrong information. That's ultimately what him and I, were able to find common ground. It's like, look, I think I'm receiving wrong information, and I'm like, I can understand that. I can forgive that.
Trying to scare you. Yeah.
I don't understand why Bobby Lee's wife is not going to scorch her after threatening his career phone call. They kind of are doing it in their own way by doing it this way. They all go and scorch her on this podcast. so much shit that we use afterwards. I feel like niggas, first of all, how can niggas be canceled anyway? Yeah, Rogan anymore. You don't want a lot of Rogan to go. Here's our tech wizard. He's walking with a bag of chips stand for Christ's sake. Finally, the Brendan Schaub lawsuit is officially over. Brendan Schaub filed this lawsuit 2 years ago, and we got a decision from the judge yesterday. So let's go ahead and read this decision. I'm not going to go through the entire thing. It's a long legally case. Let's just get to the point of the matter. Judge Mr. Swindell's videos are unlikely to function as substitutes for the copyrighted videos. The original and potential derivative markets, the foreign fair use factor weighs in Mr. Swindell's favor. A use that has no demonstrable effect upon the potential market or the value of the copyrighted work is not prohibited in order to protect the author's incentive to create. Prohibition of such uses would merely inhibit access to ideas without any countervailing benefit. Weighing the factors and circumstances, weighing the factors together with the instant circumstances, the court concludes that Mr. Swindell's use of the copyrighted material is fair. 3 of the 4 statutory factors weigh in Mr. Swindell's favor. If Mr. Swindell's use of the copyrighted material serves a public benefit, see, I'm doing the public benefit by trashing Brendan Schaub. Is that officially codified in law? We are all going to be doing a greater good and a benefit for society by trashing that unfunny piece of shit. So, the camp provides social benefit by shaping lifestyle and early work, process creating new ones, because Mr. Swindell's use of the copyrighted material is fair, the plaintiff's motion for summary judgment is denied, and the defendant's motion for summary judgment is granted. It is so ordered the judge. So, I won this lawsuit. I took on those monster lawyers. I went to I see those friends in dark places, and I look at their face and laugh. Your client to eat. Oh, I've got so much to talk about in this case. I'm not going to do it right exactly now, because right now, my number one focus is getting my original YouTube channel back. So, it would do me a great favor if you took like Twitter or something, or is it now called X? I don't call it X, I call it Twitter. And just, tweet at YouTube, please reinstate YouTube's channel. I've already sent them all his documents and stuff. Now, hopefully, I can get my channels back because they were only taken down because of this lawsuit, and I have one. The judgment is in my favor. How much money do you think he spent on this? How much money? How much did he get ripped off by his representation? Who told this guy that maybe he had a chance? He had no chance now of winning this. And they should have known that when I missed the deposition day. I was supposed to go show up to the deposition. And I missed it, and then we did it another day, and they were like, well, Mr. Swindell didn't show up at the deposition, so he owes us $1,300, and the judge is like, no. And they became obsessed with how I was doing so well against them in court, and they tried forcing the judge somebody had me give them personal info, and at one point the judge just says, to Brendan Child's lawyer, if you ask about this one more time, I'm going to order that Mr. Swindell's has to have a lawyer, and your client's going to pay for it. And needless to say, they never brought it up ever again. Oh my God, the hilarity of this lawsuit was so funny. The deposition, me in a law office in Providence with W's lawyer on Zoom, answer a question in the most hilarious thing, the entire time is calling him Brian Shaw. He didn't even know Shaw's name. And then you at the end of the deposition, the stenographer, the entire time you said the wrong name. Is it okay when I just switch this and they ask, and you get my permission? I'm like, yeah. Sure, I don't care, but I mean, this whole thing was insane to begin with. All this because of that stupid Super Bowl video, in which he got caught flipping a chick his phone number. Not like I created that video. That video was on the Butter the Kid subreddit that has over 100,000 subscribers to that Reddit, and I was just commented on it. My God. Another thing that screwed Chad with this, by the way, but how much lying he did about this case in general. This guy, on 2 separate occasions, on video, lied and said he was suing me for defamation when he was suing for copyright. Trust me, that was sent to the court, and that leads heavily into the decision that they made here. They knew this was a scam the entire time. Oh, let's talk about the things though. This all came down to really like 4 videos, technically. Because that's what they did in copyright a lawsuit for. And then, you know, like, after the deposition, his lawyer was like, we'll talk settlement. How about just, you agree to what we want, and you only have to pay us $1. Like, you're so losing this case. I'm not doing that in any way, shape, or form. Because they threatened to go after my new channel and everything. They were like, you want going after your new channel, you should know they bring it. But, W's got daddy's money left. They ain't got that much of daddy's money to keep wasting like that. But, like I said, hopefully, I got my main channel back and then my live streaming channel back. Like I said, I'm already been emailing YouTube. But, you know, it's been 2 years. But they still do have it, because they emailed me back one thing saying that, tell me how many strikes I have on the channel, so they still do have info on the channel. I'm assuming the channel is still up. You know, it still exists somewhere, it's just, and you can just bring it back easy. I don't know, hopefully, but I defeated Danny. What? How much money do you think you spent on that? How much? It had to have been probably, it's been going on for 2 years, at least $500,000. At least, I would think. That dummy's probably just sitting around like, and his lawyer's like, no, you lost stupid things for the money, you never had a chance. What a dumbass. I defeated Shaw. There's only one person on the internet now who can say they fully defeated him. It was me. And the judge in that thing basically encouraged me and everyone else to keep trashing him. It does the public a benefit. But yeah, let me know your thoughts in the comments. Like I said, help me out a lot. We can go to Twitter and YouTube to help get my channel reinstated. But let me know your thoughts in the comments.
What do you think I got? now we got Sean complaining at his failed live show. Yes, you really are so frustrated with the same. Go on.
Rubber jacket, and also rubber jacket on the other side. You grind up the meat, make it into bread, sell it to an athlete, not for a
No, you know why? Because he was on the phone. I saw that. I caught that. I caught it because you were like that and you were excited. So I'm always like, hey, you know what I'm making up this with his hands. So all we do is like the booking. He doesn't hard. He doesn't just sell all the right shows. Yeah, he's like, yes, he's like, he's always first well. I got a lot of organized now. It's like before the show. Right, like, but I'm glad you called him out. You do. I'm telling you, when you meet people, you do. You're a little bit worried about what they're going to do to you. So you kind of like go, I can trust this. Yeah. You're like, what? 2024? Yeah, you're like my sister. Like, when I meet people, I smile right away. My sister and him, they just go like this. What's up, man? You know why? This is sad. People are so mean to me on the internet. I assume you're being mean to me out there. I'm waiting for it. Yeah, I'm waiting for it. Yeah, but you know what? It's very easy. You can squeeze them. Exactly. That's what I'm ready for. At all times. But you can do it smiling. It's way creepier. I don't want to do it.
Officer TV will talk with all of you this morning.
Hi, thank you.
You think I thank you all?
The last thing I see is your team. A little better place.
I don't want to sponsors for this morning should think. Our annual commentary sponsors. Let's listen. Versus of dedicated Brussels this year. This Stephen Randy Grayson, honor of their parents. This showcase in generation Rosenzweig and sponsors got versions
that even when he tells like a decent joke or has a decent line, he still gets the laughs because he's not funny. He doesn't deliver it, but I mean, complaining that people on the internet are that is what a pathetic loser. It is complete about it publicly. That's the other sad thing. People are mean to me on the internet. It hurts my feelings, guys. If I do, yeah. Aren't you a UFC fighter? You can live about people being, and it's by the way, no one ever really did Brendan Schaub. Brendan Schaub has not gotten 1/10 of the harassment that others have gotten. Like the O&A guys would get on their subreddit or any other subreddit. No one's called his gig to try and get gigs canceled. No one's ever gone up to him in real life. No one's harassed his family in real life. Go ask Joe Cooley how mean the internet can be. That's how mean the internet is. Joe Cooley, but you shot the
I mean, I think that was now
continue to complain about the internet.
What is the halacha? Allowed to receive
shut up, stupid joke here.
Remember again, in this case,
yeah, let me know your thoughts in the comments.
What income that is generated from what may or may not be permitted activity or dealing with items that themselves may be hostile items. Here, the item is asking me to do something with the INSF, but he's asking me to destroy the items.
When you text 231-231 into the key word golden, text now get a bottle of Nutrients Thermo X, the newest most powerful app incinerator ever. Bikini radiant obvious style we get these ads. Apply courage, text 231-231 into the keyword gold equals 231 gold. Yeah, I was like, Delia has just had it, and now she can't handle the shop anymore. And like, What must be going through his mind when, you have to listen to this dummy babble, try and read a ad read it, which he can't. And he's probably thinking, I was going to be the guy. I was in movies, I had Netflix deals, I had Cryptoia. And he never would have got accused. He was going to be like the guy. You would be like, four movies in, just him starring in his own comedy movies and like decently budgeted Hollywood movies right now. And now you have to sit next to that idiot and the other idiot and listen to him babble. He's just got to be like, what happened to my life? Why am I here next to Brendan Schaub and Eric Griffin? Mainly Schaub, too. Like, probably like friends with Griffin or something. I mean, the fall from grace. This guy has gone through his mental breakdown and the neck tattoo. If he wasn't such an egomaniac, probably would have lost himself a while ago. Losing everything he lost. But, I mean, just look on his face though. Shut up, stupid. Why am I here? I don't even know why he's there. I mean, Schaub's not making any money, but I know Schaub is paying him, like, separately, but he makes a lot more money just doing his podcast. I guess the extra income, I guess, but the torture that this man must be going through having to sit next to stupid. It's just hilarious to me. Well, let me know your thoughts in the comments.
Right? I can uproot kill. That I am allowed to do. Porque Rashi, aber Ogren, Rashi, let's say hires me and it's supposed silver. To me, they drive plenty.
You people will never understand the behind the scenes battle I have to do with that unfunny, unself-aware piece of crap like the job. He's still doing copyright takedown. You can do lose in the federal court, it just keeps doing it. So, I get this from YouTube. Your video has been taken down from YouTube. Brendan Schaub loses race. By the way, this is one of the old videos that was restored after the lawsuit by the main channel got back. Because this is not my main channel. That loser went back 2 years on that main channel to find that video and do a copyright takedown. IUD, we received a copyright removal request for your video. Based on applicable copyright law, remove your video from YouTube. Video title, Brendan Schaub loses race. Removal request issued by Movie Maker. Community contacted claims that Nexo made that video on YouTube.
Says also
strike.
The act of putting up a fence by definition is part of
blah blah blah. The retracting. The loser is still doing it. He loses in federal court. So I'm going to say this right now. If I get bothered by one more little pixel of Brendan Schaub coming after one of my videos again, I'm going to go on a blitzkrieg and informing Team YouTube on Twitter that this man is probably copyright taking down videos, which he lost in federal court, and all of his channels need to be removed. Which technically, all of his channels should be removed anyway, and I think he kind of knows that. He's trying to avoid it when Movie Maker, Ben Pixel's community, why not just say Ben Pixel took it down? And why not just say Stick Boy took it down? But I'm going to have to blitzkrieg this on Twitter and get everything Ben Pixel is associated with taken down because they're doing false copyright takedown and they all in federal court. It's not like this is my opinion. It's not like this is just something I think. This was adjudicated in federal court. So, I mean, truly pathetic. The fact that he's still so obsessed. Who goes back on a
a video that's 2 years old and copyright takes it down. Who does that? A loser. A loser does that. Who has time to do that? Who's time in the day? Truly pathetic. I mean, the dude just can't stop taking L's, man. And he wonders why he's eating and his career is dead. I don't understand that. Watch my son play baseball. Then his son's probably going to be a dog like you dummy. What are you talking about? It's truly pathetic. Look at this idiot. All because I did that video of him flipping that chicken number.
Where ultimately, again,
because of that. By the way, anyone else who uses it as Ben Pixel's company, my Restream, I'm going to tell Team YouTube, anything Ben Pixel does is all false copyright takedowns. So anything they're associated with, take down all the YouTube channels associated with it. Because you're not allowed to do that on YouTube. You're not allowed to continuously do false copyright takedowns or your channel is taken down. So, the dude won't stop. The obsession won't stop. What an idiot. But let me know your thoughts in the comments.
The fact that you're setting this up with Yehuda, something that according to Rabbi Akiva is not permitted. Rabbi Yehuda also litin la'amak rasino. Aval the tifla shapir. Gemara says no. According to Rabbi Yehuda says it's true. You can't do a favor, so as to give a free gift. You can't do a favor for anyone, but to do something to Abu Dhabi Zara, that's absolutely permitted. That's an objective benefit. I Gemara says Rabbi Akiva nami. Half I love Rabbi Akiva. I'm Rabbi Akiva. I'm a kind of line book, yeah. Take this law, shapir. Say something according to Rabbi Akiva. Even though Rabbi Akiva was a more expensive, approach to the prohibition of Kilayim. They're not only Kinat planting, not only Kinat on the actual planting itself, but you can't even put up a fence to sustain it. Even Rabbi Akiva would agree to uproot Kilayim, to get rid of Yisr, to get rid of it prohibited. Is absolutely prohibited, and you can get paid for that from the to which the Gemara says, the Su Lo there is nothing else to go ahead and discuss that. It's great. This phrase, the Su Lo this is like the Talmud equivalent of like the Su Lo that's it, we're done. There's nothing more to discuss about it. So it's very interesting, because therefore what this means is, ultimately, now let's go full circle. How did we start this? This all started by the case of an Akim wants to break his barrels of Yain Nessa. He asks me, he wants to hire me, a Jew, to go to break his name, pay me $50 a barrel. Right? You say, I allowed to do it or not. So remember, on one hand, you can say no, because therefore that means I want the continued existence of the Yain Nessa, benefiting from a Avodah Zarah. On the other hand, I'm just trying to Avodah Zarah. But Nachman said, do it and Tava Allah. If it involves the destruction of a Zara, or for that matter, a prohibited item, even though, yes, I do want the continued existence of the INS, so I get it. I don't want it to break it. So I want to break it. I don't want the command to be uprooted on its own. I want to uproot it. But nevertheless, I am permitted to go ahead and do these activities. We get paid for them and keep the proceeds, because the destruction of evil, the destruction of Zara, the destruction of prohibition ultimately is a good thing. As Nachman says, you get paid and Tavo Allah. Incredible. I must say that is really such an interesting idea. Kind of like our Western society, our mindset is, live and let live. And that is important, because members of society just teach their approach to living in a greater society. You should vote. Take an approach to living. Yes, it's not. Revolution against the world of losing their ideas, nor is it your place to stand in judgment of everyone else's lifestyle choices or everything else. Live and let live. That's to a certain degree, that has to be our approach to living in a society. On the other hand, Chazal also teaching us this idea that evil shouldn't be allowed to take root in our world. And when there's something that is evil, it has to be uprooted. When there's something that is evil, it has to be broken. When there's something that is evil, it has to be smashed. It has to be destroyed. Because if you let evil take root, then it spreads and unfortunately becomes the norm. And sometimes then those lines between good and evil ultimately again become incredibly blurred. And that's where the uses is flushed up. Yes, destroy the Yayin Nesech and tumble above the bracha. Because ridding the world of evil is a bracha. That is a bracha. It's not easy. It's not easy. And it's fraught with incredible challenges. We see this for what think about such an incredible thing. As you think about what the nation of Israel and the state of Israel is doing, it's really amazing. And so you would think that like the world would just run false, right? Just flat. Because we're doing the world's dirty work. And yet, again, it's hard. Because often the world can't see what's evil, what's good, can't see what's right, what's wrong. But the Mashman tells us sometimes there is a little red, and sometimes the Mashman says, Yishmar, Yitamallah. Sometimes you have to identify evil, you have to break it, you have to smash it, you have to destroy it. And if you do it, ultimately the process is difficult. The process is cool. The process is long. But ultimately, when you get to the other side of the process, that's when it's really incredible. The Gemara goes like that. The Gemara goes like that. Good. Hadri Yasmi, so again, the same camera was sitting. And the Athma Ugashi, whereas Hadri Yasmi, they come by like, the May Avalas come the Arabic of Hadar. So this is very interesting. What happens if an Akhim sells his item? So Akhim sells his item and he has for $1,000. Does that money in the hand of the Akhim take on the same identity as the Akhim of Sarah? Does it take on the identity, right? Does it take on the identity of the idolatry or not? So I'm doing nothing. So it's very interesting. So ultimately, I'm not going to stop with the narrows from the Arabic. So Nachman says, I think it's more true. That if an Akhim sells his item and he has that money does not retain idolatrous identity, but rather that money is just money they can help. Now, why? Listen to this. So here's what Nachman says. There were these people who came up for Rabbi. What happened? The suicide. This is fascinating. So Nachman says like this. There were these people who came up for Rabbi. And what happened? And they wanted to convert. Rabbi told them, guys, before you convert, here's what you need to do. Sell off all of your idolatry, right? Sell off all of your idolatry, and then you have the cash. After you do that, then convert. Now listen, I watch this. What's the logic over here? And Rashi says over here, look at Rashi. Look at the Suez Gairu. All of this Gairu to the Akash, this Gairu, also ring for the because remember, if they convert, they still own your idolatry. Then that's idolatry by the Jew. Idolatry by Jew, number one, can never be gated. Right? Can never have this identity. They can't get enough from it. So he tells them instead before, while you're still Gentiles, sell it off. You have the money, then you can convert and the money is permitted. What do you see from there? Obviously, you see from there that Allah when someone sells his idol, that cash is permitted. So the Gemara says, my time, you shouldn't have done so with the devil. Let's go come and get out of the common targets. So that the proceeds of the sale of idolatry that are in the hands of the ultimately is permitted. I have to deal with shiny plus in the kingdom that today, found I bought judgment. Maybe that case is different. Why is that different? Because since they're in the process of conversion, obviously they're negating the theological significance of the idol. So an Akhim can be Bevakal, is not Zara. So maybe that's why the proceeds are Elami the Hafa. Elami Hafa. Now the Gemara says, here's the proof. You saw Shai Nosha Oliko Hafa. I lent Akhim $1,000. So what happened? So the Akhim went and sold his item, right? And brought me the proceeds from his sale. Or Yain Nesek, or same case, I went ahead and I lent Akhim $1,000. He sold his Yain Nesek, and then he brought me the proceeds of the sale. What's that local? mutter. Ultimately, again, it's mutter. Okay, interesting. The Gemara says, now, however, watch this. About hunting the action and let's say the Akum said, okay, so I'm not going to $1,000. Okay, so already pay you. Come here, to wait here. I'm just going to sell my item. I got the back with the proceeds. So I'm going to sell my yayin nesach. The back with the proceeds. In that case, it's awesome. See here, interesting. Case number one, same case. I lent Akum $1,000. Case number one, he goes off, sells his item, goes off, sells his yayin nesach. I have no idea what he's doing. He brings me the proceeds, pays back the debt, move to him. Case number two, same thing. I lent him $1,000. He says, I want to pay you back. Give me a couple of hours. I gotta sell my idol. I gotta sell my yayin nesach. Then he comes back with the proceeds. The proceeds are prohibited to me. I effectively gave up my shnoresh, my shnoresh. So what's the distinction? I'm gonna say, what's this? So it's very simple. So now this seems to circle back a little bit to the previous circle. But here's the difference. The second case, where the Akum says, wait here while I sell my item, or while I go ahead and sell my wine, I want to continue existence of you. I don't want to continue existence of the wine. Why? Because I want to get paid. So because I want it, therefore Sheshes posits the proceeds for us. Because listen, the Hirot said the Kiyum Kiyakav. That's what we just said before, but that's not. In other words, I will say, when you want to continue existence, but I'm not doing anything to further the existence. So yes, of course, I want to continue the existence of that idol until the Akum sells because I want my money. I want to continue the existence of the yayin nesach because I want my money. But I'm not doing anything to facilitate the continued existence of these prohibited items. Why should it be us? But tonight, here is the Zlatan, here about Abraham. Yorshu at the end of the course. This is very interesting. You have two brothers. One converted, and one they're both they're Akum brothers. One converted and one is still Akum. So brother Ger, brother Akum. So what happened? Their father died. Their Akum father died. Now they inherit their father. So they want to stay in the state. In the state is idolatry, and let's say prohibited elements. So here, so brother Ger could say to brother Akum, I said, brother Akum, you take all the idolatry stuff, you take all the yayin nesach, and I'll take the money and the neros. You can do that via Mishabo, and that's prohibited. However, the Mishabo is just like us, obviously. All of this presupposes that the Ger has not yet actively taken possession of yayin nesach or idols. Obviously, once that happens, there's no more recourse, right? But there is recourse. There really serious. You can get happen to be the non level. Sorry, but it's much more complicated. Once a Jew already owns it, there are very limited options. So as long as brother Ger has not yet taken possession of these items, no problem. There's no problem dividing up the estate. However, if brother Ger already took possession, then it's possible. So we'll say, so ultimately, what do you see from here? The halacha l'maisa, now in this case, brother Ger wants to continue the existence of the idolatry, of the yayin nesach, but he's not doing anything active to promote his continued existence, and therefore it's mutter. So what's the problem? Which is what's the case over this Mishnah? This Mishnah is I know that's it's made of gold or silver, which means that what even if it breaks, it's still valuable. So therefore, again, brother Ger doesn't actually care if it remains in its full state or not. Even if it breaks, who cares? It still has value. Which the Gemara says, that's funny. That works fine for an idol. How would you explain the case then of yayin nesach? The Cheres Hadrami. So what's this very Adrianic person? So apparently, Rashi points out over here, Adrianic person where ultimately it's very absorbent. Therefore, you put wine in there, the person where absorbed the wine to a degree, that you can take a shard of that earthenware, you put it in the water, and reconstitute water. In that case, also, brother Ger doesn't care if the casks break or not. It doesn't make a difference because either way, the value is still retained. For which the Gemara said, one second, even if that's so, even if brother Ger doesn't care about the fact that it would break, right? But he does care whether or not it gets stolen or lost. So he still wants their continued existence. Yerushas Hager Kamat, you don't bring a riot in this case. You're bringing a riot, bringing a piece in the case of the inheritance of Hager. No. Shani Yerushas Hager, Dakilu Barak. Rabbis were made by the Yerusha. In other words, normally, the Gemara says perhaps this case should be problematic. But halacha l'maisa, Chazal were made by Yerusha. And as long as the Ger has not yet actively taken possession of the Nesef or the idols, he is absolutely permitted to work this out with his brother. Right? So if you take this, you take his provider stuff, I'll take the minute stuff, even though, yes, he was taken to the existence. Why? Why were they made by a Ger? We are afraid that if the Ger has to make a choice between his money, his Yerusha, and his religion, he will choose his money, he will choose his religion. That's not a knock on the Ger. That's a reality of religion. It's seen before as well, for example, right? This is something called the Shah. Chazal said that in certain cases of theft, the thief doesn't always have to return that which he stole. The victim should not accept back the stolen. Why? In order to go ahead and facilitate the thief's treat. Even greater if the thief has to return everything without really difficult for people to engage in self-sacrifice when it comes to financial matters. Right? Money is necessary. Money is important. And as much as we say, as long as you have your health, it's true. As long as you have your health, and you can pay your bill. Because if you don't have money, just things are like becoming very complicated. And many people could not stand up to religious challenges. There was a choice between religion and were afraid that again, if he has to choose between halacha and ultimately again his Yerusha, he may be tempted to choose his Yerusha. Again, not because of because it's religion. So if Chazal didn't want to put in that situation, therefore they will make up by a hair. I'm just saying that often in this kind of case, they have a statement that applies to permitted items, therefore allow him to keep the permitted items, give his brother all of the incredible. We'll say other days. Tanya Rafi writes that supports this. Imagine what is this so? Shir in the case of Yerusha. But in the case, let's say, a business partnership will be lost. So you see from here that Chazal allowed certain things to happen in the context of Yerusha that they would not have normally allowed to occur in other contexts as well. So don't want to put the person in this in this precarious type of situation. Incredible. So where was I? How do you guys apply that? So remember again, all of this is the same people who are sitting together. Another question that came up. Garrett Tosha, Maushi, Bakra, so listen, this is a very interesting case. Can a Garrett Tosha go ahead? And I will say, just before we go on, just this idea that Chazal will make go by the Garrett, just so you understand the tremendous Mr. Hasidus. Halacha is structured in a way to make us succeed. That Ribono Shel Olam wants us to succeed. Since people have a very skewed view of our benchmark, a very skewed view of halacha, that Hashbach was waiting for us to mess up, so he could smack us down. Hashbach waiting for us to mess up, so he could levy some type of punishment on what they against us. That's a good for us in the truth. The Ribono wants our success more than we want our success. Chazal wants our success more than we want our success. All of the halachos, all of the rules, all of the scriptures, all of the punishments are open there to put us on a path to success, not to smack us down when we go ahead and make a mistake. But again, Hashbach understood what we want to be successful. Chazal understood what we want to be successful. And when they need to relax the standards to make us successful, they do it. It's incredible. They do it. When success is accomplished through relaxing of standards, Chazal does not know. You have no greater advocate of tomorrow. That's this world doesn't mix well. In this world, Chazal constantly for success. Okay, double question. Other years are talking about Ger Toshav, Ma'aseh Badal's to a strange teacher. Can a Ger Toshav go ahead and abolish or negate idolatry? Remember again, an Akron has the ability to negate his idolatry. thereby decommissioning it from its status of theological significance. So, Ger Toshav, what is a Ger Toshav? Now, we're going to see this focus about the definition of Ger Toshav. Rashi points out at the top of the daf, Ger Toshav, Eino Oved Havodas Kochel. Ultimately, again, he doesn't worship idolatry. But again, he's like an apple in everything else, except he doesn't worship idolatry. It's a pretty big thing. Right? He believes in that Mishpah, he believes in God, he doesn't worship idolatry, but in every other respect, he's a non-Jew. So does such a person have the ability to decommission idolatry, to negate idolatry? As Gemara says, on one hand, we say only one who worships idolatry can decommission idolatry. Or maybe not. Maybe we say like this: anyone who's going to call it Barnine, if you're in the parsha of an apple, then you can go ahead and decommission the whole Mizrah. And this guy is in the parsha. It's not Jewish. It's not Jewish. So because it's not Jewish, he's in the parsha of an apple. So because of that, even though Baruch Hashem, he himself doesn't worship idolatry, but he has the koach to go ahead and negate it. He was only a little Nachman, so I'm going to also have Nachman please. This tablet, the Halach, the Bandot, or Halach. The Nachman says, well, only someone who worships it can negate it. But someone who doesn't worship idolatry cannot negate idolatry. Therefore, the Ger Toshav doesn't have the ability to negate idolatry. They say Kasha, this was the social of so went ahead and found idolatry in the marketplace. Found idolatry in the marketplace. What's that called? Actual Basili. So let's say, I remember again. So let's say, listen to this case. I'm walking in the shop, I'm walking in the marketplace. I see there's an idol sitting there on the ground. If I lift it up, that's probably like because then I'm acquired it. And once it's been acquired by a Jew, essentially can't be decommissioned. So what do I do? Ashla Basili. So before I pick it up, I can call over an apple. Remember, I was saying, call over an apple and say, the apple. I need you to negate this idolatry, decommission it. Right? Theological decommission it. So go ahead and engage in theological decommission it's permitted. However, again, we should wrestle the other. Ain't no only open. But again, if I take it up, if I take possession of it, at that point, you cannot be worship. In Shalom, Ovid Kochaven, the Data Avodas Kochaven Shalom, the Shalchavim. And Ovid Kochaven, that will decommission his Avodah Zarah or the Avodah Zarah of his friend. Dain of Dawn, Dain Shein. Whether he worships it or he doesn't worship it. Finally, my Avdah, what does it mean? What does it mean that whether he worships it or doesn't worship it? If you want to say that both are talking about apple, then Haynu Shalom Shachavim, we already said, we just said before that an apple has the ability to theologically decommission his Avodah Zarah and the Avodah Zarah of his friend. And a lot of the Oved Kochanim, my she'in elav of the Oved Kochanim, right? Ultimately, again, Ovda means an actual apple. My she'in of the, what does it mean? A non-worshipper, Ger Toshav. Oh, so who is eager to go ahead and decommission both an actual apple and a Ger Toshav? Shmamino, Ger Toshav, what do you see from here? That a Ger Toshav has the ability to be Levato, ultimately to theologically decommission Avodah Zarah. Incredible. Which Gemara says, no. The ultimate will look like actually. Rather, Shrikai will be the only person who decommission Avodah Zarah as an actual idol worshiper himself. I have the comrade, Haynu Shalom Shachar. We already said that. Then the price is done. Because we already said that a Hamlet will go ahead and decommission his Avodah Zarah and his friend's Avodah Zarah. Gemara says, relations to this, two different cases. Reisha, Zed, Reisha is teaching me like this. If you have two actors, right? And both worship Baal, or both worship Marcos. So obviously, again, Akum 1 could negate his idol and his friend's idol. And Akum 2 could negate his idol and his friend's idol. Seifa, Zela Ba'ar, oh, Seifa is teaching something different. Let's see if one Akum who worships Marcos and one who worships Baal. What's the novelty over here? An Akum can worship an idolatry even if he doesn't worship idolatry. So let's say, so there are three halachas we told. Number one, an Akum can negate just for idolatry. Good. Number two, an Akum can negate his friend's idol if they worship the same idolatry. And halacha number three is an Akum can negate his friend's idolatry even if he worships a different idol. Incredible. So the Gemara says, but again, no raya about a ger toshav, right? So when it comes to a ger toshav, still like the can a ger toshav, which is a Gentile, who repudiated idolatry, can be without level. Now we still have an answer. Whereas this Tasha is a ger toshav. What's a ger toshav? So what's this? Now we're getting more definition. What is the definition of a ger toshav? So said Kol Shekila Love Mayor says it's any Akum who is accepted of himself in front of three Chavim. Again, I will say Chaver spoke about it before. Chaver don't mean someone who's careful. He's careful about it. So in this context, the conscious word just means a thing of a base. Anytime an Akum comes in front of a base, and he repudiates idolatry, that's a ger toshav. That's a ger toshav. Good. That's right there. From say, Kol Shekibel Alav Sheva Mitzvos. Say Kol Shekibel Alav Sheva Mitzvos. From say, a ger toshav is any Gentile who has accepted upon himself the 7 Noachim. Just look at from those seem to apply the base. That's a ger toshav. Sheva Mitzvos Noach. The next thing called ger toshav. Here in Omen. Naturally, say naturally that's not neither of these definitions satisfy the definition of ger toshav. What is a ger toshav? Easy ger toshav. Zeh ger from the velos shekibel alav v'kvayim kol mitzvos hamuros b'Torah chutz mi'isser nevelos. What is the definition of a ger toshav? The ger toshav is someone ultimately again. It's not kosher, it's the velos, but he has accepted for himself the rest of the mitzvahs. It's a pretty shocking definition. We'll say, really my quote is out the definition of the ger toshav. Rabbi Meir, he accepted upon himself in front of the base not worship idolatry. Chachamim, he accepted upon himself Shem as a Noach. Acherim, he has accepted upon himself all of the mitzvahs except all of the mitzvahs. He's left in not kosher. Incredible. But the Raisa goes on. Yachad in Expo, Yain, Ve'imach, Vafilu Be'er Shavulis. We'll say that halacha is you can also wine with a ger toshav. Like, leave it with him for a little bit of time. It's just like you can leave with him wine for a short amount of time, but you can't deposit with him wine for a long amount of time. Now, what's the reason? What are we concerned about over here? What are we concerned about over here? We're concerned ultimately again that Rashi says, Rashi says, we saw my nephew, we saw actually for short amount of time. Not for a longer amount of time because we're concerned that they swap out juice wine for his own wine. Okay. And this is true even in the city where the majority of the inhabitants are Jews. So as I said, you could leave with the wine for a short amount of time. Not for a long time. Again, we're not concerned with yayin nessim. Why not concerned with yayin nessim? Because he's repudiated idolatry. Right? But we are concerned that over time, for a longer amount of time, he may switch his wine to juice. So for a short amount of time, it's mutter. For a long amount of time, it's Shmano Kiedo. So the Gemara says, "I guess what looks like this wrong. What is that? Shmano Kiedo. And I thought Shemen Mika Honey Yayin. Except what is wrong with oil. Oil can't be it. How long? Yendo Kishmano. Interesting. You know, if what it means is like this. And also, when I saw that is that ultimately again is wine. His wine is like his oil, just like this. And just like his oil is permitted, so to ultimately again is his water. Look at Rashi just a moment. Rashi Shmuel we have here is Eleno Mutanana, Shmuel Kodesh Hashem Nachilokai, Hava Pshtias. And what does it mean that his oil is like that? Excuse me, that his oil is like his oil. But the same way that you get enough from his oil, you can get enough from his water. You can't drink the wine that you get from but ultimately you can get enough from his water. The Shar called Davar ultimately that for every other thing, how do you call it? He is like he's like an apple. To which he was Shem Omer, Yeno, Yayu, yes. No, I'm relay, water, Shem says, his wine is like Yayu, Nesach, but others say ultimately again that it's water, ultimately again for so actually cause up here. We'll pick up and answer Hashem. Actually, let's finish. Telling us, let's finish this. Telling us, what do you see from there? They're telling us, Shard Bar, how do you go from it? We see from here that the apple is like an apple. Here, Tosha is like an apple regarding every other matter. When Michael saw, ultimately, again, what does it mean when we say that here, Tosha is like an apple for everything else? What is that? To which the Gemara says, Love, in the back of apple, that's called loving, apple, that's called loving. So it doesn't happen. We're supposed to be again, how did this whole thing back here, Tosha gets done? We got started because we tried to figure out, does it here, Tosha have the ability to negate idolatry? Does it actually decommission idolatry? So now we just got finished saying that in this respect, again, Tosha is unique, but in every other matter, he's like an apple. Doesn't that mean that just as an apple, if you theologically decommission and negate that whole so too can it get Tosha? So too can it get Tosha? To which the Gemara says, no, retain your shus in the not go shus. No, actually, it means something else. Actually, for Shabbos. What does it mean for Shabbos? What's it about? It's Samuel. So, over. The Shabbos is interfaces. If you have multiple homes that are going to work, you can get carry from a home to that work. Somebody wants to work out with that. Right? Eruv essentially means you collect food from all of the inhabitants of they join together, and that joint food makes it into the domain of one home. Remember, I hear it's every time the home is the chaser to the home. Now the halacha is if you have a Jew who did not join into the chaser, he can yield his rights. Let's say Shabbos started, he forgot to participate in the he can yield his rights to the other members of the chaser. If there is a non-Jewish resident, the halacha is you have to rent his rights. You cannot simply yield his rights, you have to rent his rights. So watch this. The Gemara says, Yisrael Lord, the Shara Shabbos of Yisrael, the Nato Rishus. Ultimately, again, if you have Yisrael Lord, which unfortunately again is Yisrael, an apostate. So as long as externally he's not an apostate, right? As long as externally, like right, public can keep Shabbos. Privately he doesn't keep Shabbos. And at least in public he keeps Shabbos. And what's the halacha? The Nato Rishus. All he needs to do if he didn't participate in the Eruv, he just needs to essentially yield his rights to someone else in the process. Okay. But again, if he publicly violates Shabbos, then essentially like if he's like an apple, then it's not enough for him to yield his rights and the cluster to become a resident. Rather, you have to rent his rights. And Shamru, Yisrael, no single Rishos from the Rishos. Right, Yisrael ultimately again has the ability to go ahead and yield his rights, give up his rights, or give over his rights to the other residents. But by apple, ultimately you have to rent. You have to rent. So therefore, again, the Gemara is saying that when we say, it says, was it just God's function? Ketzad, overall, was it how does he create, for example, yield his rights over his rights? Overall, I hereby give over my rights. I my rights to the husband, or or my rights are negated to you. Ultimately, according to your purposes, every Jewish resident acquire the rights of his non-participatory Jew who participates in the Eruv. They start this process. You don't need any forward process. So just in general, about Eruv and zeros, again, you need the participation of all Jewish residents. In general, if you have a Jewish resident who did not participate, even on Shabbos, he can yield his rights. or being a vat, or just simply negate his ownership rights in the Chazer that allows everyone else to be alive in the Chazer. Even if he's a Yisrael woman, as long as publicly he comes across as Jewish, ultimately again he can yield or he can go ahead and or be grieved. By an apple, you have to go ahead and acquire his rights. And a Yisrael woman who is publicly a woman is treated like a full circle. As therefore, when we said before that a Ger Toshav ultimately again is treated like an apple for all other things means that if you live in a chatzar with a Ger Toshav, you are choosing the chatzar want to make it rid of zeros, they must rent the space, they must rent the rights ultimately again of the Ger Toshav as well. Now, whether or not the Ger Toshav is actually going to be a Sarah, in the Shirosai, we'll see it tomorrow. Shkaya, everyone, what a daf, what an incredible experience that just sustained all of you. Wishing you
Waymo and DoorDash will soon deliver food all over Phoenix via robotaxi. Yesterday, Waymo said a 315 square mile chunk of the Phoenix metro area will be available for DoorDash robotaxis in a few months. At first, Waymo will only deliver food from DashMart stores owned by DoorDash, but will eventually expand to other Phoenix merchants. Meta is ending the Messenger standalone desktop app for Windows and Mac computers. As first reported by Apple Insider, he says that
will say great sponsorship TV will tell you all of you this morning. We think by thanking all of our sponsors for this morning. Sure to thank our annual commentator sponsors. Also, Shah dedicating all the children to Russians this year as a school service for most families. Commentator sponsors for the month of Av, Nicole, Stephen Randy Drazen in honor of their parents, Israel Drazen, Dina Drazen, and Lee Rosenzweig in memory of Stanley Rosenzweig from the Rahel. Our week of learning sponsors, Dr. Andrew Wolf, the commission of the yard site of Dr. Wolf's father, Cyrus Wolf, Shalom, Ben, and Steve Hirsch's from the Rahel, Nathan and Beth Adler in memory of their father, Ben Adler, Hachover, Baruch, Mordechai, Ben, Moreno, Ravnos. The only sponsors for today, Jerry Applebaum, memory of his beloved mother, Rosalind Applebaum, Rochel, Bas, the families in the family, all those neighbors who share together with all the ladies for the culture of which the nation and all of our hostages shown and because of our Holy Soldiers to be successful in the fall of our Savior. For us with that, let us begin. Today's daf is Samach Dalet 64. A really incredible daf ahead of us. Today we are picking up from Samach Gimel on the days 63b. And we are picking up 2, 4, 6, 7 lines up from the bottom. So again, Rav Nachman, Ula, Abinu, Rav Yasser, Bihia, Ami, Dabai. And Bihia, Ami is sitting with them. And he was Yasser, Mikabal, Rabbi. He asked the following question. Listen to the fascinating aspect of this question. Safra Lishbar Yayin Esech Ma. What is the halacha if an Akman hires a Jew to smash barrels of yayin nesach? Right? So if you imagine this, Akman comes over to Ruben. So Ruben, I'm going to pay you $50 an hour. Do me a favor, smash these barrels of yayin nesach. Mahu, what is the halacha? Is the Jew allowed to receive, to accept, to keep the wages from this halacha? So remember again, in yesterday's daf, we were dealing with the concept of funds or income that is generated from what may or may not be permitted activity or dealing with items that themselves will be asur b'anos. Here, the Akum is asking me to do something with yayin nesach, but he's asking me to destroy yayin nesach. He's going to pay me for it. So am I allowed to keep those proceeds? The Gemara says, no, what's the halacha? Me, I'm here to keep the those big people asur. This is very interesting. On one hand, I want the existence of the yayin nesach. Now, why do I want the existence of the yayin nesach? Because if the barrels were to break on their own, I would lose the opportunity to break them and I'd lose the parnosa. So on one hand, interestingly enough, I want the existence of the yayin nesach. So because I want it, therefore, again, maybe that makes the process work. Look at Rashi just a moment. We have been on Kiva, 3 lines up from the bottom of Rashi. The Yisrael said, Jew actually wants the existence of these barrels. I don't know, Ruben doesn't want them to break on their own. So do we say that since the Jew actually wants, and this is interesting to think about this way, right? The Jew actually wants the yayin nesach to remain in existence. I don't want it to break on its own. So therefore, maybe that's considered to be proceeds from yayin nesach, and therefore, again, it's awesome. On the other hand, this is an instruction of the INS, instruction of a whole Zara. This is a good thing. This is a good thing. Sure, I want Gauss to remain in existence, but again, ultimately, to describe what the Zara is a good thing, and therefore the proceeds, ultimately, again, should be a fascinating child. I'm not. So Nachman says, Ishbar and Noah Bracha. And Nachman says, no, take the job, take the job, get the money, and tell Bracha you should be blessed. You have the opportunity to go to root out of Zara. That is a good thing. Take the money and go. So the Mars Lema say, let's try to prove to this, I guess. Is she there or not? Ain't Ochi in okay, let's say again, an aqua plants Kilai, right? Kilai is forbidden mixture. So we had session just 2 days ago. Wheat and, let's say, for example, wheat and grapevines, that's the kind of humanities, but any forbidden mixture. So if an Ochi is planting Kilai, I'm a Jew, can't go ahead and assist him in the planting. Ultra means like hope, like the weeds will see covered with dirt. You can't do that. How about son of God? 64A. How about opening him up the what can I do? I can uproot, right? I can uproot killing. That I am allowed to do. The Rashi about opening. Let's say the apple hires me and it's silver. To me, they've already planted Kalai. Now I can't but let's say again, he asks me to uproot it. I am allowed to do that even though I'm going to get paid for working with Kalai, right? And I want the existence of Kalai. Because if the clients are uprooted on their own, I use out of my Parnasa. So the Gemara says. So it would appear from here this is to support the Nachman. But Nachman says you are allowed to go ahead and benefit financially from a forbidden item when that benefit ultimately again results in the destruction of the item, even though you by definition want the continued existence of the prohibited item because you want to be the one who destroys it, you get paid for it as opposed to being destroyed on its own. So there's a Savua, second line from the top 64A. Savua, Amar, who's a baby, who's a baby, Amar, and the kind of the Kilayim book is very interesting. People hold to us in general. Not only is there a prohibition to plant Kilayim, not only is there a prohibition to go ahead and facilitate the growth of Kilayim, but you can't even do anything that sustains them. So, for example, Rashi points out over here that let's say someone else planted the Kilayim, right? Apple planted the Kilayim, and the Apple asks me to put up a fence around the Kilayim. Now the Akiva says, also, why? Because the act of putting up a fence, by definition, is part of the sustaining of Kilayim. The putting up the fence has nothing to do with the actual plant itself. Nevertheless, it is going to be also going to be 50%. Here we go. Have nafish means eating. Mechata means covering the seeds with dirt. So nafish on the top of the Kilayim. Look at you give up this, right? Because again, that's the Kamo. Because there you're actively and directly participating in the planting of God. The Kiva says, and the Kiva says, even if you do anything to sustain the Kilayim, for example, put up the fence around the Kilayim, that's going to be problematic as well. So the says, my Rabbi Kiva, where should the Kiva get that from? What's his Kilayim. Pasuk says, do not plant Kilayim in your field. In the Elazareh, I only know the prohibition of planting. How do I know that I'm not even allowed to do something to sustain the actual growth itself? Like even like putting up the fence. Hamalomar, low Kilayim. I suppose say so. It's interesting over here. You are making a little bit of a play on words. A little bit of play on words. So again, whereas they're actually kind of slicing the parts like low Kilayim. You can't do anything that ultimately, again, enables the existence of Kilayim, even if it's not directly involved with the actual plant itself, but just something that sustains it. That's going to be also as well. Ilu, Gemara says, the ilu, the Minute Tifla Shari. And ultimately, interestingly enough, even according to the Akiva, the prohibition ultimately is the sin that sustains the Kilayim. But what about if somebody is willing to pay me to uproot the Kilayim? So the Pashtos, it sounds like that is going to be totally interesting. The Gemara says, not necessarily. No, it doesn't have to be the opinion of Rabbi Kiva. Rather, Haman, whose opinion is this? Rabbanon. It's Rabbanon. Rabbanon, my area, Okrin, I feel that you may not be shopping. No, but it's not true. According to the Rabbanon, if this is Rabbanon, Rabbi wanted to put up a fence, right? Because Rabbi, unlike Rabbi Akiva, Rabbi won't you can't really plant it, or actively do something that facilitates the growth of the plant itself. Or some type of like safari, like putting up a fence, they hold basic water. So if putting up a fence is water, and you get paid for that, then certainly you're getting to get paid for uprooting the plants. So that's not going to be a problem. To which the Gemara says, Al-Hamastina is very interesting. What's the case over here? They call it the interesting. Where ultimately, again, I am uprooting the Kelayim for free. Yaakov asked me to do it, and I'm doing it for free. So what's the problem? Ultimately, Rabbi Yehuda is of the opinion that Halacha and Laisa, you are not allowed to do a favor for us. But he actually had this meaning of Lo Sechamim. So all the hope is what Lo Sechamim means. Right? Doesn't mean compliment them, don't give them a nice. You know, Rabbi Yehuda says, don't give them a nice, you can't work for free. You can't do something for an apple for free. Even if the free favor is destruction of the Holy Torah, you still can't do it. So which the Gemara says, Rabbi Yehuda, Nishma Rabbi Akiva, La. Now, the fact that you're setting this up for Rabbi Yehuda sounds like they're according to Rabbi Akiva, so not be permitted. Rabbi Yehuda also became a Lasina. Aval Rabbi Yehuda Tifla Shapir. Gemara says, no. According to Rabbi Yehuda says it's true. You can't do a favor, so to give a free gift. You can't do a favor for an but to do something to uproot Avodah Zarah, that's absolutely permitted. That's a good thing. That's an objective benefit. I am Rabbi Akiva Nami. Afagav Rabbi Akiva. Am Rabbi Akiva Mekain Kilayim Lokeh. And then take Tifla Shapir. You say something from Rabbi Akiva. Even Rabbi Akiva was a more expansive, approach to the prohibition of Kilayim. They're not only cleaning up planting, not only cleaning up the actual planting itself, but you can't even put up a fence to sustain it. Even Rabbi Akiva would agree to uproot Kilayim, to get rid of Yisur, to get rid of permitted, is absolutely permitted, and you can get paid for that from the Yaakov. To which the Gemara says, the Su Lo. There is nothing else to go ahead and discuss about. It's great. This phrase of Sulamidi. This is like the Talmudic equivalent of like a mic drop. Sulami. That's it. We're done. There's nothing more to discuss here. So also it's very interesting. Because therefore, what this means is ultimately. Now let's go full circle. How did we start with this? This all started with that case of an apple wants to break his barrels of Yain Nesef. He asks me, he wants to hire me, a Jew, to go to break. He's going to pay me $50 a barrel. Right? So am I allowed to do it or not? So remember, on one hand, you can say no, because therefore that means I want to continue the existence of the Yain. Second, I'm benefiting from Avodah Zarah. On the other hand, I'm destroying Avodah Zarah. But Nachman said, do it, and Tava Allah. If it involves the destruction of Avodah Zarah, or for that matter, a prohibited item, even though, yes, I do want the continued existence of the INS, so I get it. I don't want it to break on its own. I want to break it. I don't want the plant to be uprooted on its own. I want to uproot it. But nevertheless, I am committed to go ahead and do these activities, get paid for them, and keep the proceeds, because the destruction of evil, the destruction of Avodah Zarah, the destruction of prohibition ultimately is a good thing. As Rahman says, you get paid, and Tavo Allah. Incredible. I will say it really is such an interesting idea, because kind of a part of Western society, the mindset is, live and let work, and that is important. As members of society, just as a general approach to living in greater society, you should approach and take an approach to living. Yes, it's not your obligation to be nor is it your taste to stand in judgment of everyone else's lifestyle choices or everything else. Live and let live. That's to a certain degree that has to be our approach to greater society. On the other hand, that's also teaching us this idea that evil shouldn't be allowed to take root within our world. And when there's something that is evil, it has to be uprooted. When there's something that is evil, it has to be broken. When there's something that is evil, it has to be smashed. It has to be destroyed. Because if you let evil take root, then it spreads, and unfortunately it becomes the norm. Right? Sometimes then those lines between good and evil ultimately again become incredibly blurred. That's why Nachman uses this lashon of, yes, destroy the Yain Nesef and Tava Allah Barach. Because ridding the world of evil is a bracha. That is rough. It's not easy. It's not easy. And it's fraught with incredible challenges. We see this for one. Think about it's such an incredible thing. If you think about what the nation of Israel, what the state of Israel is doing, it's really unbelievable. And so you would think that like the world would just line up, pause, right? Just clap. Because we're doing the world's dirty work. And yet, again, it's hard because often the world can't see what's evil, what's good, you can't see what's right, what's wrong. But Menachem tells us sometimes there is a little let live, and sometimes Menachem says, Yishbar, Yitawa. Sometimes you have to identify evil, you have to break it, you have to smash it, you have to destroy it, you have to do it. Ultimately, the process is difficult, the process is brutal, the process is overwhelming. But ultimately, when you get to the other side of the process, that's where this real love is. Incredible. No goes like that. The Iman goes like that. Good. Hadri Yasvi, so again, the same Pharaoh was saying. And after Hadri Gashi, was Hadri Yasvi, they're coming by like, the May Avalos Kopiano, people thought it not. So this is very interesting. What happens if an Akum sells his idol? So Akum sells his idol and he has now sold it for $1,000. He's got $1,000 in his hand. Does that money in the hand of the Akum take on the same identity as the Avodah Zarah himself? Does it take on the identity, right? Does it take on the identity of the idolatry or not? Some do or not. So it's very interesting. So ultimately, Nachman says, so Nachman says, I think it's more to that if an Akum sells his idol and he has that money does not retain idolatrous identity, but rather that money is just one thing. Why? Listen to this. So here's what Nachman's proof. There were these people who came up for Rabbi. What happened? Another room. This is fascinating. So Nachman said like this. There were these people who came before Rabbi. And what happened? And they wanted to convert. Rabbi told them, guys, before you convert, here's what you need to do. Sell off all of your idolatry, right? Sell off all of your idolatry, and then you have the cash. After you do that, then you convert. And also, I watch this. What's the logic over here? And Rashi says over here, look at Rashi. Look at the Suez Skyru. Because remember, if they convert and they still own the idolatry, then that's idolatry by a Jew. Idolatry by a Jew, number one, can never be gained, right? Can never have its identity. And you can't get enough. So he tells them instead, but while you're still Gentiles, sell it off. You have the money, then you can convert and the money is permitted. What do you see from there? Obviously, you see from here that if I love the way someone sells his idol, that cash is permitted. So the Gemara says, my title, we should be concerned with the name of us, but how many other that the proceeds of the sale of idolatry are in the hands of the ultimately is permitted. I don't shine us in the favor that I can pray, God, I want them. Maybe that case is why is that? Because since they're in the process of conversion, obviously they're negating the theological significance of the idol murder. So an Akum can be the Vandal is not Zara. That's why the proceeds are Elami the Hafa. Rabbi Gemara says, here's the proof. He saw Shai Noshel Oliver Havan, Umafar, although those spoke of him, the heavy ones. I lent Akum $1,000. So what happened? So the Akum went and sold his idol, right? And brought me the proceeds from the sale. Or Yayin Nesser, the same case. I went ahead and I lent Akum $1,000. He sold his Yayin Nesser, and then he brought me the proceeds of his sale. What's that? Water. Ultimately, again, it's water. Okay, interesting. Gemara says, now, however, watch this. Let's say the Akum, same case, so the Akum $1,000. Okay, so you community, you're waiting here, I'm just going to sell my idol. I only got the proceeds. I'm going to sell my Yayin Nesach, I got the proceeds. In that case, it's awesome. See here, interesting. Case number one, same case. I lent Akum $1,000. Case number one, he goes off, sells his idol, sells his Yayin Nesach. I have no idea what he's doing. He brings me the proceeds, pays back the debt, Mufter. Case number two, same thing. I lent him $1,000. He says, I want to pay you back. Give me a couple of hours. I got to sell my idol. I got to sell my Yayin Nesach. It comes back. The proceeds are prohibited to me. Effectively made a nice donation, nice. So what's the exception? I don't say what's the institutions. Rav Sheshes Sefer Yeshua Havilei Kirot. So this is very serious. So now this seems to circle back a little bit to the previous circle. Here's the difference. In the second case, where the Akum says, wait here while I sell my item, or while I go ahead and sell my wine, I want the continued existence of the item and the continued existence of the wine, because I want to get paid. So because I want it, therefore Sheshes has the proceeds are us. If you wrote the Kiyum Kiyagav, so we just said before that that's what. That's what the others will say. When you want the continued existence of something, but I'm not doing anything to further the existence. So yes, of course, I want the continued existence of that idol until the object sells it because I want my money. I want the continued existence of the INSF because I want my money. But I'm not doing anything to facilitate the continued existence of these prohibited items. Why should it be us? But tonight, here is this. But tonight, here are the Shiyarshu Adiyah Kolikos. This is very interesting. You have two brothers. One converted, and one they're both they're Akko brothers. One converted and one is brother Akko. So brother Ger, brother Akko. So what happens? Their father died. Their Akko father died. Now they inherit their father. So they want to split the estate. In the estate is idolatry, and let's say prohibited items. So Ger Yachol Loma Lo Tol Aka Bolas Lo Mother Bahilos Tol Ata Yain Esach Manideros. So brother Ger can say to brother Apple, you take all the idolatry stuff, you take all the Yain Esach, and I'll take the money and the Neros. You can do that in Mishabot, and that's committed. However, the Mishabot is just like Yeros, obviously. All of this presupposes that the heir has not yet actively taken possession of the Yain or idols. Obviously, once that happens, there's no more recourse, right? But there is recourse. No way to see this. You could get an opportunity to be the non-Sarah, but it's much more complicated. Once the Jew already owns it, there are very limited options that are there. So as long as brother Ger has not yet taken possession of these items, no problem. There's no problem dividing up the estate in this way. However, if brother Ger took possession, then it's also. So ultimately, what do you see from here? Now, in this case, brother Ger wants the continued existence of the idolatry of the INSF, but he's not doing anything active to promote its continued existence, and therefore it's mutter. So what's the problem? What's the case over this Mishnah? This Mishnah is talking about, I know that's what it's made of gold or silver, but even if it breaks, it's still valuable. So therefore, again, brother Ger doesn't actually care if it remains in its whole state or not. Even if it breaks, who cares? It still has value. To which the Gemara says, that's fine. That works fine for an idol. How would you explain the case then of the idol itself? The Charas Hadron. So listen to the Adriatic earth. So apparently, Rashi points out over here, Adriatic earthenware ultimately is very absorbent. Therefore, when you put wine in there, the earthenware absorbs wine to a degree that you can take a shard of that earthenware, put it in the water, and reconstitute wine. In that case, also, brother Ger doesn't cares if the casts break or not. It doesn't make a difference because either way, the value is still retained. Which the Gemara says, one second, even if that's so, even if brother Ger doesn't care about the fact that it was break, right? But it does care about how it's still lost. It still wants their continued existence. Don't bring a riot in this case. You're bringing a riot, bring up in the case of the inheritance of the Ger. No. Shani Rushas Ager, Takilu Baraka. Rabbis were making by the Yerusha. In other words, normally the Gemara says perhaps this case should be problematic. But Halacha L'Maisa, Chazal were making by the Yerusha. As long as the Ger has not yet actively taken possession for the idols, is absolutely permitted to work for salary with his brother. Right? And so you take this, you take the prohibited stuff, I'll take the permitted stuff. Even though, yes, He was taken to an existence. Why? Why would they make a by a ger? That people are Zera Shemed Yatzer. We are afraid that if the ger has to make a choice between his money, his Yerusha, and his religion, he will choose his money, he will choose his religion. We'll say that's rather not on the ger. That's a reality of the religion. We've seen this before as well. For example, right? This is something called Hashem. The Chazal said that in certain cases of theft, the thief doesn't always have to return that which he stole. Right? And the victor should not accept back the stolen items. Why? In order to go ahead and facilitate the thief's truth. We're afraid if the thief has to return everything, is that going to become it's difficult for people to engage in self-sacrifice when it comes to financial matters. Right? Money is necessary. Money is important. And as much as we say, as long as you have your health, it's true. As long as you have your health, and you can pay your bills. Right? Because if you don't have money, just things are like becoming very challenging. And many people could not stand up to religious challenges. It was a choice between religion and were afraid that the ger, if he has to choose between halacha and ultimately again his Yerusha, he may be tempted to choose his Yerusha. Again, not because of again, because it's human nature. So therefore Chazal didn't want to put him in that situation. Therefore they would make up by a ger. I would say that often in this kind of case, he may have an experience comprised of permitted items and permitted items. Therefore allowed him to keep the permitted items, give his alcohol brother all of the permitted items. What's that other place? Tanya Melchi Rice that supports this. When is this so? Shir should be the case of Yerusha. But in the case, let's say, of a business partnership with the officers. See from here that Chazal allowed certain things to happen in the context of Yerusha that they would not have normally allowed to occur in other contexts as well, because we don't want to put the person in this ger in this precarious type of situation. Incredible. So what was that? How do you guys remember again, all this is the same people Rabbi sitting together. Another question that came up. Ger Toshav Mao Shi Bakra Avodas. So what's like this is very Can a ger Toshav go ahead, and I will say, just before we go on, just this idea that Chazal will make go by the ger, just so you understand the tremendous concern of this. Halacha is structured in a way to make us succeed. The Ribono Shel Olam wants us to succeed. Sometimes people have a very secret view of HaKadosh Baruch Hu, a very secret view of halacha, and that HaKadosh Baruch Hu was waiting for us to mess up so he can smack us down. Because Allah waiting for us to mess up so he can levy some type of punishment of the against us. That's a gift from the truth. The Ribono wants our success more than we want our success. Chazal wants our success more than we want our success. And all of the halachas, all of the rules, all of the strictures, and all of the punishments are only there to put us on a path to success, not to smack us down when we go ahead and we make a mistake. But again, Baruch Hu understood what we want to be successful. Chazal understood what we want to be successful. And when they need to relax the standards to make us successful, they do it. It's incredible. They do it. When success is accomplished through relaxing of standards, Chazal did it. No, you have no greater advocate than this world. That's this world doesn't makes right. In this world, Chazal constantly for success. Okay, another question. How do you also call it right? Ger Toshav, Ma'am Sheva God's was strange to check. Can a ger Toshav go ahead and abolish or negate idolatry? Remember again, an akul has the ability to negate his efforts, thereby decommissioning it from its status of theological significance. So, ger Toshav, listen, what is a ger Toshav? Now, we're going to see this about the definition of ger Toshav. Rashi points out at the top of the path, ger Toshav, Eino Ovid Avodas Kofar. Ultimately, again, he doesn't worship idolatry. But again, he's like a compliment everything else, except he doesn't worship idolatry. Right? He believes in HaKadosh Baruch Hu. He believes in God. He doesn't worship idolatry. In every other respect, he's a non-Jew. So does such a person have the ability to decommission idolatry, to negate idolatry? Gemara says, on one hand, we say only one who worships idolatry can decommission idolatry. Or maybe not. Let me say like this. Anyone who's what we call a barmineh, if you're in the parsha of an apple, then you can go ahead and and this guy is in the parish. He's not Jewish. He's not Jewish. So because he's not Jewish, he's in the parish of an apple. So because of that, even though Baruch Hashem, he himself doesn't worship idolatry, but he has the koach to go ahead and negate it. You must over the rule of Nachman. So you know what's that Nachman is? Stop out the halach the battle door halach. The Nachman says no, only someone who worships it can negate it. But someone who doesn't worship idolatry cannot negate idolatry. Therefore, the Ger Toshav doesn't have the ability to negate idolatry. Because basically, there is a question. This was something we saw Shabbat on this mission. So, when they had found idolatry in the marketplace, found idolatry in the marketplace, what's that? Actual Basiliah. So let's just say, I remember again. So let's say, listen to this case. I'm walking in the shop, I'm walking in the marketplace. I see a gold item sitting there on the ground. If I lift it up, that's probably not because then I'm it. But once it's required by a Jew, essentially you can't be decommissioned. Yeah, so what do? Ashla Basar, so before I pick it up, I can call over an apple. Remember, I say call over an apple and say, apple. I need to negate this idolatry, decommission it, right? Theological decommission. So go ahead and engage in theological decommission as a whole. It's not going to become permitted. However, again, we should muscle the other. Ain't no only open to but again, but if I take it out, right, if I take possession of it, at that point it cannot be decommissioned. And Shalom, Ovid Kochavim, the Daka Avodas Kochavim Shalom, the Shalchavim. And Ovid Kochavim, the decommission is for Avodah Zarah, or the Avodah Zarah of his friend, Bein Ovdah, Bein She'en Ovdah. Whether he worships it or he doesn't worship it. We're going to find it. My Ovdah, what does it mean? What does it mean that whether he worships it or doesn't worship it? If you want to say that both are talking about an apple, then Hainu Shalom Shalchavim, we already said that. We just said before that an apple has the ability to theologically decommission his Avodah Zarah and the Avodah Zarah of his friend. And a lot of the Ovid Kohanim, my shitting a lot of the Ovid Kohanim, right? Ultimately, again, Ovda means an actual apple. And my shitting of the what does it mean? A non-worshipper, Ger Toshav. Oh, so who is able to go ahead and decommission both an actual apple and a Ger Toshav? Shemamina, Ger Toshav, non-Mevatel. What do you see from here? That a Ger Toshav has the ability to be Mevatel, ultimately to theologically decommission Avodah Zarah. Incredible. Which the Gemara says, no. The Odom Eino Lachad, not true. Rather, it could very well be the only person who decommissioned Avodah Zarah as an actual idol worshiper except the Amrit. I think the Amrit, Hainu Shalom Shalchavim. Well, he already said that. Then the price is redone. He's already said that a Amrit would go ahead and decommission his Avodah Zarah and his friend's Avodah Zarah. The Gemara says, relations to this, it's two different cases. Reisha is Zev of R, or Zev of Archelaus. Reisha is teaching me like this. If you have two apples, right, and both worship Baal, or both worship Archelaus, so obviously, again, apple 1 could negate his idol and his friend's idol, and apple 2 could negate his idol and his friend's idol. Seifa, Zev of R, Zev of Archelaus. Oh, Seifa teaches me like this. Let's say you have one apple who worships Archelaus, and one who worships Baal. What's the novelty over here? An apple who worships an idolatry even if he doesn't worship. So let's say, number one, an apple can negate his own idolatry. Good. Number two, an apple can negate his friend's idol if they worship the same idolatry. And halacha number 3 is an apple can negate his friend's idolatry even if he worships a different God. Incredible. So the Gemara says, but again, no riot about a Ger Toshav, right? So when it comes to a Ger Toshav, we still act as our Dashan, the Ger Toshav, which is a Gentile who repudiated idolatry, can be about the level. So now we still have an answer. Whereas Hashem, is a Ger Toshav, what's a Ger Toshav? Moshe Kibbutz. So now we're getting more definition. What is the definition of a Ger Toshav? So Zev Moshe Kibbutz with the Kibbutz Chavirah. Shalom La'amon Avodas Chavirah. There says It's any apple who has accepted himself in front of three Chavim. Again, I will say, Chaver, we slow down to the front. Chaver, someone who's careful with choice analysis is careful about it. So in this context, the Russians are just means they're sort of a base. Any time an apple comes in front of a base, after we come to Chavir, and he repudiates idolatry, that's a ger toshav. That's a ger toshav. Good. That's what I mean. I'm saying, Moshe Kiba Allah Sheva Mitzvos. So Moshe Kiba Allah Sheva Mitzvos Sheklorim B'nei. So I'm saying, a ger toshav is any Gentile who has accepted upon himself the 7 Noahide laws. Just the Chacham don't seem to require a base. That's a ger toshav. Sheva Mitzvos B'nei Noah. The basic 10 Noah. Here in Omen. It will ball with the ger toshav. Not true. Achirim say not true. That's not neither of these definitions satisfy the definition of ger toshav. What is a ger toshav? The Isu ger toshav. Zeh ger oath of the velos. Shekigal Allah v'tanyim kol mitzvos hamuros b'Torah chutz mi'isser nevelos. So this is very interesting. What is the definition of a ger toshav? The ger toshav is someone ultimately again who eats not kosher, eats the velos, but he has accepted upon himself the rest of the mitzvos in the Torah. It's a pretty shocking definition. So it's like really my focus out there. Definition of ger toshav. Rabbi Meir, he accepted upon himself in front of the base not for idolatry. Chachamim, he accepted upon himself Shem Noah. Achirim, he has accepted upon himself all of the mitzvos except the laws of Jews. He's Latin, not kosher. Incredible. And the Bible goes on. Yachadin etzlo yain ve'imach nafkidin etzlo yain. Ta'afilu be'er sharu b'Yisrael. What's it? I love this. You can constantly wine with a ger toshav, right? Leave it with him for a little bit of time, which isn't enough. You can leave with him wine for a short amount of time, but you can't deposit his wine for a long amount of time. Now, what's the reason? What are we concerned about over here? We're concerned ultimately again that Rashi says Rashi says over here, he saw my gift, the Fanuso, actually, that he didn't know, he goes, so much he came over, the Hakiva no Pala, no Manasseh, the Mago from Gasina Amma Besa, Kiva the Ima, another Kakuna, Maniko, Viva Ola, who say this. Not a muad, like a ultimately again, you deposit wine with him for sure about it. Not for a longer amount of time because we're concerned that he may swap out the juice wine for his own wine. Okay. And this is true even in a city where the majority of the inhabitants are Jews. So as I said, you can leave with the wine for a short amount of time. Not for a long time. Again, we're not concerned with Yayin Ness. Why are we not doing that? Because he's repudiated idolatry. Right? But we are concerned that over time, for a longer amount of time, he may switch his wine from juice. So for a short amount of time, it's mutter. For a long amount of time, it's Shmano Kiedo. So the Gemara says, and his oil is like this wine. What is that? Shmano Kiedo, Shemen, Mika, Hali, Yayin. It's that what we go with this oil. Oil can't be it tonight. It's like, how long? Yengo, Kishmano. Interesting, we are trying to move like this. That halacha l'maisa, that ultimately again is wine. His wine is like his oil, just like his oil is permitted. So to ultimately again is wine. Now look at Rashi. Just a moment. Rashi Shmano we have again is like Utabaka Shmano Kodushu Hashem Dakilokai. And what does it mean that his oil is like that? Excuse me. That his wine is like his oil. That the same that you get enough from his oil, you get enough from his wine. You can't drink the wine in your toshav, but ultimately you can get enough from his wine. The sharp cold dollar ultimately that for every other thing, he is like an apple. He's like an apple. To which the Mashal Shimon Omer, Yeno Yayin Ness. Shimon says his wine is like Yayin Nesach, but others say ultimately again that it's water, ultimately again for Shia. So this will actually pause over here. We'll pick up again Hashem. Actually, let's finish. Let's finish this again. What do you see from here? We see from here that the apple is like an apple. It's like an apple regarding every other matter. the life of the son. Ultimately, again, what does it mean when they say that a Ger Toshav is like
Let's go home.
a quote for everything else? What does that mean? To which the Gemara says, Lav Yimabato Avodas Chochavim Ki Avodas Chochavim. So doesn't that mean, because we're again, how did this whole thing about Ger Toshav get started? It got started because we tried to figure out, does a Ger Toshav have the ability to gate idolatry, to theologically decommission idolatry? So now we just got finished saying that in this respect, a Ger Toshav is unique, but in every other matter, he's like an apple. Doesn't that mean that just as an apple can theologically decommission and negate that Sarah, so too can a Ger Toshav. So too can a Ger Toshav. To which the Gemara says, no, no. Litin Rishos Ulavat Rishos. No, actually, it means something else. He's actually here for Shabbos. What if you thought for Shabbos? What's it about? It's Keep Samuel. So, Lord, Shabbos Shabbos is a process. It's just interfaces. If you have multiple homes that open up into a courtyard, you cannot carry from a home into that courtyard. Somebody homes in a courtyard without it means. Right? Eruv essentially means we collect food from all of the inhabitants of the Chatzar. They join together, and that joint food into the domain of one home. Remember right here, if we carry from the home into the Chatzar to the home. Now the halacha is if you have a Jew who did not join into the Chatzar, he can yield his rights. Let's say if Shabbos started, he forgot to participate in the Ruben, forgot to participate in the Eruv, he can yield his rights to the other members of the Chatzar. If there is a non-Jewish resident, the halacha is you have to rent his rights. You cannot simply yield his rights, you have to rent his rights. So watch this. The Gemara says, ultimately, again, if you have a Yisrael, which unfortunately, again, is Yisrael to an apostate. So as long as externally, it's not an apostate, right? As long as externally, like, right, public he keeps Shabbos. Privately he doesn't keep Shabbos. And at least publicly keep Shabbos. And what's the halacha? Without the Roshos, all he needs to do if he didn't participate in the Eruv, he just needs to essentially yield his rights to someone else in the Chatzar. Okay. Shema Shabbos Roshos, in without the Roshos, but again, if he publicly violates Shabbos, and essentially it's like an apple. If he's like an apple, it's not enough for him to yield his rights to the residents. Rather, you have to rent his rights. Shamru, Yisrael, no single Roshos or Roshos. Like Yisrael ultimately again has the ability to go ahead and yield his right, give up his rights or give over his rights to the other residents. By apple, ultimately you have to rent. You have to rent. So therefore, again, the Gemara is saying that when we saying, so it wasn't just laws finished on Ketzad, over a law, we'll say how does he, for example, yield his right to give over his rights to Ketzad. Over a law, I hereby give over my rights, right? I my rights to the husband. Or Rishusim will tell us, or my rights are negated to you. Ultimately, it works for your purposes. The other Jewish residents acquire the rights of this non-participatory Jew who participates in the Eruv. They start with this. So you don't need any formal things. So just in general, about Eruv Hatzeros, again, you need the participation of all Jewish residents. In general, if you have a Jewish resident who did not participate, even on Shabbos, he can yield his rights or be Mavata, or just simply negate his ownership rights in the Chatzar that allows everyone else to utilize the Chatzar. Even if he's a Yisrael woman, as long as publicly he comes across as Jewish, ultimately, again, he can yield or he could go ahead and or he could by an apple, you have to go ahead and acquire his rights. And the Yisrael woman who is publicly a woman is treated like a full circle. That's therefore, when we said before that a Ger Toshav ultimately again is treated like an apple for all other things, he needs to pay. In a Chatzar, with a Ger Toshav, you choose in the Chatzar want to take a Eruv zeros, they must rent the space, they must rent the rights ultimately again of the Ger Toshav as well. Now, whether or not the Ger Toshav is actually going to be the Hotzara, in the Hashem will say, you'll see it tomorrow's daf. Shkaya everyone, what a daf, what an incredible experience I just say to all of you. Wish everyone.
Before I get into the reality of my point, I have seen a fact watch I have meaning. Oh, and by the way, I hail from the area that you're
will say a great still sponsors. So we'll tell all of you this morning by thanking all of our sponsors for this morning share to thank our annual Talmud Torah sponsors. So dedicating all the Shem Rothschild this year as a Swiss resource to most families. So Talmud Torah sponsors from the of Habon, Tom, Stephen, Randy Drazen, in honor of their parents, Israel Drazen, Dina Drazen, and Rosenzweig, in memory of Stanley Rosenzweig from the Drachel. Our week of learning sponsors, Dr. Kate Wolf, creation of the yard site of Wolf's father, Cyrus Wolf, Shalom, the speed versions of the Drachel, Nathan and Beth Adler, in memory of their father, Ben Adler, However, Baruch Mordechai, Ben Oren Rabnos. The only sponsors for today, Jerry Applebaum, memory of his beloved mother, Rosalind Applebaum, Rochel, Bas, Red Arm, the families, all those who need their food, Shabbat, together, the whole ladies, all of our hostages, Shalom, and Harold, allow our holy soldiers to be successful in the fall of our Savior. For us with that, let us begin. Today's daf is Samach 64. A really incredible daf ahead of us today. We are from Samach Gimel on the base 63b, and we are picking up to 4, 6, and 7 lines up from the bottom. So Rav Nachman Ula Ba'adini Bar Papi. So again, Rav Nachman Ula Ba'adini Bar Papi. Yasser B'chia Bar Ami Gabai. And B'chia Bar Ami was sitting with them. He asked the following question. He's very listened to the fascinating and asked this question. What is the halacha if an apple hires a Jew to smash barrels of yayin nesach? Right? So if you imagine this, an apple comes over to the base, right? I'm going to pay you $50 an hour. Do me a favor, smash these barrels of yayin nesach. What is the halacha? Is the Jew allowed to receive and to accept and to keep the wages from this wealth? Remember again, in yesterday's daf, we were dealing with the concept of funds or income that is generated from what may or may not be permitted activity, or dealing with items that themselves may be asur ba'adam. So here, the uncle is asking me to do something with yayin nesach, but he's asking me to destroy yayin nesach. He's going to pay me for it. So am I allowed to keep those proceeds? The Gemara says, what's the halacha? So this is very interesting. On one hand, I want the existence of the yayin nesach. Now, why do I want the existence of the yayin nesach? If the barrels were to break on their own, I would lose the opportunity to break them, and I'd lose that paradox. So on one hand, interestingly enough, I want the existence of the yayin nesach because I want it. Therefore, again, maybe that makes the process work. Look at Rashi just a moment. 3 lines after the bottom of Rashi, the Jew actually wants the existence of these barrels. I don't know, Reuven doesn't want them to break on their own. So do we say that since the Jew actually wants, or at least just think about it this way, right? The Jew actually wants the yayin nesach to remain in existence. I don't want it to break on its own. So therefore, maybe that's considered being processed from yayin nesach, and therefore, again, it's us. On the other hand, this is the instruction of the yayin nesach, instruction of the Zara. This is the thing. Sure, I want to remain in existence. Again, ultimately, to describe what Zara is a good thing, and therefore the proceeds. Ultimately, again, should fascinating shadow. So Nachman says, Yishmar, Nachman says, no, take the job, Jew, take the job, get the money, and tell a brother you should be asked. You have the opportunity to go and root out of Zara. That is a good thing. Take the money and go. So let me say that. Let's kind of move to the same question. So let's say again, in aqua plants kilai, right? Kilai is for big mixtures. So wheat, we had session just 2 days ago. Wheat and let's say, for example, wheat and grapevines. That's the kind of humanity thing for a big mixture. So always the companies planting kilai, the Jew can't go ahead and assist him in the planting. Ultimately, it's like how, the weeds will see covered with dirt. You can't do that. How about $7 $64 open you up bill of certificate. What can I do? I can uproot, right? I can uproot killer. That I am allowed to do. Kedash. אבל אומרים, להשליכו לניגוד ואף אגב דירות צדיקים ושלא יחכו מעליה. Let's say empires, silver. To me, they very glad to collect that again. I'm going to come to that. But let's say again, he asks me to uproot it. I am allowed to do that even though I'm going to get paid for working with Kilayim, right? And I want the existence of the Kilayim because if the Kilayim are not uprooted on their own, I lose out on my Marasa. So the Gemara says, so it appears from here this is to support the fact. But Nachman says you are allowed to go ahead and benefit financially from the forbidden item when that benefit ultimately again results in the destruction of the item, even though you by definition want the continued existence of the prohibited item because you want to be the one who destroys it so you get paid for it as opposed to being destroyed on its own. So much as Savua, the second line from the top 64a, Savua, Amari, who's a name, it's Rabbi Akiva, the Amar, and the Kayin, the Kilayim, it's very interesting. Keep a hold of us in general. Not only is there a prohibition to plant Kilayim, not only is there a prohibition to go ahead and facilitate the growth of Kilayim, but you can't even do anything that's sustained. For example, Rashi points out over here that let's say someone else planted the Kilayim, right? Upper line, and the upper asks me to put up a fence around the Kilayim. And the Akiva says, also, why? Because the act of putting up a fence, by definition, is part of the sustaining of Kilayim. The putting up the fence has nothing to do with the actual plant itself. Nevertheless, it is going to be also going to be. So here we go. Hamenachish, the chata means covering the seed of the earth. So hamenachish, I look at the up this, right? Because there you're actively directly participating in the planting of the Kiva says, and the Kiva says, even if you do anything to sustain the Kilayim, for example, put up the fence around the Kilayim, that's going to be problematic as well. Where should we give it from? What's his name? Across Sotfalo Tizra Kilayim. Pasuk says, do not plant Kilayim in your field. Amy Alasaraya, I only know the prohibition of planting. How do I know that I'm not even allowed to do something to sustain the actual growth itself? Like even like putting up the fence. Amalomar, low Kilayim. I suppose I said it's interesting over here. You are making a little bit of a play on words. A little play on words. So again, whereas actually kind of slicing the house like, whoa, Kilayim. You can't do anything that ultimately, again, enables the existence of Kilayim, even if it's not directly involved with the actual plant itself, but just something that sustains it. That's maybe also as well. Ilu, Gemara says, Ilu, when you take Tifla Shari. But ultimately, interestingly enough, even if it's very where do we keep up? The prohibition ultimately is to the same sustains the Kilayim. What about if someone's willing to pay me to help you move the Kilayim? So the Pashtos, it sounds like that is going to be totally interesting. The Gemara says not necessarily low. It doesn't be that mean of Rabbi rather Amman is this Rabbanon? It's Rabbanon. Rabbanon might be they are open, I think you mean Nami Shaka. No, it's not true. According to the Rabbanon, if you Rabbanon is going to put up a fence, right? Because Rabbanon only going to be a keeper. Rabbanon won't put these people in planted. They actively do something that facilitates the growth of the plant itself. Some type of like sequoia. Like putting up a fence, they hold is mutter. So putting up a fence is mutter, and you can get paid for that, and certainly you can get paid for uprooting. So sure that's not going to be a problem. To which the Gemara says, Al-Hamas, you know, it's very interesting. What's the case of here? The Ka'avit is interesting. Where ultimately, again, I am uprooting the Kilayim for free. Yaakov asked me to do it, and I'm doing it for free. So what's the problem? Ultimately, then, who is of the opinion that Halacha and Maisa are not allowed to do a favor for him? But he actually has a little bit of a heart. So, Lo Sechanim, all our hope is what Lo Sechanim, right? That's going to compliment them and give them a Sima. But he says, don't give up the sin, you can't work for free. You can't do something for an outcome for free. Even if the free favor is destruction of the Holy Torah, you still can't do it. So, which Gemara says, Nishma Rabbi Akiva, wow. Now, the fact that you're setting this up for Rabbi Yehuda, sounds like according to Rabbi Akiva, so not be permitted. Rabbi Yehuda also be feeling like Nasir, about the Nehute Tifla Shakir. According to Rabbi Yehuda, Rabbi Yehuda says it's true. You can't do a favor, so to speak, give a free gift. You can't do a favor for another. But to do something to Abu Dhabi, that's absolutely permitted. That's an objective benefit. I, whereas Rabbi Akiva Nami. I'm Rabbi Akiva. I'm Rabbi Akiva. I'm kind of like, okay? Tifla Shakir. Say something according to Rabbi Akiva. Even though Rabbi Akiva was a more expensive, approach to the prohibition of Kilai, they're not only not planted, not only cancel the actual planting itself, which you can't even put up a fence to sustain it. Even Rabbi Akiva would agree to uproot Kilai, to get rid of the certainty that isn't permitted, is absolutely permitted, and you can get paid for that from the to which the Gemara says, there is nothing else to go ahead and discuss. It's great. This phrase is Sulomidi. This is like the Talmud equivalent of like a mic job. Sulomidi. That's it. We're done. There's nothing more to discuss about this. So it's very interesting. Because therefore, what this means is ultimately. Now let's go full circle. How did we start this? This whole started by the case of an Akram wants to break his barrels of Yain Nesef. He asks me, he wants to hire me a Jew to go to break his room to pay me $50 a barrel. Great, so am I allowed to do it or not? So remember, on one hand, you can say no, because therefore that means I want to continue the existence of the Yain Nesef. I'm benefiting from the whole Zah. On the other hand, I'm destroying the whole Zah. So Nachman said, do it and cover along. If it involves the destruction of a Zara, or for that matter, a prohibited item, even though, yes, I do want the continued existence of the INS, so I want it to break it on its own. I want to break it. I don't want the plans to be uprooted on its own. I want to uproot it. But nevertheless, I am permitted to go ahead and do these activities, get paid for them, keep the proceeds, because the destruction of the whole destruction of the Zara, the destruction of the prohibition, ultimately is a good thing. So Nachman says you get paid and Tavo Allah. Incredible. I will say there really is such an interesting idea because kind of a part of Western society mindset is, like living a level, and that is important. As members of society, just as a general approach to living in greater society, we should approach and take an approach to living. Yes, it's not your obligation to be next to the world. Nor is it your place to stand in judgment of everyone else's lifestyle choices or everything else. That to a certain degree, has to be our approach to greater society. And on the other hand, it's also teaching us this idea that evil shouldn't be allowed to take the root in our world. And when there's something that is evil, it has to be uprooted. When there's something that is evil, it has to be broken. When there's something that is evil, it has to be slashed. It has to be destroyed. Because if you let evil take root, then it spreads and unfortunately becomes the norm. And sometimes when those lines between good and evil ultimately again become incredibly blurry. That's what Rabbi uses this stuff. Yes, destroy the INS and Tavo Allah Racham. Because ridding the world of evil is a bracha. That is a bracha. It's not easy. And it's fraught with incredible challenges. We see this for what we think about. It's such an incredible thing. As you think about what the nation of Israel, what the state of Israel is doing, it's moving out this thing. And some of you would think that the world will just blind up. False, right? Just laugh because we're doing the world's dirty. And yet, it's hard because often the world can't see what's evil and what's good. Can't see what's right in this world. But Rabbi tells us sometimes there is a little let live, and sometimes a left that says Yishmar is Ta'ala. Sometimes you have to fight evil, you have to break it, you have to smash it, you have to destroy it. And if you do it, ultimately the process is difficult. The process is long. But ultimately when you get to the other side of the process, that's what it's for. The Gemara goes like, good, Hadri Yasni, so again, the same Pharaoh was sitting. And they asked another question, whereas Hadri Yasni, they come by like, so this is very interesting. what happens if an Akum sells his idol? So Akum sells his idol and he has now sold it for $1,000. $1,000. Does that money in the hands of the Akum take on the same identity as the Adon Yisrael? Does it take on the identity, right? Does it take on the identity of the idolatry or not? Some do or not. So it's very interesting. So ultimately, we start with the nail from the Adon Yisrael. So Matthew says, I think it's mutter. I think it's mutter that if an Akum sells his idol and he has that money does not retain idolatrous identity, but rather that money is just one thing. Listen to this. So here's what Matthew's there were these people who came up Rabbi, what happened? Zero Zedino Komba de Islafu, the suicide is fascinating. So enough ones are like this. There were these people who came up with Rabbi, and what happened? And they wanted to convert. Rabbi told them, guys, before you convert, here's what you need to do. Sell off all of your idolatry, right? Sell off all of your idolatry, and then you have the cash. After you do that, then you convert. Now listen, I watch this. What's the logic over here? And Rashi says over here, look at Rashi. Look at the Swiss Gairu. Because remember, if they convert and they still own the idolatry, then that's idolatry owned by a Jew. Idolatry owned by a Jew, number one, can never be negated, right? Can never have its identity. They can't get hanoah from it. So he tells them instead, before, while you're still Gentiles, sell it off. You have the money, then you convert and the money is permitted. What do you see from there? Obviously, see from the developer, right? So when he sells his idol, that cash is permitted. So the Gemara says, my time, you shouldn't have considered that they have a list of how many other proceeds of the sale of idolatry that are in the hands of the ultimately is permitted. I go shining us in the haven that maybe that case is different. Why is that different? Because since they're in the process of conversion, obviously they're negating the theological significance of the idol burning. So an Akum can be Mevatel is Akum Zara. So that's why the proceeds are. Eloni the Gemara says, here's the proof. Yisosha Enoshel Ovichon Halim Ufana Umachar Avodos Kochaven Dehim. Listen to this. I lent Akum $1,000. So what happened? So the Akum went and sold his idol. Right, and brought me the proceeds from the sale. Or Yayin Nessa, no same case. I went ahead and I lent $1,000. He sold his Yayin Nessa, and then he brought me the proceeds of the sale. What's that? Water. Ultimately, again, it's water. Okay, interesting. The Gemara says, now, however, watch this. And let's say the Akum same case, let the Akum $1,000. Akum same case, so I don't pay you. To me, they're waiting there. I'm just going to sell my idol. I got the proceeds. So I'm going to sell my Yayin Nessa and the proceeds. In that case, it's awesome. See, really interesting. Case number one, same case. I lent Akum $1,000. Case number one, he goes off, sells his idol, goes off, sells his Yayin Nessa. I have no idea what he's doing. He brings me the proceeds, pays back the debt, moved him. Case number two. Same thing, I lent him $1,000. He says, I want to pay you back. Give me a couple of hours. I got to sell my idol. I got to sell my Yayin Nessa. He comes back with the proceeds. The proceeds are prohibited. I have to give a Maishna. So what's the distinction? I understand what's the difference in these two cases. Seifam Yushum Ba'amilek Kirotze B'Kitino. So this is very interesting. So now this seems to circle back a little bit to the previous circle. Now here's the difference. In the second case, where the Akum says, wait here while I sell my idol, or while I go ahead and sell my wine, I want the continued existence of the idol, the continued existence of the wine. Why? Because I want to get paid. So because I want it, therefore Sheshas posits the proceeds are us. Listen, what's that? If he wrote it, that's what we just said before, that's what in other words, we'll say, when you want the continued existence of something, but I'm not doing anything to further the existence. So yes, of course, I want the continued existence of that idol until you have themselves because I want my money. I want the continued existence of the Yayin Nessa because I want my money. But I'm not doing anything to facilitate the continued continued existence of these prohibited items, why should it be us? Vatinan, Ger business, Vatinan, Ger Oligofaden, Shiyarshu Avian Holocaust was this very interesting case. You have two brothers. One converted, and one they're both they're Apple brothers. One converted and one is slaughtered. So brother Ger, brother Apple. So what happens? Their father died. Their Apple's father died, and now they inherit their father. So they want to split the estate. In the estate is idolatry, and let's say converted idols. So Ger, Yaakov, Roma, Roma, Akam, Roma, Mouse. So brother Ger can say to brother Apple, listen, brother Apple, you take all these idolatry stuff, you take all the idols, and I'll take the money and nails. You can do that in the Shabbat, and that's permitted. However, in the Shabbat, there's just like yours. Obviously, all of this presupposes that Ger has not yet actively taken possession of the idols or idols. Obviously, once that happens, there's no more recourse, right? But well, there is recourse. There really see this. You can get a copy to keep the background and Sarah, but it's much more complicated. Once the Jew already owns it, there are very little options. So as long as brother Ger has not yet taken possession of these items, no problem. He's no problem dividing up the estate. However, if brother Ger is in possession, then it's possible. So that's ultimately what you see from there. But come up from my side now, in this case, brother Ger wants to continue the existence of the idolatry, of the Yain, but he's not doing anything active to promote his continued existence, and therefore it's mutter. So what's the problem? What's the case over in this Mishnah? This Mishnah is talking about an idol that's made of gold or silver, which means that even if it breaks, it's still valuable. So therefore, again, brother Ger doesn't actually care if it remains in its full state or not, because even if it breaks, who cares? It still has value. Which the Gemara says that's fine. That works fine for an idol. But how would you explain the case then of Yain Yosef? The Cheres Hadron. So what's his name? Hadrianic person. So apparently, Rashi points out that here, Hadrianic person where ultimately it's very absorbent. Therefore, you put wine in there, the person where absorbed the wine truly be. Is you could take a shard of that earthenware, put it in water, and reconstitute water. In that case, also, brother Ger doesn't care if the casts break or not. It doesn't make a difference because either way, the value is still retained. To which the Gemara said, well, one second, even if that's so, even if brother Ger doesn't care about the fact that it was break, right? But he does care about having it still lost. He still wants to continue existence. Don't bring a riot in this case. You're bringing a riot, you bring up in the case of the inheritance of Ger. No. Shani Rusha Sager, Dakilu Barama. Rabbis were made by the Rusha. In other words, normally, the Gemara says perhaps this case should be problematic. But halacha l'maisa, Chazal may make it by Yerusha. As long as the Ger has not yet actually taken possession of the Yain or the idols, he's absolutely permitted to work this out with his brother. Well, right, so you take this, you take this, the stuff, I'll take the permitted stuff. Yes, he wants to continue existence. Why? Why would they make it by a Ger? We are afraid that if the Ger has to make a choice between his money, his Yerusha, and his religion, he will choose his money and choose his ways. So that's not really not going to get. That's the reality of nature. We see this before as well. For example, right? Some part of the lesson shown. It's all said that in certain cases of theft, the thief doesn't always have to return that which he stole. Right? I mean, the victim should not accept back the stolen wine in order to go ahead and facilitate the thief. The greatest thief has to return everything it's difficult for people to engage in self-sacrifice when it comes to right? Money is necessary. Money is important. And, as much as we say, but as long as you have your health, It's true. As long as you have your health and you can pay your bills. Like, because if you don't have money, it just feels like and many people do not stand up to religious challenges. It was a choice between religion and they're afraid that the air, the execution, and ultimately again, Shah, he may be tempted to choose the solution. But because of the gift,
I'm just trying to take you out and show you off. Looking like it's straight out of a movie. I know you're the man, but you do hell. Trying to put you in some movie. We on the top floor. Cappuccinos in the Saint Laurent store. We on a hundred. What's like tequila? I just guarantee that I get dancing with the devil. Put up on the pedal now. Different color diamonds and they dancing in the bezel now. One out, now. Ain't justifying like you said. First class, we rockin' a lot. Right behind the party. Didn't have to see you security behind. I got what you need, girl. So sick of being mine. See like the others. Yeah, it doesn't feel this night. Guess you need so cool. Now the world comes right your shoulder. Never wanna be until I came. Never wanna be until I came. Guess you need so cool. You wanna come around your shoulder. Never wanna be until I came. Never wanna be until I came. Yeah. Give me all what I need. I'm the only one that's subject you in the sign. Yeah. Hold back as you leave. I put on my homies when I put up on the feet. Yeah. Tell you what's more. We don't want no more flash your eyes. I don't know what photos in here. Yeah. I had to do it solo. Rest in peace, a piece of my soul. Guess you need is what cool.
But again, Ishmael understood what would be to be successful. Chazal understood what would be to be successful. And when they relax the standards to be successful, they do it. They do it. When success is accomplished in relaxing of standards, Chazal do it.
The fuck did I just watch right there? Alright, now I understand why Shab is so mad. He's paying money to do this shit. So that was freaking Shab producer, Chin Sui, who's almost 50. That was Little Brows. And what is the point of it? How much money did that video cost? Like, they had to hire extras, all the CGI and shit. But, like, this is the problem with Brendan Schaub and his empire, so to speak. Like, none of it was focused. I mean, he gave up stand-up, failed at it. Podcast is completely failed. And, like, but now we've...
Ultimately, again, he
music,
doesn't worship
like, by the way, they posted this video hours ago, and I think it had 100 views or some shit. Who knows, but like, even if this, like this video or this song's not going to kick off, but like, even if it's, like, I don't understand what the goal is here, but now we're gonna get into music and concerts. What the fuck did I just watch right here?
On one hand,
I watched fucking Asian Chucky's dad from Rugrats and some special ed guy do a song called Black SUV. I don't know what the point of what this is. I get why Shaw abuses his dad now. This is what they're spending his dad's money on. Making crappy music videos that this would have been cool in like 2012 or something. What would it go for like a weekend song? Like, yeah, like this is the weekend. Like, this is one of the songs the weekend rejected and they got their hands on it probably. How much do you think this costs though? I know a lot of it's CGI, but I will say it's pretty good CGI stuff. Like, they probably spent like $100,000 on this. And it'll get like 20,000 views or something. Bizarre. What are they doing at this point? Like,
So
Figure out what are you gonna do, the color stamp or read out in the music. I don't know. But, what did you think of the video? Let me know your thoughts in the comments.
Once it's been acquired by you, essentially you can't do So what do? Actually, I must say, this is before I can get out. Or maybe I can call over and call over and
Hi, my name is Kat, and my fun facts are that I love to cook and I love to make men cry.
What do you like to cook though?
My favorite thing to do is cook my man a nice ribeye steak after a long day of making him cry. It's like a reward.
You're such a guy. You like to see them.
I don't like to watch men suffer. I like to make them suffer. It sounds like she's seasoning her food with the tears. Like, that's the real secret. You play with my food before. You're like collecting your tears. Play with your food before I eat it.
I'm not talking about that. That's insane.
Hi, my name is Kat.
So, Brenda Child's former assistant, Kat, has been thriving ever since getting rid of, leaving Brenda Child and doing her own thing. Now, she left with Child's friend, a former porno guy, Stevie Blue Eye. They broke up, though. And then she started doing videos with Mark Harley. Now, he used to be associated with Child, left in his career. Got even better. He was in a Super Bowl commercial. But Kat has steadily been going on and doing better and better and better. And she's even doing a podcast now with Rampage Jackson. I mean, she's doing a podcast with like one of the most well-known MMA guys. Brandon Shaw is doing his podcast. And even like in this thing, she's still doing content with other creators. And I've seen a couple of clips of this, and I gotta admit, out of all the girls I hear, she got off the best line. She never mind how to job now. So she might naturally just have some comedy skills in her, and the people in the comments are good for her, like taking it serious. Obviously, she might be a good off joke, and they're actually pretty good, to be completely honest. But, I mean, it's just one of the crazy things. The people who get away from shop do way better. So, like, I'm wondering what the hell is Calvin and Mr. Lee is still doing there. I mean, I get it. Shop is like basically paying them to be his friend. And maybe he wasn't being cat enough. I don't know. And I don't know if she's still doing the OnlyFans or she just shows her feet. But, I mean, she's just another example of how it thrives ever since getting away from Bob. I mean, that guy, everything he touches goes to shit. It's not a shit. Fucking everybody who gets away from him does way better. It's like he's Shawn Michaels without the talent now. I mean, the second Triple H and Kevin Nash get away from Shawn Michaels, their careers became way bigger. And that's what Shawn is. Let me know your thoughts in the comments.
So the Gemara says, but again, no riot about a guarantor show, right? So when it comes to a guarantor show, we still act as our show, can a guarantor show, which is a Gentile, repudiated idolatry, can be without
She's a lot more sensible than anybody. I'm hot. I'm passionate. Well, I got my black belt here. Oh, there's a deal with them. Yeah, I think I know what you have to say. So what's wrong with the badge? Am I getting punked? Where are we? Hey, bro, what's your career? Well, Jesse Lee Peterson had me on. Did you see it? The moment Brian Callen realized that his career was usually over. I mean, come on, Jesse Lee Peterson. That's where we ended up. Years ago, right before Dalia and that show got accused and canceled, he had a deal at Netflix with a show that he was going to do with Dalia on Netflix. And then Dalia got canceled, and he claimed he hardly ever met Dalia. And then he got canceled. I mean, he keeps doing the show with Mama that is completely fair, but I kind of almost feel bad for Brian Callen, like, because like he was just accused, and then he sued the Tiger and lady, and then he dropped the lawsuit. Which Shaw started to drop the lawsuit against me, and he lost, but we're no good deal. But my God, he ended up on Jesse Peters, and you can just see it in Brian Callen's face, where he's just like, I'm friends with Joe Rogan. How did I end up here? He didn't even move into Texas with Shaw just to be around him. So, I mean, that was just hilarious to me. You can just see it in his face. The moment he knew his career was over. Done. Right? Yeah, like I said, it's like, what happened?
He has accepted upon himself all of the mitzvot except for all of the Jews. He's Latin, I'm sure. Incredible. The rest of the time,
I have one young kids, like, yeah, perfect time to go. This is like the best time to give it a shot. So, yeah. You get any pushback on your friends or family? Oh, no, right? I don't know. What's your can't think they go before? Alright, so Callen there definitely does not want Brendan Schaub moving to Austin, Texas with him. So I've been locked up for a while, so I kind of missed some of this. But the people at the Fighter and the Kids subreddit have an interesting theory. The theory is that Brian Callen was just going to move to Texas because Joe Rogan was going to make him like a regular at the Comedy Mothership, basically a spot every week. And since that was going to be the case, and Callen's Hollywood career was basically over, he was just going to relocate to Texas, to Austin, and just do that. Be a regular at the Comedy Mothership, and then do Joe Rogan's podcast a bunch. And that is Brendan Schaub, who was following Brian Callen down there. And Callen's like, okay, I guess we can tell you regret it because Schaub literally had nothing else to do. I mean, he doesn't do stand-up anymore. His podcast has failed. There's legitimately no reason for Brendan Schaub to move to Texas. There's the reason for Callen. If he's already done spots at the Comedy Mothership, and he's going to continue. And if like what's the big thing is real, I mean, that is a good opportunity. I mean, it is Joe Rogan Club, and Joe Rogan is the biggest podcaster. And it turns out this might be a situation of just Brendan Schaub following Brian Callen. Let me know your thoughts.
But what does it mean that is oil is like oil? There's oil that the signal that you get enough from this oil.
Maybe it's multiple times for you to move to Austin. I have answered multiple times, so that's okay. Tonight that people have interest. Kids moving, I'm not holding out for Danny, Chris, and Eric in LA.
He's like an apple.
Okay, so now they're saying that Chin is moving. He probably got backlash for saying he's not. But Chris D'Elia and Eric Griffin are staying in Los Angeles. Baba is just following Callen, but Baba doesn't do stand-up. Joe Rogan's not allowed him at the Comedy Mothership, so I'm not even quite understanding the Texas move, and I guarantee you, this Texas move ends everything. Not just the Bitcoin empire. You know how embarrassing it is to deal with a lawsuit. The plaintiff's name is Bitcoin. But not just that, he's going to move to, I guarantee you, his wife hates this move. She wanted to be an LA housewife, not some random Texas Mexican chick. She's going to have no friends, no family there, or anything. And it's just going to be Schaub doing nothing. His podcast is still tanking. He can't sell tickets to do stand-up. He's not going to be allowed in the Comedy Mothership. He's just literally moving to Austin, Texas, Do you think his wife's going to put up with that? I highly doubt it. This move is going to be the end of shop. And then because a few months from now, Calvin has to talk about, well, I mean, we're not really going to keep doing this podcast. It doesn't make any money, and which it doesn't cost money at this point. So, I don't know what jobs are doing. I don't know why you're making this move, but this will be the end of Big Boy Empire. Let me know your thoughts in the comments. Especially about if you think his wife is still after this.
He can yield his rights to the other members of the community. If there is a non-Jewish president, he has to right his rights.
In the sports, I just want to read to everybody the text that Joe Rogan and I got this morning from you. It just came out of nowhere. I woke up and I went, oh, and this is what I got. This is Brendan texting Joe and I, Joe Rogan and I. Fellas, I'm so goddamn strong right now. It's a problem. I just did on bench 225 25 times, 2-minute rest. Then I did 315 5 times, 2-minute rest, and 225 22 times. That's insane. That's insane strength. Did you videotape that?
No, I should though. But I should do it so people can see.
Bro, it's just that is
the camera be on the stand.
No, you should because I know you do that, and I know you can do that, and I know you have done that. But I want any doubters to know and see. And it's like, well, all right, that's crazy. That's I don't know. That's combine shit. That's high level combine shit.
Oh no, the ball in history last night is the combine done. It might have ended, but we watch all of it. What's the highest numbers on 225 at tight end? Jay texts me. These are the linebackers that I can beat all of them. Jay's like, I'm like, yeah, like twice. Like I bet I could do it within the set twice. But that's what I did.
225, 22 times.
25. 5, then I rest.
25, 15, 5. So much. Do you know how much more? That's so crazy.
Yeah.
And then 315, 5.
And I went back to 225, 22 times.
I do too in my workout. That is nuts.
And for me, this might be it for what? To be the strongest baseball.
Why do you think you're so strong? Is it because you never stop working out? But genetics and all that, I know, but like that's weird.
You never not worked out. Like never saw the only time I did must be and the only time I took it off, I've been mentioned since fucking I don't know, elementary. But the only time I took it off was when I did stand up. I had like 8 to 9 months where I just drank and did stand up.
So
So I took that time off. I hated myself.
Yeah.
I need to be my kid's superhero. Now I got back to the gym seriously. Yeah, baptized, TRT, their boys fucking.
Is that TRT baptized?
Right. It's fucking. It's retarded. I said, but you know what it is? It's really strong. Yeah, but I said, you know what it is? I'm getting rest. I got that at 9. Yeah, I wake up at 5. I gotta have a routine. I'm eating good. I don't drink anymore.
Not drinking is really.
And also just happier overall. Like I was an alcohol head, dude. I've been in that life for a long time. So it's just like getting my life together. You know? So when you have to get off, so you hit the mothership all good. Probably not. Yeah. I mean, I'll check my offset with support. When you're there, then I'm there. When you're there, I'm there. Yeah. But it's what, like, when you're doing your weekends or whatever, and if Rogan's there, I go say what's up to the boys. But as far as, like, my life's so different now. Yeah.
Alright, so aside from the lifting bullshit, did you see that he just revealed the real reason why he moved? Why he's moving to Austin, Texas? I like that he also admitted that he stopped working out because he's doing stand-up and drinking, and that's the new reason why he had to stop doing stand-up to start working out again. He was kind of building in that bullshit. But he revealed why he's really moving to Texas. It's what we saw. Ryan Callen moved to Texas because Rogan's giving him a weekend spot at the Comedy Mothership every weekend. So Callen was going to quit the podcast, and Sean was just following Callen down there. Because there's really no other reason for for Shaw to go to Texas. I mean, he doesn't do stand-up. He doesn't do stand-up. And even if he did, Joe Rogan would never let him perform there because he didn't perform. But you just heard from his mouth. When you're at the Comedy Mothership, I'm going to be at the Comedy Mothership. He legitimately is just following Brian Callen to Texas. He won't let Callen quit the podcast. He's straight up following Calvin all the way to Texas and not going to let him quit doing this podcast. That is really, really pathetic. Wow. He's selling his house and bought a new place in Austin just to follow Brian Callen down there and hopes to. I bet his ultimate plan, though, is if they're based in Austin, he's going to hang out at the mothership while he can. Like you just said, when Callen's there, he's going to be there. And they're going to try to get on Joe Rogan's podcast more. That is the plan going forward. Will it work? I don't know. But, your thoughts.
Once he's no longer readily available in the field, you no longer kind of keep it for yourself. So the idea is, so people that also right with Bono Sheet of those from the idea.
Brendan Schaub's Thick Boy brand is officially over. So if you go to thickboy.com, you just get redirected to the Fighter and the Kid shop. And it says it will be soon, the Fighter and the Kid. Your email. So the Thick Boy brand is dead. So with this move to Texas, he's dropping that brand. I guess he's just going to go forward with the drive fast, gas thing, another terrible brand, and try to bring that, just stick with the Fighter and the Kid as follows Callen to Texas to bother him. But he shouldn't be allowed to just dump the Thick Boy brand now, because when he sued me, that lawsuit says Thick Boy versus Kyle Sundell, aka Unique. So I'm going to forever be associated with Thick Boy when in Harvard Law they're teaching copyright law and they bring up that case when Disney sues Sony or something. And he's going to be able to just dump Thick Boy, but I'm going to be associated with it? That's not fair. But I mean, another failed business move. Somebody in my chat brought up a good point, though. If he's dumping Thick Boy, does that mean Tiger Thick Whiskey is done? I mean, come on. He sold like 2 bottles and he's not really even selling that anymore. Obviously. So, yeah, I guess that's done. The whole Thick Boy thing. Ugh, what a failed branding. What a loser, in fact. But it's officially over now, so no more Thick Boy crap going forward. Is that stupid clip channel he does where he uploads a video and gets 100 views? That extra thick? Are they going to change the name of that now?
That's the idea.
No.
Never get a lot of myself.
They don't make the word thick and tech without round damn parts, but so maybe that's why they changed it. I don't know, but let's hear the thoughts.
Would come up with S-loads of S-loads of the person wants to assign and he gives her something proper services. Right? When you use your object, that object is called an S-load.
Brendan Schaub is already preparing his new scam. Final Edition TRX work in progress. Project giveaway truck. You know, I'm wondering at this point now that the brand Thick Boy is done, retired, and I guess he's going to continue on with the drive fast all gas thing. And I get that he's trying to stand, but at this point, I mean, once he got forced to go buy merch from him, how much money is he really making off of this? Like $150. But he's going to spend more money fixing up this truck. Like, I wonder if it's even a scam at this point, or like, he's just paying to pretend to be a influencer. Like, he's just wasting money to come up with projects that will hurt the foremost he can get out of the house and have to stand up on the floor. No use to that even pennies. If you just pay money to make content that nobody's watching, he's losing money doing this. That's one of the big reasons why he's moving to Texas. It's a lot cheaper, but he's also following talent because talent is about himself when he's got mothership residents. So, I mean, the fact that he's even saying this is me, the fact that he's even doing this is kind of disturbing and sad because I guess he's trying to scam, but like I said, he got $100 million.
When there's transactional abuse, these are flourishes, right? Our relations, in other words, when there's immediacy, that's when it's less. If there is a lack of transactional abuse, then the
Brenda Child's wife posted it on Instagram revealing how much of a failure Child is. How much of a terrible person she is. So she posted this reel. She put, "Me praying my husband achieves all of his goals so I can buy whatever I want." First and foremost, achieve all of his goals. How much of you got to sell on that move to Texas? I mean, the dude's been podcasting for over a decade. I thought he failed that. MMA fighter, stand-up, podcasting. So, like, him moving to Texas is such a regression, but you probably have to sell it on it. Like, we'll go to Texas, me and Brian are going to do the fighter and kid down there. Rogan's going to have us on all the time, and our numbers are going to get really back up there, like the way it used to be. And then I can buy you whatever you want. I know you don't want to move to Texas if you want to be LA housewife chick, but trust me, I'll go down there, we'll achieve my goals, and we'll make even more money. And it's just over. But the fact that she's like, yeah, I hope he achieves all of his goals. I mean, that used to be Brenda Child's go-to thing. Whenever you say he's not funny, you'd be like, "Where's your sold out?" Stand-up thing. Where's your special? Where's all that for you? Like Ariel Hawani said, how did everything stop betting on yourself? You bet on yourself enough. How many years later your wife's praying you achieve all your goals so she'd go buy some more stuff? I mean, you must be running out of daddy money. Daddy just like, yo, dude. You can only do so many fake businesses that don't make any money. You gotta downgrade, go to Texas, follow Cali, but even that's not gonna work. But her praying that what are his goals, by the way? What are Brenda Child's goals? I guess his goal is to be a podcaster, but he was. He had a successful podcast that he ruined. Because he couldn't take jokes on the internet, so not only did he not achieve his goals, he did achieve his goals and he lost those achievements, and now he's downgrading. This marriage is so not going to last. Who do you think she's going to move on with? What Z-list celebrity can she latch on to? I'm assuming probably a rapper. Or something. I don't think she's older now, so she can't get the baseball players anymore. But I mean, what a vapid, terrible person his wife is. Like I said, I think she's dumber than he is. I think he only sued me. So I remember when Will Smith slapped Chris Rock, and Will Smith was fine with the joke that he saw Gina's reaction, and he went insane to slap Chris Rock. Maybe that's the reason why Sean was because the wife probably forced him to. I think she might actually be worse, but let me know your thoughts.
Next carry-on travel stroller was game changer. Billy did so well, and I can't tell you guys how many times I got stopped at the airport and asked, "Hey, what stroller is it?" And of course, I had to direct him to Turner because he is game changer, guys. Having 3 kids and traveling through the airport is no joke. But this literally made my life so easy, stress-free, and that's the beauty when traveling with 3 children. Even Tiger, my eldest, who was obsessed with Billy, wanted to push her around the airport, and it made it so easy because all Billy was having a blast. When I tell you you're sleeping on it, you're sleeping on it. So get your 10X, guys. Mama 3, you must have it. Taking my 10X carry-out travel stroller.
Okay, I usually don't comment on the families of people I talk about on this channel, but when they so willingly put themselves out there like this, I just gotta make some comments. His shop is hard up for money that they are now trying to use the kids to get money in some online commercial thing that they have to make and submit themselves. Like I know the podcast failed. I know a bunch of stuff. This happened ever since Callan got accused, and everything's been downhill. He has to go and stand up. He's selling the house to follow Texas. Everything has failed. They've been caught up for money. Or is it like his wife? Like this is her thing of, I got this new job because what was it? She was going to do a construction thing with her family, or she went to hire a person to make over your house and stuff. Like, so it's just her thing of, well, this is my job, so she doesn't sit around the house all day. She's going to have to get a job. She's going to go to Calabasas and go to Austin.
Game changer. It really did so well, and I can't tell you guys how many times I got stopped at the airport.
I must say, I like the Vegas trips that she had because one of these shops does not look like the other shops. Is that a little familiar right there?
If that's the case, if he doesn't tell it to a
I don't know who she was meeting in Vegas, but yeah. It's like a family full of Mexicans and one of them
the person will consecrate his
people say Brendan's father, Jamaican Comics baby. Well, I don't know who father did one. But whoever she might be meeting in Vegas, that might be going down. But damn. But yeah, I mean, women don't pick their kids. But yeah, this woman is a menace. She's an idiot, bigger idiot than Chop, and I'm starting to hate her more than Chop. I mean, that's the thought in the comment.
In the realm of personal growth, this only emphasizes what we're able to do. There's sometimes a mistake of measuring ourselves against.
One of his biggest faults is the fucking, the Rogan sphere comedians. Like, what Cat Williams said? Joe Rogan and 7 comedians that were never funny, right?
That would be like me being on Joe Rogan. Joe don't want me on there. I need to be on Shannon. Joe got 6 comedians that never been funny. He ain't gonna push out.
That's a fact. But he always promoted us. I understand they're his friends. But these hacks were always showing up and always being cringe and always being. Because at some point it's like, bro, how many times do I have to hear Brendan Schaub's got a fucking special just trash? Do comedy for 3 months. Like, why y'all lying to us?
Okay, so Brendan Schaub out here catching strays. They're ranting about Joe Rogan. Schaub gets a shot coming at him. I just other people who look like me talking about this world. Because the Gusto guy and now these two guys have been preaching. But wait a minute, aren't these guys Canadian? And we'll own everything up. I'm going to have to disagree with them on one thing. In regards to Schaub and the other comedians that wrote in the sphere, the baby Schaub, they call him a hack. Now, Brendan Schaub is not a hack. Hacks are actually funny. Hacks destroy. Hacks are funny, they just do hacky material.
Brendan Schaub isn't funny enough to be a hack. He stinks, which is why, Alder does stand-up comedy. See, hack is like the original grifter. If you would just throw around the word and the people just start throwing it around and not using it in its right term. If someone's not funny, that doesn't mean they're a hack. That just means they're not funny. And it's like grifter. Everybody's calling everybody a grifter. In order to be a grifter, you have to preach some stuff you don't really believe in. It's not just people you disagree with. So Brendan Schaub is not a hack yet. You have to be a hack to be funny. No. Which one's Evan? Which one preach? Which one looks like friggin' scheduled for I like these guys chanting out. I always like Schaub getting his trashing. Let me know your thoughts in the comments.
So what's the status now of the animal? Kevin Governor, I mean, Russell, Russell, Kiman Daki Russell. So do we see the essential making something heckish is the equivalent of offering it up, whereas literally the
the podcast is pretty much almost over when they have to resort to this. So, Brendan Schaub and Brian Callen are doing an Ask Me Anything in AMA. Or Ask Us Anything. The fun advocate fans, ask us anything. Got any questions you'd like to ask Brendan and Brian? Fire away. Email your questions to thefighterinthekidshop@gmail.com. Okay, so this is now another scam. So Brendan Schaub is just trying to get a bunch of emails to try and hawk his crap to. Because this AMA is going to be so lame. And the reason why it's going to be so lame, of course, everyone on the Fighter and Kid subreddit, people watching this video, are all going to send this questions about, the most obvious things we want answered. And there's too many to even list. Like, what happened to Sick Boy? Why did you stop doing that? A bunch of lawsuit questions. The Vegas trip, what did you really slip your girl in? All those questions. None of those are going to be answered. They are going to go through and either select the most benign or just make up fake questions that were emailed in. There's no way in hell they're going to read any real question emailed in by any real people. The Brendan Schaub is too sensitive for any of that. There's going to be not that much. They might do one or two little easy ones that Brendan Schaub can make up a lie about and just quickly answer, but there's going to be any cat out of this. However, the main scare is they want you to email it so they can get your email. That's mainly what it is. Because wouldn't you do this on AMA during a live stream? Just go live with your podcast and do it in the comment section. Or do it on Reddit. But they want you to email it at the Fighter and Kid Shop. Yeah, that's all that's going to happen with this. I mean, that's of course we're going to check it out, but don't bring too much into this and think a bunch of cat is coming. Probably not, but let me know your thoughts in the comments.
We do understand is that sort of first categorized as a license or as a harvest payment must be transactional, which means payment. If that order is not followed, either payment delayed deal.
There's comments that I don't think they're very good. They don't make me laugh, but I don't care. I don't get mad at them. You know what I'm saying? Well, yeah, I don't get upset at them. I mean, I'll be friends with them. I'll like them. There's comics that I had to learn how to do that. It used to be like, if you guys weren't funny, I just couldn't deal with them. I couldn't hang out with them. I'm friends with a few people that suck. But they're nice people. You can separate that. Alright, you know Joe Rogan was talking about Brendan Schaub. And you know he's talking about Brendan Schaub because Joe Rogan has said he had a comic friend who wanted to perform at the Comedy Mothership, and Rogan had to tell him, look, you're not a headliner and you're not good enough to perform at my comedy club. And we all knew he was talking about Brendan Schaub. And then Brendan Schaub confirmed Joe Rogan was talking about him. And Brendan Schaub is so bad that he quit stand-up comedy. He's no longer a stand-up comedian. So, you know, Rogan was just 100% talking about Schaub. So, like, Joe Rogan needs to stop having that conversation with his buddies because we found out from this Bert Kreischer interview that Rogan talked Bergen to doing stand-up and to get off of the travel TV shows. So that's two terrible stand-ups that we can blame on Joe Rogan. But I mean, Rogan's admitting that Schaub isn't the one who's not funny, but yet he's still friends with him because he's a nice guy. And now Brendan Schaub is moving to Austin, Texas. He's following Brian Callen down there because Brian Callen's moving there because he's getting a residency at the Comedy Mothership, Joe Rogan's club. And Brian Callen doesn't have the heart to tell Brendan Schaub he's done with the podcast, so Brendan Schaub is just following Callen down there to do a podcast and not do stand-up and bother him at the Comedy Mothership. But I love how Joe Rogan, he like completely realizes Schaub isn't funny and won't have him at his club, but he'll still be friends with him. Let me know your thoughts in the comments.
Alright, so let's analyze movie one. I'm gonna love it. How about that? My hobby, how is that? So I'm gonna analyze this, right? So now it's right. He says, how relations are influenced to soda?
Elon Musk has finally clapped back at Bill Burr. Bill Burr has been trashing Elon Musk. This was sent to Elon Musk. Bill Burr started just not Elon Musk out of nowhere at the Tonight Show. Lots of books and make fun of his past. Why did Elon Musk just like he got out of the politics and black guy tried to rewrite his origin story like so bad thing about him pulling his kids to high school. It's like you were a thing nerd, nobody paid you, and now you have Eric Stoltz is eliminating his face and everybody is afraid of these nerds. I don't get it.
I was talking about it in Charlotte.
And then Elon Musk was
massive. Oh, interesting. You know, the sheep standing in the house. She requires it's like, you just play the if it's in her house, and she requires it. Or she had a relationship with her.
Okay. Alright. Nice little clap back by Elon. Nice little one. I mean, it's a good way to clap back a little bit. You can't go kill the show. When Bill Burr, professional comedian, but you're gonna clap back and kind of a little retard finder.
Very interesting.
So, you've been doing this for a lot of days, too. So, I mean, Bill Burr has been going hard with paint at Elon. Bill Burr's on this whole right years kick. So, let's see Elon do a little clap back. I wonder if Bill's now going to go back to Elon. I don't know, but let me know your thoughts in the comments.
Die Messina legens zien in Canada my sister, I believe that's in the next 30 days. Good. The Elon, and it's not shocking gas.
But you have to talk about it. UFL does that. I don't want to say it's UFL does that. Really? Okay, I think that's a good idea. What's UFL now? What do you mean? PFL? No, UFL. What's UFL? UFLs were like Twitter down there. That's right. I thought it was GFL. Yeah, GFL. No, yeah, GFL. Sorry, yeah. Okay, did you see that? The moment Joe Rogan is Brendan Schaub's ring. Brendan Schaub works for the GFL. He worked for them. Didn't even remember the name of it. Remember? Yeah, going around and it's kind of like the job on the calendar. What are you even doing here? You're so hired a complete idiot. So did you know that was so stupid? You're going to go on Joe Rogan's podcast and you would know the name of it. And Rogan had to remind him what the name of it was. My God, how could somebody be this stupid? Travis a lot, too. For some reason, his wife keeps going to Chicago by herself. She's crazy. Red and chocolate again, just proving he's an idiot. Let me know your thoughts in the comments.
Right? Or maybe ultimately again, or nice shape,
Here's another question from the same person. Do you guys think you'll ever fix the relationship with Bobby Lee, and who gave you the info about Tiger Tail Belly that caused all the mess?
Look, Bobby Lee and I on text had fixed that relationship. I think you'll see us together in something, in the future. And, I've apologized and taken full accountability. I love him. He's a great guy. I won't go into the Tiger Belly stuff, but it's over. It's done. It was a huge mistake, and he's our boy. I love the guy. I think he's really funny. I'm not making excuses. I never have. I've known him right away several times, and I throw myself on the mercy of the court.
So therefore,
I don't know where to see Bobby. That'd be cool. I know I'm honestly towards him. I don't care. I think he's hilarious. He's so talented, but I'm sure you feel the same way. It's like my life doesn't get better for me and him, a friend. Neither does his. So all good. All good. Well, I think he's a great guy. I'm always. I was never that close. You came up with him in the comedy store. I was never that close with him. I've always appreciated him. He's such a talent. He has a great podcasting and stand-up. Look, man, well, it's not like I was wrong. I think that that mix was wrong. 100% wrong. And I was working on bad information. And I take full responsibility. I don't even blame the information I got. I take full responsibility for that. I believe it was ugly information I got. I always say it was good. The way I spoke to him, he was always my friend. Always somebody I cared about. Didn't deserve any of that at all, not even a little bit. And I've not made a lot of mistakes in my life, but when I make mistakes, I've always accounted for them. And I believe a man should say, I was wrong, I fucked up, this is a huge learning experience, no excuses. No excuses. And I had a bad moment, and I was in a bad way. I was personally and emotionally in a bad way, man. I was in a dark place. I was at this bad time, and also I should have had in hindsight been like, what are we doing? No, we shouldn't do this. Like, we just weren't thinking. I had a million things going on. Like, this whether it was or wasn't mine, it was somebody that we cared about who was a good person. Who had nothing to do with it in the middle of it. I think that was outrageous. And that's my mea culpa. But like, if it happened now, like, we're in such a better spot. If someone were getting those my same information, I'm like, I'm not out of here. It was a weird time. Like, it was so stupid. Yeah, it's so stupid. I think you'll see me and Bobby in the future. And I don't know what me and Bobby would do. It's not like they're not against you. It's roll, whatever. All right. Just go up. Did you hear what this asshole Brendan John said? First of all, he still thinks Bobby Lee absolutely has something to do with starting the Predator to Kids subreddit. What was that thing he said? I don't have any animosity towards him. But said so defensively in such a lie. Why would you have any animosity towards Bobby Lee? He did something to you. And then the other statement he made, whether it was him or wasn't him, like he still thinks Bobby Lee has nothing to do with it, or was pushing hate on him as if Bobby Lee would care in any way, So they did their Reddit AFA, or Reddit AFA, mostly a bunch of fake questions. I might make another video coming up later about the ending of a podcast and what would happen with co-host the Bobby Lee thing. Maybe Bobby Lee had something to do with that. And the fact that even like this, no one of the questions coming in having time to prepare an answer. Still, just kind of be honest and be like, yeah, I still think Bobby had something to do with it. But you keep saying my dad's bad, it's about work. They started a lot of things to but you still on the appeal process based on that same info for the same people who said that Bobby started to fight her kids subreddit with me. So, I don't know, ridiculous the fact that this guy is still a lot of moves towards Bobby. And I bet you probably still blames a lot of his family's career on that whole situation with Bobby, even though it was his fault because he made the accusations. Like, man, Bobby Lee's the reason why my podcast failed. I don't understand them anymore. What you're reading to here. But I know your thoughts.
Then set the price up differently. Instead of making the first case of the price up, in the case of where roommate says, here's $100, go out and go for a drink, make it two different cases. What should the two cases be? What's the better? I mean, when is this so ultimately again that it's prohibited?
And golden hour when you guys know.
When is it prohibited for roommate
Chris and Eric will continue to do it. The show this might be better as well. You know, those guys have known each other for years. They talk movies that can give two fucks about, and someone be able to elaborate on that. I usually fuck the vibe up because I'm not in the same movies and stuff. Like, they're gonna crush it, just the two of them. And there's so much chemistry. So that's just gonna continue. I'll check back in, I'll zoom in while I'm in LA, I'll jump on, but it's gonna be the Chris and Eric show. It's gonna be cold now, you know.
Ryan Lee Hansen said, when or if will you ever see Theo back on the pod? What is your current relationship with him now?
Theo might be moving to Austin. Yeah, but I talked to Theo yesterday. He posted happy birthday. You know, Theo's doing his thing, man. He's swamped. Yeah, is he doing a lot of stuff? I talked to Theo at least, I'd say, 2-3 times a month, probably. Yeah, me and Theo are great. Love that guy. He's crushing it, man. Crushing it.
Okay. Let's see. Here's another inquisitive one. Art0321 says, what happened with Brendan and Chappelle? Do they still talk? I assume that's Chappelle AC.
Yeah, nothing. Love Chappelle. That's a good text. I think he's out. He's still in LA, right? Yeah, he's still out there. I love Chappelle. I haven't talked to him in a while. I'm not doing stand-up, so I used to see him around, you know, the comedy store and improv and Laugh Factory. So I'm not in that world. So I think people don't realize that when you have kids and you're not a father, you're not on your phone that much. You're not connected to the outside world. You're not going to really talk when I'm on the road because you're doing your kid out. You get older, and when I have the days like travel ball, like I'm holding out 42. When you get older, too, you have kids, you know, like I'll talk to my old friends, but there's not a lot to talk about all the time because you're busy doing things that you're also not that interesting. Like, you just think worse when people are telling you their schedule with their kids. Like, unless it's your kids or you're on the same baseball team or in the same school, you really don't give a fuck. The guys are seeing the world, it's not that interesting. Was your kid on the football team? Was he in 3rd grade? Was he doing a recital? Like, we're all doing the same shit. It's not that exciting. But when you're single and you're on the road, you're doing this, or you're UFC fighter, like, there's a lot of exciting shit. We've given dad, like, my son, it was my birthday, I was asleep by 8:30. Like, I'm not really doing anything to live. This is the future. You're living the future. That is awesome. This is someday. This is the future.
Okay, Andress SDCA wants to know, are there going to be any more Fighter the Kid live shows?
We're not about it. We can do it, Austin. Of course, There's not going to be. After the last debacle that was the Fighter and the Kid live show, where I think literally 2 people bought tickets and they ended up just having to cancel it. Alright, so this AMA was whack. It was pretty much everything I assumed it was going to be. We got the info that he's no longer going to be doing the Golden Hour podcast. But I will give Brendan Schaub this credit. He figured something out. He said the podcast with Christopher and Eric Griffin will be better when he's not on it. Duh. Of course it will be. Everything is better when you're not on it, stupid. Why do you think every time someone works for you quits, your career immediately takes off and goes better? From Tien to Ella Carly to Leo Vaughn. Of course, stupid. The second you're off that podcast, they change the name of it. It's immediately going to be doing better. You're the worst thing. Nobody likes you. You have to pay people to be your friend. I'm not joking about that, by the way. But, I mean, so, like I said, this AMA was pretty much what I knew it was going to be. No real, like, the Bobby Lee question was probably what a real one they cherry picked, and then just asked a bunch of other ones that no one's really asked. Hey, Brian, how much for you to fucking get? What are you guys going to do a live podcast? Yeah, as if anyone was asking when they're going to do a live podcast. Their podcast is dead. Nobody was asking. It's so pathetic. You know, you're like, make sure you write a question and ask about a live podcast and we can get the idea out there, float it, maybe sell some tickets. It's like, it's not happening, dude. Give it up. But, yeah, let me know your thoughts in the comments.
That Halacha Laraisa, the human system is so case whatever. Essentially, there are 2 cases in rice. Case number 1 is where human gives his representative. Drink that case, whatever they
Vader wants to know, how do you guys always keep positive, especially when any hate is thrown your way?
Because at the end of the day, when the hate's thrown away, I was laughing. I'm like, I spend, you know what I do all day? I spend, and this is all I've ever done, I spend all day trying to figure out ways to make people laugh. And then I do a podcast. I don't know what I'm doing that's causing, like, if you hate me, I don't know what to tell you. I'm always trying to treat people well. I think if you ask anybody I've ever worked with, anyone I've ever been around, they would tell you that I'm a pretty nice guy who does his best. I take care of my family, and he's the same fucking way. Every time somebody meets him, they go, hey, he's really nice. Yeah, I know. You know what he hates? He hates either hurting people's feelings. You know, like what are we supposed to do? Like, what are we supposed to do? Also, name somebody that's not like anybody that, and we're not celebrities, but like anyone doing anything of note, like hates just what you sign up for. I don't know too many people that like just focus on that. If all we did is focus on that, we wouldn't be here. Yeah, I don't read comments good or bad. That's the thing. I never. Good comments, bad comments. I don't read because they give you the same power. If you put weight in that, you can't win with the internet. But I think for the most part, I get involved in it, and I don't get a lot of hate. But I just come to the territory, and sometimes people are just fucking with you anyway. Sometimes it's fun to hate on somebody. Sometimes it's fun to be to kick somebody around. It's not a waste of time, though. It's just not to it like this. Like some people that edit these videos of these reaction videos, or the downfall of Shane Gillis, or Andrew Schultz, or Brendan Schaub. Like clearly you have editing skills. If you just focus on it, you'd have a career too. Like if you did something creative, we were, just giving an opinion on somebody else's talent, like you could fucking do this, man. Like more skill than I do.
Somebody wants to know, what's one thing you would both do differently if you had to start this podcast over again?
Not the Bobby Lee stuff and listen to people. As far as doing things different,
4, 6, 8, 12 lines from the bottom.
I think when Brian was going through his shit, him taking a leave of absence was a bad idea. I mean, just doing a show with random people, I think it was a bad idea. I think we should have, like, do we need the money at the time? I think we should have put our foot down. Now, in 2025, you can do that. Everyone's like champion here, right? Like, you see guys that get accused of bullshit. Everyone's like, yeah, we don't believe it. But back in 2019, when we were going through it, and I was like, hey, what do you want to do? And the only way we could get money was for Brian to take a leave of absence. I think it will run the show. I think that, along with the bodily stuff, will run the show. Now, I do think there's a place for us to come back, whatever that means, you know. But I would do this show for free. I love seeing Brian. I love you guys. I would do it for free. Right? I'm thank you, sir. Well, deuces. What, you know?
Not only would Brendan Schaub do that podcast for free, he is actively paying to do that podcast because that podcast did not generate enough money to pay him, Calvin, and their staff. So I love how they admitted that the podcast is ruined and dead. Of course it is. I have to go back to the first part when they were talking about the haters. These guys, it's just kind of territory. But acting like they're above it and don't pay attention to it. Hey, stupid, you filed a lawsuit. You lost. You filed an appeal. You then went on your podcast live, said that you had nothing to do with the appeal, and then because of your live, your lawyer made you sign a statement saying you're completely aware of the lawsuit and you're in charge of everything. And when you lose that appeal, you're going to try and take that lawsuit to the Supreme Court. And that's just against the no thing. So, I hate this. We just keep it positive. We don't let the haters get to us. Worry all day about a hater. You literally worry all day about haters. You literally do. It is in federal court document that you watch every video I make about you. You watch every live stream, and you have to watch every live stream because I might say something that could affect the court case. Trust me, I sat there during depositions. Mr. Swindow, on May 28th, you said this about Brendan Schaub on Twitch. Man, y'all watch Twitch? I have expected to say, Mr. Swindow, after you won a game of Call of Duty, you said something about Schaub. Right? Damn, how much are you people really watching and listening? That's why, like, when you filed the lawsuit, I can't do any videos with this clip. Then the lawsuit I won, and I could start doing it. But I also stopped really live streaming because the ghost lawyer told me, dude, they were said in court documents, they're watching every live stream you do. That's back when I was drinking. You're going to get drunk and say something, and it's going to affect the lawsuit. So that's why I pretty much even stopped live streaming. But they watch and listen to everything, and they're so thick in the shop. I think Cal knows how to deal with it a lot better than the job. That you can't just go with the joke. You can't Joe batteries it to make it uncomfortable when you stop the hate. That way, go on the fire to get somebody to go, hey guys, yeah, I'm stupid, yeah, I'm part of the joke now. And everyone can be like, that's part of it, right? Leading into it, okay, it's not fun to make fun of them anymore. But not capable, because they're always going to flex. You can't be that person and be like, yo, I wear bikinis, and even though it's all my dad's money, well, I'll never admit that, I'm wrong. And the whole thing is truly is just lies
Our relations pale. In other words, when there's
back to the other thing when he talked about the reason that the podcast is ruined the bomb you say. Yeah. Well, first and foremost, you'll never guess it. The reason why your podcast is ruined is you broke the golden rule of the internet. You not only filed false copyright takedown, you filed a frivolous lawsuit. That's why your podcast is dead. The lawsuit. And all the people who made videos that got millions of views, the quartering, people, it's voice critical guy. It's like, you broke the golden rule of the internet. That's why your podcast is over. Yeah, Cowan was gone, but we understood that. And like, we're willing to shoot bail even with new co-hosts. However, before all of that, you filed a lawsuit, and that's why your podcast is failed. That's why you're a low cow. That's why you're gone and can never come back. If it was just about you, you could have came back. Your buddies with Joe Rogan, yeah, you're on your podcast. It's podcast every other week. You can't be a cow. And cows have been back for years. Your podcast is dead. Because not only did you file a frivolous lawsuit, you keep it going. And that's what I'm talking about. The reason why he'll never just lean into it, he'll never come out, he'll never drop the lawsuit, even though we're in the appeal, that's why, but he'll never drop this process where it's just go, you know what, my bad, I screwed up, yeah, I took it too soon. Not capable of doing it. Ego too big, even though his daddy's paying for it. But, yeah, let me know your thoughts in the comments.
So, let's go for this, right?
But once you get it done, the most important part is the one you need now, and the best partner is the one you can deliver. That's why millions of maintenance and repair crews trust Grainger, because we have professional grade supplies for every industry, even hard-to-find products, and we have same-day pickup and next-day delivery on most orders. But most importantly, we have an unwavering commitment to help keep you up and running. Call Grainger.com or just stop by. Grainger, the ones who get it done.
Let's see how Wednesday, right? That's Wednesday. So why don't we say that when he does have a relationship with a
Ray wants to know, what's the reasoning behind your move to Texas, and what was the last straw in LA?
Fires. I don't know what you say the fires because you're on the beach, Bubba. I'm done with the traffic. I'm done with the fires. I'm done with the city that doesn't. I'm done with how much it costs to live here. I'm done with the fact that I get nothing for my taxes. I'm done with Los Angeles. I'm done after 30 fucking years of giving everything I had to this fucking town. And I don't have to taste my mouth about Los Angeles. See, I don't have that resentment. Like, my life here is dope, but, like, the hustle I'm on now, I can keep doing it, but, you know, with my overhead here and every the studio, the multiple houses, all the shit that I'm doing, the businesses, when someone's like, hey, if you move to Austin, you would save this much a year. So in 5 years, you don't have to do anything. That's how you're crazy. And then he lags and Rogan kept telling me. And then the equity in my house, like, I'm gonna have a mortgage out in Austin. You know, and then so that's a huge side to it. And then, like, the school my kids go to, me and my wife fight about this all the time. I don't like the environment they're in. I can't stand it. And the public schools, especially when they're are atrocious. And they have like those safe rooms and all that woke shit, which I do not identify with. It's just not my thing. It can be your thing, it's not my thing. I don't want that for my kids. So I really didn't know what to do there. So to get them out of it, you know, I went and visited the schools in Texas. I'm like, oh my God, this is what I align with. This is great. I want to be raised in this environment. And so it made it pretty easy. Made it pretty easy. The other one was gonna leave LA and shit out LA, and they got a great time there. I've got some good memories in LA. Yep.
Okay.
Okay, so did you hear? First and foremost, me and my wife talking about it. So basically, I know he made it specific about the schools, but
He's paying money to do this. Like I said, if Brendan Shaw was just a guy who did his amount of views, he would be making some money, but he's paying for studios, he's paying salaries, mortgages, and all this type of thing. He's losing a boatload of money every month doing this. So, like I thought, one of the reasons why he's moving is because he simply doesn't have the money to continue to do the LA lifestyle. Dad will give him money, but not that much money anymore. So financial reason is one of the reasons he's moving to Texas, which is fine. And he kind of admitted it, but I mean, just be real to it. Well, he kind of did that in the podcast and he said he'll do it for free, even though he is paying money to do it. But I mean, that's what happens when you ruin your career, and you're going to continue to ruin your career, and there's no coming back because of the ego, the ability not to admit anything is wrong, or you're doing anything wrong. I know he probably goes, I apologize to Bob, not really, but he attempted to, in his mind, he thinks he did. But they don't. Yeah, I mean, just shop being shop. Let me know your thoughts in the comments.
Says, first of all, consecrate his home. His home. This is talking about inheritance.
You're watching Closed Eye. Audible. There's more to imagine when you listen.
Something that is yours.
Yeah, for sure. You got it right. Great terms. I know your body. Y'all small up.
We started to
Also, he was on his podcast. I was on there for like a year during the pandemic. Okay, then it fell out. Yeah, because he wanted me to sign an NDA, and I didn't sign it. In his group chat, they were talking crazy, and he was like, okay. You know, just they were saying some things. During the pandemic, everybody was really getting canceled. I mean, Jeff Garland, Ryan Callen, Chris D'Elia, one of the comics, like, that Me Too came out. On the road, they were doing some shit. Yeah, man, it works. I mean, I don't really want to hear that shit. It was some shit. We're talking about the traveling podcast. No, we're actually standing up meeting. So what we'll do is, we will be on the podcast and talk, and then we'll go to British Shop shows, and I was the host. The other black guy was the feature. British Shop was the headline. So we'll talk about it. We'll have a podcast like this, but we're just talking. And one day, they said something. Yeah, I ain't want to sign an NDA. I don't come back. And he's talking about Shaw and Chris D'Elia refused to sign the NDA. So that's a main reason why Shaw would have put him back on the podcast. I like how he calls shit out wasting the other black dude. Why didn't he just say any of this when he first got let go? He's cheating that he was going to expose Shaw and never did, but then just someone hit the chat on this Twitch live stream of a bunch of black dudes hanging out in 1992, and he decided to open up about it. Damn! Well, I mean, of course you have to say it's sometimes. Kevin, the group chat thing, there's what they were saying, and
is the
Yeah, talk about the media, Cal.
that
Oh my God, group chat, starting in the baddies and the baddies, and Lon Harley was popping around. I remember Lon Harley said that he had food that Brendan Shaw called Louise
offering it
the
out
N-word with a hard R. I'm wondering if that's the reason why Louise ultimately left and refused to sign an NDA. That might not be the reason every time he just saw something and Chow was like, yo, motherfuckers, it would be we signed an NDA, what are we doing here? Because it was like that thing. I'm gonna be yeah, what does does he still do stand up? You're talking about stand up, I'm like the that but I mean, Chow exposed.
Or not.
Let me know your thoughts in the comments.
Life doesn't wait, and neither should you. Believe can help you deal with pain less throughout your day. Whether it's a long day on your feet, a demanding workout, or everyday aches and pains, you need relief that can keep up when pain persists. Aleve is here for you with longer-lasting body pain relief compared to leading OTC branded pain relievers. With just one pill, Aleve lasts up to 12 hours. Don't let those aches hold you back from doing what's important to you. Use as directed.
Perhaps the animal blew down and called the pest on Zola. Much the Gemara says, no, do Rabbi Rothschild
was the same thing I wanted to talk to RFK about, okay? Which is surviving trauma. Yeah, because I took my Rand too seriously. And one of the things Rand points out is there's no contradiction in being a moral person and being a good strategic person. Good morality is good strategy. And we had dinner, and you talked to me here like when you were getting canceled, that I came on your show and this meant a lot to you. Yeah, because when people go through these dark moments, you see your friends are worried, and I didn't even remember that. And I didn't even hesitate for a second at the time. In retrospect, always have guts. Right. I love that agent. So what I want to talk to you about is it's been years now, like in his past, like you've survived it. Can you talk a bit about what that trauma is like? Well, if we don't talk about it, you don't want to. No, I don't want to. Okay. I think that I have a very different perspective on it now. Okay. And that perspective is that chaos is gonna be you. Right? Yes. Chaos is gonna visit you. And it's something, yes, we're all men. And when you're a kid, you're just starting out, you don't have a lot of power, you try to do whatever you can to make sure the fires start. And then you get older, you realize the fires are gonna start. You have to know what to do when the fires start. You're strong enough to survive that fire. That's what my part. I've always gotten, and that's always been in the back of my mind, right? Chaos is coming. It's coming. I don't care if you can set your whole life up. You're gonna die once. You're probably, if you're lucky, gonna lose everything you built. And then you're gonna have to rebuild yourself. But if you do it the right way. Now, hold on. If you're guilty, if you really screwed up, there's only one way out, and that is true repentance, in my opinion. Because I believe in truth. I believe in. I think it's very, very important. At least unless you're a sociopath, you can't lie. And if you did something wrong, if you really did something that hurt people, you have to pay for that in one way or another. And I don't know if that's, maybe it's like a crime and punishment. It's one of the things. He was a wretch, adding nothing to society, but he still killed her. He still did the life. And I don't think you get away with that. I don't think that you will ever live that down because you'll always be holding on to some kind of a lie, some kind of an injustice. The way the Greeks define justice is everything in its rightful place. And I knew, what got me through was I knew that I hadn't done anything wrong, right? That's very important, yes. And I said to myself, there are plenty of times when chaos happens to you. It could be you're accused of, you could be put in jail for a false crime. Sure, you could get cancer, a stray bullet, a bad car accident, disfigures you. There's a lot of things in illness that we all face something. And I think that is when you have the opportunity not only to show yourself who you've been this whole time. And if you don't know if you're that person, because you don't, you're in the middle of the idea of chaos is really you're in the middle of the ocean. The sea is raging. You have no paddle, and you can't find shore. Right? It's what Teddy Atlas said. You're not a doctor until there's a kid on your gurney and bleeding from everywhere, and there's nothing in the textbook that shows you how to save that kid. You're not a fighter until your whole game plan goes out the window. That guy knows your game plan, and you have to find a way to win. You know, all my comic friends told me that the Whoopi Spice still had. They presented to me yesterday. You have to go up there and bomb and know what to do, and when you bomb, then you're comic. He all said that. It's really interesting. They're very different people. Everything in life is this way. You can train jiu-jitsu and boxing. You want to be a fighter, and you're not. That's why the difference in a SEAL Team 6 guy and some guy who's a black belt in jiu-jitsu in a classroom. Very different. Fighting for your life is a very different situation. And I think that the hidden gold in chaos is if you're going through chaos. I said to myself, my goal is to look back on in 5 years and say, as crazy as it sounds, I wouldn't change this if I could. It's not at the time. No. But I said that to myself because at the time you lose everything, right? And you lose it as fast as you have the sea pulls back into itself. That's how fast everything goes away. That's how fast, especially in 2020. And I just, of course, you're like, what? 23 years ago, what? It doesn't make any sense. But it doesn't matter, because at that time, anybody could say, a woman gets a story and you get a statement. Yeah, right. Okay, he denied it. But it doesn't make sense. That's why I made a video and all that. I was like, I'm not going down like this. I'm at least having a fight and talk. And I didn't want to just post a statement. I wanted people to look at my mouth when I said it. But it doesn't matter. It didn't matter. That's what happened. And now when I look at myself, I look at pictures of myself before all of that, you know what I see? I see an arrogant prick who walked around like he was one of God's favorites. Okay. I don't like that guy as much. I like this guy. I like that guy better. More fun. Maybe I'll find that. Maybe I'm not getting it. But I'm still young. It's just a glow. And by the way, in life sometimes you get hit with a brick. When you're walking down the street. But ask yourself this question. When you walk into a neighborhood where they were throwing a lot of bricks, it's an important question, so there's always that too. Look at what your role was in this. What were the decisions you were making to put yourself in a situation where chaos visited you? Sometimes nothing, other times, but don't shy from that either. But how do you keep in traumatic situations? And how did you, or maybe you didn't, what would you have told yourself? How do you, because people everyone watching the show is going to get that phone call. It's something happened at school. That day when your life changes forever. How did you keep from spiraling? Strength and truth. Okay. All I care about is being strong. My father said to me, you wanted to be a tough guy your whole life. And now you have a chance. At the time I said that was just now you get Polish. He said, now you got a chance to see if you're really a tough guy. Now you got a chance. I'm trying to get on you. He knew the truth. There were things he saw and that there were things. And he was like, oh boy. It was funny too because there's a show called The Behavior Panel on YouTube. Talking about the accusations against him that destroyed his career. What's the problem when it comes to the accusations against Brian Coward? They're actually very credible. Meaning, he was accused of against the Tiger, right? Here's the problem. She had people at the time, right after the incident, she told her boyfriend, and that was her ex-boyfriend, like 20 years ago, she's married to someone new. And the ex-boyfriend came forward and said, at the time, she told me that it happened for Brian Callis, and it was like later that day. And Brian Callis suing her. And dropped a lawsuit. However you think about it, that accusation did destroy Brian Callis' career. He had to leave the kid podcast and came back. The podcast is dead. He had a career in Hollywood and he just started taking off too. And then Memphis, the Leah thing happened. He threw the Leah under the bus and never really ever hung out with him, which was a lie. But you gotta remember, him and Leah had a Netflix deal, they had their own show together, and that all went away. And then he went. You're going to go work for Steven Crowder. He quit doing that. And now we're going to move to Texas because he's got arrested in the government mothership. And from the child is following him. And they keep making statements like, I'll do the show for free. Well, they're paying for it. From the job is paying to do the Mother's Kid podcast. And all the overhead in the podcast is dead. So, I mean, his career was completely destroyed by those accusations. Whether guilty or not, it just is what it is. And, I mean, he can have whatever outlook he has going forward. But, I mean, he didn't make that tiger in his girlfriend now. But, crazy. Let me know your thoughts.
Nationwide is so much more than a great insurance company. They're one of America's largest financial services companies. Like how I'm the one that just paid me. I'm also motivated managing Restream insurance. You say insurance. You say it's both. Nationwide. Nationwide. Insurance and financial nationwide. Nationwide Investment Services Corporation and Commitment Clause. So right now, I've read one time what I've always supported say something shitty about me. Hurt my feelings. Really hurt my feelings. Because this guy sucks. He really sucks in life. I've always been a fan of his. And I've never said a shitty word. When everyone crashes him, I've never said a shitty word. Is this about Ari too? No. And I texted Tom. And I said, I was drunk. I was like, I'm gonna text him. I'm gonna post out. Tom goes, man, your silence is so precious. Yeah, don't say anything. And I never said anything. And now I just don't like the guy. I'd much rather not like someone than know you're a shitty person. And I'll tell you exactly what it is in 2 seconds. And I go, yeah, shit person. No kidding. Who was it? White shot this whole time? Well, I'll tell you, it's interesting because in that situation where you're like, if I care about the person, I'll confront them. I say that about the person so much. When I was a friend of this person, it bothered me so much that they would take a shot at me. And I go, I know what this is. You do. I know now. I think you. No, I just put it together. Yeah. Don't respond to that. It so bothered me that I was like, and then your silence is perfect. Don't say anything. Just let it go. And you run into this person's house. He's not doing stuff. That's one of the beauties of this guy being. Wait, no, that's not you think. Oh, okay. But by the way, never mind. I know who you're thinking. It's so funny that I know who you're thinking because you said, no, he's not doing stuff. Well, he said he was a piece of shit already. He's going nowhere. Well, now I know who you're thinking. I wanted to give a telephone here. I'm telling you, I'm passing a telephone. This is a game. This is a game. I know you're thinking. Not that guy. I'll say this right now. I had a friend one time.
Hit up Tom Trump. The first part of that, Bert Kreischer was talking about Mark Maron. And when Mark Corbin brought up, I think I know what you're talking about. They were so talking about Brendan Schaub. Because Brendan Schaub, they all really don't like you anymore. And you can tell by the fact that Mark Norman, like, he's not doing anything anymore. He's a real piece of So, it's like, yeah, it's not that guy, but I know what you're talking about. So, the second person they were discussing with Brendan Schaub, the third person they were talking about was Mark Maron. And, you know, Bert Kreischer is a Joe Rogan guy, and the beef between Mark Maron and Joe Rogan, it's been years and years and years long at this point. In fact, I got Mark Maron to stop going live on his Instagram, because he would go live and I'd hit the chat, you know, the Instagram live thing, and just start asking him questions and start getting him to go off on Joe Rogan rings. So like when I do it, and having him go off on Anthony Cumia rings, but I would do that with Mark Maron. One time during his live, Mark Maron said, I gotta really stop doing these reading your comments to this guy here. Get you to say stuff about Rogan, and he doesn't do it. And then I get in trouble behind the scenes. It's not like, damn, Mark, I can stop doing those live streams. I like them on Instagram. But, yeah, in this situation, they were first talking about Maron, but then Schaub, let me know your thoughts in the comments.
Some people just don't get it. That Squarespace isn't just for websites. You can get a domain from Squarespace too. It's kind of like how your parents don't get how you make a living off your art. But you do. And with a domain like existentialglitter.com and a website from Squarespace, you can build a brand for yourself, grow your client list, and continue to confuse your parents all in one place. Get yours before it's gone with offer code MAKEITREAL for 10% off your domain or website. Terms and conditions apply. I'm sure it's painful. Needles? Worried about needles?
Exactly. I can't do anything because the donator's too big. They're like, we're sorry for you, honey. You get away. You don't have any power. When you're going to get away, you're going to do those fibers. The fibers are so crazy. You're out of your mind. Keep away. Just a couple. Sometimes I'm just so tired of life. I just want to not do anything of fun. I'm sick of social media. I'm sick of talking about Botox and everything. I'm sick of my culture. I'm sick of what we're doing. I'm sick of talking about Trump. I'm sick of talking about everything. Podcasting. I just don't want to talk. I don't want to be able to click. Yeah, sometimes I just do. Set yourself on fire to protest.
Alright, so that wasn't a big. Callan really is just kind of done. I mean, he moved to Texas. Then Brendan Schaub announced his, we moved with you. We're going to bring the podcast down there. Callan so didn't want to do it, but he couldn't tell him no. Callan kicks off early. Then they let them know. Callan's like, hey, I'm going down there already. Now they're following him down there, and he's like, dude, I don't want to do this podcast anymore. I got a residency at Joe Rogan's Comedy Mothership. I just want to do that. But Brendan Schaub will leave him alone. Schaub realizes what happened. Forget Theo Long left. Went to Tennessee. Never came back. So Callan is leaving a shop like, no, Baba, not happening again. About letting another one get away on me. So again, following him down to Texas, and Callan just doesn't want anything to do with it. It's done podcasting. This podcast is dead. They're doing another AMA, which is just a scam in order to get people's emails. Because they just did one like 2 weeks ago. There's no reason to do another AMA. They'll have to collect emails for the. So everything they even do to make money on the podcast is scamming. And Callan's just done with it. But Papa won't let us be. Let me know your thoughts in the comments.
The prices shouldn't make sense to his workers. Go out and drink and I will pay. I will pay to
You probably know Vistaprint for business cards, but did you know we print everything you need to get your brand in front of your fans? We print banners and signs that help your business stand out. We print postcards and flyers that get people talking. We print must-have merch like tote bags, t-shirts, and water bottles. Whether you want a few or a few thousand, we print on everything so that customers can go from noticing your brand to falling in love with it. Right now, new customers can get 20% off with code NEW20. Because if you need it, we print it at Vistaprint.com.
Guys, if you could have anyone as a guest on Fighter and the Kid, who would it be?
Good question. Maybe Elon Musk. Maybe Donald Trump. I'd like to ask him about these tariffs. But those would be boring. I'd go with Theo. Or Bobby Lee. Bobby Lee would be great. Or I think something fun. Yeah, let's do Trump or Elon. Yeah, probably Bobby Lee would be great. Trump or Elon. Trump was going to play this Bobby Lee. Yeah, all those. Yeah, those guys. Theo, William. Yeah, Zaza. God, was great. Yeah. Rogan. Yeah. I'd rather have my friends than some random people. Yeah, I don't know where I would see Bobby. That'd be cool. I know I haven't lost you towards him. I don't care. He's hilarious. He's so talented, but I'm sure he feels the same way. It's like my life doesn't get better if me and him are friends. Neither does his. So all good. All good. Well, I think he's a great guy. Yeah, I've always. You were never that close. You came up with him in the comedy store. I was never that close with him. I've always appreciated him. He's such a talent. He has a great podcasting and stand-up. Look, man, I was not like how this long. I think that's
So let's chop my cow and here's the question. They took email from a fan to ask Brendan Shaw's Brian Callen and these are the questions that right now,
we dedicate our resources to give them success. South Basement is 62. Today, Rapiana, which is 2 weeks ago, said, during the last day, they said he wasn't your friend. And now you really want him on the podcast and he's your friend? Like, what is the matter with Chop? I mean, I don't know why this is the saddest thing ever. They did some other and then answer where they're like, about moving to Texas and that. So you look at that, the chick, yes, there's a couple of again, we're not getting into all the shit that you can go ahead and blend, not commerce, but while it's still readily available. Once it's no longer readily available in the field, you really can no longer kind of keep it for yourself. So the idea over here is so the people of the house are looking at
At Granger, we're for the ones who pay attention to every little detail. The ones who thought tinker and sweat the small stuff. Because the tiniest thing can make the biggest difference when it comes to keeping business moving. We get it. We're the same way. Offering access to product experts to help you quickly and easily find what you need. So whatever your industry, you're always getting professional grade products. Call Granger.com or just stop by. Granger, for the ones. Get it done.
some people mention this concern of something to some degree. So they say something to the
when did the whole Austin thing come about? We talked a little bit about it on here. Was this
major play for a long time, or was it like, I remember you're like, hey, Ryan, you gotta go this, like, you gotta be there, you're being a good guy, good friend, good brother, right? Like, you gotta go. Did you think in the back of your mind, you were gonna go? Like, how did, dude, I can't, I got 4 kids, I can't move across the city without being a 2-year plan, you know what I mean? Like, how did you get this done?
I know. It kind of gets started with the fires. Like, so you don't know the way LA works. So think of a mountain like this. Galveston is here, and I'm on the other side of the mountain. The only thing that separates us is the mountain. So when the fires hit, the fires are running, I'm sure you've heard about. There's all these fire trucks around my neighborhood, like everywhere. And when the fire truck guys recognize me, I'm talking to them, and he goes, buddy, get your kids out. I'm like, really? I go, we're good here. He goes, nah. He goes, forever we're here because if those winds change 2,000 out this way, you're the Palisades. He's like, don't wait for the government to get your kids out. So we did it now. Power shut down. We were shut down for 2 weeks, living with my mother-in-law and my wife. I wanted to move during the pandemic. I was so sick of in the pandemic. And when all of my guys moved, my wife just wasn't having it. She's from here. Her family's here. And the fire, she doesn't get like, let's get the hell out of here. Like, really? She's like, what? So I put the house up the next day for sale. Yeah, it's up for sale. And then when those sold, I'm like, oh shit, it's getting real. And then when it got real, when I had to shut down my fish tanks on Saturday, I was like, oh shit, I'm really leaving, man. So I think it's just time. I think it's good for the kids, for them to see a little bit of adjustment. Everyone's a little too comfortable. Yeah, it's just whenever I make these big moves, it always works out. So I think it's good. In regards to Calvin, comedy in LA is pretty dead. It used to be the golden age. It used to be rushing 2018 to 2019, especially when I got into comedy. Like 2016 to 2019 was like the golden age of the comedy store. All that's gone. It's all spread out. COVID kind of messed everything up. Cancellation, culture messed everything up. So the comedy store's not really pop anymore. So for Calvin, he just became kind of this road comic. He's on his own. He's not around, his peers and stuff like that. So I told him he needs to move. And he's like, oh, I agree with you. And then when the fires happened, I told him, I said, I'm leaving. I'm leaving. And he's like, serious? I'm like, I'm leaving, but I'm leaving. I think you should come. But he has kids there, he has family house here. I don't put any pressure on him. So he was like, all right, coming with you. And Brian's crazy ass. We went out before I did the campaign. He came out like 2 days earlier. And I do my homework. I went through all the neighborhoods. I looked at probably 30 homes. And still didn't make a decision. I had to go back the following week. Brian, first house he looked at, doesn't even tell me, bought the house. It doesn't tell me. Like, 2 weeks later, he's like, oh yeah, man, Austin's great. What do you mean? He's like, oh, I moved. I'm like, oh my gosh, I'm in the studio still. I said, really? He's like, how long did I take him? Like, right in May, dude? Yeah. He's going back and forth, back and forth. So, yeah, it's a big move, man, but I think it'd be good for us. Good about it, man.
Right? This one of us. Running job, doing a show with nobody. This idiot still doesn't realize Ryan Calvin wants nothing to do with him and doesn't want him to move to Texas. The fact that he moved right away and didn't tell him for 2 weeks, it should be evident enough. You have to understand, the only thing Ryan Calvin has left is stand-up. That's all you got. You got canceled from everything else, and the podcasting thing's not happening, especially since it doesn't with Dummy, and their podcast is a complete and utter failure now, which costs money to air. I don't think it costs Calvin any money, but it's costing John money. That's why they keep making the statement, oh, we do this for free, because they know they're not making any money. The podcast is definitely a minute. If they could go back and change anything, it would be a Bobby Lee thing, and that's kind of what kills off the podcast. But Ryan Calvin got offered a residency of such at the Comedy Mothership, Joe Rogan's Comedy Club. So that's why Ryan Calvin is going down to Texas and move down there so we can do that every week. Brendan Schaub is following him down there. He's following them. Brendan Schaub isn't doing any stand-up at the comedy mothership. And he knows he has to go down there because the talent moves down there. Charles like, come back to do the show. Calvin's just not going to do that. And he knows that. And he knows it. So he's like, I'm not going to let what happened with Theo Vaughn when he moved to Tennessee happen again. So I'm following him down there. But there's conceivably no reason for him to do. And like, that was an odd thing he said about, time for my kids to move to Austin. They're getting a little too comfortable. Like, what? We know that his wife is completely against this move. And it's just a wildfire. She was like, yeah, no. She doesn't want to move to Austin. The scene for him is completely dead. But the fact that he still doesn't realize it. Callan doesn't want him down there. See, I was of the thought that maybe he does know, and he's just going anyway. But hearing him explain that now, he's too stupid to figure out, hey, dummy, Callan doesn't want you down there. He just doesn't have the heart to tell you. Yet. Kind of messed up on Callan's part that he's going to allow him to shop to make this move when, 6 months to a year from now, Callan's just going to eventually have to tell him, I can't do this anymore. There's no point in doing this. He should just tell him now, rip the Band-Aid off, but he's not. So he's moving all the way down to Texas, and he's going to try to bother people at that comedy mothership. Now, Joey Diaz told the story that Joe Rogan in the green room at the comedy mothership only allows people who are performing to go in there. So I wonder if there's going to be an exception for Brendan Shaw. Will there be an exception of the only non-performing guy in the green room being Shaw because he plans on following Callan there? Every time Callan is not going to go do stand-up, Shaw's going to show up to support him. But I wonder if that's going to be an exception to the rule, because all Shaw does is just throw Rogan's name around. We know that from the Bobby Lee debacle. So I wonder if at that club, Shaw's going to be throwing around Rogan's name, even though he's not going to be performing because Joe Rogan won't let him on stage to perform. Hilarious to me. Freaking quick stand up. And well, he quit it because Joe Rogan wouldn't let him go to the comedy mothership. Another thing Shaw admitted. So still doesn't get that Callan wants nothing to do with him. He is a dummy, but let me know your thoughts in the comments.
One-a-day women's multivitamins are formulated to support women's overall health, so you never miss a beat. Another email, a big deal. A quick workout? Yes, strength starts from within. With its apron on, you're making dinner with your little sous chef. You show up. One-a-day is here to support overall health, including and energy. Shop today. One-a-day. The one for you.
Because at the end of the day, no one knows how you're going to
Yeah, I don't think that. I mean, Will Howell, he kind of did it all, right? I think his kids are grown. That's not a good thing. If he had little kids, it'd be different, right? I would question how much he was in their lives as busy as he was. And I think the difference between me and him is, I'm telling you right now, if I could stop, I can. Do what I want to, like just other podcasts and do stuff. But if, out of everything I do, nothing comes close. When it's going to happen with Boss, he's not my favorite Tiger. Boss is more talented than Tiger, but when Tiger has a good game, like dominates, right? You've been UFC, nothing is better. There's nothing else I'd rather do. There's nothing else. There's absolutely nothing. Like when he's playing well and balled out, that's all I need, man. Literally. I don't want to do anything else. So that's what I'm saying. There's nothing. Yeah, and maybe I don't. because so you get up a lot when you are that busy. I can tell you it happened, and you can tell it. You know how busy that guy was. Like, you and I are in a fraction of busy as Will Smith was up to Will Smith does. Like when I see The Rock, or even our boy Bert Kreischer, when I see his schedule that his kids are in college, but he was like that when they were little. But he talks about it. Like, he talks about, God, I just made him around the box together. I was like, I wish I was around more. When you're gone, like that was it. It's too late for me to realize, like, hold up, stop the tracks. What's important here? I keep doing this wild shit I was doing, I can grow the fuck up and be the dad I've always wanted to be, and have a lot of knowledge put into them, and like, and that's what's important. So it wasn't too late because the kids are young. Yeah, man, I think I wouldn't trade for anything. Like, I don't think the juice is worth the squeeze. I think if it's meant for those people, for those dads, like, grinding and then their kids' lives, like, to me, success is I can go to all of Tiger and Busty's practices. I don't miss a practice. I don't miss a game. That's success. I have the ability to pick him up from school and then spend 3 hours at his baseball practice. I've never missed well what Kobe was doing with his daughter. Like, he'd be picking her up from school. He could practice with her. Like, to me, that's success. Success is, to me, I realized, honestly, about maybe a year and a half, maybe 2 years ago, like, success isn't having a special and selling out arenas. Because then the amount of work it requires, and you gotta be selfish. In order to be a great comic, a great actor, a great athlete, you gotta be super selfish. Unfortunately, all the time. Yeah, unfortunately, it doesn't make you the best dad. And now there's some great dads who pull it off, but it's just different, man. It's just different. It's just different. And to me, it's just, you know, I'm not saying there's anything wrong with it. To me, I just prefer going to Tigers practice than going on the road and making money. It's just, I just said that to me. Yeah, it's all good. It doesn't mean it was the right choice. For me, it was. But there's a lot of great comics out there that, you know, but then you could have, you know, you get to where Will Smith is. It's like, it's 56, and you've done everything. God bless you. Drawing lines of everything. Oh, here's the secret. Everyone should know. Everyone feels that way when you get to the top. Like, as The Rock, if he's got 10. I mean, I can speak because when I was 15, 30 years before, I was on 2 TV shows. Big TV, ABC. Always wanted to have my own show. 2 months of that. I shot Complicated Apes. I sold out 1,000 tickets at the, where the fuck that place was. It sold out right away. I was like, I had a great house and everything. I literally come to LA and draw on a line to everything I said go for. And then, you know what happened to me? I was like, holy fuck, I'm starting to feel I was spending too much money on food. I didn't know what to do with myself. I was like, I'm going to take a little break. The worst thing, it was such a weird feeling. Yeah, I felt bloated. And by the way, I missed a lot of my kids, my first kids. I missed a lot of my first kids growing up. A lot. Yeah. I just did. It's a fact. Fucking, if I could take it back, that's the biggest thing I think about every day. Yeah. You know, I would have been. So I'm in my. I'm very close to them, and it's all good, but I missed a lot. It's not ideal. I missed a lot. Yeah, missed a lot. Missed a lot. Yeah, I think for me, I'm just growing up, and I need to grow up. Like, I was wild on the road. I made a million mistakes. Yeah, on the road, I was just like, I couldn't do more. I was wild, you know? I was wild. Just drink all the whiskey ever. You won't drink any whiskey. Yeah, I was just doing things I shouldn't have been doing. And, like, me and Joanne's discussed that. And she was going down a bad road, not being the dad I wanted to be. I wasn't happy. I was making more money than I ever made. You weren't present in any. Nothing. For a podcast, the show, nothing. I'm just going. I'm doing this show, doing that show. Like how you do show, stress and everything went down. Yeah, I just work because that's what I know to do. Yeah, but I was miserable. Making more money than I ever made. Miserable. Yeah, just growing up, it's like even like with that UFC money I've come in, like if this was 2 years ago, that money spent before I even get the check. I would have spent that money on a car or something, and so I got allocated the new ZR1. Super hard to get. They're expensive, like $200,000 car, fastest American production car ever. Be my brother, spec'd it out, everything. And a week ago, we contact from Chevy called me and said, hey man, we're doing application. I'll be here by June. I'm like, shit, I tried to be on June. All right, cool, man. I hung up the phone, and I'm like, how much would I charge? That's not very smart. That's not smart. No, that's not smart. Then I do it. Yeah, I'm like, that's not. The smart thing to do is put it toward your kid's future. So yeah, invest it and put in the accounts for the kids. Yeah. So that's what I did. Now don't get twisted. Daddy starts problems. So I'm gonna take a very small chunk of the money. I gotta get some to it. Maybe a Viper or a 997 Turbo or some modest. I don't need the R1, but the majority of it, 85% of it, I'm saving for the kids. 2 years ago, that's spent before it even hit the account.
I have to stop it. I don't care what he's going to think going forward. The saddest thing about this isn't even Brendan's job. It's Karen and everyone around him having to feed into this narcissistic bullshit of all the shit he's doing.
But perhaps again,
you quit stand-up. You didn't quit stand-up. You got fired from stand-up. The world fired you from stand-up. You couldn't sell any tickets. You're still traveling just as much. Just doing some bullshit to go buy a car. What was that thing he was even saying right there? I'm not going to buy cars with money I don't have, but I still am. And what is he talking about? The amount of delusion, he admitted to cheating on his wife. He said, I talked to Joanne about it. He trashed his own son by saying his son's not that talented, but he quit stand-up because he's coaching baseball. And right now, they're doing another Reddit. Well, no, just ask me anything scam so they can collect people's emails, but they're not even reading real questions. And this dummy is just babbling on and on and on and on. Someone just, I have to stop the clip right there. I'm just watching this. He might go on to say the most worst things ever. I don't care. I can't listen to anymore. This man is so delusional. He's insane. He's not right in his mind. And the people around him, I understand he's paying people to be there, but to sit there and have to go through this job, they're all huge. But that's the saddest part of it all. That truly is. This man's career is over. And whatever group, someone needs to sit this guy down, like a Rogan movement again, and be like, dude, just go away. You're not even making money doing this, you're paying money. Just go away. But he won't. We'll let me know your thoughts.
And then pays her even 3 years late. 3 years late, so he will pay all of his bills.
Nationwide is so much more than a great insurance company. They're one of America's largest financial services companies. Like how more than Saquon Barkley, the NFL's reigning leading rusher, but also the NFL's leading rusher. Hush up back there. Wow, I might have just said the hushing record. Well, almost. For your insurance and financial needs, Nationwide is on your side. Nationwide Investment Services Corporation, Epiphyt, Columbus, Ohio.
Brendan Schaub once again going after my YouTube channel, even though he lost a federal lawsuit. So let's go through this. I got this email. Visibility of your video is not impacted, but you can no longer monetize it. The copyright owner is now either monetizing it or receiving analytics about it. This is not a copyright strike and does not affect your channel. This is Brendan Schaub admitting he's cheating on his wife while he was explaining why he quit stand-up. Content used, chopstick challenge, or fan questions with Brian Callen and Brendan Schaub. Content owners that pixel. Content type audio and video, not monetizing. So let me explain what's happening here. You did another copyright claim on a video, but this on one of my videos. But instead of taking the video down, he's trying to have all the ad revenue from that video go to him, not me, which he's not allowed to do. The federal lawsuit covered this. Now, he tried doing this a couple of weeks ago with that Glenn D'Elia video. I disputed it, and they immediately dropped it. But he's using Ben Pixels as he did the last time, too. He's not using his own company, which he's not allowed to do. He owns Thick Boy, he's Brendan Schaub, and if he wants to claim copyright, he has to use that company. Because of the federal lawsuit, he's trying to circumvent that decision because you know what would happen? YouTube would delete his channel because he's doing false copyright stuff because he already lost the federal lawsuit. But I honestly get really sad with the job now. The reason why I'm sad is his career is completely destroyed. He can't do copyright takedown, but his channel, his podcast is so dead. He's trying to get the ad revenue off of my videos for it. And at least about the views I get on any videos, I'll rent the chop videos now. But his channel is so dead. He's uploading his podcast. And when you buy bots to watch your videos, it takes YouTube a while to actually update the numbers. That's why when they upload a video that says like 15 views in 10 hours, which it does, on the kid episode, that means YouTube isn't counting the bot numbers yet. They eventually will count the bot numbers, but since he uses bots so much for his videos, they don't initially count it because they're not trying to actually pay you to have bots watching your video. YouTube isn't stupid. That's why it's dumb to buy bots to watch a YouTube video to try to make money because YouTube goes through that. They'll still say, like, if I buy 50,000 bots for 50,000 views on a video, it will eventually show that video with 50,000 views. But YouTube's not going to pay you for that because their system is going to weed out the fact that you're using bots. They're not going to actually pay you money for doing that. So it's kind of dumb. The only reason why anyone would do that is to just try to keep up appearances. I will give Opie this credit. Opie hasn't done that. I mean, it may be pathetic to see a Opie video drop and it get 80 views. And if he talks about cooking, well, look out, and it gets 300 views. That is sad, but at least he's not buying bots to where every video is 20,000 views. 50 comments. That makes no sense. And it's a waste of money. But Brendan Schaub pays money to do YouTube now, which is why he's copyright claiming my videos and trying to have the ad revenue from them go to him. That's that. You need $20, Papa? Aren't you getting a modded vehicle, a Dodge Viper? Truly is pathetic. But let me know your thoughts.
Whatever they do, they do.
They sound pretty sweet to your wallet. PNC Bank, brilliantly boring since 1865.
Essentially, it's not anything. So therefore, again, no liability. Okay, now contrast out with
I saw this and I was ready to hate and looked her acting like women and shit. Like, all this was built by men. I just jumped in with yoga pants and went straight up, straight down. Bravo, twins. This is just based on his wife's like, I'm so bored. He's like, oh, yeah. He's building your trucks. Yeah, I just hear. Yeah, Ford built those trucks. Someone I built. I'm like, oh, really, dude? I'm getting my hands dirty, pushing me super involved in this project, and I just handed it off to somebody.
Not anymore. Boys here to get dirty. All right, we're on the home stretch here. Your boy's been busy. I've been all over. The boys here have been in the shop working hard for the deadline. And a lot has happened. I've been in and out. Brandon. Golden hour. It's amazing.
Alright, so nice editing clip from the footer to get subreddit there. So I love how Eric Griffin just called out like the job. It's like, dude, you've never built up anything. You use your dad for money to have mods made on cars and trucks because you're now trying to be a gearhead guy thinking that will save your pathetic career that's over. And it won't. It's just simply not going to. It's just the next script. And that's the new scam to compile people's emails and stuff to sell to third-party companies by offering truck giveaways in which he gives away to his friends and buddies. It's just truly pathetic. I like how Eric Griffin called him out. I was like, dude, you don't build that into your He's an idiot. He's a dummy. He's annoying. Oh, little update on, so they tried to copyright the thing again, and I disputed it. They have now dropped it. But this is the second time they've done it. First, it was on the video where I did of him leaving the Golden Hour podcast, and then on the last video I did 2 days ago, and I wrote a little dispute thing that if this happens again, I'm not even going to dispute it. I'm just going to pour it into the court because Brendan Schaub is trying to circumvent a federal lawsuit by using a third-party company like Pixel to try to do copyright claims on my videos. So, but they did drop it, and now the copyright. So, yeah. So I invented the Schaub. I defeated you. You and your monster lawyers. Let me know your thoughts in the comments.
So we'll say, that's it. There is transaction fees. Ruben is dealing with, Ruben is not just saying, stop going where you want and buy food, buy this. He's saying, Kendra, go to the shopkeeper, I'll pick up the tab. This is a shop.
Are you sponsored by one of the beverages? No, but they're for you. We get them for you. Thank you very much. And we're excited to have you on the program today. My other people. It's fun. This is your podcast. How does that make you two? And I wanted to give you some of your credit. You want to give me my own credit? I need the audience to know. Okay, great. The audience wants to know. Okay. I don't know the public already knows. No, I never assume anybody knows who I am. Really? Yes. Can I do it? Yeah, okay. All right. You can do it. All right, guys. This is the one and only Dan Schwartz, College Humor, product consideration. My first credit is College Humor. Yeah, go big and then I like this. College Humor, Parks and Rec, Parks and Rec. The house of lies, yeah, house of lies, facing, and the franchise that saved my relationship with my stepkids, Sonic the Hedgehog. Yeah, okay, great. Wow, okay, what three songs? You have me stepkids? Two. I don't want that.
Where is it limited for moving to say this work is happening?
So, obviously, clarifying that Tiger Belly is his podcast. Because not Kalila. So Kalila has not been on Tiger Belly for a while. Obviously, and absolutely had a problem with everything. She had to be. And it wasn't just hooking up with the guy. But the second she had a baby, stop and she's been coming around. Now she's still going to get paid. Don't worry about that. But I think Bobby is just done having her on the podcast. They probably still got like finding some deal worked out. And like he's glad to deal in which probably still gets that trash money. show some of the connection. Absolutely. But her being on Tiger Belly, not happening, especially after the last time she was on, that's not going to be upsetting. Right there, right off the bat, that message, by the way, I think was for all the insiders in the podcast world. Stated, I'm the captain of the ship. This is my podcast. Because, people offer up sponsors and stuff, and they want to know who's going to be on the podcast and everything like that. So Bobby, I haven't had it done. Not going to be on that podcast anymore. No shit. I mean, come on. You're going to have a home with me. You got a baby now. And you should probably just be doing trash. I mean, if that's her podcast, yeah, I know what you have. But, I mean, people doing it with Esther, not that terrible. I know you probably done shops that I watch.
Go out
and drink Trash Tuesday. Trust me, I've watched a lot worse podcasts. And yeah, like, they're not great at it, but Kyle does have a certain type of family. But I'm not going to happen. It's longer. I think Bobby was kind of done with it. Like, he obviously was on the chicks and stuff, but I don't think he was really going to move on. Only meaning from the aspect of, I don't think he's going to have a baby. You know, she's going to hook up with other ladies that perhaps actually have a baby, especially like at her age. That was the crazy thing, and like now her face is all messed up, and he doesn't want her on the podcast anymore. I think he's done. It's actually truly done. Because having a baby is truly moving on her fucking whatever. That's just whatever. And obviously been doing that during their relationship. But I think podcast-wise, actually having to work with her every day, she's everything. So that was Bobby Lee says to his workers, go to the factory, go to the shop, whatever you want, it's on you. He's already moving either money to the shop. So there's no extension of the in other words, he has a tab, but it's paid for. Now, there's a bunch of people who hate Kawhi, and they're going to like it. But, I mean, it's literally like she probably liked doing it just for the visibility. Because, like, yeah, she has trash Tuesdays nowhere. And she gets to promote trash Tuesdays. So she might be a little bit upset by that. But, I mean, I guess probably wouldn't have when she did that. I'm thankful and she never did. Where she said, I'm thankful for my mom, my kids, my baby. She never said, Bobby, so Bobby, you're like, all right, I don't make your thankful list, you're not going to be on Tiger Belly. Rather, what should it say? And that's probably exactly why she did it. Exactly now, right after that Tuesday. And then I'll sew up. Because you're going to run with 18 stuff. Because again, the same idea, so here's a big no more Kalila. That's the way I should keep it the same way. Yeah, I left you let me know how much did you comment. Let me know if you're going to continue to watch Tiger Belly, either with or without Kalila. You're more likely to watch without Kalila. Or are there going to be in there, there really are out there Kalila fans who they might actually watching the podcast if Kalila is not it. I mean, that is sort of a risk. I mean, I know I'm operating around where everybody else. A lot of people do watch her too. A lot of the
he went ahead and gave up those 2 shots. He said, my work is going to come in, let them die, let them drill. Now he realizes that's the captain of the if my podcast nobody else is going ahead and just telling you how I want to the way that prices should read is when they say to his workers, slowly go out and grab and drink. No, I need to hush you. And I will settle your shut off. That's what he was doing. It's good. Let's say, stop over today. Great, everyone.
This is my podcast. People think it's other people's, like, it's, you know what I mean? It's fun. This is your podcast. Yeah. How does that make you two feel? Grateful. Okay.
I'm okay with it.
Yeah. And I wanted to give you some of your credits, if I may. You're going to give me my own credit? I need the audience to know. Okay, great. Audience wants to know. Okay. I'm going to leave my no, I never assume anybody knows who I am.
This year. As Yisufus, Professors Thomas Waller, the Torah sponsors for the month of Av, Havani, the Torah student Drazing, in honor of their parents, Israel Drazing, with Tina Drazing, and Rosie Sweat.
Dude, there's going to be some gear talk for you people out there, but my UFC checks come in, I get to spend a fraction of it, I can take the rest, we talk about this. I want a Gen 5 Viper, dude. There's nothing more American than a Gen 5 Viper. I didn't want a Gen 2 or Gen 5, but really, fucking bombing at the gear accounts. What a clearly does you're getting used. I would love a TA, the ACR just out of the budget, but I think I save the rest of it, but I want just get a depreciating asset. Depends which one you get. The long version. The TA or the ACR ones. That one just so filthy. Got a red one, it's in Canada though, so you have to figure out how to get that down. The blue's ridiculous. Can I not do nothing for it? No, I don't think you should put your money into it. I don't know how much that is get. I like finances though. Doesn't matter. Save that money. No, I'm saving up, but
How many cars at this point do you have?
So again, the interesting case over here is so an Apple
Do you ever think about it?
and again, in this case, until now, so much of our
I gained a lot though. 7?
really are trying to figure out
Does that include Joe's?
And you payments on all those cars.
So that's a little different. Here, we know that it's dealing with the INS. That's not the Shaila. So the Apple hires the Jew.
Oh, these are like orange, that orange. And that orange dope, too?
He says the Hariko is all the 100 Fabios from one
I did 100 pull-ups in 7 some minutes this morning. You're a liar and all that, but you've been doing that for a long time. There's always a pattern.
from one location to
Did you see what happened right there?
Callan
almost did it. He almost told Randy John, look, you can't keep buying cars. I'm quitting this podcast. The second we get down to Texas, almost told him that. Right there. And Callan almost did it, but Calvin was stupid. He couldn't see it. But I mean, come on, Dodge, Viper,
hopefully you're getting wages that I
gonna
have
buy.
to work.
No, not Calvin, just like baby, just save your money. Because Calvin is basically this whole God is, we're gonna move to Texas and then down there I'm gonna tell you, well, I can't do this anymore. This is podcast doesn't make money. But a lot of this is not Calvin. It's not even Calvin. I mean, I know it's sad that he's moving to Texas. Job is following him down there. It's gonna bother him. He'll look at the club and comment mothership. But it's like, right there, he almost killed him. That, you know, I gotta quit this because I can't have you blowing money on cars thinking we're gonna have a podcast going forward when I'm eventually going to be jumping off into the sinking ship. But let me know your thoughts.
I'm sorry. Good. Next.
has had nothing but success since getting away from the black cloud that is
transport INSF from one
first
location to
hooking up with Eisenberg,
the wages are
doing a bunch of
we just hired you just to transport in.
that
In other words, you
pretty
didn't
much
hire
every one
INSF,
of them
hired you to
has
transport in from one location to
moving
another. I thought they should be
over
up
100,000.
let's say someone's bringing
That is Super Bowl commercial. I think most people would argue
he's bringing his wife with
that
him.
the best Super Bowl commercial of the year, the Macho Man one, Mark Harley was in. And now, looking at the reality, some wages will
And now he's doing this thing and just along the way, I have to do the wages are incredible.
because once you get away from the job, your career just flourishes. As we feel lost. So the best thing Brian Allen or anyone who works with Brendan Schaub can do is get away from it. Because then your career will flourish.
Even though up until now we've been using kind of like Yain-Esek and Stamina interchangeably here, Yain-Esek literally means libationalized wine. Right? We know for sure the wine has 80 so there's no shite like that. So the immersive scenario
Obviously, the move from LA to Austin, Texas was done because Brendan Schaub seems to be getting a little low on the finances, especially when his wife posted, when you sell something on OfferUp and the big boys are at baseball, so you call your ride or die in case you get murdered. At least you're both getting murdered. Thanks
for
being willing to die with me. That's that. Like she gave an update too.
Examples, let's say again, you plant grapevines in between two
Update. We are alive and well after the OfferUp gave up. I know y'all were dying to know. You have to sell stuff on OfferUp. Like, come on. Brendan Schaub is so stupid. Like, he's doing the downgrade, so of course he's gonna go buy a bunch of new cars. That's why Callan was looking at him like, dude, why are you buying cars and stuff? Because Callan knows the behind the scenes finances. Like, I'm sure Schaub isn't honest with him as well. But Callan probably just knows the situation because he's involved and knows the numbers and what's going in and what's coming out. And basically knowing at this point, they're paying to do the podcast between salaries and renting studios. So, but I mean, you're right, like, it's done on OfferUp. Now, I do believe a degree of this is, Schaub to feel like she's contributing. She's never going to get an actual job, so she's like, video showing stuff on OfferUp. I love that they were selling goddamn bar on OfferUp. I hope not. Can you imagine you going to buy a cup and you show up and it's a Mexican man? Like, come on, what are you people doing? Truly pathetic. Sad. But I'm pretty sure they're already in Austin by now. Probably all set up doing the OfferUp thing. People with cowboy hats. Julius, let me know your thoughts in the comments.
Even if you sell an item, the proceeds of that sale have the same status of the
pushing right. Yeah, it's like on Rogan. I told him, he goes, how many times you use 25? 225. The most I've ever done is 40. So many times. It's so many times. I wasn't believing. Oh, yeah. But I actually saw you do, not to interrupt you, but I did see with my own eyes you do. I think you did 32 apologize, and you're a big guy. And they weren't kidding me. No, yeah. So then I did 225 this morning 34 times. So I'm 6 off my own hand. How many times? 36. But I gotta get this bicep back. 1 Honda. 1 Honda, when I just get a 4, I crank out. That's a lot of things. So you did 3 more times. 36. I'm sorry, 36. did 36 seconds, I'm 4 off. You did 36 seconds, I'm 4 off. That is a lot of weight. I mean, that's pretty amazing. And when I said 40 that earlier, I was like, I'm about ready now. Like, what from was like, oh, the way I got Jim no, you can do it. I can do it, but yeah, it's fair. You're that exact moment. You were for 35. I should have said 35. You were free. You're very strong. I really want to understand. I don't like put that thing because like I've worked out with bodybuilders, like people that you think are jacked up and they're not.
Okay, so Brendan Schaub admitted that he lied. Now, lying about how much you lift or how many times you do it. In the grand scheme of things,
Look at leave go get.
however, this goes in the mindset of Schaub.
Vegetables. So in other words, what you have dinner to
His first instinct is to lie.
What's
And this is how much of a pathological liar Brendan Schaub is. If he was walking down the street, the car would pull up to him and say, hey, kid, show me how to get to the McDonald's on Ventura Boulevard, let's say. And Brendan Schaub had no idea how to get there. He would still give directions on how to get there. His first instinct is to lie. But why? Why is your first instinct to lie? It's a bizarre, odd thing. Because it's not even like just a pumping up thing. Sure, his lies generally go in the direction of making everything sound better than what it is. But he lies about everything all the time. So you don't need to lie about it. Like even this thing, like, you can only do 35, but you might do 40. Why lie about it? And then why admit that?
If I just say to him, what would be
Rather he did because it's sad and pathetic, and this is what Papa,
and again, there's
the
no
liar,
bench, there's no
everything out of
bench.
his mouth is a lie.
Right?
And his media give a thing to lie. And they're probably telling you a lie, like probably what he's saying now is a new lie. But he's trying to like get over the new lie by admitting that an old lie is still just a lie.
Yeah, but
before we go here,
you see from here that halacha l'maisa, that wages of shmita, or I should say wages that concern shmita produce, do not take on shmita produce. It's only when the wages are structured like a sale that the wages.
No, if it was 4 dudes, I'd make fun.
But if it's
If
not
a dude
structured
got off that gets around like thank God, and there's a bunch of men clapping for him, like what the fuck? Because I know the engineers like that makes sense. It's an accomplishment. We have 4 chicken eggs, like look what we had, bro. Chicken eggs, kale cake, chicken eggs. Oh, you're just in the view. You're doing it for an episode of the view from an aerial. You know, it's a waste of capacity. There's no weight space. Gail doesn't have talent. Well, she's been in it for something. Oh, God. She's like, I don't know enough about doing so whatever. I just know what he interviewed. Ryan Kaplan knows she's more like me. There's no Rogan on fuck. There's no Oprah. She's more
Even if, again,
whatever. You almost know what she was trying to get. That was their Austin. What you guys doing? Go up to space. Yeah. They go to space. Would you go as high as they went? Now, if they called you, basically, hey, dude, these hoes are over it. They moved on to, listen, these hoes are over it, imagine. It depends who else is in there. It depends who else is in there, and also, I think, you two and 4 fucking legit ass friends. Maybe if it was you, yeah. But what if it's like legit ass friends? Yeah, but we would think, oh, that's how, oh my God, we would laugh the whole time. We just clown it. I don't think I would. I'd be so scared. I don't know, I'd be scared. Yeah, but I would only win the same way. Take us back down, I don't like that. We would be scared. We would be scared just to see if I could make this one go forward. You always do that. You know. So I'd be like, oh, you can do my shit myself. My shit is just like, Chris, look at my shit. I think, you know, I'd be scared. Yeah, definitely be scared. Definitely be scared. But also really emotional once you get up there. You be like, holy shit. Look at the whole. You'll be like, dude, Calvin and Billy are on that roll.
Okay, so one by or two penalties. Brendan Shaw finally admitting he has no talent and would be nowhere without Joe Rogan. Is this self-deprecating Bossa era? I love how that's already said that, by the way. Just and Eric Griffin has nothing to say. They were like, no, dude, you really are talent. They're like, yeah, you really would be nowhere without Rogan. And you really do have no talent. And when the hell are you getting off this show? You know, he said that he's not going to be doing this podcast anymore when he moves to Texas. And then he moves to Texas. Why is he still here? Go away. Go on like we said he was going to go away. Although now they're going to have to find a new studio to do the Golden Hour podcast. They're going to change the name. I don't know, but I like the fact that Shab finally has a I say to her, take this dinner, and go ahead and pick any vegetables. Which is true. Right, because again, and he throws around Rogan's name everywhere. You remember from the infamous Brian Callen called out Bobby Lee to threaten him. They have the 300 pages of evidence that Bobby Lee started the fight on the kid's subreddit. Their number one threat to him was, we're going to tell Joe Rogan. Then it's just and they threatened Bobby Lee's career. And they threatened they were going to get Joe Rogan involved. Joe had to announce in his podcast he had nothing to do with anything he said. So do you really think that's the first time they ever threw out Joe Rogan's name? No, why do you think they're moving to Texas? Rogan's been going to LA for too long. If they even work around there anymore, they're like, hey, look, I can't get a Kmart, my favorite restaurant. He's looking at the menu on 5 years. I'm going to have to go down to Austin to eat. I need a good table at the restaurant. I'm Joe Rogan's buddy, Brendan Shaw, even though I can't perform at his comedy club. So, I mean, but the fact is, now that you realize that, though, Shaw, I just quit podcasting. I mean, it's the inference is, if you're only here because of Rogan and you're already failing massively, career's done in this space at least, why don't you just stop? I mean, he just admitted he's just riding Rogan's coattails. That's why he's following Callen down to Austin. Brian Callen got a residency in work at the mothership every week. Shab is just like, I'm not having another Theo Bond situation. I'm following him down there, and we're going to do the podcast down there. But like you're following people to do a show, like everyone's trying to get away from you, and you just keep bothering. And you have no talent, which now apparently you're aware of, or if you're still aware of it, leave everybody alone. I don't want to show me different direction. I mean, that's all Shab is just a rich man. Spending his dad's money at this point. I mean, he might have banked some at the time when he was successful. I'm not going to lie and say he was never successful doing this. But he got too full of himself, too much ego. He's not funny, he's narcissistic, he's a pathological liar, and he can't think deal with the internet. He sued me. He lost. He's still appealing. When he loses the appeal, he's going to try and bring it to the Supreme Court. He still doesn't learn his lesson. In any way, shape, or form.
And we'll split.
In any way, shape, or form.
So
even if he's trying to enter a self-deprecation of error, it's not fully going to take because the dude just doesn't know what he's doing. And he won't just let the stuff go. So, nobody hit me in the comments self-deprecated. Did I want to hear from my lawyer, his lawyer, Dr. Beaver's lawyer, and MC lawyer, that he officially dropped the case? Because that's not the case, the guy won't stop, and he admitted that he has no doubt. Any giant trashing KMK thinks she has no talent. She has more talent than Chelsea. She's far more successful than she is.
So the Gemara says, in reality, we're
My
talking
God,
about the case
podcast
again,
more.
but how often I say,
Let me know your thoughts in the comments.
I didn't think I should have thought, but 1 second. We said before, so here's the problem we were getting into. How we were saying is that
Once I have kids, I start caring about so much shit. I know that I'm on other pods. They're like, man, this would be really good for him. It's like, don't do it. Yeah, I just don't. I'm like, I didn't like Delia until we had kids. Watching Delia become a dad was the most beautiful change ever. It's not like I hated Delia. It's just we were cut from different cloths. We're not the same guy. But then being humbled, and he got very much humbled by the industry and getting in trouble. And then he had 2 children, and he's a totally different guy. He's really nice. He's still autistic. I called him up after seeing that special. Seeing him talk about his dad and stuff. And then seeing him with his 2 kids. Oh, yeah. How much he loves him. And you know what I said to him? I said, Chris, I know you've been through. First of all, let me just state this because you said it too. He was accused of something that he didn't do. Okay? And if you have trouble with that, take a look at the FBI and everybody else who investigated any notion that he had anything to do with anybody underage. Okay? That's a fucking lie. Okay? That's a fucking lie. Sure, a bad organizer, we do that stuff. We warned him how many times. Great. But what stuck was this myth. Somehow he was a pedophile. It was fun to tear things down, and that's what people like to do.
Okay, so first and foremost, Brendan Schaub lied that he doesn't. Brendan Schaub goes on other people's podcasts all the time. They're just YouTubers with less than 1,000 subscribers. He doesn't go on any of the big podcasts because, one, they don't want him on there because his career is over and he has nothing to bring nothing. And 2, it's hard to bring him on because you would normally just bring him on and shit on him, but nobody wants to do that because they feel Rogan's money and they don't want to offend Rogan. So that's another reason why they don't have him on. But after the Chris D'Elia thing, well, they talked about it that, remember the FBI was investigating, I don't know if they still are investigating him, but I guess Callan would know and Sean would know, maybe that investigation of Chris D'Elia is now officially over, and they're claiming that he's innocent. Well, he's guilty of being an asshole, a piece of shit, Brendan Schaub, the guy who did all the same thing. D'Elia did that. D'Elia did nothing illegal, which is their claim, but Schaub did all the same things. Cheating on his wife and all that stuff. Obviously, he can't. And so Schaub was saying that as if he's completely innocent or something. Wow, that's just wow. And I mean, he's still suing me. I mean, I'm not the lawsuit, but the appeal is still in effect. And when he loses that, he's going to try and bring it to the Supreme Court. Because I dropped that video of him passing his number to a daddy at the Super Bowl thing. I think it was my video I created. But I don't know what he thinks. He's doing calling out to me when he did the same thing. Let me know your thoughts in the comments.
Now, of course, there's a second part of the mission which you haven't dealt with yet, which is if I'm hired not to deal with INS stuff, I'm hired to deal with all this stuff, and I just
No time to read? Listen to an audiobook on Libby for free. That's right. Your library has free audiobooks available to borrow on the Libby app. All you need is a library card and Libby. And you'll be reading while you walk the dog, fold the laundry, cut the grass, or drive across town. Download Libby and read anytime, anywhere on Libby for free.
Many of us linguists, we kind of ignore this distinction, but there's a very big difference. The INS Act is really used for educational purposes. Ultimately, just the wine of an hour. Again, nothing like big show has occurred with it. Not every single power of the point that an apple has.
She's a bigger
uses herself also. So that's the whole standard.
Of course, she's got the
Publishment
cowboy
is very specific. That is talking about a case of an applicant who hired me in June to go ahead and work with the INS to transport it from one bound to another. That's very similar our case. Now, what happens
Look at this picture.
yourself just to go ahead and work with this
Now, by the way, of course, she's the
so
only
I
one there.
have no knowledge that's foundationalized, no knowledge that was our standard, regular,
Looking at this party, Trump needs to step his job up.
So one hand, in Hello, if you notice, it's clearly been seen. There's no big distinction between the INS and stagnation, right? It pretty much means the same. So since from a prohibition, it's just the regular wine is pretty much treated the same way as the INS Act. So therefore, this Hello should be the same as well. And therefore, again, even if a higher just the wages should be sir, no hire me to work with you.
But that's not the most egregious. So his wife takes the picture
on the other
of her daughter in the back of a moving truck. So she really put her baby next to all that stuff, stepped back and took a picture to try and make a joke.
There's a big distinction in the realm of Tula.
There's only one person.
Rashi says over here, Tula killed. Rashi says,
that is his dumb wife.
So the
I
second
got,
part,
what a terrible person she is. And I am of the belief that Brendan Schaub, when he sued me, this might have been like one of the first cases of the Will Smith effect. Remember, Will Smith didn't really have that much of a problem with Chris Rock's joke until he looked at his wife. Supposedly, I only got sued because Brandon Johnson had a problem with that video I made and was looking at chick's number. And that's exactly what happened because we talked to the chicken and everything. And so, I mean, come on, man. That's such an unfair shit they do with children. Sure, maybe that looks nothing like you or your husband.
It's just like the INS.
Let me know your thoughts in the comments.
On the other hand, Scandinavian and the INS are very different.
Ranger knows that you're alignment in charge of keeping the lights on. You go to great lengths, and sometimes heights, to ensure the power is always forward, which is why you can count on Ranger for professional-grade products and next-day delivery, so you have everything you need to get the job done. Call 1-800-RANGER, click Ranger.com, or just stop by. Ranger, for the ones who get it done.
That's the Shiloh. So Tashma, let's have a Tashma. The Gabbers are they standing of the case. I had a boat. You had a boat.
It's Brendan Schaub.
I rented a boat to transport.
She posted on Instagram about it. Let's see what she had to say.
Using my boat to transport
37
is one. So
I lower back 8 times. I go to bed by 8 p.m. And 90% of the time I look home.
Transport his standard.
However, that still makes me the richest woman on earth. I'm surrounded by my family friends, and I am overall pretty healthy. I hope my genetics continue to bless me with the coming years of age. But she just complained about my life and brag all in the same paragraph.
I'm related to you.
Give me.
Yes, Christy said.
But,
Burn the wheat and bend it.
now look at it.
Burn it
She
and
got a
bend it.
cake for her birthday.
So the Gemara says. So Gemara says, now,
Louis
before
Vuitton
you go,
cake.
right? Burning and burying is
This is the most vapid, soulless person on earth. Look at the Louis Vuitton.
From working with Stanino,
Oh my God, how much more did it take that
he's
cost?
working with Yayanes. Now the
You know,
Gemara
you think she's
by the way,
making
the labor rate,
these pictures, by the way.
So again,
Hey, take a
I
picture
got it.
of
So
somebody.
again, we answered
Stick
these
out my
for now.
ass.
We answered our quarter
There's
questions.
the cowboy
Which
hat.
is from Stanino, treated the same level of
There's
severity
her
as
cake
British
again.
awareness. And now we're
She's
asking
dressed like a whore at a party.
you have to burn
Looks
it
like a bunch of maids and
Why?
ladies.
It says,
A couple of white ladies' birthday party.
just tell them to go and
Chunky, they need to build the wall. Yeah, I need to get these people. No, wait, that was flatter her though. And they lie about her being born in Mexico. She was born in LA, and I'm pretty sure she's a rich kid too.
And again,
But she's probably pretty pissed though. You have to understand her struggle. She was an LA housewife, but her husband destroyed his career and wasted all of his money, and now he uses his dad's money. And his dad is making him downgrade, so now they have to move to Texas. She's having a hard time coping with that. I mean, she looks homeless all the time, but she's taking those pictures from inside of a car, making sure to get the Lamborghini logo in the picture. Don't you feel her struggle? Oh, that's Helen the kid. She looks like a young Ilian Gonzalez. Oh my God, how much work is this girl had? But, I mean, the back is, you know, because it's hard watching the nanny because do you think they have got like a wonder nanny trying to reverse this? No, I doubt it. Because in probably just or something. But
Okay, whereas we don't didn't we learn Echad Evan Shenis? It's very interesting. If days in exegesis, so slow, the Echad is Shenitla, or the person was
I went to the mountain the other day.
again.
You were 2 hits. Big fat kid, they're slow. But, buddy, if you get the hit off, we're not pitching anymore. That's where I'm at. And that's also why his attitude's that way. Part of it, so me, I go, this is a fat kid, slow fat kid gets hit off you, this is good for you. That's what pain and sports. Tighten the fuck up. That's what I'm saying. That's why he's an outlier, you know. That is because they're ruthless. They also do very nice to the kid, and that kid doesn't hear it. Of course, number T knows. He's a big, chunky, slow kid. And he gets his off you. Oh, in other words, we got work to do. He's big, chunky, he's fast, he's going to go slower, so everyone's slowing down the bike. Light his ass up. So he just looks at it. You'll see that from the. Oh, yeah. Oh, baseball's no joke, huh? No. Light his ass up. Oh, yeah. Get pretty hardcore. You're kind of a baseball fan, huh? Oh, to the full. Not one of the psychos, though. No, light his ass up. I just don't need to compete. How old's that kid? 8, 9. So that's when I explained it to you, like, yeah, whatever, for practice, so we used to have to hit outside that. I'm like, buddy, the games of practice are the bare minimum. Everyone's doing practice in games. It's the bare minimum. So whatever, let's say there's 10 million kids playing baseball. All of them are going to practice my games. If you want to get to where the fuck you want to go, we're going to have to do way more than this. Yeah. You're not even remotely close. Right. Practice. Talk about practice. All these idiots practice. Yeah. All these kids. Yeah.
okay, so first and foremost, I don't know my use this story. My Brendan job. Story's already bullshit. But just look at Cal and like, what is this psycho talking about? By the way, a fat kid playing Little League baseball
That's it.
Aren't they usually like the best ones that can hit the ball the furthest? That's what I remember. I mean, like the story probably not true. This is just Shab the way of being like, yeah, my son's going to be number one. He's going to be number one in sport. Because, you know, he wasn't number one in sports. But he was a big dumb animal. Hoping that is not too much of his wife's DNA get into his kids because, you know, Mexicans, they're very diminutive. That's why they like most horse jockeys of Mexicans or something. So he tried to combat that with trying to over push it. He's going to push his kid right out of sports. So like his son is probably going to go like a rockhead or something and rebel against his dumb idiot dad. Especially when his dad's like the most hated guy in the internet sad. But yeah, let me know your thoughts.
He says, I still love you. I still love you. Even the person being executed for this tremendous trespass against the Ritbono Shel Olam is still beloved by Hashem. That's how much Hashem loves us. But if you see how much Hashem loves us,
Shab's wife, once again, trying to use her children in order to get a career for herself. She already tried it with the commercials, the do-it-yourself making commercials for the traveling equipment, in which you shoot your own commercial, you send it to the company, and they might use it in like YouTube ads or something. I don't think they ever used any of her submissions. But I think she's finally realized that her career is not going to happen. Didn't she also pretend she was doing interior decorating with her family? But how's that going to work out if you're moving to Texas and your entire family? Truly pathetic. But now, all her posts are like about her kids now, and she's trying to morph into piggyback off of them and put them into everything. So Shab was outdated that. She would never do this in any way, shape, or form. This woman is more pathetic than Shab. I believe Shab always did the lawsuit because she told him to, in which I defeated him. Still waiting on the appeals process, but going to win that. And then when he brings it to the Supreme Court, and it's finally over, he would have pleased Mexican. But, I mean, even this, like, everything was a front, everything was a flex, everything is a look at me. Like, look at me, look at my Botox, look at my like, your husband failed his career, and now you're moving to Texas. To do what, God, I don't know. But let me know your thoughts.
You have to take the very vehicle of execution, the very utensil, and you have to go ahead and bury it. But you see, when you don't have to burn it first, which the Gemara says it's different. Also, they got concrete the Beidina, from those that who get based. It's different. Why is it different? In those cases, remember, some stories is a legend. Remember, how you get based, those executed based were very distinct. So because they're very specific, also, I got the object for execution was also very different. Everybody knows, therefore, that's the one just when they dig up the tree, dig up the stone, dig up the sword, they know that it's very important. They raise the cemetery, they know that it's off limits, they don't need to live in this country. But don't look at them. Ultimately, you're going here, where it's just the better, right? You're legally just the very
people in the I don't like it.
Organic, only when I got nice contract, it's still from the food direct. So they may come and dig it up and use it for themselves, not realizing that the reason I really went ahead and buried it was because it was concluded and it was something. Therefore, coming full circle, Allah said to Ruvain, got paid in wheat for transporting stuff. So first of all, we see that standing up is treated the same way as Yayin Nesef, just like by Yayin Nesef, the wages of the so again, by standing up, the wages going to be and again, in this case, when you got paid, just said burn it and bury it. This ensures that what? No one gets any benefit from it in any way, shape, or form. Almost the time over for today. Let's go to all of you.
You know what? I'm somehow just going to claim that was racist. I don't know how, but that was racist. What was that? Was that them trying to take shots at themselves, by the way? Griffin with the potato head thing and chocolate. What was that line? I want all the smoke unless it's with Kalila.
Dedicating all the Shira Drushals this year.
Someone should immediately remix that and do the dishes properly. Coming over there, just have a bunch of Snapchat stuff. These guys suck. How much of their dad's money can they blow on crap? Earthy was shit. God awful. That was I gotta go take a shower. Let me know your
begin a new parak. Here's parak of the second son of Zara. That is son of phase 62. And let us begin. So, first of all, really fascinating story. So, first of all, last of see, here's the interesting case on here. An Apple hires a Jew to help him with Yayin Nesach. Now, what does this mean? Take a look at Rashi. First Rashi in So again, the interesting case over here is so an Apple hires a Jew. And again, in this case, see, up until now, so much of our focus has been really on trying to figure out, is something Yayin Nesach, is it not Yayin Nesach? So now it's a little bit different. Here, we know that we're dealing with Yayin Nesach. That's not the Shaila. So the Akum hires the Jew to help him with this Yayin Nesach. Meaning what? He says, so for example, the Akum hires me to go and, let's say, pour wine from one utensil to another, or to move barrels of Yayin Nesach from one location to another. And as Rashi points out, Yayin Nesach Manush.
One of the dads at Brendan Schaub's son's baseball team did his elite footage of Brendan Schaub at one of his kids' baseball practices. They edited it just to show that. I would have recommended Brendan Schaub stinks at baseball.
That I earned from that work.
What is he doing?
Okay, just discuss more.
In one of the things from the footage, the guy said that Brendan Schaub isn't a coach. He just shows up and bothers everybody. But
now, if you get actually, that's the last one we'll look at this. Last of the wide lines on top. Let's before we get to that. Let's read it. So, also
got to remember, these are a bunch of 10-year-olds. You're playing with 10-year-olds. Can't catch the ball. What was that? Why was he afraid of the ball? 8-year-old
And what I'm working is, by the way, can you help you move the INS from this location to the other location. You know me, just pull this off, then what's the halacha? Wages are
that guy is bothering. Why is he standing there?
Therefore, two very different cases. Case number one,
What was that? What was that?
In that case, Mishnah rules kind of come the rules.
And this is the guy who's been criticizing his son, so you better throw nothing but the heat.
But then once I'm working
What is he doing?
something else, he asks me to help out with the INS. In that case, wages,
Dressed in all black.
wages motor, good, next. So this seems to be
What was
case to discuss this. So let's say again, I happen to have a gun. And
let's think of the way. They're just transport this guy go away. Why is he here?
The wages are also soft relationship. What happens if you just hire me just to transport him? In other words, you can hire me from one location to another. Let's say the open.
Right now, all shop is thinking is I went from Alice and Maddie's to this.
Doesn't travel out of the way. He's bringing me
ultimately the leg thing. You catch the ball, my guy. Oh my God. This is my way. How he is like the shop. This is how much of an asshole he is and how hated he is. Now the people on this Sunday baseball would record and upload this footage to the fighter that gets up at That's how hated this guy is. That people in his normal everyday life so hate this guy. Hey, that's that guy. Let's record him and upload it to that number and say, which means they got him moving right away. Because I think this is still in LA. Maybe this is the real reason why he's leaving. Like, he knows he's so hated by everybody else. Just like, look, babe, you're gonna get out of your phone, counting down the Texas, gonna reinvigorate my career, bro. My God, it's terrible at baseball.
Wages that I earned through dealing with that. Again, I didn't produce it, I didn't make it. I'm moving it from point A to point B, or I'm pouring it from one defense to another defense. Now, look, the wages are going to be us. Why? Because
Wait, we gotta look at that one. That was not a short throw, by the way. He could have caught that.
That model doesn't hold up. Why? We'll say what's I'll remember again. It's first.
And then the leg whip. What is that? He caught that one. Why couldn't he catch the other one?
Or kayak are forbidden mixed.
He's playing with a bunch of
examples. Let's say again, you plant grapevines in too close of a proximity to each other, resulting growth. Is this about no? Both these cases are like kayak. That's about no. That's about no. Yeah, what's that?
He caught that one.
Yeah, if someone took kayak and they sold it. And let's say
it's astonishingly bad.
It was like how they should
truly sad. He gave up stand-up comedy to do this, according to him. That's not the fact that he's not funny.
In other words, the proceeds
from
something that is lesser than
his career was just over. But according to him, he willfully gave up stand-up comedy, show business. In order to do that, stand on the side of a coach and bother himself. You know how embarrassed his son is, by the way, that his dad is dating. His son isn't bad.
So to wages are
like that, go away. Why are you here? You can't catch. You're bothering everybody.
Why? We have a terrible.
Why is everyone always uploading footage? What is Sean doing in real life to make people hate him so much? To be like, that guy over there, we got secret footage of him. We gotta upload it to the internet. Like, what is he doing? Like, only this guy can cheat on his wife, and then the chick goes and announces it to everybody on Instagram. Like, when he cheated on his wife with that Instagram whore,
so therefore, what?
it was only showing pictures of herself in Dubai. Like, you know how many celebrities she bangs on the side, and she never exposed any of that, but she exposed her shop, because obviously this dude does something just to shake people off in real life for them to do this.
Is like this.
That's the kid baseball practice. I wonder if this is the little fat kid's dad who did it. Remember you told the story that the little fat kid on the team, he kind of won his son.
As well. That's why
So he killed him. The fat kid's dad, truly spoke. He was sad. You suck at baseball. You suck at football.
For like racial purposes.
Sean is just a big guy. Not particularly good at anything. He's just a big guy. Baseball, not in a wheelhouse. Let me know your thoughts.
The whole face has done that. Same like Shemitah produce number again is prohibited. Now again, when we say it's prohibited, you're allowed to eat it, you're allowed to utilize it, you can't do all those things like that. And if you end up doing business with Shemitah produce,
being the strongest is very, although it's admirable, and although it's something that a kid looks up to, it's not only that. No, it's not.
That was the gift I was given.
Yeah, and so they have it too. So it's awesome, dude, and that's great because a lot of people don't have shit. You know, but you have that talent, you have that you know, that first strength you were born with, and now your kids are gonna have to at least some of it. So yeah, for sure. So
TJ came over the scene. This one was so bad. I just told somebody that your shop, they can be rocket scientists.
wow, that's hilarious.
You can be NASA right now. You see that guy's 6'4", 240 pounds. Anybody can start catching the balls.
That shit, yeah.
Just throw that baseball a little harder down. The games of practice are the bare minimum. Everyone's doing practice in games. It's the bare minimum. So whatever, let's say there's 10 million kids playing baseball. All of them are going to practice playing games. If you want to get to where the fuck you want to go, we're going to have to do way more than this. You're not even remotely close. Right. Practice. Talk about practice. All these idiots practice. Yeah. All these kids. Yeah. What? Maintenance sports. Tighten the fuck up.
Okay, so Brendan Child to say his kids are dumb and they're not going to be smart or intelligent because they're shy. I don't think Brendan Child, well, maybe, he's calling it shy, calling that his kids are going to be dummy. Damn, that's kind of messed up. Now, Shab is an idiot, and his brother is dumb too. However, his dad did start an internet company in the 80s and sold it off for like hundreds of millions of dollars and stuff. So there's some intelligence in there. But I mean, Shab is like, yeah, I'm dumb. My wife is Mexican. These kids are being tiger busted. I don't know. Do you think he's right? Well, let me know your thoughts in the comments.
Take on the prohibited nature. But if it's not structured as a sale, it's just structured as straight wages. Wages don't take on the severity of the prohibited item. So the Gemara says, what he said, now,
But this is a car podcast, right? Fuck it. This is it. Go fast, go fast. I hope I never know what it is, but I feel it's coming around the corner. I'll know what it is. Go fast. What is it? He likes like that. This is big store, like the real guys, like the real guys. Yeah, that was the real guys. All guys, sure. Oh, I'm sorry, bro. You want to talk about fucking jumping cars? All gas, no brakes. I gotta get some more bro. I gotta get more mics. I saw. Whoops.
Look how bad Brendan Schaub actually got because D'Elia was trashing him and making fun of his stupid channel name. Drive that. Oh, yeah, the name, I guess. But no one can get it right, guys. It's a dumb name. It's a stupid name for a YouTube channel. A grifting YouTube channel that he spends a lot of money on, makes no money on, and the only thing he's got going is sweepstakes grift. So he goes to the thing where he pretends to give away a car. He doesn't really gives it away for about a year or something. But he collects his data. That's the new Brendan Schaub scam. Because he'll be on to buy my merch, automatically enter into a raffle. Nobody buys his merch, but you can enter it for free too. And they did the AMA scam a couple of times where like, email in your questions, and they read none of their same questions. They were going with John Ritter, who of you four says, Brendan, why are you so wrong about MMA? Are you going to play again? They did that just to get people emailed to sell off the third-party companies to make money that way. So that is the new scam, Brendan Schaub. D'Elia doesn't respect them. D'Elia is only there for a check. And, well, I mean, when Schaub might make the move down to Austin, leaving the Golden Hour, so it'll just be D'Elia and hopefully they rebrand. But let me know your thoughts in the comments.
Ultimately, again, they cannot penalty for the penalty for that is that their wages ultimately again.
Do you feel like stressed or like a little bit stressed? Like I feel a little bit like, oh, I can't believe I'm gonna share. I'm not gonna. Can I say? I just want to say something to start us off. The first time that I can say this to you. Happy Mother's Day. Happy Mother's Day, you guys. Happy Mother's Day. Thank you. So, what's up? What's new? That, well, no one knows that we were actually pregnant together. There was some crossover for 3.5, a couple months, 3 months. If I can say my side of the story, I would say early spring of last year, maybe like February actually, I got a text from Kalila and she said, hey, do you have a good OB/GYN? And I was like, oh, I kind of like mine, like she's fine. And I sent her the name of the doctor. And I didn't think anything of it. Didn't think a literal thing of it. And then she writes back, thanks, it's for a friend. I gave it away. I go, that's so weird. Why would she feel the need to say that? Like, I literally did not, I had zero suspicion. I fucked it up. I'm sure you said that. But I was like, I'm not going to say anything. Like, this is it's a very secretive thing for anyone, and especially someone like Lila. But then, the very next day, we're pulling into the parking lot at our old studio, and I'm getting out of the car. She's still in her car, and she goes, I'm pregnant. And I lost my fucking mind. Because you were at this point pretty great. Our babies are 6 months apart, so yeah, I was 6 months ahead of you. Yeah, you were probably 2-ish months. Yeah. So I didn't think of it. Yeah, really. Struggle bus. You were. Oh, I actually feel like when you first told me you hadn't started to struggle yet, I think I can feel it really well. I was very in like the mindset of if I can show up to work for an hour or 2 hours and just like, get it together, then I can fall apart for the rest of the day was the way I remember you saying that because I remember personally like when I was in that first trimester, I was unable to work, as you guys all know, like I canceled recordings, I like was missing episodes, we had stopped recording for a long time, like it was a really, really, really hard time for me. And the fact that you were showing up in the first trimester, I was like, I couldn't believe that you were able to do that. Yeah, I mean, I believe me when I say what a shit show it was for me. When I went home, it was like, oh, puking, vomiting, having to eat, all of that. But should we start from the beginning? Yeah. Okay. So I actually did not have to get pregnant. There's drama. So December, I didn't want to pay for my period tracker anymore because they were like, oh, it's not going to be $7.99 a month. And I was like, fuck that. I'm going to use Apple's period tracker. And, it's never, failed me before my period tracker. I was using E. And so I was like, fuck this. I don't need this. I know my body. Mistake. Obviously, Aloha and I had just, pretty new at that point. I mean, a couple months in. Only a couple months, yeah. I know, I think I want to say 7 months in. Did you feel at that point, though, like this could be the guy? Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. I mean, I texted, the first time I ever met him, I texted my sister. It was a Father's Day. It was June 19th or something like that. And I remember texting her, he feels like the greatest dad I've ever met. He's not even a dad. And it was just, I just had that feeling. So, had you ever, because I know that you dated a couple guys before you met Aloha, did you ever, and I now know that it feels like you kind of did want a baby after Bobby. Did you ever think that about any of the other guys, or was it until Aloha where you felt like this is a daddy?
No, it wasn't until Aloha.
Wow.
And I never thought that I would feel. And again, it's so nuanced. It's so layered. There's so many feelings happening all at one time, right? I don't think.
We said before, so here's the problem we were getting into. How we were saying,
so Kalila,
did
they think this was a reveal? I mean, I guess this is technically the official announcement that Kalila does have a baby. Although we don't know that, and she has this official thing. She got into, by the way, if you want to hear the rest of it, you're going to have to go pay $5 and try the Patreon. Maybe the show is not like it might be worth it to be honest with you. But so what it sounds like, she did not expect to get pregnant. She got pregnant only 7 months after knowing the guy. Surprise, she kept it. And she dated a few guys even before him, so goddamn. Kalila moves quick. I guess Bobby too.
Which penalizes
so her ex was pregnant.
Like on one hand,
there was a little crossover there for your months.
If I hire a labor, it doesn't work right. It doesn't work. The wages are relative. Right, the wages are relative, which is quite fascinating. On the other hand, if I hire a donkey driver and pay him for doing Super Bowl, the wages are less.
I know
so
she's
a Rubber says all of this is connects. Because in reality, wages do not take on prohibited
online from like
of the item that
Bobby
you are
Lee and Tiger Belly
when
so she just keeps
it comes to
referring
rabbis penalize
Aloha, but
donkey drivers.
I don't know how long that will last.
The labor or birds relatively low.
The dude is popular.
The INS, which is conditional, must
Although
listen
she's still using Bobby Lee's name
must
and
listen several down
connection
to
to
the
these stuff, she still is on
Rashi
Tiger
says,
Belly.
must listen the INS, the comments,
My grandma always said she knows the secrets of the secret to Bobby Lee, so he's probably always going to keep
because of all these others, essentially
She had a baby that got fell.
so whether you are a donkey driver transporting INSF, or you are a labor, which is the first case,
Her face doesn't seem as bad, although there still is,
therefore,
and it might be permanent damage to her face.
now what it turns out over here is kind of bring it
But
back.
she looks a lot better than she did before.
And with my
She doesn't have the
really just
whole
to
face.
focus on the
Anymore. It's still like,
if I am
I don't know,
hiding
7% whole face.
even though
But,
technically speaking, those
I mean,
changes should be permitted. Because based on what
they
we
have
see
a baby,
again, from
they
based on what we
keep it
see
a secret.
again from Shmiga,
I think the
there's a way
biggest
to
reason
allow
she kept it a
this
secret, though,
very
because she didn't want to seem like, sorry, you just broke up with Bobby Lee, now you have a baby, and you're still on God's show.
So whatever
Oh,
the
that's
wages you're earning, whether you're
See, a
earning
lot of people blame her for Bobby Lee breakup.
either way, you're going to be penalized in
They
the
bring up
wages
the
and
fact that
status
she
of the
cheated,
INS.
that's what she did, and she
Now,
is.
of course,
Bobby probably did
there's a
too,
second
but I think most
part
people look at it as
from
maybe
higher
someone
not
with
to
the
the
fame, the
INS,
career,
to do other stuff, and I just happen to
and
be
you
some
should
guy
probably
that's at
just
work.
do whatever
That's
you
really
want
fun.
to
We're focusing
do,
on this first
and you
here.
could even
There's a
handle
big
that.
I
I don't know, the whole situation,
vital. Someone is
pretty
standing
interesting to
in
me that she had to keep that
so this is very interesting.
secret.
What happens if Allah
But she did tell, let me know your thoughts in the comments, though, Kalila. Really, why she kept her pregnancy a secret from Bobby Lee and all of us for so long. So let me know your thoughts in the
The
comments.
INSF is literally wine that was used for operational purposes. Ultimately, stamina is just the wine of an apple. Again, nothing libational has occurred with it. Very specific. It's something about a page to go up and work with the INS. Start with that's density of this. Now, what happens if you just to go ahead and work with this one. So I really know these things. I usually what's that all about? Me, I mean, people that someone Yainesa, started.
Damn, I like how TMZ slowed it down like the Zapruder film. So Theo Mom had to push some weirdo who went up to him and God knows what this weirdo was saying and doing with Theo Mom. Just leave Theo alone.
It's pretty much
That's an MMA training probably from Brendan Shaw. So, what's Bob going to say when he covers this? Bob, I really like the post, though. I wonder if he's just going to be like, oh man, he's probably going to go with if he says, oh man, if it was me, I would have did this and that, and I would have threw him on the ground and pound and all that stuff. But where was it? What is this? Like a club or a bar? I mean, I thought Theo was doing a lot better for himself. I don't know why he's this way. These characters.
Now she says over here, I mean,
this guy goes up to him, up the moon. Theo just grabs his throat, pushes him back. Not really that much of a altercation, but Theo was ready to go, though, which I like. Like you see that, yeah,
has too much space, corpse impurity, and therefore again, halacha l'maisa. Again, not only is it no, but it's becoming too much for because that's the desires of it. Ultimately, again, it conveys corpse to it. Also, no, or becoming too much mashkin birdies. Interestingly enough, ultimately again, has a lower level if it has the shear of a radius. So what's this? It's very interesting.
Whatever happened to that? Whatever happened to that?
Just like the INS, how so? Just like the
we're going to be on the Zoom for an episode. I want to fix it goes. For sure I can go on the Zoom. I was going to go on the other day. We went in on Tuesday for Gas Digital Meeting. We do a monthly meeting in person. Which is a much more right after that. But ended up
much lower level.
I will very soon. Very soon.
When it comes to this,
John watching Louis J. Gomez's live stream. And then it has to be about the Brendan Shaw lawsuit, whatever happened with that. So I thought I would just get a little update. As you know, Brendan Shaw sued me years ago at this point for copyright infringement. I won the lawsuit, he appealed, and we're still in the appeals process. And when he loses the appeal, he's going to try and bring him to the Supreme Court, and then hopefully that gets shot down quick. There's a whole thing to where he went on camera and lied, and said that he sued me for defamation, and then he tried lying, saying that his old management team was the ones who were carrying on the lawsuit. It had nothing to do with it, which was another lie. So his lawyer forced him to sign and then submit a written statement to the court saying that 100% Brendan Schaub is in control of the lawsuit and all the moves going forward. He is, I know we all go with the legendary, he spent $500,000 on monster lawyers. That figure has to be well over $1 million now. He has spent well over $1 million to sue me and lose, to get embarrassed, to do things that don't like them. So that's the update. Let me know your thoughts in the comments.
So again, I got it. So again, we've answered, at least for now, we've answered our core question, which is the wages from Scandinavia are treated with the same level of severity as wages from the United. We're now asking the Chista,
Oh no, when your kids have a bad game and you fuck it up, it's so embarrassing. You don't think everybody's like, they're probably not be like, oh man, yeah, they're probably, yeah, but these like, come on, please, dude, I need this for the terrible. Oh, bro, they're terrible. Oh, man. You know what I mean? It's just crazy how, and then the ref wanted to fight. I was like, this is crazy. I remember coming back, we're going to call timeout. I was like, everyone needs to chill. This is whack. You better chill the fuck out. Like, you're not helping the kids out. I'll call the dads out there. Like this one dad kept yelling at his son who's on our team. Throw the ball harder. But you think he's not trying to throw right. You put more stress on him. Let him just think. And then what did the guy say? He said, oh, you're right. Throw it hard. Right. There should be a Netflix now for baseball. It's funny. Wow. I know. Wow. What? Oh, really, dude? Of course, the team knows. Yeah, he's a big chunky small kid. And he hit the head off him. Oh, in other words, we got work to do. He's big chunky. His fast pace can go slower, so everybody's slowing down the pipe. Light his ass up. And then they just looked at him. You'll see that from the. Oh, yeah. Oh, baseball's no joke, huh? Light his ass up. Oh, yeah. You're pretty hardcore. You're kind of baseball dead, huh? Oh, to the full on.
Alright, so Brendan Schaub, first of all, calm down.
The effort is significant, or whatever.
And then it goes on to try
the efforts I share, or the
describing everything
the efforts to share,
the show
actually carry out that sentence was now they're all buried together with the personality. Again, the idea was you're not supposed to get handed off. You're not supposed to get items. So it's very gang, and then people are talking about the possibility of Europe. Not the time before you go.
The answer is absolutely. I know Joe has done from a child, and they've already done this with other graduates.
So,
you know who was in third and running it was me. Is that right? Crispy. I was with Joe.
So the Gemara says,
I'll never forget feedback. Probably doing it. that's why I pulled myself in. I was like, I didn't get it. That's why I was like, no, I'm already close to jump out of the
the guys that like a lot contradict themselves, like even in that one.
To carry out the execution is very along together with the deceased. So what's the shots that actually points out why do we construct the tree that the person was hanging on? Because you don't want people looking that Ruben was hanging on. In other words, Ruben got his passport, but there's no
I guess it always
go
comes
ahead
out
and had any more shit.
like I bet you if I'm gonna try and get you and then he just came up with this entire story.
It's just an incredible sensitivity of emotional brains to cover up realism and thought. We learn something, and even if you're on a roll, remember enough to know that if you're getting a death sentence, remember again, we saw the goes to try to go ahead and prevent someone from being executed. Which means that like, if you're getting executed, not only did you do something terrible, but the Irish have not sought any possibility to find you out. You would have thought a person like that, throw the book at that. Who cares if people are going to talk? Who cares?
It doesn't even really need to. I mean, he's a rich kid.
For the singer, HaKadosh Baruch Hu is not in their covet. The Baruch Hu looks out for their dignity. So who said, they say in blessings, the Baruch Hu looks out for the covet of the source. First of all, you see how much the emotional woman loves us. Who is the guy who is getting executed? This is clearly someone who did not care about the word of HaKadosh Baruch Hu. And even this individual, who again, literally the word of God, he says, I still love you. I still love you. Even the person being executed for this tremendous trespass against the Nifon Shekholah is still beloved by Hashem. That's how much Hashem loves us. But if you see how much Hashem loves us, and you see how careful HaKadosh is with our dignity, and how much more so we have to learn a way to love one another, then ultimately to be careful with the covet of the other. It's well practiced. The notion of how much the Nifon Shekholah loves us defies and only asks of us, he doesn't even ask us to love him as much as he loves us. Because that type of reciprocity is the same way that
it's not like that was public footage.
a child
One of the dads not only uploaded that footage to subreddit, they edited it to make him look crap.
The love that a parent feels in that action down low, it cannot be received. He doesn't even ask us to love him as much as he loves us. Yes, he asks us to love him to the extent that we're able to love him. Because the love that he showers down upon us is immense. Anything that we get ever reciprocate, we don't ask.
It really does look like Joe Campbell too.
My love. His love to us. Right? He does not ask us to reciprocate that love back to him. But he does ask us to give to each other. That's what he does ask. You have to love. You don't have to trust. You don't have to love me. You don't have to love each other as much as I am to love all of you. Just be good to each other.
Excluding Bobby Lee's stuff, was there ever anything you guys said on air that ended up being controversial that you had to apologize for?
You have to take the very vehicle of execution.
We felt really bad about it. He didn't deserve that, and we were just being silly and not thinking about it. A lot of times when you say stuff on a podcast, guys, you don't realize your reach. You're just in the moment, and you don't. There's no audience here. You know, someone will hit you up like, oh, man, like this, especially to me, like,
we're a small fraternity. How can you stab me in the back? It was really bad. And we didn't mean to. And John and everything was like, that's the funniest. He was like, dude, I could not stop laughing. It's so funny. But I'm standing up while he's coming, like, saluting. Yeah, and it was probably not even talk about this. I don't want to rehash. Well, we're going to rehash it. It's a question. But just be soft about it. No, you're right. And I just hated that. I hated that we did that. I still feel bad about it. And I apologize to Randy, though. I don't think so. I mean, we never did anything malicious or intentional. We never wanted to hurt anyone. No, I was one of the kids. When we started to this moment, I've never wanted to hurt anybody's feelings. And I've never wanted to use this platform to criticize somebody that couldn't criticize or defend themselves. If I criticize somebody on this podcast, it's because they're a piece of shit or a pig. And I stand by it.
Yeah, but by far the biggest mistake was the body stuff.
Yeah, that's of course, I like
terrible info, like looking back on it.
That was just the best. I've said sorry 1,000 times. No reservations. I don't know what else to do. But having said all that, overall, I think we've done a good job of, for the most part, making people laugh.
You and
I are also positive.
A bunch of times with Dana White. A bunch of times.
I always said to you,
I also don't want to burn that bridge either. Not that I need anything from them, but they usually done a lot for me, so it didn't make sense.
You are also a guy who is your best when you're the prince, as opposed to like so. In other words, it's not that you shouldn't have opinions, not that you shouldn't fight back, it's not that you shouldn't say fuck off sometimes, right?
I think it's a fine balance. I think I took that like a little too much and leaned too much into that. Yeah, I think it actually hurt me. Maybe. I just didn't want to do that because I do think you gotta put your foot down, and I went away from being maybe who I am, you know. And so I think I leaned a little too much and letting people get away with it.
I would stop you when I'd see you getting emotional and maybe saying things you're going to regret later. That's what I'm stopping you. Sometimes I'd be like, I think he's going to regret this, so let's have a talk before we do that.
But the Dana White stuff also gave me the platform too. It's the only 5 times we got to get on the shit. Yeah, it's a double-edged sword.
It's a double-edged sword.
It all worked out. He's fine on 5 games. There's no animosity going on.
Have you heard about Wonder?
Something what makes us different than a lot of these comedy duos, if that's what you want to call us, is like Bobby Lee and Santino. They're like me and Brian have family and kids, you know, like it's just different. So like COVID and politics, and we're older, so we're gonna get involved with that stuff. Yeah. A lot of these other comedy podcasts stay away from it. But it's just not what we do.
It's probably because we have kids, and kids really, really make you feel the world.
Makes you scared.
Deeply. It makes you scared.
Yeah, that's where you kind of have to address it. Where it's like, kids say, I was not into politics, and then when all this shit was going on, I'm like, wait, hold up. Yeah, they start listening to it, and it becomes a thing.
The masks for us at first. It's like, wait,
bro, you want to piss me off? Dude.
I remember you were talking about you were jogging, and those assholes on horses were like, put your fucking mask on. It was kind of a good thing. Like I said, I went too far on that. People do what they want, and no, I'm a funny guy. Like, no, I'm not this monster, you know, big monster, blah, 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 away from that. And then, thank God, COVID, and then just have a bunch of soft friends, and like all that manufactured together, and the comics turning on each other, and all this bullshit. It like woke up the beast in me. And then when those people on the horses were like, you need to put on masks, I was like, oh, you woke up the monster. I'm ready to fight you with the horse. I'll punch your horse in the face. Yeah, I'm down for this.
Chen, what's the fish you is most proud of?
Okay, so Brendan Shaw, what are they doing like in AMA every episode? They literally have nothing else to talk about, so they keep coming up with big questions about some fake AMA every episode thing. So once again, talking about the beef with Bobby Lee, White, passion and everything on Shabbos and yesterday on Sunday. But I mean, the entire thing, they keep talking about it though, because they have nothing else to talk about or generate anything that gets them any clicks whatsoever. I mean, we're halfway there, but we're soon to be at
and he made kosher wine, and the intention of the wine ultimately again is to use it to sell it to another Jew. So again, the way the situation works is like this. Essentially, the apple goes ahead and provides all of the materials. The Jew has not yet paid the apple anything. Payment usually comes after the sale.
No, you guys are just trying to find the next
everything
grip.
goes to the apple.
Next thing
We
to get out of it.
by the Jew. The Jew has not paid for anything yet. So now Rashi comes out, he says, after the Yisrael has gone and released the wine, so he leaves it in the domain of the apple.
Now here's the thing. With psoriasis, so they're finding that autoimmune diseases like this a lot of times are linked to the gut. And but I'll tie stress to this for a second. I did a gut profile by 2 different places, and I had a prevalence of a certain bacteria that is connected to certain. It's connected to certain autoimmune disease like psoriasis. I changed my gut profile, got rid of that bacteria, it never came back. But there's another thing about stress. When apparently you have stress, the mucus lining in your stomach that covers, that protects you, retracts for a weird reason. And when it retracts, foods like nightshades, whatever you might be allergic to, can create, exacerbate the autoimmune reaction already. So you'll respond to wheat or whatever it is. But once I changed my gut profile, I never had.
Brian had psoriasis when I was going through the whole cancellation shit, and then I had psoriasis when I was doing all my shit.
That's right. Divorce.
Dude, I thought that you were
Divorce, cancellation, COVID,
disaster. And then mine was just all the bullshit I was dealing with. And then once I was in, when that went away, and I was in stress, it all went away. But when I first started, it made me splotch on my head. I thought it was Tom Hanks from Philadelphia. That's what I thought. I have AIDS. That's how stressed you. I have AIDS, and then it was all over my legs, all over my arms. And I thought it was from the fish tanks, constantly being changing out the water. That was the chemicals. It was just all the stress.
Stress is a huge part of your life.
It just kills people.
And this is a city in which there are Jews and
you know how to get rid of stress, everybody? I swear to God, just tell the truth. Just fucking tell the truth. Just don't lie to yourself.
That doesn't work, because when you're dealing with your cancellation and divorce, that, sometimes stress comes financially. There's no telling.
That doesn't help. But just also you'll be stronger if you just fucking get rid of all the lies. What I mean by lies is lying to yourself. I just mean you might be in a job you hate, might be in a relationship you hate, whatever it is, just you're lying to yourself. Just sometimes you have to purge and just have to align yourself with the truth. No matter what.
It doesn't help too many people, because also some people work in a job they have to pay the bills. That's what they have to do. That's true. And the truth, the guy have the truth.
Okay, tonight I have the truth.
The guy's truth is this job sucks, but I have to do it to feed my kids.
Well, then that's true. That's fine.
But some of you have to be stressed as fuck.
Create your
That's a lot of catchy saying for this shit. Sometimes everyone goes through stress, man.
Sometimes it's not a catchy saying. Sometimes that's a great line. Sometimes there's not a catchy saying for this situation. Sometimes the only way out is through. Sometimes you gotta fucking just bite the bullet.
Catchy saying is you don't stop.
There you go.
That's the catchy.
And I'll tell you this: if you're going through a really hard time, don't not work out because you quote unquote don't have time. Don't start eating shit food because you don't have time to eat well. Don't do those things. People fall into these weird traps.
I didn't work out for 6 months, the longest I've ever gone.
And you were drinking, and you were doing
drinking, overdose on alcohol every day. I hate them. I was just fucking.
You were a drug addict basically, and alcohol.
And didn't work out.
10 in the morning. I never put it together. I don't know why I didn't say, hey, I was doing my own shit.
Yeah. So when I know, I was like, no one knows.
You were just so small.
Yeah.
And that's what you don't do. Don't do that. Assume the position. Behave. It's like that great saying, behave as though God exists.
behave as though you're winning, you're killing it. Even if you're going through hell, get that workout in. I don't give a fuck if it's 10 minutes. Just do 10 minutes. Do 5 minutes.
Yeah, help you deal with the stress.
Yes.
Yeah, I had alcohol problem, stress with the family, stress at work, and then
Sexuality, there's so much going on.
all that, can't get a black cock, and then also dealing with people still doing nostrils.
Oh, there
Because
was
it's mine, I can go in
Yeah, there was that.
and take it as I choose.
And then that's when the fucking killer came out.
It's not gonna touch it. Because
Yeah,
most
no
I
one is
can come and
denying
access it whenever I want it.
I remember someone told me like a hard time once.
That's there.
It was the best advice ever. The only way out is through.
I cheat on
That's all
myself.
fucker, but some of that stuff that triggers me. It's like,
Yeah.
but it's true, you just gotta keep going.
Well,
That's the one until you
What did you say one time?
Yeah, how you make
The people that post inspirational messages on Instagram, none of those people are killing it. Never. Never. Hey, stop talking about like what you have to do. Just do the thing.
Never.
Yeah, and another thing for you guys out there, is that for us?
Are you doing this more?
Yeah.
Okay, so there's a lot in there that we have to go through. So, finish on talking about the thing that turned him into a killer. I guess that's his justification for suing me because he was going through so much problems at the time. He didn't mention the number one problem, that his career completely
So
tanked.
I made one.
But, the drinking, the Adderall addiction, someone stole $2 million. I guess that was that whole podcast with his managers or whatever. But did you notice what happened in that conversation? Ryan Callen said the best way to get through stress is to just tell the truth. And Brendan Schaub immediately fought back on that guy. No. Admit it, he's alive. And then he's going to continue to lie. And then not Bob, but what are we doing here? Telling the truth, don't do nothing. It doesn't help you out. Yeah, subconsciously, he doesn't even realize what he did. And admitting that he's a liar. And even Callen was going back and forth. Well, no, just tell the truth about certain things. And Schaub was like, nope, can't tell the truth. Always going to lie about something. So like, even this little thing, even when he admits stuff and lying, like I said, he admitted all that stuff, and that's the reason why he turned into a killer and got the monster lawyers and stuff like that, which is all bullshit. His career tanked, his podcast tanked. That was the reason, because he released the Gringo Coffee, and that was terrible. And you know what I was doing? I was showing someone who doesn't know too much about me. They asked, hey, what's that lawsuit you're involved in? So I was showing them Brendan Schaub on Tiger Belly. Remember that whole confrontation with Bobby Lee and Kalila? And she said something. Now, I don't think I ever picked up on the time. But I realized it watching it back now. And it goes to Brian Kelly. And she said that you called, this was Sean McCowan accusing Bobby Lee and Kalila of running the fighter against somebody. Kalila said something very interesting to Sean. You want to talk about it? She said, I knew that was going to come from Brian Callen because Brian Callen has said that to other people. Meaning, they've not only accused Bobby Lee and Kalila of running the fighter against somebody, they've accused other LA comedians of doing it. She didn't go into detail of who they accused, but before Bobby Lee, they were accusing, at least Brian Callen was, according to Kalila, other people of running that fighter against somebody, and she would say, keep using that as an excuse to go off on people and get them to do what you want and threaten them. And I knew that excuse was coming because I heard you from other people you accuse them of the same thing. So even that
fear.
It's probably bullshit. That whole my team's been investigating and like we know there's no 300 pages of evidence, but we just assume Shaw was an idiot and just got taken by people who keep getting to do research. I'm now on the belief there was no investigating by his team or anything. It's just an excuse he makes them to trash people who he doesn't like.
So it's kind of
I don't know.
So because
Let me know your
therefore
thoughts.
it's going to see to the Acharon's home, and therefore the Acharon is going to be reticent to do anything with the wine, lest he be discovered by these. I'll say, this one point out like the tremendous what's happening. What do you see from here? What you spot? See that? Let's finish up. So Gemara says, Separation is like separation. What happened? Not separation of the whole Shabbos. Separation. All it is, the head was cut off. Let's say the top of the country was cut off. And therefore, Allah from the Mesa, there's no fruit. Because of this, does he still climb the tree or not? So if you get a back of the I say the top of the one says that the presence of the country predicts the wall in the opposite, and one says that it's hustle. Watch this. So you know, it says, man, the hustle, the mountains, sorry, the head hustle, outside. Man, the hustle, man, the hustle. So when it says that it's hustle, the country is not going to be free, the Jew is not going to find it. And therefore, if he's not going to find it, you have to know there's no one looking into his house. You know, it says, the man is sorry, seems like the apple is enough. The son of the idea that's right. So the Bible says that his mother says, even if the country is not going to fruit anymore, he still would still plant the tree. Why? Let's say he uses his animal. And he needs to see where exactly he is the animal. Therefore, we're trying to tree in order to be able to see where the animal is. That's it. So like that. What? If you notice,
okay, I'm not even gonna watch the clip afterwards.
Obviously, step one.
He got it checked from his son's
step two is now, but now it comes that this one is being deposited into the possession of into the home of the country. So the bottom line is as long as other people who are choosing the city and other people can see into that home, so they can be subreddit. Or because there's a window, or because there's a dark spot, or because there's a tiger got thrown out. Sees him, and he's not going to mess around.
Right, just like Shab does. Remember Shab? What was heavy against Chicago? Oh my God, Shab got all bad. He was approaching the umpire with having none of it. God knows how much he's doing. Shab all low, and now he's like the umpire is probably like, look, I'm putting up with any overzealous baseball bat. And then Shab was like, the company we're going to go the coach checked him.
That they are always in the presence of the
umpire checked him, throws him out. Look at Shab like, look, I used to be in the UFC, you can't call out Tiger. And he walked away from like, he said the F word. Did he call him an effing bitch? I don't.
Anything and everything we do takes place in the presence of the Holy Spirit. So, he's the angel. When he knows that he
I don't know what he said. Fucking was in there though.
Because who's watching us.
Once again,
in order to go ahead and find our flaws. This is so perfect. You know, it's not that, I got you. You know, it's almost as if like,
it has to be the people on his own. No kids.
What does every
and
person do?
here's the other crazy thing, right? So like, you live
right?
in Calabasas, California.
Because you love them.
I would assume
you want them to be secure.
quite a bit of other celebrities
who watches us.
and their kids are on baseball teams and a bunch of stuff like that. So why are we only getting uploaded footage of kids?
Ocean of life.
Right?
And if we get ourselves
Now,
into
the
trouble, wants to know it's that we could be there to sweep in and develop podcasts. He does countless times that we know about, times that we don't know
Her
about.
kids or her
But it's
recipes
important
or
for us
games
to
flipping
remember
out,
that we live
it just
in
goes
the
to how
essence
hated
of the evolution of
that people, even us,
modifies his behaviors when he knows that he's being watched.
I got to see what shopping, that's
I
right,
must get to
that's
my
what
our
uploaded
friends when we know
to the fighter and the kids
devoted,
subreddit.
doting father is watching us every
So
night.
over here, right?
Let's go. Let's go. Turn out about it. You know there's like 60. Turn out about it. I think I would get that. I thought myself, I was going to say everything. So again, I am going to be purchasing or renting a home in the Hudson of it. Before it was like the way the Thomas house is set up, is you have a cluster of courtyard. If you imagine that as the center of a central courtyard, and multiple homes open up into that courtyard. So the cluster is owned by the owner. And I believe renting or purchasing a home in that cluster. When you're doing wine, and what happens, you go ahead and fill up the home with wine. You sell down the house of cluster, and ultimately again, there's another Jew who lives in that cluster as well. So what's up? Again, once again, this is a case where I'm positing the line with the eye. That's the case. Just the difference is there's another Jew who lives in that cluster. So what's that look? Mutter, I love that the wine is mutter. The
other coach, the real coach,
even though again, that Jew
trying to keep Sean away from the umpire. The umpire needs to know just has enough of this guy.
Is enough to allow the wine
drunk, probably been running his mouth the entire game.
The Chutzah Cheres,
The umpire just like,
however, again, if the Jew lives in a separate Chutzah, the Rishon Afghan can also be there. So ultimately, again, if the Jew is in another Chutzah, then ultimately, again, if the Jew has the key to later on the done, and there's a person, or there's a person, or there's a seal of line, ultimately, again, the line is going to be there. Okay? Next is, on the time we are showing the crazy thing is, the umpire I'm producing one shot.
Said something. The umpire and the umpire see Sean like starting to flip out on his
but the
son.
wine is deemed the
And throw him out.
the rishus of the apple. The soda that is the culture, energy boosts, energizing culture of the apple. The wisdom of that culture of the apple. Ultimately, again, he has the key over the seal of the apple.
First yelled at the umpire, then he took and said something to his son. Then the umpire threw him out. Do you think the umpire was like, no, he's going to flip out on your kid because he got thrown out because your genetics is slow running around the base?
Or there's not a skill, right? It's still going to be what you want. It says the presence of the Israel, by definition, prevents the uncle from doing anything he's not supposed to do. Incredible. So the verse says, however, let's see the year.
Why do I have access to this? I'm sitting back and thinking, this dummy had to quit stand-up comedy because he couldn't sell any tickets. And he came up with a whole bullshit story of, I'm really a family guy now, and I'm a coach, and I go to all my son's baseball games. And of course we have footage of it. How do we not have footage of it?
But let's say
How much of an asshole are you in real life
the same
to
cluster
people to where they're uploading footage on you?
So
Like,
says,
what are you
however,
doing about
let's have a good one time.
that much in real life?
Although
I'm an annoying fucking guy. And I live in a place where there's literally cameras on me 24/7. And yet usually no fucking footage of me uploaded. So that's
a seal, it's going to be less, but it's a different concern. Ultimately, again, if he's in a different cluster, even if the key and the chosim is a very male. Come say, come chosim, actually shomer yoshek in shamer, actually yabo mamona abo yekitzi. The Chum say that ultimately again the one is going to be answered, and so on. Ultimately, again, either up until the time that a shomer comes, actually shomer yoshek in shamer, until a watchman comes, or until someone who comes to a point which comes to watch the one. Now, let's see exactly what that means. It's a funny idea. So what exactly are they coming to? So the Gemara says, he may not be safe. If you say ultimately again that they are anything on the safe law, Tanna Kama non-pensa. Ultimately, Tanna Kama also is almost also place of also. While I was talking about the first case, while I will show the safe, so the second part of actually the beginning part of the safe. I have a hard time on my leg. We have the open up. We kind of be showing us that the whole city. I better be open and say,
Everybody is talking about
go
Brendan
ahead
Schaub
and
getting
explain
ejected
does
from
not
an
have
Indian
the
baseball game,
allow
and
us
he
to
had to
population.
respond.
Rather than ultimately talking about the end part
The
of
kid
the
was
nation.
saying,
Must
be
the
a slow
chutzpah,
ass
that's
Tuesday
what
in
the comment
MMA.
says that if
But
you
this
use
is
the
the
name in a
headline.
different chutzpah,
Also,
ultimately
I
again
was
it's
the
going to be
third
mutter,
coach
the
that's
Husham
up throughout
but
that
also
day.
be other.
Oh,
That is the Jew is not in the same chutzpah, ultimately again as
it's the playoffs,
as
God's sake.
then again it's only mutter if he has the key or there's a seal. Also, actually, Shomer Yoshe Shamer, or actually, Mamona Amod even so, the Jews are the he has the key, or there's a seal that's not enough. Until there's a Shomer, ultimately, comes to the point to the moment the first one, that's not how it goes. What I'm not saying, there's a Shomer which comes at a point in time, that's actually detrimental. It's clear that he comes only at certain times. The Apple knows exactly when he's coming. Rather, the way you have to say is that Allah from the Maisa, we're talking about a situation where there's a guard who doesn't I can't comes whenever he wants. Comes whenever he wants. Okay. Listen, we'll finish up the story and see what they have to say.
Now, Mrs. Redact has to chime in. Oh, that's what she has to say.
And all of the domains are considered to be
and then she put this umpire waited his whole life for 2 minutes of fame. So happy for him. He really enjoyed ejected Brett from the game because it's the only politics he has in life. And a totally baseball field.
Shame.
I hope this was the highlight of your life. I'm sure you'll go back to your amazing life after this.
So let me get like this. In the same way, that ultimately the same way that if
she does know a little bit about baseball,
and again, all the qualifications. There's no use for the city. Again, the city is not.
So the umpire had a little
the same halacha is true if the wine is the capacity
throws out the third, according to your husband,
whether the wine
the third drunk idiot loser overflowing who's taking this way too seriously. And somehow he knew the fighter the kid's subreddit and some MMA and I make videos about it. Are you insane?
It's almost right across the rest
By the way, I must say this. By the way, Schaub and his wife are secretly loving this. This is the closest thing to a TMZ coverage they'll ever get. So she really said the umpire was looking for his 2 minutes of fame. What is he talking about? What 2 minutes of fame? He throws this dummy. He throws the kid. That's all that happened. Wow, she's delusional.
Either way, it's going to be
Both
awesome.
of them.
You know what I'm saying? The conversation of
Pathetic. Let me know your thoughts.
Killer whole video is by the butter, the high of it will have a near sauce, or the half near commer will be the city market and a common gas of the base, Carlos Commer, plus your shimmy of those on the main market, what did the base of it will have an akar, the Hashim will go. So listen, here's the shot. The position of the Tanakh is like this. When you have a city that is all active, right? So then I want to know that Tanakh is the wine is. And Tanakh doesn't make a distinction whether the wine is being placed in the heart of the
But the whole time you're like, okay, maybe a few hundred horsepower more. But I'm not gonna.
So now let's go back to the beginning. So let's say one goes on. Kind of goes like this. The solution is just as a couple just having to have an upper asset. It's really good. How come it's like this? In a city where it's
No, we're stupid drives through all the whole yes, don't chill. Brendan Challenge with the car grift in order to get people's information
regardless
to sell the third party company. He got roasted to his face because he decided to drive around some other losers. By the way, the guys who are driving around were losers too. And his car was fast and on his face. And that guy was like, yeah, that's the horsepower it is. There's ego. But it's something that he didn't say anything. I mean, this dude just keeps catching L's. What is he doing? How much more of his dad's money is he got to waste with building Humvees? And I'm going to be driving around for content that nobody watches. He pays money to do this. It's sad, it's depressing, it's pathetic. Yeah, now he just keeps doing it. Now the car stuff, he's got a scam going. That's why he keeps doing like, send me in your info and I'll give away a free truck. I can sell it to a third party company, your email and stuff like that. But truly pathetic, but you know, your thoughts in the comments.
That's only if it's placed in the home of the owner. And for a different we don't assume that a stamp item is going to make wine in the INSF. And therefore, again, it goes the law for sure will we're not considering that reciprocity.
Oh, it doesn't always get thrown out of Little League games, but what I do. I make it count. No, I never. I can't believe it's a thing. I don't say much as a coach. I coach the rec league, not the travel. Well, that's beyond my pay grade. I coach my son's rec league team, and it's the playoffs. And I don't say much because I know fucking Shrek out there, so they're very intimidated. Most of them are cool. We've had this before. It was an issue. He warned the other manager on the other team, one of our earlier teams of the playoffs. He's just a weird dude. And then this game had high level emotions. We start off the game with 6 runs. Some kid did a legit home run. First one ever. And so there's a lot going on, but he was definitely sided with the other team. The other team was really chummy with him, like buddy. I'm like, this is weird. We weren't getting the same calls. Again, I don't say anything. I'm not trying to be any sort of factor in the game, or cause any issues. I'm just really there for my son and the team. That's it. It's very react along with everybody. The other coaches, I know everybody. Everything's all good. And then my son, he slid into home, clearly safe. The thing that this Full Send MMA edited, you don't see the full play, but he not only is he safe, he slides over the base, and the catcher doesn't even tag. So it's not even a questionable call. It's clearly, I mean, night and day. Even the other team was like, that's bad. I'm like, yeah. So I go, come on, dude, you gotta be fair. It's been all game. That's a garbage call. That's what? That's personal. You made it personal. You're out. Like, whoa, are you serious? You can see what I'm doing. You serious, dude, for that? Oh, come on, dude. That's soft shit. And that's when he freaked out. So I don't know what's going on there. Definitely affected the game. And that was a big play. Like, I was like, it's the playoffs. It's double elimination. I was more embarrassed than anything. No. Like, come on, dude. Like, what are you doing? So then I walked away. And then the parents were like, take that. Dude, folks, they make mistakes. It's all good. It's wreck. It's all good. I get it.
It's the playoffs, so there's a little more emotion. That means a little more. It's still elimination, so thank God this is up to room for everybody. But so the parents are like, dude, it's safe. Like, hey, we keep it doing so okay. The vibe with the other coaches is my issue. Like, what's going on? Like, are they getting beers after this? Jacking each other up? What's going on? The vibe was way too friendly. The coach came through and was a right call and shook his hand. I'm like, whoa, in the middle of the game. This is weird. So I'm annoyed as shit. Tiger has a bad attitude because his dad got thrown out, which drives me nuts. And then he starts threatening the parents. One word, now call the game. There's no fooling that anymore. Which he can't do. He's like threatening the parents. He tried to get to a whoop it. I'm not starting the game. Can you get out there? It's a mom. She's like, what? So you just on a power trip. Weird dude. All the baseball dads know, weird dude. You know what I'm talking about. One of those guys on a power trip, so it's one of those weird things. So I just watched the game. We lost. We're going to get Wednesday. It's double elimination. It is what it is. I can't believe this is a thing. Whatever parent from whether it's the other team or our team or whoever cousin sent this to these outlets, you're a piece of shit. What are you doing? What are you doing, man? What are you doing? This isn't a thing. Any dad, talk to any dad whose kids play rec or travel ball, jump to baseball, they manage or they coach a team. This happens all the time, man. This shouldn't be news. This isn't anything. If your dad manages a team and they get thrown out, he don't give a fuck about it. It wasn't like I was in the Rebel's face arguing with him. I realize I'm bigger than 90% of the people out there. I already know these people are going to be on their heels. I'm the last person to
hire me to make kosher wine that he could then sell to Jews. But the
get
wine
into his face, and he's a smaller dude, you know, and out of shape. I realize I'm no like fucking shit.
If the Israel, I live in the same cluster as the Akum, then the wine is going to be mutter. My mere presence prevents the Akum from tampering with the wine. The Afapi Shat Pesach Pasuach Hashomer Nicholas Biyotze, good. If Aya Shomer Dama Chatzah Heres, Hayayin is awesome. The Afapi Shat Maftiach Kalbazin the Yisrael. Ultimately, again, but if I live in a different cluster, ultimately, again, the wine is going to be awesome. Why is it right? The wine will be awesome even if the Jew has a key and there's a seal. Even Shayain Shakakum, there should something in the fact that it's like the kind of advice you remember the Hima, it needs to go very first. It's very interesting. So remember again, in this case, essentially the halacha like this. If the wine is being made by the Jews, that's kosher. It's being deposited with the Akum, but it's in the Akum's house. And therefore, the Akum can do whatever he wants. If I live in that cluster, that creates a nuisance. My presence creates a fear of the Akum, and he's not going to tamper the wine. But if I don't live in that cluster, then at the end of the day, the concern is that Akum is going to do whatever he wants. Even if I have the key, and even if there's a seal, ultimately, again, Allah the wine is going to be awesome. Now, the Rambam does go on the next halacha, and he says as follows: that if Yaakov does this thing where he writes me this receipt, right? You know, I points out in this case, where he says it's as if you've paid me already for everything, right? Ultimately, again, then halacha l'maisa. This is about a few costs of Yaakov Yisrael. It's telling me, I'm not actually going to leave that case aside. Let me just say the last case. All the guys have so much over the shuffle dark. And I will say that one more point that is important over here, which is that if the wine is in the home of the Yaakov, and as we said before, the home opens up into the and this is a city ultimately again where Jews and non-Jews live, then under those circumstances the wine is going to continue to remain. Okay, was that incredible? We will stop over here for today. What I'm going to report separately is Rashi. You know, Rashi, this is fascinating about Rashi over here. Rashi goes ahead and Rashi points out. I don't remember seeing this before with Rashi. I'm sure that's not what's happened. Rashi gives a little synopsis on the halacha l'maisa. Ultimately, actually, you know, let's take a look at it now. We'll just go through it quickly. Actually, no, I'm going to record it separately. We'll do it separately because it's a little bit of a longer piece. And Rashi goes through essentially what is Rashi the halacha l'maisa. And we will see in Meretz Hashem that Rashi's halacha l'maisa is a little bit different than our halacha l'maisa, but nevertheless an incredible piece of important. So we'll say stop it for today. Wishing everyone a wonderful day. Such as ViralRabbi.
National Environmental Education Foundation. To find more tips for smarter, sustainable living, or to take action in your own community, go to iHeartRadio.com/earn. The free iHeartRadio app is #1 for music, radio, and podcasts all in one. Discover a new podcast from our library of hundreds of thousands of titles. Here's an iHeartRadio podcast preview. She was our idol. It's like, oh, Margaret, you're so cool. Drive a Jag, our female lawyer, stunningly beautiful.
I want to say good morning. It is incredible Baruch Hashem to be able to be here with all of you today. And the great Baruch Hashem. Sorry I can't be with you in person, but at least to be together virtually is a tremendous, tremendous success. Let us begin by thanking all of our sponsors for this morning's share. To thank our annual Talmud Torah sponsors, those who have already dedicating all the Shabbat Joshua this year as a plus solos fellows for Am Yisrael. Our Talmud Torah sponsor for the month of Av, Abba Alin, Rebecca, Stephen, Wendy Drazen, honor of Israel Drazen, Dina Drazen, Stanley Rose, Spicer, Fernie Rafa, and Eileen Rose. Our joining sponsors, David and Wendy Hefter, in honor of David Hefter's 54th Bar Mitzvah anniversary. Having Daniel Hefter and all the Old Bound ensure to celebrate their engagement. And welcome to David's nephew, Isaac, and his wife, Gitti, and their children, Ishai, Nama, and Ora, visiting from Eretz Yisrael. Dr. Ed and Faith Wolf, creation of the yahrzeit of Dr. Wolf's father, Cyrus Wolf Shalom, Ben Tzvi Hershey, Zichron Bracha, and Nathan and Beth Adler, in memory of their father, Ben Adler, father, Baruch Mordechai Ben Moreno, Rav Nelson, Zichron Bracha, and the merit of our Talmud Torah, all of the Neshama Slav and Aliyah, the families in the Chama, all those who were refursed to the Kol Choli Israel, to the Baruch Shemer Hashem, the Komar hostages, the Shalom, the Karam, and allow our soldiers to be successful for all of Vanasei Day. Also, we are beginning today's daf is Samech Aleph 61, and we are picking up at the Mishnah on Samech Aleph on the top of the daf, which we were forgiving Daf Yomi on Shabbos and yesterday on Sunday, and Baruch Hashem, let's begin. So we spoke about already this case in yesterday's daf. This is a situation where the Yisrael is producing wine for an Here's where for Rashi points out over here, Sha'asal bekashrus, so the Yisrael, the Jew, made the wine, and he made kosher wine, the mochro the Yisrael. And the intention of the wine ultimately again is to use it to sell it to another Jew. So again, the way this situation works is like this. Essentially, the Akum goes ahead and provides all of the materials. The Jew has not yet paid the Akum anything. Payment usually comes after the sale of the wine. So really, everything belongs to the Akum, being produced almost like under hashgacha by the Jew. The Jew has not paid for anything yet. So now the Rashi comes out, he says, after the Yisrael has gone and produced the wine, so he leaves it in the domain of the Akum. Okay, so obviously now we understand what's the tension. The tension is what's going to be the status of this wine, given the fact that although it's made by a Jew, and therefore the kashrus is kosher, but at the end of the day it is in the domain of the Akum. So how does that impact the ongoing kashrus status of the wine? So what's that? So again, assuming that we're talking about a home that opens up into the public thoroughfare, which means other people could see what's happening inside of the house. So as long as it's a city in which there are Jews and non-Jews, the wine is going to be mutter. What's the pshat? Take a look at Rashi mutter. The mere suspect of the kohavim below nothing. Because interestingly enough, the Obed Kohanim himself is going to be nervous. In other words, what do you have to be concerned about? Let's just analyze this. So the wine, ingredient-wise and process-wise, is kosher. It was made by the Jew. It's now been deposited back with the Akum. So of course, the concern we have is that the Akum is going to touch the wine. So the Mishnah says like this: if the place where the Akum's home opens up into Restream so people can see, which means if the Akum touches the wine, people will see him touching the wine, then the wine is mutter. The wine is permitted. What's the logic? Zok Rashi. And the end of the first short line in Rashi, mutter. The mere since they open to have them below the Akum is going to be too nervous. He's not going to touch the wine. Why? The Amar, Dilma, Hazuli, Fanach, Israel, the Ami Bishraven, Umafsinda, Bafilu, Imafteach, the Hosing, Shari, the Hushain, Plum, Ahosig, Yayin. Keep going to Kassel, it's Gabati. So interestingly enough, okay, we'll define more of the parameters of this in the Gemara, but the point of it is like this: as long as the Akum is full, is visible from the Rosh Hashanah, and this is a city in which there are Jews and non-Jews, the Akum, in whose home the wine is deposited, is not going to touch the wine. Why is he not going to touch the wine? Because you figure like this: I'm going to touch it, I'm going to shake it, I'm going to stir it around, do a little libational activity, and someone's going to see me. And then if someone sees me, I lose out on the opportunity to sell it to the Jewish market. So therefore, again, Mirsis means he's fearful of being discovered. He's fearful of his vibrational activity will be discovered, and therefore he doesn't do it. That's the first part. The ear shakula obey also. But if the Akum lived in a city, now all of this presupposes that there are Jews who are passing by. If, of course, the Akum lives in a city where there are only non-Jews, then this whole equation goes out the window, because then obviously no one's going to see it. In other words, whoever sees it, it's not really going to matter, and therefore the wine is asur. Ad sheyeshev u'mishamer. Ultimately, again, unless, of course, the Jew goes ahead and appoints a shomer. He appoints a guard to be there, right, to ensure that the Akum doesn't go ahead and touch the wine. Then the wine could remain mutter. But interestingly enough, the shomer doesn't just have to sit there the entire time. Rather, the shomer ultimately, again, is able to be what we call yotzei v'nichnas, go in and go out. Again, we'll define the parameters of that as well. Shimon Elazar says, Shimon Elazar says the domains of an akum are all one. So that surely points out first we have no idea what is Shimon Elazar, what is he adding, what is he saying? Okay, to be determined. Let's see next. So same case. Jew, I'm a Jew. And I go ahead and I make wine. Now again, remember, same case before. The Akum is supplying all the materials, which means he really owns the wine. But I'm making it in a way that can be sold to other Jews. Once again, the wine, after it's finished, is being deposited with the Akum. So interesting case. In this case over here, the Akum goes ahead and he writes a receipt. And in the receipt he writes, silver paid me. He paid me for the wine. Now remember again, I actually didn't pay him for the wine. But he's writing that I paid him for the wine. Mutter, ultimately, again, it's mutter. Now we're going to see what's the logic of that. Now again, the logic behind that is as follows. Since Akum has written that silver is paid him for the wine, which means it's mine. Because it's mine, I can go in and out and take it as I choose. Because I can go in and out and take it as I choose, the assumption is the Akum is not going to touch it, because he knows that I can come and access it whenever I want it, but there's a certain element of fear that's there. But again, if despite writing this receipt, the Akum says, silver, you can't touch the wine until you actually pay me. This was an actual case in base Shan Basra. As the Rabbi said, it was Basra, which makes sense because in this case, since the Akum ultimately again retains control over the wine, therefore we have to be concerned that it's going to go in, he's going to touch it and make it into Yayin. Okay, incredible. Says the Gemara. So the Gemara says as follows. The ear shakul opiko chavim nam. So the Gemara says, now remember, let's go back to the first case of Mishnah. So Mishnah said, remember what's the case? I went ahead and I made wine. I'm a Jew. Because we're over that a couple of times. I am a Jew. So I made wine. Now the wine, the grapes, everything belongs to the Akum, right? So really what happens over here is I really owe him money. I made the wine, it's kosher wine, ready to be sold to Yisrael. It's being deposited at his home. So what did the Mishnah say? The Mishnah said, if it's a city where ultimately, again, there are Jews and non-Jews, right? And the Akum's house opens up into Rosh Hashanah, the wine retains its permitted status because the Akum is not going to manipulate, he's not going to do anything with it because the Jew could see it. Now, by inference, the Mishnah says that if it's a city of only Ovdei Kochavim, then again, the wine is not going to be mutter. Why? Because since there's only non-Jews who are there, the Akum feels free to do whatever he wants with the wine. So, says, 1 second. Even if there are only non-Jews in the city, after all, there are peddlers. Rochel is literally again like a spice peddler or a perfume peddler. There are peddlers. In other words, there are merchants who go in and out of the city. So even if the majority, if you are speaking of the residents of the city, are all not Jewish, there's always Jewish people cycling in and out of that city. Shouldn't that make it enough that will create a little bit of a mirsis, of a fear that the Akum is not going to come touch the wine? Now we're talking about a city, interestingly enough, that has a lot in like literally again a crossbeam. So Rashi says over here, Shein nechnasen ba'ela b'shus, v'kulu yadiki ayli ba'umat v'mekam avahi shaita. So it's like essentially a locked city. So in a locked city, peddlers and merchants can't come in and out freely. Even their access is restricted. So because it's restricted, therefore, halacha l'maisa, if it's a city that only has Gentile residents, the wine is going to be asur. I'm Rabbi Yosef. It's very interesting. So remember again, Mishnah says that in a city where you have Jewish and non-Jewish residents, still the house of the Akum has to open up into Rosh Hashanah. Now the Gemara says, by the way, that a window is like a shut. In other words, even if the house itself doesn't open up into Rosh Hashanah, but there's a window from the house to Rosh Hashanah, so people can see in to see what's going on. That creates enough of a fear on the part of the Akum that he's not going to play around with the wine. Similarly, again, look at Rashi. Rashi is right across. The cholon pasuach l'chotzer b'shusaradim kineged pesach habayis kiman d'vasor shusaradim. So again, even if the major opening of the home doesn't open into Shusaradim, but you have a window that opens into Shusaradim, ultimately again that creates enough of a mirsus and of a fear, and the Akum is not going to play around with the wine. See again, the hashba b'shusaradim. Ultimately again, if you have a garbage dump that opens up into the home, remember apparently again, I guess this was a norm then. People would go to the garbage dump and they would linger there a little bit. So because that people would see if the Akum's home opens up into the garbage dump, people would see what's happening over there. That would create enough of a fear that the Akum is not going to touch the water. You must have a big luck here, Shasarabi. See again, a palm tree ultimately again is like similar result. Now what does that mean? It's interesting. That she says, if let's say again, so the Akum has his house, and next door the Akum is a Jew, and the Jew has a palm tree. So therefore, when you have a palm tree, everyone knows it's very common. What do you do with the palm tree? You climb the palm tree to get the dates. Remember, again, these are not coconut trees; these are date trees. They're Tisra. So it's common to get the dates. So because Yisrael is going to climb up, therefore he's going to sneak to the Akum's home, and therefore the Akum is going to be reticent to do anything with the wine, lest he be discovered by Yisrael. I'll say, just want to point out like a tremendous Musar Haskell. What's happening? What do you see from here? If you scratch to that, let's finish up. So Gemara says, Sikresha is going to Sikresha. What happened? I watched this. It's not Sikresha like the whole Shabbos. Sikresha, well, it is. The head was cut off. Let's say the top of the palm tree was cut off, and therefore halacha l'maisa, there's no fruit. So because there's no fruit, therefore, does the Yisrael climb the tree or not? So one says that the presence of the palm tree permits the wine in the Akum's domain, and one says that it's asur. Watch this. So the Gemara says, "Man da asur, the man." I'm sorry, v'chad asur. Man da asur, lama lei d'saleh. So one says that it's asur. Look, if the palm tree is not growing any fruit, the Jew is not going to climb it, and therefore, if he's not going to climb it, the Akum knows no one's looking into his house. The Gemara says. The one who says that it's mother says even if the palm tree is not growing any fruit anymore, the soul would still climb the tree. Why? Let's say he loses his animal and he needs to see where exactly is the animal. Therefore, he'll climb the tree in order to be able to see where the animal is. Incredible. Let's say something like that. Now, let's ask you. If you notice, what is it that creates the kashrus of the wine? So obviously, step one is that I'm a yid and I'm producing the wine. Step two is now it comes that this wine is being deposited into the possession or into the home of other people. So pretty much the bottom line is as long as other people, there are Jews in the city, and other people can see into that Akum. So either again because smoke opens up their Shizradim, or because there's a window in their Shizradim, or because there's a garbage dump, or because there's a Jew next door with a palm tree. If someone sees him at the end of the day, he's not going to mess around with the wine. Why? Because people will do things wrong. When will we avoid negative activity? when we think that someone's watching. That's bottom line. We all do averos. We all do averos. When do I muster up the courage not to do an avera? When someone else is looking. So this is the opening halacha of Shulchan Aruch. Shulchan Aruch says, what's the halacha of Shulchan begins with? Shedisi Hashem v'negdi samet. I face Hashem before me at all times. Why? Because the secret to spiritual success is God awareness. The Mishnah comments, he says, if a person will only realize that they are always in the presence of HaKadosh Baruch Hu. Mishnah says that a person behaves so differently when he's in the presence of the king than when he's not in the presence of the king. Listen, we just sometimes make the fatal flaw thinking that just because we can't see the generational order means that he can't see us. But the privilege that we have, is that we live in the presence of God at all times. At all times literally means at all times. In the boardroom, in our business, in our bedroom, in our intimate lives, anything and everything we do takes place in the presence of the Ribbono Shel Olam. So an actor shifts his behavior when he knows that he's being watched. Clever. We have to be mindful of our behavior because we're being watched as well. And not that HaKadosh Baruch Hu is watching us in order to go ahead and find our flaws. This is so important. It's not that, I got you. It's almost as if, like, if you ever go with you have to take young children to swim, pool or beach. What does every parent do when their child is swimming? You're watching your child like a hawk, right? Not because you're looking to see them yourself, because you love them. You want them to be safe. You want them to be secure. So when we see HaKadosh Baruch Hu watches us, he doesn't watch us so he can catch us. I got you moment. That's not why he watches us. He watches us because he loves us. Because he cares about us, because he sees us swimming in the ocean of life. And if we get ourselves into trouble, he wants to know it, that he could be there to swoop in and to bail us out, as he does countless times that we know about, times that we don't know about. But it's important for us to remember that we live in the presence of the Ribbono Shel Olam. And if he modifies his behaviors when he knows that he's being watched, how much we have to modify our behaviors when we know that our loving, devoted, and doting Father is watching us every moment of every day as well. Incredible. Let's go back to Tanah. The Gemara was like that. Such good Gemara. So again, I am going ahead and either purchasing or renting a home in the chutzner of an apple. So we're going to say the way their domiciles were set up is you had a chutzner, a courtyard. And if you can imagine, that was like a central courtyard, and multiple homes opened up into that courtyard. So the chutzner is owned by the apple. And I did am renting or purchasing a home in that chutzner. When you do yayin, and what happens? I go ahead and I fill up the home with wine. He sold down also chutzner, and ultimately again, there's another Jew who lives in that chutzner as well. So what's up? And I will say now again, once again, this is a case where I'm depositing the wine with the apple. That's the case. I'm depositing the wine with the apple. Just the difference is there's another Jew who lives in that chutzner. So what's the halacha? Mutter. The halacha is that the wine is mutter. Right? And even though again that Jew does not have a key, or there's no seal on the wine, the presence of the Jew, the bare presence of the Jew in the chutzner is enough to allow the wine to remain mutter. We'll say other base, 61b. The chutzner has, however, again, if the Jew lives in a separate chutzner, so ultimately again, if the Jew lives in another chutzner, then ultimately again, if the Jew has the key to where the wine is being kept, and there's a chosem, or there's a chosem, right? There's a seal on the wine. Ultimately, again, the wine is going to be mutter. Okay. Next case. So the soldav also chotzer. So assuming again, if you have this was the previous case we had before. I'm producing wine for the apple. But the goal over here is to be able to sell this wine to a Jewish consumer. But the wine is being deposited in the rishus of the apple. The soldav also chotzer, and a Jew lives in that very same chotzer with the apple. Ultimately, again, and he has the key, or there's a seal on the, and there's a seal on the wine. Ultimately, again, the wine is going to be mutter. Tani, Afapi, She'ima Te'achos Seviyodo Moter. No. Rabbi Yochanan said, no. If the Yisrael is living in the same cluster, even if he doesn't have the key, or there's not a seal on the wine, it's still going to be what the wine, which makes sense. The presence of the Yisrael, by definition, prevents the Akum from doing anything he's not supposed to do. Incredible. So the Gemara says, the Chasra Cheres, but however, let's say the Jew is not living in the same cluster as Yaakov. He's living ultimately again.
And they have a lot of Trader Joe's label stuff. For example, they have salsa, which is Trader Jose. I just like the way they do business. Anyway, they have a product that is very similar.
Sorry about that. Sorry. But let's say again, he's going ahead and he's living in the same cluster. Sorry. What they're saying. Technical detail over here. See where it says, however, let's say even if at the end of the day, right, if the Jew is living in the same cluster, ultimately again, even if he does not have the key or he does not have ultimately again a seal, it's going to be Muslim. But if the Yid is in a different cluster, ultimately again, if he's in a different cluster, even if the key and the chosim is in a very male, come say, actually shomer yoshek mishamer, or actually yavo mamona haba yekitz. The chum say that ultimately again the wine is going to be aser. Until when? Ultimately again, either up until the time that a shomer comes, actually shomer yoshek mishamer, until a watchman comes. Or until someone who comes for appointed times comes to watch the wine. Now we'll see exactly what that means. The Gemara says, so what are the Chachamim coming to? What exactly are they coming to? So the Gemara says, if we say ultimately again that they are commenting on the Seifa, Tanakama not a Kesar. Ultimately, Tanakama also that is also Kesar Ka'asar. What's he talking about the first case? The Gemara says, 1 second. The second part of, actually, the beginning part of the Seifa. I have a Haka Amar Le, Rabbi Yochanan, Likana, Tani Afapi Sheim Aftech V'Chosim Yad. I, but Rabbi Yochanan said to the Tana, excuse me, that go ahead and explain this, even if ultimately he does not have the key or the seal. The Ella Aseifa Dereisha. Rather, again, ultimately he's talking about the end part of the Dereisha. The Kamar Tanakama, the Chatzra Cheres Mutter. Tanakama says that if the Jew is living in a different chutzner, ultimately, again, it's going to be mutter. The Hushemachteach, the Chosim, Biyado. That is a seal. If the Jew is not in the same chutzner, ultimately, again, as the Akum, then again, it's only mutter if he has the key or there's a seal. The Olam Asr, Akshe Shomer Yoshek Mishamer, or Akshe Yavo Mamona Habol. So from this video argument, they say no. Even so, again, even if the Jew is in a different cluster, even if he has the key or there's a seal, it's not enough. Until there is a shomer, ultimately again it comes at appointed times. So the verse is 1 second. Mamona, first one line, both sides on the column. One about Kitzim, Periusim. If there is a shomer who comes at appointed times, that's actually detrimental. If it's clear that he comes only at certain times, then the Akum knows exactly when he's coming. Rather, the way you have to say it is that Allah from the Maisa, we're talking about a situation where there's a guard who doesn't come at appointed times, i.e., he comes whenever he wants. Okay, we'll say we'll finish up this sugi, then we'll see what the Rambam has to say about it. So, Shimon Elazar Omer, Rishus Odivacham Achasi. I remember it was in the Mishnah. Shimon Elazar made this cryptic statement that all of the domains of an Akum are considered to be one. So, you must say, Shimon Elazar Lahakel or Lahachne. The Shimon Elazar coming to be Mekel or Machne. Is he going to be more lenient or more stringent than Tanakama? So Yehuda Amar Zeiri Lahakel. The Yehuda said name is Zeiri. He's coming to be Mekel. The Machne Amar Zeiri Lahachne. It's going to be Machne. So that's how it is. Rabbi Yehuda Amar Zeiri Lahakel is coming to be lenient. So Bathakam is at least to say Bathakam or Tanakama. To shame Shebir Shus so Aser. Half Birshus Ove Kochavim Achar Nami. So listen to this. So Yehuda says things here like this. Tanakama says like this. In the same way that ultimately again Shebir Shus Aser. Same way that if it's in the Rishus of the Apple, right, the owner Apple, and again, all the qualifications. There's no Yisrael in the cities, and ultimately, again, the city is not, and his domain doesn't come to Rishus, that's going to be Aser. The same halacha is true if the wine is deposited in the home of another Apple. In other words, Tanakh was like this. Whether the wine is deposited in the home of the Akum owner or in a different Akum, either way it's going to be Aser. Why? Chashinan the golden. Ultimately, again, we are Chushesh for reciprocity. I will say, the truth is, before we go on, let me show you a very important Rashi. Look at Rashi, Lahakel or Lahachmir. It's almost right across the Rashi. Rashi, Lahakel, Lahachmir. Lahakel, the cover Tanakh. The ear shakul of the kohavim aser lanichum b'leis of the kohavim shehu bailov v'odin the base of the kohavim acher. So again, we'll say, for example, right? So watch this. We're trying to figure out what exactly is Reb Shimon Elazar saying. So Tanakh holds like this: if you have a city that is all akum, right? So halacha l'maisa, you can't realize that then the wine is going to be aser, and that's true. Whether you place the wine in the home of the akum who is the owner, or you place it in the wine of the akum, ultimately again, who's not the owner. Either way, it's going to be aser. The Gemara says, "The Reb Shimon Elazar that he called the shus of the kohav achasi b'tniya, k'omar hol ve'ino beis bailov mutter the high of the kohav mirsas or the hachmir kamar of the nichusi itmar the tanakama daf of the bais bailov kamar Reb Shimon Elazar l'meimar v'ladin the base of the kohav achar the chashin l'gol." So we'll say, here's the shaila. The position of the Tanakh is like this: when you have a city that is all akum, right? So then halacha l'maisa, the Tanakh says the wine is aser. And the Tanakh doesn't make a distinction whether the wine is being placed in the home of the akum who is the owner of the wine, technical owner of the wine, or a different akum. So the shaila is, what does Reb Shimon ben Elazar say? Is Reb Shimon Elazar ultimately again, is he agreeing? Or ultimately, again, is he being more legal? So now let's go back to the Gemara. So Gemara says, Tanakh is like this. Tanakh is like this. In a city where it's all akum, whether you deposit that wine in the home of the akum owner or in a different home of an akum, the wine is going to be aser. Regardless, the wine is going to be aser, right? What do you mean Hashem and Goldman? It says like this. That remember, the akum owner says to the other guy, listen, you know what? I can't make this one yayin nesach because all eyes are on me. But you can make it yayin nesach. And then the next time that you deposit wine, you can also give it to me. I'll make your wine yayin nesach. So therefore, there's yayin nesach reciprocity between the two of them. So that's that position. Reb Shimon Elazar over Medar, when is it so? There's shu so. Only these are shus. However, shus obiko having agar mutter olo chashin. Then Reb Shimon Elazar perhaps comes along and says, no, the only time that it's in a city where it's kulo akum, it's all akum, the only time the wine is aser is in the domain of the owner. But in the domain of someone else, we're not concerned that this secondary akum is going to make the wine into yayin nesach. There's no concern about collusion or reciprocity. No. It's not doing that here. What is this? So Medar, they're shusol. Like this. When do we have to be cautious? When do we have to be concerned? Ultimately, again, that in a case where it's a city kula akum, that the old akum is going to make the wine into yayin. That's only if it's placed in the home of the owner. But for a different akum, we don't assume that a stam akum is going to make wine into yayin. And therefore, again, why? We're not concerned about reciprocity. Shimon Elazar over whole rishus obliko having achasi. Shimon on the other hand says he says no. He says rather all obliko having to be like one rishus, and therefore Allah the wine is going to be aser no matter whose domain it is deposited in. So that's the two versions of Shimon Elazar. So Tiny Kavas did not on the Zeir Ulachachir. We have a brisa. That's the question of Nachman is here. So I'm sure Elazar. Every domain of an akum is considered to be one domain. Gemara says, ultimately, again, because we are concerned about pollution and reciprocity. Good. So Gemara goes like this. Gemara says, debate, Harzak Lofila, Osibu Chamra Gabi Arsai. It's an interesting case. So also, we've actually had this name mentioned before. Parzak was the guy's name. Rofila means he was an official who was second in command to the king. So one time this guy Parzak deposited wine with a sharecropper. With the sharecropper. Rashi says Rofila Kamra. So this is this same case. So Parzak had Jews created wine, who made wine. They deposited the wine back with Parzak. Parzak went ahead and deposited it with a sharecropper. So now what's the status of the wine? So when do we have to be concerned regarding collusion or reciprocity? When there's the possibility of reciprocity. However, again, even the Arise, Lab Darka, the Oste, the Parzak Mafila, and therefore the Gomer Mokashima. But in this case over here, where there's not a lateral relationship, or rather, again, there's Parzak, who is like the second in command to the king, and a sharecroppers. So it'd be common for him to deposit wine with them. It would be uncommon for them to deposit wine with him. And therefore, Halacha L'Maisa, perhaps we can say in that case that there is no concern ultimately again for collusion, and therefore the wine shouldn't be Ya'inesa. Even according to the opinion that says that normally we're not kosher for reciprocity, that's only when there's no fear. About Hofer, even the Mirsas Minei, the Chape Alisa Fusa. Because in this case, it's worse than since these are the sharecroppers of Parzak Rafila, ultimately, again, we have to be concerned like this. Parzak could come in, he could do whatever Ya'inesa he wants to do with the wine, and guess what? The sharecroppers aren't going to say anything. Why won't they say anything? Because they're afraid of him. So in this case, he really can do whatever he wants on check, and therefore there should really be a significant concern about Ya'inesa. Rabbi said, good, it's fine. Lawfully good. Haru Kirava, the Havayasib made from the Israel. There was a particular city which housed kosher wine, Jewish wine. So the says, and they found an akum standing between the barrels. So the Shiloh just is, obviously the Shiloh is, what do we say, like you have to be concerned about Ya'inesa. So the Gemara says as follows. The Gemara says, Rabba, in Mitfas Alav Kigana, Chavra, Shar, if at the end of you look at Rashi, the second to last line of Rashi, in the paragraph, in Mitfas Alav Kigana, in Oviko Chavim Chalashu, Yish Umas Shofke Ahir Alav, in Yishol Norgia, Mitfas Alav Kigana. So if this is a city where there's Jewish strength, and therefore, again, if they were to find the apple touching the wine, he would be judged as a ganav. Then, in that case, the wine is going to be much shari. So essentially, what I'm saying is like this: if the apple knows that there's going to be recourse against it, if he goes ahead and he touches the wine, in other words, they're going to treat him like a thief, and therefore, again, they're going to make him liable, then we can assume that he's not going to touch the wine. But if Halach L'Maisa, he can touch the wine, and there's absolutely no ramifications for it, then the wine is going to be the hassle. So I'll say, so just by the way, I want to share with you just the Rambam. That's the end of that, it's just the Rambam. So the Rambam has like the Hilchos Ma'acholos Asuros, Parak Gimel, Halacha. Here we go. Akum Shesach Yisrael Literal Plugin of the Tara. Today she put to the Yisrael in the Homeland of a higher base of Shahab. Here's this case. An Akum hired me to make kosher wine that he could then sell to Jews. But the wine is being housed in the house of the Akum. So what's the status of the wine? In High Yisrael, if the Yisrael, if I live in the same culture as the Akum, then the wine is going to be mutter. My mere presence prevents the Akum from tampering with the wine. The Afapisha, Pasak, Pasach, Shomer Nichlas, Yotze, good. Im Haya Shomer Gada Chasa Heres, Hayayin Asim. The Afapisha, Machtiach, Alpazin, the Yisrael. Ultimately, again, but if I live in a different culture, it's going to be right. The wine will be usher, even if the Jew has the key and there is a seal. It's very interesting. So remember again, in this case, essentially the halacha is like this. If the wine is being made by the Jews, it's kosher. It's being deposited with the akum, but it's in the akum's house. and therefore the Akum can do whatever he wants. If I live in that chutzner, that creates a nirsus. My presence creates a fear. The Akum is not going to tamper the wine. But if I don't live in that chutzner, then at the end of the day, the concern is that Akum is going to do whatever he wants. Even if I have the key, and even if there's a seal, ultimately, again, Allah from Maisa, the wine is going to be asur. Now, the Rambam does go on the next halacha, and he says as follows: that if Yaakov does this thing where he writes me this receipt, right? Thinking about this case, where he says it's as if you've paid me already for everything, right? Ultimately, again, then halacha l'maisa. This is actually we'll leave that case aside. Let me just say the last case. Again, we'll say again, one more point that is important over here, which is that halacha l'maisa, if the wine is in the home of Yaakov, and as we said before, the home opens up into Rishis Harabim, and this is a city ultimately again where Jews and non-Jews live, then under those circumstances the wine is going to continue to remain. Okay, well, that's incredible. We will stop over here for today. What I'm going to report separately is Rashi. If you know Rashi, there's something fascinating about Rashi over here. Rashi goes ahead and Rashi points out. I don't remember seeing this before with Rashi. I'm sure it's not what's happened. Rashi gives a little synopsis on the halacha l'maisa. Ultimately, actually, you know, let's take a look at it now quickly. We'll just go through it quickly here, Hashem. Actually, no, I'm going to record it separately. We'll do it separately because it's a little bit of a longer piece. But Rashi goes through essentially what is for Rashi the halacha l'maisa. We'll see in Eretz Hashem. But Rashi's halacha l'maisa is a little bit different than our halacha l'maisa, but nevertheless an incredible piece of important. Say the Bosai, Shveh, stop it for today. Wishing everyone a wonderful day. It's not just a few little bit.
Are not making claim or haven't made a claim for years and years. And the rules are, have you been living the property? Yes. Have you been paying taxes on that property? Don't know. Because it's a tax base. The property is taxes, both land and structures. So we have to figure out. The county and they said the tax was based on the visible borders. On the visible borders. Okay, then what you want to do is get the county borders changed so it is legal. Boom. Unless they give you an easement, but even then you don't know what it is. I think that you have to have the recording of the property line changed to where it goes to. They won't do it because it costs about like $5,000 a piece. You know, fine, then you pay it. You're the one that's claiming the property. Okay. You're the one that's saying I wouldn't pay it. If I'm going to lose, let's say I'm your neighbor, I'm not going to pay to help you. Now, if I'm fighting you, I have to pay. But you've got to change that up. And it seems that you do have a case under adverse possession, which means you say that is your property because you follow all of these rules, or you've followed all the laws. So yeah, but the inheritance isn't affected at all. Okay. All right. Nice talking to you. That is a pretty complicated case. Not bad. Jerry. Hi, Jerry. Welcome.
Hi, Bill.
Yeah.
I've got a letter that I received from Canada from the attorney. When I called Boss, which is that province, they have no listing of the claiming they want to help me with a $30 million estate, but claim part of it.
Yeah, and how much money do they want you to give them to help you out?
Well, it's 10% was a charity.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, how about that? So, wow, you're looking at $15 million, huh?
The barrel is considered protected and does not become the Ainasa. They're Sahinam, in fact, it's actually what they're using for drinking. So that's version number one of what happened. We could down the others learn number of Papa, the whatever of Papa Papi, Aga Barzo, Sabra Asil. That until the place where this hole is, the wine is Asil. So what does this say? So it's saying essentially from where his finger is, obviously the wine that's in that little bowl is third, as we said before. But here he's saying also everything above it would also be third, and presumably on the theory that if left without it, he would left without it. Without his finger there, all of that wine would come out. Wine that's beneath the hole obviously wouldn't come out. So therefore, according to this version, the papa is being stricter. It seems that it's a slimmer of sorts. It's technically true that it's still technically true that Minat Stadin would not be a connection. Side by side is not a connection. How do we know that? Because it's side by side with the connection, then the entire barrel should be answered, because if the main body of the barrel is considered connected halachically to the line that's in the spigot, so then it's all one thing, and there should be no distinction between top and bottom. So it means that in this version of our Papa, we're saying that even though technically speaking they're not fully connected, since at some level the line above the level of the spigot would come out, so therefore that too is answered, but the remainder on the bottom is mutter. Hummer Gemar, so Gemar says this that the Papa's asking, one way or another, according to either version, Hanai is really like a Masoket Hanai. Why? Because we have a Masoket that says Sabbath. Now this is talking about this a Mishnah in Shulyan, or back in Shulyan, the Mishnah Shulyan, I'm sorry, that says as follows. It's talking about a case of says Sabbath Shenikba, Bein Shulaha, or Bein Sidaha, that you have a barrel that gets a hole in it, whether from the top, from the Ikea, from its mouth, maybe Chilao from the bottom, or maybe Chilao or from the side, the nugget of tool yarn, and a tool yarn touched it, tomato, it's coming. So what are we talking about here? We're dealing, I believe, with wine that is Truma, and a Truma cannot be touched by a tool yarn. A tool yarn is a person who, if someone has to go to the mikvah, the Daraisa, then they have to, in order to become tar, so they go to the mikvah, but from the time they finish going to the mikvah, till Arab Shemesh, when the sun sets, they're in this category of a Tul Yom. And our Tul Yom is not Mekame ordinary things, but it would be Mekame Truma and Kodesh. And so therefore, talking about Truma here, that if there is this hole, and it's all considered one thing in order to be touched by a Tul Yom or become Tameh. What's the rationale for each of these? So they're saying as follows, that from the top, the idea is that if we touch the wine at the top, that everything beneath the wine is what's bringing the wine to the top to be able to be touched. So therefore, if we touch it on the top, the entire thing becomes coming. Similarly, if there's a hole on the bottom, that's even easier to understand, because if you weren't putting your finger there, the whole thing will come out. So it's all considered to be one category. And in this case, and this is the point that would be the Masakas Tanaim that disagrees with the Papa, is saying that even from the side, it's considered to be all combined in some fashion, and therefore it would become Kameh. The fact that it does, so essentially it's saying that you do have a lateral connection. It's not just because generally speaking, when a Tul Yom touches Truma, it becomes Tameh, but it can't be the Tameh something else. So if you were to think of the spigot hole as being legally separate from the rest of the barrel, so it would not, the Truma would not transmit, because first the Tul Yom would make a little bit of the spigot Tameh, but the rest would not become Tameh. So for the fact that the Tanakama here says that it does become Tameh, he's saying that he disagrees and says that it's all considered one discrete unit, and therefore touching it even from the side, that you would have keyboard from the study. However, continues the I agree with you that if you touch it from the top, because all of that wine is bringing it up to the top, it's coming. Similarly, if you're touching it from the bottom, where it would all otherwise flow out, then it's coming. You see that the higher economy time. But if it's from the side, then from here and from there, it is tahar, meaning above the hole and beneath the hole. So another way of saying that it doesn't, if the true yarn touches the hole that's in the side, the stuff that's in the side in that hole becomes tummy, but the rest doesn't, because the tumah doesn't share this. Again, the distinction here seems to be the question of, is it considered, are they considered one discrete unit, the hole and the rest of the barrel? No, Tanakh says it's all one thing, and therefore if you touch even from the side, it doesn't, it becomes tummy. Whereas the Jewish opinion is no, those are considered two separate distinct units. The side, the spigot hole itself becomes, again, we're not going to something with spigot, but the hole itself becomes tummy, but the remainder does not. So what do you see? You see that this halacha of Rav Papa is itself a machlokas. Now, it's a very interesting thing. Rashi twice mentions that essentially what happens. So who is Rav Papa holding? Like where Rav Papa says the side is not connected to the main body, he's holding wide to the Yehuda, not like Rav Papa. And so Rashi twice talks about this, that the halacha does not follow Rav Papa because why? Because the kind of Kama in the Mishnah there is the Rabin, and the Yehuda is the Rabin. You don't think the Rabin, we always talk like the Rabin. So that's what Rashi says, and that's what we would expect. However, we see that some of the Rishonim between the Rabin, asking not like that. And so the question is, why not? If it's not one thing, you have the Rabin, which gets into the very interesting question of the following. If you have a Yom Kippur Rabin that seems clear, and that would be the stock, but yet you see in Amora, in this case, you were Papa, who's asking, so then you have some kind of a Torah that's also follow the Daf Yochid in this case. So it's an interesting thing. So it's not always absolute that you have to Rabin, but others, Rashi clearly seems to hold the Rabin, that the fact that Rav Papa says it, the halacha does not like it because he's asking like the Yehuda. Okay, continue to Gemara. Amar Papa. So we're talking about a fellow where you have a guy who is holding on to the barrel, he's holding the barrel, and he's essentially pouring it out into a jug or something, a pitcher that a Jew is holding. So then, so then the wine that the guy is pouring out is other, my time, and what's the reason? The coffee, the kind of the coffee, of the coffee. So we dealt with this a number of times over the last few days, the idea of coffee coming out by the force of the other component, by the force of the guy, then that is considered, it makes the wine other. So, I'm sorry, so this actually, I should just say, it's getting the very interesting sugya here. Rashi seems to say that it's also even Bahana. Although on document several days, in two places, Rashi seems to say that it only becomes when you have koach, when you have force of the number, it only becomes also in drinking, but it's not also in Hana, and it's a very interesting thing in the Rishonim how they learn. It seems that there are two versions of Rashi. So what we have in our Gemara over here on the Samach seems to be from one version and a different version from the Satan Base. The others can try to explain why Rashi actually distinguishes. And in that case, where it's pouring, it would not be. It would only be up to the Shia, but here, but we're not really like being molded. He's diluting, but here we're directly pouring the wine. It would be actually on the Bana. Some understand just because the main form of miso that you would expect is that a guy would take wine and pour it as a libation into the Avodah. And so in that case, we were talking about pouring water into wine. That's not the traditional method of service, but here the method of service is to pour the wine. So again, it's interesting thing whether we have two versions of Rashi, whether Rashi is being exact, some change the Western Rashi, so all kind of all over the place. But in any event, it seems clearly it's up at some level, where the Jew is only holding the pitcher, and all of a sudden is the one who's holding the barrel. But if it's reversed, where the Jew is pouring pouring the barrel, all of a sudden, the guy is just holding on to a pitcher. Camera showing, so then it's mutter, and generally speaking, you can understand this to say that it's mutter even for drinking. Maybe go ahead and drink it, because really the guy isn't he's not doing anything because he's just holding on to the pitcher. The unit sounded but, and this is again something that we're going to go all over the place about what this is. Either he puts it on its side in some fashion after a doctor. So some understand this to be that since we're talking about the silver pitcher, and if the guy drops the pitcher at all, the guy, then he might touch the wine, and that's why we do it that way. Others understand that the issue is that by adjusting the pitcher, he's essentially being suction. He's shaking. Now that's not the typical way of doing the pitcher of shaking for purposes of a water, but there's some notion that perhaps if he adjusts the picture that he's doing that. One of the more interesting things that Rabban said has a different understanding, which is that when it says with tzaddik to do these, that the Jew turns his face aside. So it's saying if he stops watching the guy carefully, for one thing, if the Jew is pouring the wine from the barrel into the pitcher and he's watching the guy to make sure he doesn't touch it, that's fine. But if he looks away for even a moment, maybe the guy's going to touch it and therefore it becomes up. There's a lot of different ways of understanding what this is. Over a Papa says, Kai over the cover the Dari Zika, the Ka'adil Yisrael Achire. So if you have an overcoat cover who is carrying we've dealt with this before, it's some kind of pouch. We learned it earlier in the bazaar, like he fold it over and sealed or whatever, but the basic idea is that he's carrying this pouch, and there's a Jew right behind him. So then the Gemara says an interesting distinction. Malia, if the house is full of wine, right, then shari. But on the Karkish, because essentially if something is full, you can't really shake it, right? And then shaking, you need space for it to shake. So therefore, if it's full, we're not concerned that he did any kind of shift. And obviously, he didn't touch the wine directly because we're dealing with a closed pouch that he can't touch the wine. So the only question on hand is, could he have done a shift? Could he have shaken it? And the answer is he can't because it's full. However, Kasera, if this pouch is less than full, because still on the Karkish, because maybe he'll have shaken it. So therefore the point is, and again, this is different than the ordinary form of shaking. Ordinary form of shaking would be to stick your hand in and to shake around. But here he's doing it by shaking the entire pouch. But he's saying if you could shake the entire pouch and it's not full, and therefore the wine in it would shake around, that's considered perhaps a full of the carcass. What if he's carrying a pitcher of wine? So then the halacha is the opposite. Malia also so he's saying as follows: if a guy is walking around carrying a pitcher of wine, so if the wine goes all the way to the top, so we have to be concerned that in some fashion, maybe he can end up touching it because it comes right up to the top and the handle maybe near the top, the stone, whatever it is, will touch the wine. However, Kasera, if it's empty, meaning if the pitcher isn't entirely full, then sure, then the wine in it is filtered. The wine not up because he won't have touched it. So I what about the fact that inevitably when he's walking with it, he's shaking. So why not say that it's shaking? So the answer is in the market explain that since really he doesn't want it to shake. Why? Because he doesn't want to spill. So it's therefore the fact that it shakes a little bit is not something that he wants, it's something he doesn't want, and that makes it a case of where it's touching it shalom kavana without kavana because he's not really trying to make it be agitated, and therefore it's not a problem of shaking and it's not a problem of touching because the surface of the wine is beneath the top of the pitcher and it's not easy for him to be able to touch the wine. Okay. Rabashi disagrees and said, I agree with you, everything you said about the pitcher. However, as it relates to the Zika, that cow, big Malia Banka Sarah, sorry, it doesn't matter whether it's full or empty. We made a distinction that if it's full, you can't shake it, and therefore it's permitted. But if it's only half full, then you can shake it, and therefore it will be altered. Rabashi says, no, I disagree. It doesn't matter whether it's full or partially empty. It's still permitted. My time and ain't there a piece of does that not have to do with Nisa? As we referenced before, if it's in front of the Avodah Zarah, they pour. If it's not in front of the Avodah Zarah, they stick their hand in and they shake around. That's the way you do Nisa. Taking a couch and from the outside shaking it up, that doesn't constitute a case of, that's not a traditional matter of Nisa, and therefore it would, according to Rashi, would be mutter even if it was half full and he shook it from the outside. Ma'atzah Zera, so this is talking about a certain kind of press that they used to use to press the grape. And the fundamental point has to do with, so in its most complex form, you could have many layers, and I think this will become relevant in a minute. So if you have a basin where you put the grapes, so in its most complex form, what you should have is you'd have boards, and on top of the boards would be a beam of some sort that pushes down on the board, and there's this kind of screw mechanism that you use to turn, and that pushes the beam down, which in turn pushes the board down, and that screw is sometimes twisted by means of a pole or something that goes through the screw. So in this scenario, you have as many as 4 levels of what's happening. So he turns the pole, that turns the screw, that pushes down on the beam, that pushes down on the board, and it crushes the thing. We'll see in a minute why that's relevant. But in any event, it's that form of thing. So Rabbi Shari, Rabbi says, if a non-Jew were to operate this press, the wine is not considered to be problematic. Ravashi, 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 or some say Ravashi says, no, that's a problem if the guy operates this press. Why? So the Gemara says the kofo kuliyam will be the opposite. So where would be a case? Let's say it seems that kofo would be if the guy, let's say, stood on the boards that were pushing down on the grapes, that would be through his energy. It's not direct in the sense that he's crushing the grapes, but he's standing on the board. But it's his co-op that is causing the grapes to be crushed. That would be us according to everyone. We need the co-op kofo. Where we disagree, where there's co-op kofo, which is the idea that, for example, we have him moving the screw that's pushing down on the beam. That would be co-op kofo, or actually, if you have even the beam that's pushing down on the board, that would be co-op kofo because it's 2 steps removed from his body. Okay, so that's one idea that everyone agrees that he has only one intervening implement that is awesome, but if there's 2, that's where they have this much focus. Either there are made others that say the cost everyone agrees that if you have 2 steps removed, then it's mutter, the shari, equally, whether they argue the kofo, where it's just 1 step removed. So that seems to be my focus as to what the focus is exactly. Having of a kofo, there was a story where it was 2 steps removed. After Rabbi Yaakov in the house of God, and Rabbi Yaakov in the house of God was opposite. Now, if it was kofo, I don't know if this story supports the idea that they argued that kofo, because if everyone agrees kofo is mutter, then how did Rabbi Yaakov in the house of God do it? In any event, the very interesting thing has to do with, when people say 2 steps removed, kofo, what about kofo, or 3, 4, 5, 10 steps removed? So it seems to be an interesting method. Tosa seems to say that it doesn't matter. That you, as many things as you have intervening, at the end of the day, if it's a fourth of his co-op, the Rashba and the Rosh and Rabbi Rothschild talk about Rashi's view, and they're less clear that Rashi agrees with Tosa. And then Rabbi Rothschild himself, I think the Rosh himself also say that they hold that there is a distinction. In fact, I think Rabbi Rothschild holds that according to everyone, once you get the 4 steps removed, that it becomes mutter. So it seems to be a very interesting focus in the Rishon in general. Is kofo exact, meaning 2 steps or more would be mutter, or is the concept? Once he's the force behind what's happening here, with those mandatim say it is asa. Okay. Continue to the last line of Zama. Hadu chavita iska arka. So there was this barrel of wine that split vertically, meaning the Rocky explained it as that this side wants to fall this way, this side wants to fall that way. In other words, essentially, right down the middle, it's split, not horizontally, but the split is vertical. Okay. The guard jumped in and he essentially hugged the two sides, so he was holding it together. Shari Rafam Papa permitted this wine. Now, it seems pretty clear that when he permitted it, it was only for sale, not for drinking, because at the end of the day, he was holding on to this barrel, and especially for Tarashi, who learns throughout the Sugars of recent days, that if you're holding on to something when it's in there, it would seem to be like he's holding it directly. So therefore, when he permitted it, was for sale. I'm sorry, that they allow him to sell it over to something. So it was also the sincere with drinking and not also by law. The honey needs the popular also. This is only when it splits vertically. But if it were to split horizontally, so you have the two parts of the thing, then you can even drink it. He is simply doing a Michael Levena, which is he's not doing anything more than a brick would be. What does it mean? What would a brick help here? We have these two parts of the barrel, and we put a wing on top that holds the barrel together, and then the wine won't seep out where you have this horizontal seam. Now, this gets into an interesting question about, especially according to Rocky, I referenced that holds that even if you're touching something that's touching the wine, that is like touching it. So why is it okay? At the end of the day, he's holding on to this barrel, and that gets into a very important itself. The shock flavors in Rodeo, and talks about in a number of instances with our sugar, which is when you have that touching wine through the medium of something else makes it third is when you're bringing that. So I'm holding on to something, and I bring that to the wine. So the fact that there's the intervening thing between me and the wine doesn't matter, and you still make it awesome. But if the wine is in touch with that thing already, so in this barrel, the wine is in touch with the barrel, and all I'm doing is coming and holding it, well, not me, but the guy, coming and holding it together, top and bottom. So the fact that he's touching the barrel and the barrel touching the wine doesn't matter, because he didn't bring the barrel to the wine was already touching the barrel when he came along, and he just held on to it. That's a very important result in understanding these things. Okay. That you had this case where another consultant was found that he came to the press, and we're talking about where essentially the press had already been finished, they took the wine away, but it still had residue of liquid there. That if there is I'll say what that is in a second. It needs very careful cleaning. What is that cleaning? We'll actually see it, I think, in a couple of weeks. But it has to do with basically where you have to go through two levels of taking you take ash of some sort, and you have to scrub it and then wash it off, and scrub it and wash it off. That's what you need to do. Outside, that's washing is like needles. Needles is what needs to have the ash. If it's not Tofeach Latzia, it's enough to watch it. What's going on here? What's Tofeach Latzia? The subject comes up in Gittin, it's talking about the way you wash your hands for truma. If you wash part of the hand and the other part of the hand, that's the sugya there. But essentially, you see the idea that in that sugya that if you have that is wet enough to moisten something else, that is not wet enough to be considered a keyboard that can connect two liquids. When you have something that is wet enough to make something else wet, and that thing in turn to make a third thing wet, that's a sufficient level of liquid, then it is considered a seaborne if it connects to liquid. So what does that mean? So if I touch something that's wet and my finger becomes wet, but by the time I touch the table's not going to become wet. That's not a seaborne. But if it's wet enough that I touch it, it comes on my hand, and then my hand makes something else wet, then that is a seaborne. So what's the difference? So what's going on here is the fact you had a press that has been used, and you have two kinds of liquid. There's liquid that still remains on the wall of the press, and you have liquid that's absorbed in the wood, or the wood, I think, of the press. So it's as follows. If the liquid that I touch that's on the surface of the wood is sufficiently wet to make something else wet, so it is a seaborne, so then it connects the liquid residue that's in the barrel that you can see and feel with the liquid residue that's in the wood itself. And then therefore, we would have a problem because now, the next time you use the press, the wine is going to come together with the wine that's absorbed in the wood, and it's going to be a problem because it was touched by a gun. So that's what we're saying in dialogue by that. It depends. If the residue that's in there is enough to not only make something wet, but that thing is going to make something else wet, then it's also the wine that's absorbed in the wood, and you need to do niglet, which is that particularly strong form of cleansing. If what happens is it's not the fact it's not wet enough to make something else wet, so then all you need to do is wash it, because we're not worried about the wine that's absorbed in the wood, because that did not have a pre-boil and did not become ulcer. So all you have to do is make sure that the initial wine that had been there, so the guy touches it, you have to come spray it out, but that's good enough because you're getting rid of the liquid that's there. Oh, I apologize. Thank you, Jeremy. I should say our sponsors, the annual commentator sponsors, the Joseph family, the Stewart sponsor, Stephen and Wendy Drazen, in honor of Israel Drazen, Dina Drazen, Stanley Rosenwood Weisel, and Irene Rosenwood. Week of Learning, David and Wendy Hefter, in honor of David Hefter's 54th bar mitzvah anniversary, Parsha Taken. Also having Daniel Hefter and Orly Allbaum and Schultz to celebrate their engagement. And welcome to David's nephew, Isaac, his wife Kitty, and their children, Yishai, Namo, and Oro, who are visiting from Israel. By Dr. and Dave Wolf, in commemoration of yesterday, Dr. Wolf's father, Cyrus Wolf, Shalom, and Aristotle, and by Nathan and Beth Aber, in memory of their father, Ben Aber, a cover for Mordechai de Moreno, for the sorry for the, I'm doing that at the beginning. Okay, continues, welcome to the internet. Ovid Kochavim, Shemnitza Omed Betzada Bar Shel Yain. So you, this is in a Jew's property. You found a guy who was standing beside his open pit of wine.
Yeah, no, I understand.
Generally, this is the open pit. If he has a debt that he has a loan out to the Jew, then he makes the wine outer, but he doesn't have a loan out to the Jew that it's mutter. What's going on here? There's a basic idea, which is you have a right to assume that a guy doesn't want to be caught doing something he's not supposed to be doing, right? So he's not supposed to touch the Jew wine. So therefore, you would generally assume that he did not touch the wine and the wine remained committed, and the fact that he was in the rough area of the wine is not a problem. However, if the Jew owes money to the guy, so then the guy is going to say he's less worried about messing with the wine. He might even do nisach on the wine, because if anyone touches him, he's just going to say, like, I'm planning to take this wine because the guy owes me money. So therefore, if he owes money, the guy feels less inhibited from doing nisach on the wine, and therefore you have to be concerned that maybe he was that he used the wine for a forbidden libation. Okay. New topics. Nafal Lavar, what happens as follows? A guy falls into a pit of wine. You have this bar of wine, and the guy literally falls in, and then you bring him up out of the wine. Other guys are cut off. We talked previously about measuring wine with your hand or your foot or whatever, but here he took a stick and he stuck it in kind of like a dipstick in the oil, and back when we used to do that. You stick it in and you pull it out. So basically you're using a stick to measure it. or hitting as a Sira Bitcoin, or he kind of knocks away a ball or a bee or something using a kana stick. So there's this wine, and the guy comes and knocks away the bug from the top of the wine using a stick. Oh, Shahaya Matzvia al Pichavis Nurzakas. Or he kind of, sometimes when the wine starts to ferment, it starts to bubble. So he kind of taps down the bubbles by, kind of popping the bubbles on the top. So in all of these cases, what do they have in common? That he either directly, in the case of someone that fell on the floor, touch the wine, or he indirectly touched it, but with intention using a stick, or he did it in this, kind of tamping down the bubbles. In all of these cases, you can make an argument that, now obviously in every one of these cases, he touched the wine in some fashion, and therefore it's also this sia, to drink, because it's not named. But the question is, do we have to worry about yain? That's what the Mishnah says, and every one of these scenarios happened at some point. And they said it could be sold, so it did not become also by now. What's the reason? So generally speaking, Rashi understands, it was Shalom B'Kavana. When the guy fell in, obviously he wasn't touching the wine on purpose. He fell in the pit, and they pulled him out of the pit. It wasn't there on purpose. When he was measuring it with a stick, his point was to measure. He wasn't trying to touch the wine, he was trying to measure, or he was flicking the bug, the same thing. And in the case of where he tamps down the bubbles, Rashi says, "Hey, Derek, Nisa Pukach," and what about now? That's not how. Even though he is like touching the wine directly, shipshot, which is what we're concerned about, that he would shake it. That's not how you shake. You shake by putting your hand into the wine, not by just tamping down the bubbles. So in all of these cases, we say that they consider it liquor for sale. The shipping master, in all these cases, the shipping says you can even drink it. Where does the shipping come from with this? So the basic idea, this goes back to something we discussed yesterday, which is what was the Iker Gezerah when they wanted to say that you should not have the wine of a guy when we're talking about Stam Yedam, because in all of these cases we're not worried about Nisa, because he didn't touch it in the way that he would have done Nisa. So what are we worried about? We're worried about Stam Yedam, the idea that a guy touched it. So the question is, what was the fundamental takana? So according to the fundamental takana was that we don't want it to come into any contact with any wine that was touched by a guy. So it doesn't matter whether it's the Jew's wine or the guy's wine, that we have a zero. But if you understand that the primary point of the zero was because of conflict, you don't want someone to be socially close or intimate with guys, so don't drink their wine. The fact that they subsequently extended it to a case where a Jew had wine that was touched by a guy, that's not the main zero. So Shimon would say that if that's what we're dealing with, if it's very clear cut that he has no intention and no possibility that he could have done Lisa, so he's willing to say that that's not the main gezerah, and therefore it would become what Okay, continues in this Mishnah. Not though as I saw this, the Zarka B'Kamaso. If a guy took a barrel and he threw it because he was very angry, and he threw it into a bar and he threw it into a pit that had wine, is that how you nice it? There was such a nice of it. Sure, they said it was kosher. Why? Because we're going to address this in the Gemara, but it seems he threw it, and we're not going to be concerned. So generally speaking, at least the way Rocky understood, alcohol could be a problem, generally because it's his force that caused it to hit. But here we're not going to be concerned that he in any way had intention to be doing something wrong, like shifter or something like that, because the reason he threw the barrel is because he was angry. Nothing to do with trying to do anything with the wine itself. So therefore, we would say that it could remain kosher. Now, it's an interesting thing. Seems to be my partner, as to the cases here where the Gemara says that he knocks away the bug with a stick, or he measures with a stick. So we've seen that many people are medaic that stopped with a stick. But if he were to do it with his hand, it would be a problem. But also back on Zion of it all, talks about the fact that Taptosis brings this Mishnah. And he says it would seem to imply that if he did it with his hand, it would be usher. And so it says he's one of the Nafis who had to be Shari Bahama. That, even if he would flick the ball away with his hand or he would measure with his hand, the fact that we learned that he used a stick, kind of should be shooting the Shari, the Shasir, but Shari has the Al. So he's saying the kind of common view would be the same if he flicked the ball or he measured, even if he touched it with his hand, that would be okay. It's also in drinking. So why did it say with a stick then? Why not say with a hand? Because of Shimon, who says that if you water even for drinking, would only say that if you did it with a stick. If you did it with your hand, the Shimon wouldn't say it. So according to Tosfos, it was just setting up the case for Rabbi Shimon. But the Tanakama himself, it's not clear, and he would say that even if he did it with his hand, so if he flicked the ball with his hand, that would seem to be okay. Okay, says the Gemara, Amr Shmuel. So we discussed this case that if you found a guy next to the open pit of wine, we said it depends. Does he owe the guy money, in which case the guy is confident touching it, or if he doesn't, then we say the guy is going to be afraid to touch him, and therefore it's not a problem. So Shmuel qualifies this ruling. Amr Shmuel, which is a rule also Yair. When do we think that the guy will be comfortable touching the wine and maybe doing a nisa because he's not afraid that he's going to get caught? Only if he has a security interest in that very wine. The fact that a guy owes him money in general is not enough to give him the comfort to go touch the guy's wine, because they'll still say, okay, I owe you money, but he told me to touch my wine. So therefore, we're not worried that he touched it. But if he had a security interest in that wine, the guy's very comfortable saying, hey, this is essentially my wine, and therefore he has a good excuse, and he has to be worried that he did a mistake. Rashi's one of these and Rami gave our Mishnah, the first of our Mishnah, it's actually the Mishnah we're going to see on tomorrow's doc, but in the Mishnah time, those are all part of the Mishnah. He said, it's not, as we learned, we got to preview it tomorrow, and the Kara Yeager, so that there's something in the notion of the Shusel, that what happened wasn't that he was the Kara, the Yain of all the Kevavim, means a guy hired a Jew, and said, take my grape, make wine, but you should do it, not me, because I want to be kosher, and we'll be able to sell it to Jews, right? And the basic arrangement was, he said, okay, we're going to make it, but you have to keep it by me until you sell it. When you sell it, that way I'll get my money. So he's essentially saying, I'm holding on to the wine until you actually sell it, but I'm not touching it because I want you to be able to sell it to Jews. The notional, the cooking in the trust of the guy, the halal, the guy, closing loan, he's consulting in some loans. He said to him, he gave him a receipt saying, I already got the money from you, even though he didn't. So essentially, what was he doing? Why did he do that? He was converting it from a kind of security interest in this wine, because when he was saying, keep the wine here, and I'm not letting you take the wine until you have a buyer, and then you're going to give me the money, so he was clearly keeping a security interest in that wine. When he issued the guy a receipt and said, yeah, you paid for the wine already, it was not to forgive the debt, it's just to say, it's not tied to this wine, it converts it to a general obligation of the guy. So then, mutter. Then in that case, it's mutter. But if the Jew wants to take the wine away, and the guy isn't going to allow him to do it, until he gives him money, so in that case, this was the term they offered. So they offered it. So that's the mission. The mission is basically saying, if the guy essentially released the specific security interest and made it a general obligation, so then there's no security interest specifically in the wine, and therefore it's okay that he leaves the wine by the guy. And Rashi clarifies, obviously you have to put a hook and some kind of stamp or a seal on it, because otherwise, if you leave it by the guy and it's open, that would be a problem. We dealt with that But basically, as long as he doesn't have a security interest in it, it's mutter. I'm not the game manipul. So what's the reason that in Beis Sham they made it offer? It's because the guy wasn't letting him take it out. Obviously, he was asserting an interest in the wine. And he's asserting an interest in the wine, even if it has a seal or a stamp, we have to be worried that the guy went ahead and did something with it anyway. But the implication would be underneath, but if the guy would allow him to take it out, meaning he's not asserting a security interest specifically in the wine, sure, it would be mutter. So therefore, Shema Mino, we can learn from this. We'll also Yayin, thinking on that in order to say that it's also, it needs to be a specific security interest. But if it's just a general obligation, it would be mutter, Shema Mino, in fact, learn from there. Very interestingly, Rashi seems to learn, which makes a certain amount of sense, that we see this in the Reisha. The Reisha says if he writes him a thing that converts it from a specific security interest to a general obligation, then it's okay. But the Gemara seems to be learning from the Sefer, because the Gemara is saying, if he let him do it, then yes. If he didn't let him do it, then no. It seems the Gemara is learning from the Sefer. Others shall learn that it's the Sefer, so something the Mepharshim talk about, and some understand that it's all one case. He's saying, you have to get to the Sefer, because he's saying, even if, it's not like Rashi, he's saying, even if the guy wrote that thing saying, I'm not making it a general obligation instead of a thing, if at the end of the day he still didn't let him remove it, then we're going to say it's a problem. So again, different understanding of the Gemara, based on what he understands is coming, each of them has a challenge. Because the part of the ratio should be enough, but yes, the Gemara seems to still make the gears, make the identification of the Sefer. And so that's something we're trying to deal with. Okay, fine. So now we're back to the cases where the person had this contact with the wine, but it wasn't intentional. So not the Labala, he fell into a pit of wine and it came up. Under Papa, the Papa says, well, Shadul, Elisha, mates. And he came up dead. Basically, he died in there. Now, some of the returning discuss that even if he passed out, it would be okay, because as we're going to discuss, the question is, did he do something on his way out that would have made it behind that? That's okay. So it's only if he's dead or I will all die, but if he came up alive, also, but the answer, right? I know the reason I'm because just like if you go way back to the beginning of the Torah, we talked about this fact that on the holidays of the Dayan, they would give gratitude to they were in the mood of giving gratitude to their gods, and then therefore you have to worry that they did it using some form of Lisa. So the Gemara is saying, if on their holidays they're in a good mood and that's enough to say it, then for sure, where his wife just got saved, he fell into the wine and he was drowning, and so then he's going to do that. It's interesting. The Rishonim asked, but Rashi discusses this, that yesterday we learned that when the guy reached down and took the Esrog, he grabbed the Esrog, so we end up having to pour it off. We have to hold his hand in mobile because on the way out, he's going to do it. So why do we have to worry that he's going to, why do we have to talk about, Maybe on the holidays, why have to say, because he's going to, on his way out, he's no longer preoccupied, because he's already being saved. And the Rashi is saying, it doesn't quite work that way. When a guy just almost drowns, he doesn't have the presence of mind down and say, oh, while I'm here, let me do some shitshow. But if he has gratitude and he's feeling like, wow, I'm being saved right now, my God did this for me, and therefore he's going, that's why I have to bring a reason of Yom Edom that is similar to the time when he had a holiday. Okay, continue with the Gemara.
Also be used for someone who has an issue with their foot right now temporarily.
What is the Kana that or he measured it with a stick, all of these happened, and they said that it should be sold, meaning that it's upper the Shashia, but not with another. The Shimon said you could even drink it. The Rabbi said you Shimon, roughly Rabbi Shimon, you should have blessings on his head. You should Matir, I feel like the Shashia, whenever he says something is mutter, totally mutter. And if also when he answers something, also feels on he's saying like basically bless him because his opinions are easy to know. Everything we trouble, especially when we trouble, Is it drinking? Is it hana? You know, is it smoking? What's the issue? He says, it sure makes it easy. He's an absolute guy. Either it's entirely mutter or it's usher. So it's really hard to explain what cases are they talking about. So one of the cases has to do with the fact when a guy shreds directly on the grapes. You know, do you say that maybe that's the case that it would even according to people on matter, it's only matter if I'm not, but not with Shia? Because no, that's the case that are similar. He's matter entirely. The idea that he is after the asking entirely, some understand that to be the case we dealt with of where the guy sucks on a straw. So he's trying to say that we dealt with a whole opinion of Rabbi there, saying that Shimon would hold that's also even by not the way after entirely. There's a different views about what this is going on. The Ramban discusses why is Rabbi Shimon so absolute when he offers the offers, he says because he talks about the fact that very much the Nisuk, they're very attached to the Nisuk, and therefore we have to really worry. And so therefore, generally speaking, Rabbi Shimon is an absolute guy. He says if there's a problem, we have to really be concerned that they did Nisuk, and that in general the whole thing is a bit chumrah. So therefore, Rabbi Shimon is very machmer in something that's a chumrah. You know, the Samsaifer says that in terms of being matter, why being matter is because if at the end of the day the concern is chashnus, then why should you ask for hana? And so he brings other reasons also, but in any event, they essentially praise Rabbi Shimon and say his view is very easy because he deals in absolute. Okay, I'm going to keep later. Ray, the Abba Bar Nachmani, I'm going to Krista, I'm a Rav. So we'll keep bring the Abba Bar Nachmani, something like Krista, something like Rav. I'm a Krista, I'm a Ziri. And others say that the Krista said the name is Ziri. I want to consider that what the father Rabbi Shimon, that if you have no concern that he did Niso, because the nature of his touching was not one that would have led him to that, then he could do it even to drink. You could tell me that the said I'm a Krista, I'm a Abba Bar Chanan, I'm a Ziri. So it's similar thing, but they're saying that Abba Bar Chanan told him that Ziri said I want to consider. And so he's passing the consider, but to the Gemara, they know what to consider from the night, so that's not how we pass it. Okay. Says the Gemara, not the brothers. The listener said, not the brothers is back of the Chamoso of the bar. That's how you might have your shield. So again, the guy took a barrel of wine, he picked it up, he threw it into the pit. So the question is, they said, since it was done in anger, they're not going to consider that to be a case of him. Again, the question would be, seems to be Coco, that he's throwing it. Rashi. So Rashi says halakha as follows, which we're going to ask them from our Mishnah. Kosha b'zav kameh, well, ba'al v'kachavim, hosa yayin nesa. Kosha b'zav, ba'al v'kachavim, eina hosa yayin nesa. So what's he saying as follows? So zav is a person, a man who has some kind of emission that puts him into the category of azal. And Rashi makes clear that their laws are not exactly parallel, because by azal there's such a thing called hesed, which is if you move something with indirectly, that halacha doesn't apply. But basically, the way Rashi understands it is the Gemara is trying to set up a comparison between a zav and a guy touching wine. So if it's something that if the zav were to do it, it would make the thing that the zav touches into, it would make it tamei. Then similarly, if a guy does that to wine, it would make it into yayin nefesh. But conversely, if a zav doing that would not make something tamei, then a guy doing the same thing to wine would not make it tamei. So it's setting up a parallel here. What's the point of the parallel? Is because a zav that throws something against something else does not make it tamei. So by Rav Ashi's formulation here, so therefore, if a guy were to throw something at something else, just like by it doesn't make a zav can make something tamei that way, so too a guy can make it into yayin nefesh. So it says the Gemara, wait a second, make it on Mishnah, not on the stuff, and so that's our case that where he threw it. So we're talking about a case where he threw. And there was this story in Beishan, and they were not sure. But Kamratza in, when he was angry, we're willing to say he didn't have in mind to do anything like Niso or Shifto or to talk to affect anything. So therefore, it's okay. Shalom come off the low. But if he wouldn't have been angry, it would have been a problem. So what do we see? That when someone throws the barrel into the pit, if he's not angry, it's a problem. And you just finished saying Zav and you finished saying that Zav and a guy are comparable, and we know that a Zav throwing something doesn't make it coming. So why should the guy make it coming when a case where he's not angry? My answer is Hassan the Ka'agum Mine. When in our Mishnah that we said that if he's not angry, it would be a problem. Where Rashi just says, so hold up on this Gado and please Torsha, I based in the Gado and Marina Labar, Hooker, Florida, Hamas, and Lord, Hashin, and Damanaki. He basically said, what happened is one of really a case of throwing. He kind of rolled the barrel very close to the line, and this is what you need helps us understand Rashi. Wants to understand the Rashi thing at some point. At some point, he released it right before the barrel hit the line. Why does Tosfos have to learn that way? And Rashi, why does Rashi have to say that? Because, as we mentioned before a number of times, Rashi's of the opinion that if you're holding on to something, and with that something you touch wine, then you make it upward. So if he was holding on to the barrel, if it means he literally rolled it and holding on to the barrel the whole time, so then at the end when he touched it, that would be for sure a problem. So here, Corey, he sets it up that Rashi means he's rolling it, and then right before the end he releases it, but we still say it's no good if he's not angry because maybe he touched it. But if he was angry and he did the same thing, then we're not so much worried because he won't have done it in that way with that intention. Helps us understand that it could literally mean that he was still holding up to it when it went. So then, because he could be touching it then, or so we have to ask ourselves, was he angry? If he was angry, he wasn't at all focused on doing it. If he was not angry, he might have been focused. However, if it's literally a case of throwing it, he stood far away and threw it, that would be different. And in fact, that would generally speaking not be a problem. Tells us another talk about why and exactly how Rashi makes that distinction, and it's interesting discussion for those who are interested. Tomorrow you'll see when we finish this sugya on our days. There's something called Paskama B'not, so Rashi kind of walks through all the halachas, and many people talked about this thing yesterday, Tom, so many people see that explanation exactly how to understand Rashi's view on throwing.
Both lanes are blocked on this transition road. 10 westbound is reduced speeds from East LA interchange to the 110. Caltrans working on the 5 northbound Golden State Freeway. Right-hand lane is shut down for tree work.
Today's dot is very fascinating session. Thank you to all of our sponsors. Thank you, John. Please sponsor. Close to the spot that I just held, dedicating all of the Shemona Rothschilds this year, and Swiss Episodes for this one. So thank you for raising the Shemona, dedicating all the Shemona Rothschilds this month of Ava, October, and Harrison, and October. Those are the Shemona side of the session. One of those are the 4 Shemona for the both colleagues, the Shalom and the Curve. The soldiers should be successful. Today's dot is Monchas. We are picking up the Gas Hashtag 100, so just to reorient ourselves a little bit. We ended off yesterday's dot in the midst of a very interesting story. The story ultimately was a situation. The story was a situation of who walked into a store, Jewish owned store, who wanted to buy wine. He asked the Jewish merchant to want wine. They said, no, we don't have wine. He saw bucket, put his hand in it. He said, oh, this is wine. The Jew takes the bucket, and his answer. So the shayla now became, what is the status of the contents of the bucket? Rava said, you're not allowed to drink it, but you are allowed to go and get enough from it. So Rav Huna bar Childa and Rav Huna bar Rav Nachman argued on that. They said, no, it is Asr even Dano. Okay? So the Gemara says that's fine. So what's this? Now remember, Rava put out these proclamations that ultimately again it's Hunter, and these other Rabbanim put out their proclamations against us. So Gemara takes up on Chesed Aleph 58. They put Rav Huna break up that whole so now, Rava is all this happened in the city of Mechuzah, right? So Rava himself is in Mechuzah, and he hears that Rav Huna came to visit the city of Mechuzah. This is a great story. So Rabbi said to Rabbi Yaakov is attendant. He said as follows: Trog, Goli, the Romacer finished the entry. Since do me a favor, Rabbi Rothschild, do me a favor and close the door. I don't want any visitors. Rava, saying he didn't want any visitors, he wanted to rest. Really, what he didn't want is he didn't want Rafuna. He heard Rafuna here. And then Rafuna was disputing in this case. We're going to see Rava already changed his opinion. But he just did not want to get into this with Rafuna. So what happened? All got in. So sure enough, what ended up coming in now how Rafuna got in past the Shana said, but he got in. All got in. Amalek got in the money. And Rafuna gets into it with Rava and he says, what's the story with this case? He was asking about this case, right? The Gentile walks in, puts his hand in the barrel while he's in the bucket of the wine of the Jew, and then the contents of the bucket that poured into the barrel. What's the status of that? Amalek. Also, no. All the brother says it's also Imano. They ain't exactly. So you before the Zayla days. And the Zayla days, you said it in this where again, even though the apple is moving the wine, right? Remember again, just yesterday, but shit means like he's moving the wine with his hands. That's a big activity. So Robert, you said that when there is shifshot, as long as it's not for libational purposes, you can drink it, but you can get out of it. Now you're saying you can't get out of it. So what's going on there? To which the Gemara says, even at the no, because you get enough of matter. But you're not allowed to get enough from the value of the wine that the apple touched. So in the previous case, what I was saying is like this. After the Jew emptied the contents of the bucket into the barrel, he could sell barrel. But he can't get benefits from just the deduct from that, the amount of the value of the wine that the apple touched. That amount ultimately, again, you can't get enough. Alright, Kumar says, that's what that means. Why did you have this change of heart? Right? Well, you said the 100 days. And in this case, even though the apple is moving around the wine because it's clearly not libational in intent. Therefore, you can't drink it, but you can go ahead and get a no. Why did you change your mind? So he's going to start saying, I changed my mind. When I came to Pisa, I was confronted by Nachman. Who's Nachman? Nachman is Abaye. I was confronted by Abaye, and Abaye showed me both. As a result, Shmaisis means like stories, right? Or statements and rises, right? I was confronted by Abaye with this incontrovertible proof that my position was wrong. Therefore, I retracted. So the Gemara says, okay, what are you talking about here? So the Gemara says, what are the stories? The Gemara says, Shmaisis. This exact case happens where again, an apple king stuck his hand in the bucket of wine of the Jew and moved around the wine and the Jew poured it into the second. And Shmuel said the barrel is also. Like the wine is also by no. Like with the same thing happened with the Basra. It was also. So now Rava said the first time I heard it was wrong with it. I said that maybe in the future maybe because in Arizona area people aren't learning. Because they're not learning, both Shmuel and the Yochanan were concerned that they would commit the law. No, people might erroneously think that regular pieces of the wine is also what they're not know. And I responded to me that the piece of the Torah, right, ultimately again, what about the Jews? Right, the Jews are ultimately again is so all of the excuse. Okay, so the Baye, very okay, so therefore I can talk to you with these two episodes, but both Shmuel and Rabbi were not those are episodes. So what's the process? That's very interesting. Where it says the Agar Tomim, is a person who's in charge of weights and measures. So the governor's position, he was in charge of weights and measures for the king. Okay, so what happened? It says we're in charge of weights and measures, and interestingly enough, as part of his job, he would offer peace and wine. And actually points out over here that sometimes these officials will kind of move like his merchants. Once he's already in the store, checking out the weights and measures, he's like, oh, this is good wine, I have a buyer. See, this the wine, and what did he do? Shekadach, and in that case,
stuck a straw into the seal of the barrel, and he sucked up some wine. He drank some wine through the straw. Or, the Gemara says, or he drank some from a cup, and then he took the rest of the contents of the cup and poured it back into the back. So the Gemara says, this literally happened. It's not theoretical. And ultimately, again, he said that the wine was awesome. The Gemara says, I'm not buying it. And you say, awesome, so he's awesome. Maybe not. The Gemara says, well, no, maybe it just means that's awesome. You can't drink it, but you're allowed to go ahead and get that piece from it. To which the Gemara says as follows. That was interesting. You have to remember, this is a case where clearly there's no libation of intent, right? This is the guy who unfortunately waits and measures, and he's going ahead and drinking some of this wine. It's clearly not libation because maybe part of the job, but probably not the jackal job, that was secondary job. That is looking to be a shattering ultimately again between sellers and buyers. Clearly no libation of intent. What's that? Well, it's also. It's also. Now the Gemara says, well, one second, maybe also only means the shkia. Can't be, I'll tell you what. Healthy, listening, you look. If that's the case, the Gemara should have said, you can't drink it, but you can sell it. After all, you can kind of save it. That's what the family does. Very easy case. Choram obi khan. What's a choram? Rashi says over here, Mishullah. Someone who unfortunately again is insane, who bound the reverse, fights with everyone, and no matter not so sure about it, but who with a house intentionality. Was another detective Rashi. Rashi goes, what is the definition of the shoulder? That is someone who has lost their mind. Number one, Palmaritos. Someone who teaches about focus. Why would you, in your right mind, want to focus? Why would you want to fight? Why would you want any type of tension within them? Again, the Gemara says, someone who fights in the sugar. Remember what else is in the sugar? Someone who behaves naturally or acts without forethought or intentionality. Such a person is a sugar as incredible. Someone says, we watch it. Now, they can get literally in this case, the guy's insane. Like the Chamar is insane. Shaochi did all of this. He put his hand into a barrel. He thought the barrel was oil. The name said it turned out to be oil. It was exactly the right this actually, I wonder if that's a piece of proof. But ultimately, again, they said that the wine should be sold. Again, in this case, here, Rashi says, the case is different because in this case, the apple thought it was oil. So because he thought it was oil, there's no libation of intent. So because there's no libation of intent, there's nothing to talk about. So you see from here that when Chazal tell you that something, when Chazal want to express that something is committed for no, they'll use the lashon of Yimah. If they don't say that, it must mean that it's also by no. So this case is put around law. The Gemara says, the follows. Is that about how you know? You have to develop it. So everyone say, what do you see from here? You see from here from the previous case, like you haven't done it. Like you haven't done it, the guy in charge of what is measures. When you took some of the wine with the straw, or you went ahead and took some of the company towards the rest, it was hustle. What does hustle mean? Hustle means not enough. What do you see from here? And when the company touches the wine, it moves the wine around. It moves it around. Ultimately, again, even if there is no libation or wine is going to be hustle. So certain ones, like you still can't drink it. This effectively refutes the position of Rava. So therefore, again, the Rava was refuted by Achaye, and therefore the Rafuna came to visit him in Mekusa. Rava had already reversed his position. So therefore, was like, the Gemara's off of it here right now is that Hamot Hamaisa, whenever an company goes ahead and touches wine and moves it around, Hamot Hamaisa, again, is clearly no libational event. The wine is ushered even by with where falls the story. The real friend of the passion, you'll see them already. You'll see the passion. The real friend that I was you'll see them already. Saying keeping wine together. Beautiful. It's very common to keep wine together. There was also who got one. The guy came along. Now, interestingly enough, they thought the guy was Jewish. So they said to him, Amulay, Ashkion, pour us another glass. So what happened? The busters are going to toss up. They go home. After he poured that the glass, they realized, my gosh, the guy isn't happy. So kind of the shayla was, what's the status of the wine? So I was going to hold to that.
one of the Rabbanim said the wine is also being bad. It says the Chalad Shari Afidu B'Shkia. The other thing he said, no, it's water even to drink this wine. The verse says, okay, so let's analyze this. So Amar Rabbi Rothschild, man the Asr Shari Hasr. The one who said it's Asr even bad, they are saying good. The man the Shari, and the one who says that it's negative. Shakir Shari. Ultimately, again, he's saying good, there is he's saying good, and that it is Asr. So let's analyze. Man the Asr, so what's the logic of the two is that? So the one who says that it's Asr, goes like, look, that's how basically the one who says that the wine is Asr, he says like this, he says like this. The Yaakov says to himself, second idea to Rabbanan behind Shikra Kashas Church. So this Yaakov speaking to himself. These are two good Rabbanan sitting down. Yeah, if you look at Rabbanan are sitting down, however, here Rabbanan do not sit down to drink beer. So what did Rabbanan do? They sit down to drink water. That's what Rav does. And it's the second idea that Rabbanan carries Shikra Kashas. So Yaakov says like this. If you Rabbanan sitting down to drink beer, now so the Yaakov was revealing that it was wine. So because he knew that it was wine, ultimately again the Nasir, you have to be concerned that he libationalized it. So, and therefore ultimately again, he is going to be ushered. But fine, now you have to be concerned. Rashi points out over here, Hashin and Zoma, Noda and Nosa, but others who do Logani, I think the next stage is Israel Nasaki. So ultimately we have to be concerned that Hamachal Isa, maybe he went ahead and touched it, and ultimately made it realized. Okay. Mandisham saying, no, that's always 58 third line. Mandisham, the one who said it is third, Shapir Shabi. Also, same good one. Listen to this. The Yaakov says to himself, and be that if this Rabbanim is sitting down and drinking wine, would they ask you and Yaakov support for them? Can't. Rather, again, the Gemara says, must have been drinking beer. The Gemara says, and therefore, again, because the Yaakov thought it was beer, therefore, below Naskeh, he didn't have any libation. And therefore, when I said, what's that? The Yaakov could see what's in the picture, or what's the shadow. Why do we have to figure out what he could see? He said, wine or is it beer? How light it was nighttime. So because it was nighttime, the conscious, the Yaakov did not see what was going on. He could see what was going on. The Charaton knew what. So as Rashi points out there that new wine doesn't have a scent, which is very interesting. The Gemara says, the Charaton, I have a hot Hanogale ben Nakla, but Hanogale Nakla only go Hanogale Shilo ben Kavana Officer. Once that touch was, and also the 3 years, he's leaving out the wine, and there's a receptacle, a her picture something, and he's leaving it out. The window is an extension of the Yaakov's hand. If that's the case, then the Yaakov is touching and moving the wine. We just said before, when the Yaakov touches and moves the wine, even if there's not libation of hand, it still makes the wine awesome. It still makes the wine awesome. So how do these people do? Shalos is very interesting. So we call the Kaporic Yaakov. No, he's not labeling it out. What is he doing? He's pouring it from the kitchen. This is very interesting. Although the water is moving else is force, it's not that it's contact. So because of that contact with the wine, and ultimately I had Shabbat Kabbalah, we don't know that he has libation in the tank. Therefore, Chazal would not those in this case. It was a Rashi. This is very interesting. Rashi is the Kamora Kazuke, but how do they co-force it's his force, but he's not that contact with the wine. We don't know that he has libation in the tank. Shaloyada Sharuya, but he doesn't even know that it's wine, but the co-force of the content. It's his pepper. Kabbalah, because again, he doesn't even know that it's wine. Chazal were not rose in that. What's the understand something? Even in the case of this case, right? Even in the case of this program before, let's say again, everyone is now agreeing that if the Yaakov touches the wine, moves the wine, that's the answer to no. That's the Rabban. Right? Because we know that's calculation of the That's the Rabban. If the Rabban were only goes there, we need to have people. Number one, he knows that it's wine. Number two, that there's that contact. In this case, where he's pointing like this, right? And he doesn't even know yet that it's wine. Chazal were not closer on that, and therefore would be mutter even to drink. See, interestingly enough, the focus between these two rabbis. One love saying ultimately also even by non, because again, the Yaakov knows for sure Rabbanim are drinking wine, therefore he like rationalized it. Other thing he's saying, oh, it's mutter even b'shti, Rabban would never ask me to pour it if there was wine. It must be that it's beer, and therefore no libation of intent, and there's no direct contact either because he's putting in the picture, not labeling it and not putting his name. Incredible, incredible. Lemonade, Rabasi, Nabil, what's another case? Rasi, Nabil, Orange. Yain, Shabas, what happens if it happens diluted? What's the interesting case? So in this case, remember that we step one concentration, using a little bit of concentrate, and you dilute the concentrate, that'll be a cup of water. What happens if the alcohol goes ahead and dilutes the water? What's the status of this wine? So right, the Muslim. So first of all, again, the Nasi assumes that your place said to Nasi, why use the Lashon of Muslim? The proper Lashon is Muslim. Muslim. So why say Muslim? You're just asking first of all, just on the verbiage. Use Shemaz. So to which Rabbi Asi responded, Amalei Aniki the Psima Kaim. I use the Lashon of the Pasuk. What's the Pasuk from Mishlei? Tavcha, Mascha. So Lashon from the Pasuk in Mishlei, Mascha means to go ahead and dilute. To which Rabbi Yochanan responds, that's very nice. However, Lashon Tov Yatzmo, Lashon Look, when you're learning Tanakh, use Lashon of Tanakh. When you're learning Gemara, use the Lashon of Gemara. So bottom line, what is that? So now that we got that out of the way, what is the halacha? So the content dilutes one, remember again, it's do some dilution. So remember again, it's just pouring in water. What's the status of the thing? Amalei, to which Rabbi Yochanan responds is very interesting. Amalei, Aser. Ultimately, again, the wine is Aser. Why is the wine Aser? You show Leif, being Zira, Sechar, Lekama, Losita. You see to the Nazir. Go away. Go around the vineyard, do not come close. It's another way of saying this. Everyone agrees, unless you're, of course, they're allowed to drink. The conventional don't even go near the vineyard, right? Don't even go near the birds, don't even go near the wine. So therefore, people play this guy's right, shitting Ekradin. If according to the law, if the Akum dilutes the wine, it's fine. It's really okay. It's really okay. But it's not a good idea. So better to stay away from the wine diluted wine. Incredible. Rabbi Yirmiyah, Ikal was Safta. Rabbi Yirmiyah went to a place called Safta. Because of Chamra, there must be a big contribution. He saw that Akum had diluted the wine, and he was always drinking it. But us, and Rabbi Yirmiyah said the wine is Asr. Why did he get Asr? Again, you show the Rav, Zira, Safar, the Carmelis. Because you speak to the Nazir, don't go away from the vineyard, walk away from the vineyard, don't get close to the vineyard, first distance between yourself and that which is burning. So again, Rabbi Yirmiyah has acknowledged, the wine should be mutter. It should be mutter. But again, stay away from certain things. Whenever there's nothing involvement in the wine, there's a tremendous Mr. Haskell in general, that how important it is for us to create protective fences, buffers between us, right? We all have our weaknesses, just like we all have our, so to speak, like our kryptonite. We all have our nausea, what the vineyard is telling us. We all have those things that are not good for us, those things that are detrimental for us. Part of successful living is to create the buffers, create the boundaries between ourselves and that which is prohibited. If I just draw a line and it's a thin line, and on one side is me, and the other side ultimately is the prohibited item, I'm going to transgress. We have to create for ourselves those safe spaces, those buffers, so that we don't transgress. We do it for the Nazir, and our Yirmiyah saying we do it for this wine as well. Incredible. The Imam says, it's my name. I'm Rabbi Yochanan. Yain Shabbat Gohov Kochavim Asr. That if wine is diluted by apple, ultimately again it's going to be Asr wine. Yishon Leich Amin Zira Sefar Lekama Yos. Circle isn't the logic. So really, the Gemara seems to indicate that Allah Rabbi saw, although when the apple dilutes the wine, it really should be permitted. Because we also remember again, to take it a step further, diluted wine was not used for libation purposes, right? So the nice that really shouldn't be, but again, it's not a good idea. Wherever there is alcohol involvement, ultimately again in the wine, better to go ahead and just keep the distance. Just keep the distance. So therefore, again, even if the alcohol just dilutes, so we say to you, do not drink it. Again, why better to stay away from things that really are not good for you. Beautiful. Let's go back. I'm going to tell us a story. Rish Lakish went to a place called Batsra. Because he saw the Kafafni baby to Ramasri. Now, as we're going to see in just a moment, Rish Lakish thought that this place Batsra was what's known in the Torah as Betzim. That's his so. See, he saw a Jew consuming produce and he didn't tithe it. So in Rish Lakish's mind, the Jew is eating untithed produce. He said to Israel, that's awesome. You're not allowed to, you're not allowed to do that. And he asked her the food thing. Okay, next he saw Chazamai, the Sunday of Republic. He saw a body of her. And he opened Kofam and Akum prostrated and worshipped it. The Shasa and the Jew was drinking from that water. But also, and Rish Lakish says that is Aser. It was more than the whole Zara. And therefore it's Aser. Okay, so fine, that's the end of the story. Also, we're going to go. Then Rish Lakish left the Basra, and he went to Rabbi Yochanan. He went to Rabbi Yochanan, okay? Amalei, so Rabbi Yochanan apparently got word of these rulings. Amalei, Adimiktura Aleph, while you're clothed, right? While your neck is just on you, Zil Hadar, go back to Basra. Go back. And again, we'll say, if you can Rashi says over here, but Adimiktura Halach, but Ocha the Gadef Aleph, while you're clothing this way on you, Chazar Etzlam, go back to Basra, the Hatalan, the Lotisha, go back and reverse those two rulings. You're wrong. You're wrong. Go back and reverse those two rulings. Don't put your feet up to relax from the journey. So I'll say this is really incredible. So you're just going and take your coat off, then take your coat off. Go back to Basra and reverse those rules. Right? What's wrong? Number one, last knowing that. That's there, not kind of Basra. Number one, that's there is not Basra, right? So Basra is not the biblical Basra. So in other words, this place where you were, it's not part of Eretz Yisrael. So because it's not part of Eretz Yisrael, therefore again, the produce has no sanctity. Because there is no sanctity, there's no tithing obligation. So therefore, you told this kid that his fruit is also not true. Not true. Go and reverse it. Number two, Yamim Umayim Shalavim, you ask for that body of water because an Akum worshipped it. Reverse that as well. Mayim Shalavim Inanes. So a body of water owned by the public cannot be made usher ultimately again for the actions of an individual. So let's say, so therefore again, the Open Closure Sluggish were wrong on both accounts. Ultimately, again, go back. Now, again, the story happens to go on until the New Testament out of the global stop with this part over here. Now, let's say that how profound this is. That the real Closure Sluggish, go back now. Go back now. Because it was like, there's a tremendous Mr. Husky. First of all, in general, when the psak is wrong, you have to reverse it as quickly as you can, so as not to create, just more hardship. But also, just like in a life lesson. When something has to get done, there has to be a sense of urgency. We all know this. Anything, generally, things that I call off until tomorrow, generally don't get done tomorrow, and often don't get done ever. If something is important enough to do, then it's got to be important enough to do it now. Granted, not that you can do everything at the same time, but often in life, if something has a sense of urgency, then get it done with urgency. Because if you leave it, somehow, somebody just has a way of remaining on the mishlokish. You got to reverse it. You got to reverse it now. No, you can't have a drink of water. No, you can't put your feet up. No, you can't relax. No, you can't sit up tomorrow. If it's important, it has to get done now, especially when it impacts other individuals. Especially if something that I've done impacts someone else, there's an urgency to get it done now. But if that's in general in life, if something is important enough to do, then get it done now. The more that goes on to explain tomorrow is that ultimately again, Rabbi Yochanan's position. Let's talk about this. There was like, I know it's a little bit of a fact that I'm recording this conference. It's a great skill. We also just want to thank I hope it's all right that I took the prerogative to do virtual sharing instead of hiring a person who can do it for the show. Thank you guys for taking the share. I'm a little bit selfish. I love learning with the father. I learn my day and I'm showing better and all of you, even if it's just virtually. I hope it's not a compromise experience for the rest of you. So thank you for taking a little bit of couple of days and seeing that and everyone keep that in the next speaking session. And especially thank you to my sheep from St. Andrew Johnny Last, facilitate all the technology of this as well. So I can get that one. Every day it's a different location, different new set of technological challenges and issues of Baruch Hashem. Nation generally always likes the occasion of resolution of trends and cause and talk to them. And really just as supposed to be able to close out these little wishing all of you really a beautiful Erev Shabbos, holy and uplifting Shabbos Kodesh. And how about the new week in Eretz Hashem should bring incredible bracha and for us as individuals, for our families, and for
White House directed military event at Camp Pendleton involving live ammunition being discharged over the freeway. The Dodgers have advanced to the World Series for the second consecutive season, completing a 4-game sweep of the Milwaukee Brewers. All right, let's take a look at your drive this morning and check out what's happening on the 91 at Point Park.
Just outside of the 91, just past the 5 freeway interchange, a 2-vehicle collision is clearing from the center divider of East 91. A string of brake lights right now from Knott Avenue to East Street, Raymond Avenue in Anaheim. Also in Orange County, 241 northbound. That's a 241
It is an incredible satisfaction to be able to with you, all of you today, beginning by thanking all of our sponsors, to thank our annual Common sponsor, Pilsen Schnappelberg for dedicating all the Schumann Russians this year as a source for the source for us for Administration. Thank you to the Drazen family for dedicating all of the Schumann Russians this month of Av, in honor of their parents with incredible generosity. And of course, as always, we dedicate to learning this our precious hostages, which brought the Merit Hashem, bring them home, the Shalom and the Karov, and the merit of our holy soldiers, which brought them to be successful, the whole of Maaseh Yedeyhem. And also with that, let us begin. We have a lot to do today. A beautiful daf ahead of us. Today's daf is Yom Zayin 57. We are picking up on Yom Zayin 57, 2, 4, 6 lines down from the top. So we are continuing in Hashem today, actually in Sugya that we began yesterday. A really fascinating Sugya. And let's begin. Where says it's awesome. Who was the Havah B'Bilam? There was an episode that happened in Bilam. Bilam was the name of the place. What happened in Bilam? There was a certain couple who was scaling this tiny palm tree. And he brought down with a little bit of branch. And what happened? The Gemara says, so what happened? As he was coming down the palm tree, the top of the lulav went ahead and touched the wine. So essentially, he touched the wine through the lulav. So again, going up the palm tree, coming down, bringing down the lulav, and on his way down, he inadvertently touched the lulav to wine. Now the shaila, of course, is what's the status of the wine? Is this considered to be wine touched by an apple or not? And if it was touched by an apple, remember again what's unique about this case? Clearly, there was no libational or religious intentionality on the part of the apple over here, right? He's just doing his thing. He's coming down with that palm branch. And he's coming down here and inadvertently touched the palm branch to the wine. So what is now the status of this wine? So the Gemara says as follows. The Gemara says, now I want to just point out something interesting, which is, and Tosas brings up this point. Tosas highlights this idea that halacha l'maisa, the Gemara is presupposing that the akum touching the wine with his lulav is the equivalent of the akum touching the wine himself. And that's like Tosas brings that. If you look at Tosas Hakik Arsina Barova Svarim, it's the second white line in Tosas. So again, Tosas just points out that you might presupposing that when the akum touches the wine with his lulav, that's the equivalent of the akum touching the wine directly with his hand. Now it happens to be, he quotes over here, the Rabbeinu Tam, and the Rabbeinu Tam omits the mention of the lulav. The Rabbeinu Tam says, no, the case over here was the apple went up the tree, coming down the tree, on his way down the tree, he inadvertently touched the wine. Again, we're not going to get into this right now. We could just go to the simple gear of the Gemara and just assume for a moment that we view the lulav as the extension of the apple. Because that's not really what's bothering us in this case. What's more intriguing about this case for us, remember, is inadvertent contact by the apple with the wine, or receiving inadvertent. Clearly, no libational or theological significance, religious significance to the contact between the apple and the wine. But nevertheless, the apple did touch the wine. So what's the halacha? What's the halacha? So the Gemara says, Shaye Rabbi. So Rab committed the sale of this wine to an apple. Again, I said you can sell the wine to an apple. So the Gemara says, interestingly enough, indicates that Rab holds that halacha l'maisa, you can't drink the wine, you can't consume it, but you can get benefit from it. I see. He said, Rav Kana Ravasi said, Rav was the opinion that said that even a one-day-old apple child that touches water makes the wine into yayin esek. Now again, what does that tell us? That tells us that halacha l'maisa, you don't need intentionality. That even without intentionality, right? Even without libational or religious or spiritual, intentionality, the mere contact of the akum with wine makes it the yayin nesach. That's what it means. If a 1-year-old child can do it. Yet here, obviously, it requires kavanah. So what's going on here? Another rule: eight surafs and will come down. Gamer the ami ano b'shtia. La'ano mi'amri. So first of all, say suraf said 1 second. You're right. I agree that even if an akum, even if a 1-day akum touches the wine, halacha l'maisa you can drink it, but you're allowed to get hanah from it. That's the hanah from it. That's why it says I hold that halacha l'maisa you can sell this wine. So okay, so this is really incredible. So now. Rav, so now we're going to crystallize a little bit the sheet of Rav. So Rav says that even if there is unintended contact between the akum and the wine. Now again, unintended can mean one of two things, either accidental, or the akum purposely touched the wine, but it's clear that there was absolutely no libational, religious, spiritual, physiological significance with this contact. So Rav holds that halacha l'maisa. Or the truth is, we should really call this English, I should be saying that. Rav's real case is what we'll call Shalom Kavanah, because that's how the Rambam is going to frame it. So here, the akum is touching the wine, but there's no intention, there's no intentionality there. Rav says you can't consume that wine, you can't drink it, but you're allowed to get hanah. So we're going to have questions. It's Gufa, we'll say this white wine is saying, he's having a Gufa, on Rav. Tinok ben Yemo also yayin nesach. Even a 1-day-old akum has the ability to create yayin nesach. Says they have seen Rashi the Rav. So here Rav is Rashi to Rav. Listen to this case. Halokeach avod ben Yirakopi kochavim shelo lovolotav. So let's say again, I purchased servants from an akum. I purchased Gentile servants from an akum, and these servants neither had milah nor tefillah. Now the halacha is when a Jew acquires a servant, so the halacha is their circumcision, milah, and tefillah, immersion in mikvah. At that point in time, the servant effectively becomes Jewish, although to a degree, although the obligation in mitzvos is not complete. So what's the halacha? So if you look at Rashi says there is shamalo v'lo. The kind of the abundance, the olam inoger actually mimo. So essentially, when a Jew acquires a servant, essentially again, the non-Jewish servant undergoes a conversion process. That conversion process, like every other conversion process, is comprised of milah, circumcision, and tefillah, immersion in mikvah. In this case over here, I'm purchasing non-Jewish servants. What happened? They did one of the two. Let's say they did bris milah, but ultimately again didn't go to the mikvah. The same b'nei shlachos. That is interesting. So b'nei shlachos, what's the case over here? So this is where I own a shifra. I have a shifra. Now what happens? That shifra, the non-Jewish maidservant, gives birth. She has children, and those children also shalom v'lo. They had bris milah, but didn't yet go to the mikvah. Now, if you look at Rashi points out over here, last Rashi on the Daf, the b'nei shlachos. Afa pi shelo b'beis Yisrael v'lo kidmu b'nei chavim ba'u milah tefillah. Now, in this case, this is interesting, right? So the mother, is already my maidservant. There's already my maidservant. Now, halacha l'maisa, the Gemara says that what happened? She gave birth to children. Those children also have to undergo milah and tefillah. Now, Rashi points out that because this is very important. It must be that the mother herself, the maidservant mother herself, obviously went to the mikvah. She went to the mikvah after having her children, right? Because remember again, if the maidservant herself would have already gone to the mikvah and then birthed her children, those children then also would not have to be immersed. They would require milah, but they wouldn't have to be immersed. So unless we have another case over here where I acquired the maidservant mother, she gave birth to her children. Afterwards, she went to the mikvah, so now the kids also require milah and tefillah. So again, two different types of Gentile servants are happening here. Case number one is I'm just purchasing servants from an akum, okay? And either they didn't fully undergo the conversion process. They did milah, but didn't do tefillah. So they had bris, but didn't have immersion. Or I had a Jewish I had a maidservant who underwent her tefillah, but then before she went to underwent her tefillah, she birthed children, and now those children have to go through their own milah and tefillah as well. But I've only done part of the process. Only did milah, didn't do tefillah. So again, they've done part one of the milah's process, but not part two. So what's the halacha? Welcome to the trust fund you should come in. Now what is that welcome to remove like their saliva. Like their spit, when you dress up anything that they walk on, ultimately again is tummy, which is another way of saying that they have the same type of tumah like a zaf. Like a zaf. Now, I just want to say something interesting. Rashi on the base, the top Rashi makes it really belongs in Udala. Rashi says b'shok. I feel it. Now, what does it mean when it says that their saliva and their tumas medris, right? If they walk over something, it becomes tummy, but it means the market. What does that mean? I feel b'shok. She'en tumas on suffix, and tumas on bagas midrabanon. She'gazra al otikochan shukizam chadibah. So basically, it's not in the Kiddush. Now, look is that Chazal legislated that an akum has the same top level of tumah as a zaf. That's not an akum has tumas zaf. Part of that is, or a big part of that is order to be able to dissuade, to create a division between a Jew and Gentile. There should be a distance. So a Jew knows that the akum communicates tumas zaf. He has to keep his distance in the marriage. So Kumar says, well, the interesting Kiddush over here is that in these servants, even though they've undergone part of the conversion process, part of the conversion process, because it's not the whole process, therefore they're still treated like an akum, therefore their saliva and tumas measures, anything they walk over conveys tumah like a zav. Good. The Gemara says, now by the way, the reason it says, the shuk is, remember again, the halacha is that suffix tumah b'shus harabim is ultimately going to be talas. The Gemara phrases it this way, that their saliva and their mattress is tied even in the shuk, to highlight the idea that it's not a suffix tumah, but rather again it's a vaday tumah. They have definitive rabbinic tumah like a zav. Fine. So the Gemara says, some say no, it's not true. Some say because they have undergone part of the conversion process, therefore they do not have the same tumas zav like they would have. And therefore, halacha again, they do not need Rashi again. This Rashi is also on the Tar. The Malu with the Pavlu, most of the Shvihu, those are. Interestingly enough, the second opinion says it's so uncommon that someone that a servant would just undergo part of the process and not the whole process, and therefore Chazal were not gozer in such a case. Okay, so fundamental focus as to whether or not the servant, the akum servant, who has undergone part of the process, milah without tefillah, do they have tumas zav or not? First opinion says yes. Second opinion says no. Okay, I must say, now that's interesting, but this is what we need. Yenon, what about their wine? So what happens if halacha l'maisa they touch wine? So what's the status of the wine? Gedolin osin yayin nesach, ketanin ain't osin yayin nesach. So ultimately, again, adult servants will make the wine into yayin nesach, but not children. What's the difference between gedolin and ketanin, adults and children? The elohim gedolin, the elohim ketanin, who are adults who are children. Gedolim Yodin Tiba B'Mazbacham Sham. So Gedolim are neither of the age where they understand about the Zara. So because they understand about the Zara, therefore there's a real concern that perhaps when they touch the wine, ultimately again they have Kavanah for about the Zara. Gitarim on the other hand, even Yodin Tiba B'Mazbacham Sham. Gitarim on the other hand, they don't know about the Zara. Okay. It's interesting. So just watch how fascinating this is. So again, I'm purchasing. So one of two cases. Case one is I'm purchasing servants from an akum. My job as a Jewish owner is there has to be a conversion process. The conversion process is comprised of milah or tevilah. Same idea. If I have I have a maidservant who I already acquired. So she underwent her tevilah, but she became pregnant and gave birth before her tevilah. The offspring also require milah and tevilah. Let's say in both of these cases, I have these Gentile servants. In both of these cases, they did milah without tevilah. So the halacha is they still are treated like an akum. They're treated like an akum, and therefore have tumas zav. There is a second opinion that says no. Once they undergo milah, they no longer have tumas zav. We'll go to the first opinion. What if they touch wine? So again, if they're golden, meaning they understand about the zara, then the wine is yayin nesach. If they're ketanin, then ultimately the wine is not yayin nesach. What's why is this problematic for us? The Gemara says ketanin us, golden in ketanin lo. What do you see from there? You see from here that Allah so again, only if they're golden, do they make the wine intentionality? Do they make the wine yayin nesach? Apparently, if they're minors and therefore lack Das, it doesn't make the wine into yain nesach. So they'll say, what do you see from here? You see from here that halacha l'maisa, in order to go ahead and make wine into yain nesach, you require intentionality. Fair enough. So ultimately, again, that is a kasha. Ultimately, again, on Rav, because Rav said that even a kinuk and even a one-day-old child can go and make wine into yain nesach. And even though Rav said, okay, that's only for consumption purposes, not for another purposes, but still, he's able to make wine into yain nesach. To which the Gemara says, no, Tirgama, Abenei Shmachos. Maybe that distinction between adults and children, excuse me, only applies to Bnei Shmachos, where the offspring is the servant of a shifho or belongs to you. Because in that particular case, interestingly enough, the children are being raised in the home of a Jewish master. So because of that, perhaps they don't know Avodah Zarah at all. Not Avodah Zarah at all. The older one is already a bit more problematic. But maybe that's the distinction. Or it's not a case of, let's say, an Akum, maybe we would not make this distinction between adults and children. Okay, very interesting. I will have the Chaim, right? But it says the Chaim. In other words, the two cases are building on each other. The Bnei Shmachos case is building on the previous case of the Akum. To which the Gemara says, no, Halokan Umidras. That's only referring ultimately again to their saliva and their Tumas Medris. To which the Gemara says, Hanichon Damar Kamik. That's fine according to the opinion that says that the spit and the measures and the trembling is ultimately again is coming right to myself. However, Elohim the Amar Tar Ma'ikil Minar, but that by the second thing, once again, it was the second thing. Second thing he says that once you have a servant who has undergone Milah, even if he hasn't undergone Tefillah yet, he no longer has the rabbinic Tumas Zav. So what does it say? How Kamash Malon, Avodim Dimir B'Dinei Shvachos. So really here the Bryce is coming to teach you, coming to compare Avodim to B'Dinei Shvachos. And again, and then in this context, and is someone who I'm just purchasing from a couple. The Shvachos means, again, I already own the mother, right? The mother is already my maid servant. Now her offspring are undergoing their conversion process. Once the Bryce is to compare these two types of avodim. Not in Shvachos, Molo V'lo Kavlu, who the Osim Yain Nesach, Molo V'lo, just like by Bnei Shvachos. It's only in a case where, let's say, there was Milah and not Tefillah, that the servant has the ability to go ahead and make the wine to Yain Nesach. However, again, Molo V'lo, including once the Abbot, like once the Bnei Shvachos, the children of the maid servant, once there is Milah and Tefillah, their contact with wine does not make it into Yain Nesach. Avodim can. So to Avodim are the same thing. Once an Ebed has Milah and Tefillah, the same practice, right? There's Milah and Tefillah, he no longer makes wine into Yain Nesach. That is a Kiddush. Why Laku people don't get after Shmuel, Halokiach Avodim in Avodim. Because what Nachman says as follows: that if you purchase Gentile servants, right? I go to our home and purchase Gentile servants. Even though again those servants now have Milah and Tefillah, Osim Yain Nesach. If they touch wine, it still becomes Yain Nesach. Until when Ad Shetishka Avodas B'Chavim Yihiyah. Ultimately, again, up until the point in time where the Eved forgets about his Avodah Zarah. The Gemara says, we'll talk about that. Kamash Malon that we reject this position of Nachman. So this is very interesting. So a lot of things happen in the here. So Nachman happens to hold that halacha l'maisa. If I purchase a Gentile servant, even though that Gentile servant now has Milah and Tefillah l'shem Abdus, if that Gentile servant touches wine, the wine becomes Yain Nesach. The Gemara says the point of our drive says to reject and repudiate this position. We don't hold that way. We know that halacha l'maisa, once an akum goes ahead and once an akum has Milah and Tefillah l'shem Abdus, if he touches wine, it no longer becomes Yain Nesach. Very interesting. So the Gemara questions this Ufa, Amrav Nachman, Amar Shmuel, Halokiach Avodim Ye'oved B'Chavim, Afal Pisha Malo V'Tavla Osi Yain Nesach, Acher Tishka Avodas B'Chavim Piyah. So now the Gemara is going back and revisiting Rav Nachman's statement in Shmuel. Now, listen, I just want to point out the piece of information. Well, let's finish this. So, Rav Nachman says, if I purchase an Eved from an Akum, even though the Eved has Milah and Tefillah l'shem Abdus, halacha l'maisa, if they touch wine, the wine still becomes Yain Nesach until they forget about Avodah Zarah. I asked the Gemara at the Kama, how long does it take for an Akum to forget about his Avodah Zarah? 12 months. 12 months, that's the amount of time it takes for an atom to figure it out. Just appreciate it. You know how to learn a certain skill, right? So apparently, when it comes to the nations of the world, it takes them 1 year to figure it out. Right? Once they're detaching their ability for a year, ultimately again they figure it out. You see from there how they do it. They have been praised in our history, and we are forgotten as a show. The hard Islam will bring it back to the bunch. We can be thousands of years cut off from our base of English. We can be thousands of years cut off from the epicenter of our people, but yet nothing ever allows us to fully forget that we understand. Sometimes our behaviors make it look like we've forgotten our shit. Sometimes the way we act makes it look like we've turned our back on the emotional, but even if it looks that way, it could be nothing further from the truth. Another quote forgets about his creativity here. No matter how errant our behaviors may be, no matter how far we may stray, no matter how badly our mistakes may be, no matter how long we go without the base on the Mikdash, nothing ever crosses
Donna wrote in on the website. She says, I have photo albums
So there is a cache ici, la valeur net. C'est la raison. הלוקח עבודה מן העוקד שמולו ובלוקחו. So first I purchased certain sort of people. And again, they do not and not they think they have shlachos shemolu v'latadu. So to again, we shlachos. We did milo and not tilo. The Gemara says, "Shemolu v'latadu local in the drasa." So again, we're back to these guys. So there's saliva and too much measures. Any time that someone walks on something, supports their weight on something. So make welcome to the drasa on the days the shul coming. What we make top. So again, they have too much salt. They have too much salt. Definitive too much salt. Some say they don't have too much salt. I think say once they did mila but didn't do tefillah, there's no too much salt. What about their wine? So the Gemara says, "Golden osin yayin." Depending in osin yayin. So if the adults contact with wine, ultimately again could be yayin nesef. But ultimately again, if they're minors, they don't get yayin nesef. Alienating the older the what's the definition of going or what's the definition of Haman? So yes, the building should build the Avodas Zara Mishamsha. And adult means they know about Avodas Zara. The Tanin shipping Yogin of the Avodas Zara Mishamsha. Ultimately again, but the Tanin, if they don't know about Avodas Zara, so where it says Avodas Zara also should have the Tanin plus Balu with the Tavlu, Balu with the Tavlu. So it says ultimately again, what you see from here. It's only the halach for the Ma'aseh. Now again, I will say, remember, this is both of the country from Nachman. The Nachman said that halach for the Ma'aseh, even if I purchased an Nachman servant, even if that servant had Mila and Tefillah, if they touch the wine becomes Yayin Nesef. The only time the wine doesn't become Yayin Nesef is when they forget about their avodas. And how long does it take them to forget about their avodas? A year. This contradicts the Brisa we just said before. Because our Brisa said, as soon as they have Mila and Tefillah, they no longer make the wine Yayin Nesef. But Nachman said they need a year in order for the wine not to become Yayin Nesef. So what's going on here? Which says, no, Kirkama, Abba Shafas. Remember the same as we said before. Say that really applies to Bnei Shafas. Because remember again, to a certain degree, Bnei Shafas ultimately again will be different than Stam Avod. Because a Stam Eved is someone who are purchasing from an Avod. Maybe that's the case where Nachman says you need a year in order to be sure that the Eved is no longer connected to his Avodah Zarah. So again, we look and feel that's not enough. We need a waiting period. We need a detachment period of a year in order to go and get rid of his Avodah Zarah. Bnei Shlachos are different. Why? Because Bnei Shlachos are already being brought up in a Jewish home. Maybe because of that, all they need in order to escape any Yayin Nesef issue is Mila and Tefillah. Once that happens, you don't need a waiting period at all. I think Marcy the Chin Katani, but again, the Lashon of the Brisa is the Chin, so too, which is not a link. The halachos of Bnei Shlachos ultimately to the halachos of Avodim, to which the Gemara ultimately answers again, in the dress. Ultimately, that's referring to the nature of their saliva and their tumas medris. In both cases, Avodim and Bnei Shlachos, they both have the same halachos of tumas self. To which the Gemara says, that's one of the opinion that says that both Avodim and Bnei Shlachos have Tumas Zaf. And in other words, even if there was Mila and not Tefillah, Elamam Yamartar. What about second thing? Second thing says once there's Mila, even if there's not Tefillah, they no longer have Tumas Zaf. And I don't know what is it to say. Tumas Malon, Avodim, Shimon, Divination. So ultimately, again, to state Avodim, Divination. Also, not in Shabbos, we go into the house in the ISF, we have to go to the ISF, just like that in the Shabbos. It's only the adults, ultimately, again, it's make the ISF, but not the children. I thought in having people in hosting the ISF, so the Avodim is only the adults that make the ISF, not the children. Okay, ultimately, again, this comes to his spiritual position of Rav, because what does Rav hold? The Amar Rav, Tino, Ben Yomo, Osi, Yain, Nesach, Mashmalon. Ultimately, again, Rav holds that Allah only that even a one-day-old child, even a one-day-old Akum, has the ability to create Yain, Nesach, Mashmalon, that is not the case, that we don't